tell people what I'm talking about. Guys, I'm not joking. This song is called Cousins, about my cousin that's locked in jail for life for killing a pregnant lady a few years after I told him we wouldn't look at dirty magazines together anymore. Perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6, and then we acted out what we saw. My dad had Playboy magazines, but the magazines I found in the top of my mom's closet were different. My name is Ye, and I sucked my cousin till I was 14. God damn. What? I mean, are we... Oh, I've just closed the screen. I could have kept that up for entertainment purposes. Are we his therapists or what? Like, that's something that, like, fucking hell, should only come out to a fucking therapist. Not to the world on X and in a music, in a song. What in the fuck is his cousin thinking? Is his cousin going to be like, hashtag me, I'm going to take all your fucking billions? You've just admitted to sexual assault, even though you might put it down. Like, your cousin can now fucking sue you for your 1 point whatever billion net worth. What's going on with Kanye? What is going on with Kanye? Nobody pray for me. Even that day for me. Oh no, that's Kendrick Lamar. What the fuck is going on? It could be like. I mean, anything that happens now.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, that sounds slightly better. Testing.
Check. Mic check up.
Yep, that's better.
Yeah, I got day in the Benz like Spragger.
Right, I'll go on mute while you do introduction. You know what you've probably done. You've probably got too many tabs open on your other browser, or just clear your cookies and cache. I'll go on mute while you do intro.
Yeah, it's going mad. I don't know what the fuck's going on there, man. I got a fucking... Well, basically now, yeah, I'm going to give you the links to the videos that I was going to play. Amen.
Go on then. Bring it back.
So, I got to fucking find them now, man. Fuck, you know. Mate, it's going to end up being a mission, man.
This seems fine. You're not chopped out once. What have you done? Gone on a different browser?
Yeah, it's that pussy old Samsung internet, man. It's shit. Oh, one second.
Yeah, we man, that's a completely different, like, I do not disagree with that in any way, shape or form, but it's happened. Why has he now come out and told everybody? Why has he told the world, like, sure, that's something that you fucking lie down on a chaise lounge in some fucking psychiatrist's office somewhere. If at all it was to happen, you know what I mean? But yeah, we got, I think there needs to be, well, it's created 1,000 more questions. How old was you? You said you'd done it up until you were 14. You said that your cousin was 6. How the fuck old was you? What the fuck? Honestly, what the fuck? What the fuck has he come out with? What in the fuck? What in the fuck? Assistant taking a silver case out of him. I'm just not surprised his fucking cousin's not suing the fucking bones off of him. His cousin's in jail, isn't he? Like, what the fuck? Shit, man.
Yo, you can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, we can hear
you. Who's this racist piece of shit about? You try to call yourself shits. Hey, listen. Any of you racist cunts, suck your mum and fuck off from around there, man. Don't come around there, you tramp.
What's this one? Why did Tommy Robinson really lose his appeal? Do you know what's happened to me? People aren't going to fucking believe me when I say this. So my other account, it got deleted, didn't it? YouTube have took another $12.99 out, and I thought, right, fuck, you're not even going to use this time. I'm just going to repeal it with PayPal. So I appeal it. PayPal replied to me today saying, no, you've received your service. I said, I haven't fucking received my service. My account's been deleted, you silly bastards. And you've only taken the money out today. My account's been deleted for a good 3 weeks. I want my $12.99 back. I ain't fucking about this time. Right, let me share my screen.
Oh, mate, you know what, yeah? It's just going to be fucking long because I got to jump on the other browser to add your fucking screen to the fucking thingweb.
Well,
Like,
just add it
literally
once.
This is
I
just
know
going to fucking turn
I
into a
didn't. I
fucking
closed the screen.
nightmare.
I should have kept the screen up.
Oh, you got it up still? So you can just
No,
add it
that's.
on?
I mean, I closed it. I didn't. I forgot. If you had it again, though,
Nice.
I won't close it.
One second.
What's occurring, Jupiter? We're just about to have a look at. Well, the two topics are: why did Tommy Robinson lose his appeal, and are immigrants to blame for homelessness rising? But I just threw in a little caveat there about Kanye West admitting to sucking off his cousin, basically abusing his cousin from the age of 6 to 14. Like, something's fucked up there, and he's just come out and told the world how he was in an incestuous childhood relationship. What the fuck, man? Honestly, we need more details on that. But until then, let's watch this guy. Why did Tommy Robinson really lose his appeal? I mean, my opinion is the fact that because it was just the law is black and white, and Tommy knew that he had breached his court order or whatever it was, and knew that as a result he would be pulled up in court for contempt. It's black and white to me. But why did he? Before we watched it, do you know why he appealed? What was he appealing? The actual conviction or the sentencing?
Trying to get some time off.
Time off.
Yeah, off.
What was his reasoning? I wouldn't necessarily argue with it. 2 years is quite a long time.
Giving him a lenient sentence already. Yeah, they're giving him a lenient sentence already, first of all. But they've given him
that's the
maximum,
isn't it?
No, the maximum's over 2 years or something like that, and he got 18 months or something like that. So
I thought 2 years was the maximum.
Yeah, but he got 18 months, didn't it? Like 24 months is 2 years.
Yeah, so prison up to 2 years. Yes, it's 2 years. Oh no, I thought he got. I thought he got 2 years, and he was serving the maximum.
He got 18 months,
yeah.
and 4 months of those was for refusing to follow the orders of the judge in the original breach, innit? Because like, maybe the sycophants don't know, but even if Tommy Robinson comes out and still has that thing on his Twitter and repeats the same lies, he could go back to jail for contempt again.
Yeah, I think he's taking it down now.
You've gone to jail to break an order, and then you're gonna come out and break the order again, innit? Like, in my personal opinion, like I've said this 10 million times already, I don't get why man don't edit out all the parts that are gonna make you go jail, and just re-upload the shit without the parts in there. Because, like everyone has said, you're allowed to disagree with the decision. You're allowed to say that you think it's unfair and all the different stuff that you're saying or whatever. You just can't repeat the liable claims. Repeating the liable claims is what's sending you to jail.
The thing is, it's out there.
Giving you the fine.
Well, it's out there now, so it's so easy for somebody to claim to be American and put it out in the States or something. Do you know what I mean? From a different country, it's out there now. I don't think editing it is going to gain more views to it or anything. I think he achieved what he wanted to achieve. He understood that prison is a
what's the
result of that.
The achievement is on a lie though. So all the, like, if anyone has got, it doesn't move like a sycophant and actually moves with like a honest interlocutor, and they look at what the judge says on the thing, then you can see that the claims are liable, isn't it? Like, there's even right wingers, staunch right wingers, far right dons that will say, like, obviously that's a false claim, innit? Like, you support the other work that man's doing and blah 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 blah. Even Bumper Clark, Julia Hartley Brewer, was saying that she knows that, yo, if you look at the court case, you look at the judge's summary, the evidence that was brought to the court, might as well knock that on the head, bruv, and just go with all these other stuff that he wants to run about. But
See, I just see it as like Tommy knew that he was going to face repercussions as a result of releasing it. So, how much sympathy can you have for somebody who's gone to jail as a result of it? Like, I don't really empathize. If anything, I see it as like he'd see it himself as no, it was part of my service. It's something that I had to do to get it out there. I knew that regardless of whether you agreed that I should be in jail for it, these are the laws, and he'd broken them. His appeal, I can understand why he might appeal it. Just anybody appeals the sentencing, don't they? It's kind of one of our flaws in our system where it costs a lot of fucking money just to turn around and say, no, you got fucking a good enough sentence last time. I think he just used the appeal process like everybody else would. But I think if it had got 2 years and was serving 2 years, then I'd argue that yeah, maybe an appeal should result in a couple of months being shaved off. But if he's doing less than the maximum, then he's already got that, hasn't he?
They told him at the sentencing what he could do to reduce 4 months off of his sentencing, and he ain't done one of the things that could reduce the sentencing.
What was there?
So obviously remove the video from your social media.
Yeah, I think that has somebody said that he'd removed it up in.
No,
he not the appeal. He'd removed it. I think
he just unpinned it.
Oh right.
So it's not removed. Even that, it's like, brother, who are you trying to fool? Like you think you're chatting to like just the mates online or whatever. You know some of the lies that people try to bring into a court of law, and then lies that you can tell online and shit. It's different levels, guys. You can chat shit and people can just choose to believe your bullshit or whatever. But stuff with actual evidence or where the people are going to search through, like they're going to see that even if you unpin it, they're going to see that you still haven't taken it off of your platform. You haven't made no announcements to say that anything that was liable with isn't true or anything. Even though it's been proven in court to show that it's not true.
Would I be held to the same repercussions if I was to upload it? Just being a random.
If Jamal Hijazi's legal team took you to court on a defamation of character thing, Bob, I think that's where.
So it's not necessarily regarding like an NDA / contempt of court. It's led into contempt of court, yeah. No, I'm thinking more like down the NDA.
I think it would lead to, first of all, he would have to bring you to court, say that you was defaming it, defamation of character, first of all. Yeah. Then obviously you would probably lose that because you got no evidence to show that what you're saying is 100% true. You just got the documentary. And then from then on,
yeah, but I mean, like simply just so if I was to simply just re-upload it, just host it on me download that video, host it on my website, baseloop.com.
I don't think nothing can happen to you.
Nothing can happen, yeah, because I'm not created that. I'm not having any opinion on it. So it's out there.
Yeah,
I mean,
unless Jamal Hijazi his legal team brings a case against you,
you'd have to serve like a DMCA, so like a takedown notice, won't they?
Yeah.
So take it down due to defamation.
They'd have to go through the legal thing, innit? But he's already done that with Tommy Robinson, innit? So that's why.
I think that's the only thing they can do now, because all Tommy has to do now is just somebody else upload it. He pinned their comment or something where they're linking to it. Of course,
you can't do that either.
Straight through it, aren't they?
That's still the same as you promoting it. So if you see like what people have tried to do on YouTube, yeah, is that people are doing funny accounts with people's details and then waiting for other people to share them, and instead of striking the account that's doing the thing, they're trying to strike the accounts that's sharing them. That's sort of what would happen with Tommy Robinson. Like his account, if his account was sharing a link to someone else posting the thing, then that would still count as a libel, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Pauline's right. It's not like it's banned in the UK. Like if it's out there now. So if 1,000 people now re-upload it and their opinions on it, it's down to his legal team to either accept it or take legal action based on the fact that it's defamation. Like I can't. Again, I can see why Tommy would appeal it the same way that a child murderer would appeal their sentence, or a burglar would appeal their sentence. I think it's just part of the fucking legal system in this country where anybody who gets a sentence, the just next step is appealing it. But the fact whether I agree that he should get lesser sentence, I think if he's not got the full term, he's got
You
18
might
months.
appeal what though? What are you appealing like?
Appealing like not
You've
appealing the
admitted to
conviction,
consent.
but appealing like the times. Again, it's just something that
But again,
is part of the British legal
it's-
system, isn't it? Where you'll get 2
Yeah, man,
years,
just
even if you
playing
get 2
theatre
years, people
games,
just
like,
appeal
really.
it just for the sake of it. It's a day out of fucking prison.
it's like some
Day out of
games,
cells.
Luke, bro.
Say that again.
Because the man them are playing theatre games really and truly, innit? And Tommy's legal team has paid enough money to know that he wasn't going to be able to beat that thing, Rob. We're going to get any time reduced unless he's carried out any of the actions that was equaling the reduced time.
The thing is, if he hadn't done it, it could have backfired. They could have
Why would
increased
they
the
reduce
sentence.
the time?
Well, they could increase it. They could have put it to
Yeah.
2 years. I mean, whether I would do an appeal based on that is a different story. But I understand why people do appeals. Not just Tommy Robinson. I think people do appeals because it's so easy to do one, and with like it backfiring is quite rare to see. So one of the only outcomes of it is that you can end up serving less time. But again, whether I think that he
And again, it's that what has changed that was going to make you serve less time. Like you've not removed any of the liable claims. It's really on trying to say that his conditions as worse since he got in jail, innit? And that may be a
that's what I'm
reason
saying.
that
That
you can.
maybe based on the the living conditions that is under, that might be an argument for it. I heard
But
somebody
then
saying
they
something about,
said that
go on.
they said that it might be a little bit tacky for him to get through on that one because he didn't come forward with the ADHD thing up first of all, innit? So they can't check where he was and then where he's got to be. He's just saying, well,
What ADHD? He's got a diagnosis.
Yeah, I think he said he's got ADHD or something like that. But it's got worse.
I think if it is it still on solitary
He didn't want to
confinement.
admit it because it shows weakness or something.
And is he still in?
One of them.
Is he still in like 23-hour lockup or what?
Nah, he's not even a 23-hour lockup. He gets, I think, he just can't associate with other prisoners, innit? So he gets a lot of time outside the cell, gym time, and long visits. He's basically under a civil prisoners regime rather than it's like even basically better than being on bail. You got better conditions, the same level of conditions as being on bail.
Well, people have said that he's in solitary confinement. So if he was, again, that would be an argument why he might appeal it.
Now he's in isolation, but the thing
after 9 days on.
protection.
I get it's for his protection, but I do believe it's still a human rights violation. Somebody tried making the argument the other day for that Palestinian child or something. There's something like 9 days in a row is a European court's human rights violation. So yeah, if that's the case and he is locked
But even
up,
that, he's not in isolation like the way that
well, no, that's
somebody,
it's probably
someone down the block would be in isolation. He gets gym time to speak to the chap. The only people he can speak to is basically staff of the figure with it. That's really where it's the I
don't think
he
wouldn't be able to make the same argument as somebody who's in genuine isolation. The prisoner would be able to turn around and say, no, he gets this privilege, he gets that privilege, he gets all these civil privileges. It's just we've got to balance it out to protect him. Did have an argument to make. I understand that. Right,
4-hour visits a week.
Let's play. I'm going to tell you while stop playing. Shout me if you need me.
You, Tommy Robinson. What am I going to talk about today? Well, Tommy Robinson, you may have seen, he appealed his sentence for his contempt conviction the other day, and he got knocked back. So I thought this would be quite an interesting opportunity just to talk about the general principles. And I'd also like to clear up a few, I'll say misunderstandings, because the way some people are commenting about this whole affair, As always, I tend not to give my opinions, but I think there are a few things that need correcting. Also, this is quite interesting because although he's effectively appealing a prison sentence, a sentence of imprisonment, technically, this was a civil appeal. So anyway, let's start at the very beginning, as Julie Andrew would say, because that's a very good place to start. Excuse me. Okay, so what's this all about? Well, this all dates back to when a young lad was at school and he effectively got beaten up.
Get to fucking
then,
through.
When this was all reported, lots of people at the school, some kids said, well, he started it and he'd been going around and he was the bully and he was the violent one and we were just defending ourselves. And Tommy Robinson picked up on all this, and it's fair to say he did lots of articles about what a dangerous young thug this kid was. However, this kid said it's not true, and he brought proceedings for defamation. And he was successful. Now, a lot of people have said, well, how's that trial fair? And what I'll do is I'll just link to the full judgment so you can read for yourselves what the evidence was, because people are saying, Tommy Robinson had 12 people coming along confirming his account.
Yeah, this is really the major issue with people that are like supporters of like Tommy Robinson. They refuse to look at the court proceedings or whatever, or any just evidence that goes against what they believe to be true. So
yeah, but aren't they saying that there was evidence that wasn't allowed to be submitted, or
no?
Like
the video, the
witnesses who signed NDAs.
Yeah, the documentary was allowed to be submitted. Anyone that was given evidence on the video was able to give evidence or was allowed to give evidence, but they chose not to.
There was a teacher, weren't there, like a guy, and I've seen a clip of him where he's at his front door.
Indian dude.
Would he have been allowed to give evidence?
He would have been allowed to give evidence. It wouldn't have broke his NDA. You're legally allowed to give evidence in court while under a non-disclosure agreement. You're just not allowed to give stories to the papers and blah, 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 blah. So
does anybody know why he didn't give evidence?
Because he knows himself he was chatting shit.
Yeah, but is that assumption, or has anybody like...
he's saying, well, the stuff that he's saying wasn't able to be brought to show that it was factual, right? Because remember, he was saying that this kid was always in this isolation detention thing and so and so, so and so. But when his school records were looked at by the judge and all that, it didn't show anything.
Yeah, that's my assumption as well, but has anybody actually like asked why none of these people who supposedly signed NDAs and were witnesses or willing witnesses, why they didn't fruition into a witness?
If you notice, yeah, and you pay attention to what's being said in the bigger Bob, yeah, you'll notice, yeah, that the head teacher doesn't make a claim against Jamal Hijazi. He's just bitching about losing his role, losing his job and whatever. The blonde lady isn't a teacher, but is said to be a teacher. I think it's Charlie Matthews' care worker, or the lady that does the therapy or whatever for her was that lady. And then the other guy is like a teaching assistant guy that does detentions or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So who knows what reason my man's got to say any of the stuff that he said. But, if he was speaking 100% facts and there was no way to make him look like he was lying, why wouldn't he go to court, stand on the stand, and get cross-examined in the stuff that he's saying? The reason why none of the evidence was used but wasn't deemed as 100% is because the people couldn't be cross-examined. It can only be entered as hearsay. Like, think about this, Luke. Imagine me and you in a court case, yeah? I produce a documentary of all these people saying that you're a cunt, and your solicitor's got no chance to cross-examine any of these people or whatever. Would you accept this evidence to be fucking solid evidence or whatever? Like this, like, bro, you can't even cross-examine any of the people that's making these fucking claims. What's going on?
I mean, we all got hooked on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, and you learn from that the second that somebody's name's mentioned, trying to paint a picture, i.e. Kate Moss, then the following day she's then brought into the court, she's cross-examined, and she strengthens the other side's argument. So
exactly.
Again, I don't know.
Without these people
I've
being
not watched the
cross-examined.
documentary. Like, I've not followed it. I'm not really fucking interested in it all, to be honest.
What's mad here
But there's only one reason why I think
is
people
that-
wouldn't go to court to be a witness.
Hey, Luke, you know what's mad though, yeah? The only people that went to court were children, teenagers or whatever. And, you know, in that teenage age, yeah, you man can lie to each other and tell this fantastical story that all of you might say, yeah, it sounds good enough to believe or whatever. But then you lay it out in front of an adult, they just pick it apart and make you look stupid.
Look, I'd sympathise with Tommy in a sense where he might have, like, somebody might have told him this story. A few people have told him this story. Jamal is probably not an angel, do you know what I mean? Whether he's done something that it can be held against him in court is a completely different story. He might not have been the best of characters, same way that Bailey wasn't. I think Tommy should have at one point realised that, yeah, it's very fucking messy this, and it's kids. I need to take a step back away from this and not involve
Even
myself
that's
much
not even
down.
true, you know,
The
bro.
point where he's lost
Because
a lot over it. How am I
Bailey
Tommy
guy,
Cook saying she little
the other
fucking
kid. Hey, listen, yeah. Hey, Luke, the Bailey kid, he got expelled from the school before this went viral for the same incident.
What
So
do you
that
say,
Jamal's
Vincent?
still at school
Waterboarding?
doing his thing, Rob. Yeah, that bullying incident. Yeah, I wouldn't class it as a
waterboarding,
waterboarding myself. It's just been a bullying in school, and a fucking older kid or a more popular kid who's got others around him was able to have up this other kid in it, this little foreigner. Yeah, so
Saying you
I
might want
wouldn't
to jump
just
on
do something like
and bring some evidence, or I don't know, maybe we can have a conversation because
that. Alright,
Luke
if
is
people are
another Tommy
backstage,
Cook.
yeah, I need to
I don't
add
know
you
Tommy
from.
Cook.
I need to
Sorry
add you
that.
from the other thing, Bob. Yeah, so let me mute up
Yeah,
so
you
I
need
can
to
add
do it.
people one sec. Yeah, I need to fucking add you from a whole different browser to Bumper. But yeah, man. So if none of these people have showed up to court to give evidence in person to be cross-examined, their evidence might as well just get thrown out the window. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because it's all just hearsay. You can say anything.
Well, it's not.
I can say anything on your documentary.
Isn't it? It's literally objected. It's he said.
Yeah.
I just don't get why. Like I said, I can understand anybody kind of latching onto it and believing Bailey's side or taking a side, but then as the more information that comes out and the more that you realise that it's not a clear picture, then you step away from it. And Tommy's shown, hasn't he, that he's able to step. Did he not pick up a case that who fucking hit herself in the face with hammer? I think he investigated that at first, didn't he? And then realised that it's not as what was made out, so he's backed away from it. I just think, I don't know, he's lost a hell of a lot on this, and I don't see why. It's not that big of an issue, if you ask me. It's two kids, playground shit. It was definitely blown out. He's not blown it out.
Yeah,
The media did.
I don't get why a man's so hooked up on it either. Because you know what, yeah? Even if he admits that he was wrong in this occasion or whatever, I don't go against any of the other claims that he makes about the grooming gang issues and the blah blah blah, this, that, and the other. It's just this one case. But what it does do is show honesty in when you're making a mistake, that you're okay to admit that you made a mistake and move on to something that's worth fighting for.
And is he saying that every bit of... Sorry, I'm still now already. Hey, up, Jupes. Is he saying that every bit of evidence is in this documentary that he's put out? Was there more? If there's more,
well,
he might have
the documentary
I think so. Otherwise, he would appeal it. But look, it's simple. It's not necessarily that the people that follow Tommy or agree with Tommy think that the judge was wrong in finding him guilty. Under the circumstances, we agree there was no other option available to the judge. Yeah. But we do believe that, or I'll speak for myself, I believe that not every avenue is explored. I believe that even if the NDAs were in place, that those people should have been subpoenaed to the court. Now, I know that people say, well, that was down to Tommy Robinson. He should have subpoenaed them. He was representing himself at the time. Whether that was him not knowing or whether, I don't know, we can't say conclusively. But I think to clear this up effectively once and for all, that judge should have brought those people onto the stand. And, to question what...
A judge can't give legal advice. You can't tell him that...
Why would the judge have to bring them to the stand? It's Tommy Robinson that needs to. Tom Robinson would have to produce new evidence. He needs to produce new evidence.
I'm talking about I'm not talking about the original trial. So we believe that at the original trial, those people should have been there, made to go to the court. If it's true that you can force people, which I always believed you couldn't, but people are saying, I don't know the law that in depth, right? If it's true that you can force people and it won't affect any payments they've been given to go to court, because a layman would think that it would affect them. I would have thought it would affect me. If I was doing some job and I signed a non-disclosure order and then someone said, oh, I want you to come to court as a witness, I'd refuse, believing that I would lose my payment and I'd have to pay it back. So
wouldn't you look into the legality of it, though? Wouldn't you look into the legal?
Why? When it's
are you allowed to give court?
No, not.
No, but if you was no, just as someone at the side, you might not be. As someone that's involved in the case, or someone that was asked to give evidence that you knew that this. Imagine you're there saying, yes, you know what you're saying is 100% true, and even if they cross-examine me, it's going to show that it's true or whatever. Wouldn't you have looked into the reasons if you're able to actually go to court?
No. Not if it's for someone else,
no.
Really. I'm going to be absolutely honest with you, right? Even if I saw someone getting really, really bad justice, if I was under an NGO and I believed that I would lose the money that I've been paid for it, of course I wouldn't want to go looking to see if I can do it.
You may not want to offer.
I wouldn't want to rock that boat. And secondly, on top of it, knowing that the threats of jihad, which is behind a lot of the people that turned up at the school. Hold on, Velle. Hold on. There's a bigger picture, right? And knowing that the state are against Tommy, for somebody that's just an ordinary person, that's not really an activist or any of that stuff, it's a big ask, isn't it?
Yeah, there weren't no threat of jihad or whatever. You don't have to do anything extra in it. It's like the people could have decided to come court or not. That even if Tommy was doing his job properly, he would have known that you can give evidence under an NDA and serve them to come to court for him or whatever, innit? Like, you could have served them, innit? But he didn't.
Yeah,
and the people that was given the evidence as well.
If that's what the law states he could have done, then we say that, yeah, that was a failing on his behalf. But he was representing himself. So that
if he's going to force these people to come to court, yeah, and be cross-examined on whatever, yeah, because remember, they weren't willing to give these stories on camera. He had to secretly record them.
Exactly.
Why the hell would you think that they would want to go to court to get cross-examined or whatever?
Well, exactly. That's the whole point, isn't it, Velle? These people were
willing
to tell
say
the
what
truth
they were saying on camera.
When they think that it's not being recorded, they were willing to tell the truth. But
it wasn't the truth, though.
Well, that's left down for people to judge now, because those very individuals have made it look like they're covering up something, because they've said one thing officially and another thing in private.
But usually, what happens, is like, even if they didn't come court, and what they were saying is true, there would be some other side evidence stuff with the school that corroborates sort of what they're saying. See, like, for instance, the hockey stick incident and reports for that, the knife at the gate and the so and so, all the different bits, things that would have been reported at certain times, that would have been things that would have corroborated the hearsay stories or whatever. And the things were showing the opposite. So,
well, from what
it showed that wait, hold on. It showed that it was Bailey that's suspended from school. The injury that Charlie suffered was from a cricket ball injury before, and then she had therapy for something else. And then the girl that was saying my man was at the knife with a finger bob, like the two people that was giving that story was crossing each other, innit? Making the story, so the story was unbelievable to the judge.
Okay. So
basically, the judge was saying the children's evidence is incredible. Not incredible as in great, like incredible as in like, the fuck, you really expect me to believe this? sort of incredible.
Yeah, no, we know that's why the judge came to his conclusion. No one's arguing that, Velle. What I'm saying is, to my mind, I can't speak for anyone else, but to my mind, I honestly believe that it's very easy to pressure children in the court of law, and they were children. I also think that in the video that Tommy produced, there was some evidence brought forward to suggest that some of the reports and that had been altered or omitted, like just gone missing. And that some of the statements given from those people under the non-disclosures also gave weight to that. And this is what I'm saying. It wasn't clear-cut. It might be clear-cut in court, and the judge had no other avenue in court than to find him guilty. But for people that believe that, if there's an element of doubt, people should be found not guilty, and I'm one of those people, I think there is an element of doubt there.
So I agree with you that there might be like an element of doubt, but then it's on how Tommy's reported on it. So I think it'll be good to watch how he first initially reported on it, because if he has come across where he's saying Jamal is this guy, he's done this, he's done that, then it's easily defamation, especially when you can't prove it, it's just on hearsay. Whereas if he's used words like alleged, then he may have been able to wing his way out of it using a reporter's media type fucking loophole. But it wouldn't surprise me if he has made the statement that Jamal's.
He didn't allege. He made direct statements about the child, didn't it?
He should have. That's what I mean. Like, and where people say that is people. It's easy to become a so-called social media or citizen journalist, but there's a reason why there's also expensive university courses for journalism, because it's these types of things that you need to be aware of, using certain words, alleging, not incriminating. I agree with you, Luke. I think he understands that he's backed himself into a corner. I just don't see why he keeps fighting this one now, this specific battle.
Right, I'll tell you why.
It's just a losing game.
He's explained it several times. The reason why is because he feels that this case was jumped upon by the state and the media, right? And we all know what the media is like now. Jumped on by the state and the media to actually ruin a 16-year-old's life, namely Bailey. When they wouldn't do that to someone from the Muslim community, they would give them anonymity and stuff like that when they're a child. And he feels that there's a two-tier system going on in this country, and that Bailey didn't get justice, that justice wasn't served to Bailey.
How did the media report on this?
It makes me sick when people say this two-tier stuff, like when with no fucking evidence behind it, and then really when we show any sort of judgment that could be classed as two-tier or whatever, it's showing it goes really kind of the other way around, rather than it's against English people in England. It's more against ethnic minorities in the UK, and when we do produce that evidence, you refuse to accept that. But you're just showing you want to say that there's two-tier justice without no evidence that goes behind it. Right, actually, justice was served because the justice was served because the person making the claims wasn't able to prove the claims to be true. Furthermore, the person who the claims was being made against was able to show beyond reasonable doubt that the claims being made were false. So it's an open and shut case, man. There's no
right. So first of all, it wasn't done by a jury. It was just on. I believe that's the way that they do it anyway for whatever that case was. It was a civil case, but there wasn't a jury, so it was only one man's decision on whether it was reasonable or not. I don't believe it was reasonable. I think, all right, I might not be a judge, but I'm allowed to have my own school of thought. That's the first thing. The second thing is, Velle, that you say, well, there isn't a two-tier system. You see, I do understand that if you are from the black community, and I'm not saying that in any horrible way or anything, that there's historic stuff, things with the police or authorities where there's been historic racism, right? And so if there's been historic racism, you're going to have a bit of a biased view towards leaning towards sticking up for all ethnic minorities. But I don't feel that there's certain groups of ethnic minorities that have suffered the same way that the black community have. And I think that they skirt on the coattails of that to pretend that they're suffering the same way. And I also think that there is evidence that we can see in front of our eyes to see, for example, Rudolph Axel Cabana, or whatever his name is, that bloke. He, well, he was older than Bailey, but his name was hidden. And yet he caused the worst of sin.
I was
in
going to
my
ask
eyes.
how did Bailey
his
get
name
out
was
there in the first place?
His name was, listen, Axel's name wasn't given out because he was under 18. Bailey and Charlie's name was given in the thingbob at the court case because they was 18 at the time.
No, was it not before?
No,
Children-
Bailey's name was
wait,
put
hold on.
out by
The
the
children-
media. Look,
Yeah, the children.
even the judge said that in the
media's
statements in his
the media's
seminar.
not the media's not the law, though, right? The media is the media. So we're
But-
talking about in the court case. Wait, hold
But,
on. We're talking about
no,
in the court case,
but
within
the
court case,
media
yeah?
can be ordered not to do things. And there was a
Yeah,
GoFundMe set up the day before that they put his name out there. So it was it looked a bit conspiratorial, Luke, and that's where the element of doubt creeps in. Because they painted it as a racial
And,
attack
right,
and
so
set
listen.
up a GoFundMe for him, which collected £100,000, by the way.
Yeah, listen, I think
Alright,
if,
but that's got
I
nothing
think
to do with the court.
if he's a child, then his name.
Oh, wait, hold on,
regardless,
hold
should be
on, yeah. That the reason why they was able to give Jamal, Charlie, and Bailey's name in the court when they was doing the court cases because they was 18 at the time, innit? So they was old enough not to need.
I'm not talking about in
the
court.
child-
I'm talking about in the national press.
the children. Yeah, but the newspaper, you can't use the two-tier system as a national newspaper. Like the national newspaper can print liable stories all the time. They get done for liable all the time. Defamation.
Yeah,
of
but the
character,
media
everything.
must
No,
have
you
been
couldn't- you
pretty
couldn't make the
certain
argument,
they
Billy,
weren't going to get done.
Yeah, if they've made if they're just willingly putting things front page that we've got laws to protect, then why are our government not going after these media companies? That could be an argument for.
But that's nothing to do. But you can't be having that as a claim of two-tier justice. When
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't.
though, because how the media's got nothing to do with the law. The media can print whatever they want.
Yeah, but
That's
it's
not part of the two-tier justice
solely.
thing.
It's
The two-tier. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish and give you that. Let me finish, and then you can go next year. The two-tier would be that Tom Robbins give evidence that shows that Jamal's guilty beyond reasonable doubt, and they're just dismissing this evidence and going with hearsay evidence that Jamal's got. When that's not actually what happened. The evidence that Tommy Robinson had against Jamal was hearsay. He was able to produce solid documents that showed the opposite of what they were saying.
What solid documents did he produce?
Like he was able to produce his school report that shows that he wasn't this kid that was always in this isolation detention thing or whatever. He was able to show the doctor's report no doctor's certificate from Charlie, and school teacher not writing no report about the hockey stick incident. Yeah, there's no police report or no other school report about the knife at the gate incident. The only reports that corroborate is the thing with my man throwing a bottle of water in his face and beating him up in the playground.
Right, so from the footage that we saw, we didn't see any beating up. All we see was someone being held down and having water sprinkled in their face, which I hardly think is anything when you compare it to a lot of the fights that happen.
You say that until it's your kid that's getting the water in his face.
I understand people don't like
that
it, but it's nothing compared to the fights that I've seen in state school.
It don't mean that it's acceptable.
Nowadays.
No, I didn't say it was acceptable. I said it's nothing compared to what we've seen.
That's what I mean. I think it's been everybody's blown it out like the media did. I don't think it should have remained a local school level incident.
But it was the media that put it into the press, and they branded Bailey racist, and they had a GoFundMe already set up for the boy. Listen, ask yourself this: how many attacks has there been?
Even the racist claims
on
won't be
kids that are
far-fetched.
black? How many times has there been a GoFundMe set up?
For what?
Yeah, but this ain't got nothing to do with how many times they're setting up GoFundMe
Well,
for black
alleged
children,
racial
Indian children, and so on and so on.
claims.
You keep
Did
trying to
Stephen Lawrence
divert
have a
into the
GoFundMe
actual.
put in the paper?
Listen, Jupiter. The only thing that matters is there any evidence to show that what the claims made against Jamal Hijazi a truth? No, there isn't. All the evidence shows that the claims made wasn't true. That's the reason why it's liable. So the only thing Tommy Robinson should do is remove all the claims that's liable. He can even say he disagrees with the agreement. I don't think that I should have been found liable, blah, blah. He can say all that and disagree with every agreement thing, but he can't make the liable claims that's already been found liable for. I don't get how you guys don't really understand that. Like, it's so simple.
So, Velle, I understand what you're saying. I understand the judge had no other avenue than to find him guilty. But in my eyes, I think there is reasonable doubt. And the judge abused his power as being the only person to make the decision and found in the favour of Jamal against Tommy for political reasons. And I do believe that. I also think that there was no duty of care towards Bailey, but there was a lot of duty of care towards Jamal.
Jamal had to leave that area. They see where that area is. He had to move areas as well. You always say that Bailey only had to move. Jamal and his family had to move as well. Jamal and his pups to an undisclosed location where they could still be under pressure and under attack today.
This isn't anything against Jamal. Even Tommy Robinson says this is not about a personal vendetta against Jamal. This is about the bigger picture and the wider implications of how the law can be abused. Not every single thing that is lawful.
But justice was served the correct way. That's the whole thing about it. When Tommy Robinson's trying to finesse it and say justice wasn't served correctly, justice was actually served. Like, the claims made wasn't... Listen, the claims... Okay, all right, Jeeper, let's go step by step. Was any claims that the children made against Jamal, was they able to bring sufficient evidence that means that no matter, there's beyond reasonable doubt, it was true that whatever offence Jamal committed had been committed?
Well, we say the statements that he managed to capture on film of what the adults said in private compared to what they officially said is reasonable
hearsay
doubt.
isn't beyond reasonable doubt.
But that's why they should have brought them to the court and made them sworn under oath. And that is a failing and a lacking of Tommy Robinson.
You got to understand, the people that are making these claims, and have seen these videos themselves, the people that are making them claims and seen them videos themselves would know that under cross-examination, there's going to be questions asked about the claims being made. If you haven't got any of the evidence to show about the claims that you're being made in, because especially that fat Paul guy that was brown nose and Tommy Robinson, he was just like a fucking fan. Instead of just saying the truth here, he was just basically trying to see if he can chat to Tommy Robinson for as long as possible, instead of just saying what actually happened.
Well, he was the one
because what he said was happening. But what he said was happening, and then what the school reports showed, what the evidence that he was able to bring to court.
Slightly suspicious that the school got shut down, so access to those records might not necessarily been as efficient as they would have done if the school still was running and the files.
He even went through why the school got shut down. The school got shut down because it was failing.
We know that they said, but how does a school go from really, really good to accepting immigrants and becoming really bad within 2 years?
What do you mean, really, really good? It wasn't really good. It had, I think it was 3 to 4 bad Ofsted reports in a row.
Yeah, during the time period of when it started really having immigration, lots of immigrants coming in.
So how is that a good school report, Ofsted report, if the Ofsted was continuously giving bad reports until the head teacher got sacked?
Well, what we're saying is the schooling
went
down.
Listen, after the head teacher got sacked, after the head teacher got sacked because of the failing Ofsted reports or whatever, it still didn't improve, and it had to get turned into an academy. And that's the only time it started improving, when they turned it into academy. They had to write the slate clean. They couldn't get enough funding to get good teachers. Blah 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 blah. They had to get.
What we're saying, really, is that there's enough circumstances. What I believe is there's enough circumstances that cause reasonable doubt. And my opinion is different to yours. I believe that there are laws in place in this country that shouldn't necessarily be there. I think the law is messed up in favour of criminals, and that it's the victims that suffer the most. And unfortunately, I just think that there are sometimes laws that are there. I mean, we could. This is why I know you get upset, but I always go back to the Rosa Parks case, because If she'd have stuck by the law, people
I
would
don't know why you
have
keep
I'm going to tell you
measuring
why.
Tommy up against
I'm
the black
going
freedom
to
fighters.
tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. Because if people at the time, and I don't know whether they did or not, I've not looked into it enough, all stood up and said, well, it's the law, it's reasonable, it's the law, doesn't make it right, does it?
Listen, what Tommy Robinson's fighting for is bullying a fucking 15-year-old kid that was already getting bullied. That's not the same thing as fighting for black people to be able to sit down at the front of the bus, man. Can we stop doing these fake comparisons, man?
No, at the beginning of his video, he tells you his motive, and it wasn't that. He tells you this isn't about Jamal, right? I understand he's only a child. This is about how the system works together with the media and the propaganda arms to bring down the law and abuse the law, yeah, when they are trying to put something political out there.
Tommy Robinson's the one.
The law was abused, in my opinion.
Listen, the law. I'll tell you how Tommy Robinson's abusing the law. He was given an order by a judge not to repeat liable claims. He done a fucking parade outside 10 Downing Street and played the bumper clout video talking with
Which
all the claims.
Which is why we say that the
that's
judge had
fragrant. That's fragrant of the law. That's the person that's disobeying the law and not caring about what the law says.
Other than to find him guilty, but we understand that it's bigger than that.
Yeah, because I'm so confused. Hey, Luke, are you as confused as me? Yeah, because I'm like, bro, if he knows what he was doing,
can you try and explain
and was going to get arrested for it, like, how does he still end up being a victim of the law in this case? This is a place where he's self-sacrificed. This is like Brexit. He's self-sanctioned himself. He's like voted to send himself to jail for no reason. Yeah, you probably won't agree with that one, yeah. But yeah, you know what I mean. He sent himself to jail on purpose. Like it's like, man, you could have. He could.
That's why I don't get the response to it now, because I feel like he has taken a bullet and he has been willing to fall on the sword on this one. I think what Jupiter's trying to say is that following the law, then he's got. Do you understand why he's been given jail time? It's just that they don't necessarily agree with the law. Certain aspects of it.
Yeah, we think that there's
Luke, let me ask you this, yeah. Let me ask you this, yeah. Hold on a second, I'll let you go next year. Let me just ask you this hypothetical question, right? So there's a court order against you not to repeat the claims, yeah. You've been proven in court that the claims that you've been told are false or whatever. What's your next step for that? Are you going to make a whole documentary about the same claims and play it in Leicester Square, or are you going to move on to an actual new topic?
I mean, if I got Tommy's money, and I was that adamant to get that message out, then I'd probably move to Antigua or something, and then I'd do a live stream on it.
Yeah, so
really can't arrest me. I wouldn't.
If I was an activist, I truly believed, right? I truly believed that there's been an injustice, and I know that I could get imprisoned for it. Obviously, I'm going to do exactly what Tommy's done. I would still put the documentary out. I'd make the documentary to show people why I believe there's an injustice, right? And I think he's done that pretty articulately, which is why he's got a lot of people that have seen that video and shared it, and why he's got a lot of support from America as well as the UK now.
Yeah, but have any of the people that's watched the video read the court case?
And I would, more than likely, some of these people are much more intelligent than I. And I would
anyone that has.
I would also double down and exercise every rule of law that I could to try to get the lesser sentence than possible. So I understand why he's done everything that he's done. To me, it makes sense. It might not.
You're just being a sycophant, man. It doesn't make no sense to anyone else. Only to a fan, it will make sense. To everyone else, it's like, what the hell are you doing, bro?
It's not a fan. I actually think that he's telling the truth.
No, listen,
I think you could take the blueprint of the media and the propaganda arm, the BBC, Hope Not Hate, and all of that, and you can see how that was also used against other people for lesser things. And I think that now that we can see that there is a political persuasion in this country trying to gaslight a great proportion of this country, we can
None
see
of that was used.
how the blueprint could be used again and again and again. And we see
None of that was used.
how
See,
there's a pattern
this-
been formulated by our justice system.
This is the annoying thing, yeah, about the supporters, right? Because they want to lie the same way that Tommy lies, and you just have to believe it. Listen, the only thing that was
Babs is in back,
brought
Velle.
up in evidence. Sorry, say that again.
Babs is in back.
Alright, hold on a sec, Babs here. The only thing that was used in court to show that Hope Not Hate or none of these other organisations wasn't used is the actual proper school records and anything to do with the actual school that was used, any reports in the school and so that was used in the court or whatever. All this other extra Hope Not Hate and all these where everyone's picking on Tommy. It's like, but it's not. That's not even fucking true. None of that's even been.
We don't believe that it's just Tommy that's being picked on, and we see him as somebody that's highlighting the flaws in the system. And by the way, it wasn't a racist attack. To this day, it's still spoken about by ethnic minorities as if it was a racist attack. The judge found it wasn't. But the press in the first instance claimed it was and branded a 16-year-old child a racist.
You know what's funny, yeah, is that you're willing to accept that the judge said it's not racist, but you're not willing to accept any of the other statements that the judge made in the same judgment. Like, what are you doing? That's crazy. How can you even do that and still keep a straight face?
Yeah, just take that though. So, if that's true, he's been found in guilt. He's been found in court that it wasn't a racist attack, and the media have put it out there front page that it was a racist attack. Then Jamal, what's his name again? I forgot his name now. But the white kid can now Bailey can now sue the papers, can't they? Like Jamal did.
I suppose he could if he had the money.
Yeah, that's cool. He can do that, yeah, but that's between him and the court. But that's not got nothing to do with the judgment that was made, though, right?
Yeah, so Velle, if the definition of
or the political arm or groups behind him, because the Muslim groups all got behind Jamal. He also had £100,000 that they put out that he collected from the GoFundMe.
But what? The GoFundMe is nothing to do with the court case.
Bailey is not in that position.
Or the judgment.
Well, if the definition of two-tier is solely down to like the legal system and like police, for example, then I might not argue that there's a two-tier system. It applies to us all regardless. Maybe this recent change that they've now put on hold, that might have been an inclination as into a two-tier, but it's in our current stance. I don't recognise that as a two-tier. But I do recognise that some people may see two-tier not just as like government or police. It might involve like elites, so like media and stuff like that. That also may come under the banner of two-tier.
Yeah, we believe that there's a political persuasion that have infiltrated the governments and all authorities, and they are waving their political arm in cahoots with each other. We do believe that, yeah.
Listen, yeah. Hey, you know what? You debunked yourself anyway, right? Because this two-tier system there, the judge and the so-and-so is working together. So why didn't the judge agree with the papers to say that this was a racist incident? If it's two-tier and they're working together, obviously because it's not two-tier and they're not working together. And like saying the other point is like, why the hell do you accept parts of the judge's judgment that agree with the things that you help you out in your case, but any of the other stuff you disagree with? It's like that's showing straight hypocrisy.
Well, because I saw.
Babs is still in back. She's asking if she can come on.
Yeah, I'm gonna add that.
Yeah, I can answer that. It's quite simple. So, like everybody else, I watched that little video of him being held down and water being splashed in his face. I didn't see any racism. I don't believe that racism was the motive. I do believe that there was evidence from people that were that had non-disclosure orders that actually said off the record that he wasn't as nice a kid as what people said. Yeah, and so I do believe there's reasonable doubt. So that's why I don't believe the judge's ultimate decision. Yeah.
Yeah, but have they said that it wasn't a racist attack? It's more schoolyards fighting or bullying rather than it being genuine racism.
Yeah, the court case said that.
I don't even understand why I don't even understand why this ever got to the level that it got to.
By both sides,
When
I agree.
talking about 50
No,
Muslim
because
men
it went
outside
viral.
of Bailey's house baying for his neck, you've got people like Piers Morgan telling everybody to go for Bailey. Yeah. And the other thing I wanted to say was, right, Freddie, your
So Piers Morgan's part of the two-tier system.
No. Hang on. Your argument with us is what? That the judge went against Tommy because the only reason Tommy could not show the actual proof that he has was because he got it illegally. Because he filmed his evidence without asking them.
Get out of here. They was able to show the whole documentary in court. All these videos of these secret recordings are admissible in court.
And legally,
they was allowed to be seen. Stop, man. Stop.
If it's in context, crazy, I do believe that even if we don't listen.
We've read out this
in America, it's different by state, but I do believe over here that even if you've got a hidden recording, if it is in context, then it can be potentially used.
The judge.
Listen, it was allowed to be admitted, but it's only as hearsay. Listen, hey Luke, don't let Babs and them lots finesse you, cuz they was allowed to admit all these secret recordings. They're only down as hearsay because they're not able to be cross-examined in court. No one on this panel.
It's called the confrontation.
And no one in the chat, would accept a judgment of guilty. No one would accept a judgment of guilty against themselves on evidence of someone's secret recording that can't be fucking cross-examined. Come on, man. No one would accept that.
Can I ask you a question, Luke? Because you said that you know about the non-disclosure orders. If the non-disclosure orders were put in place by the government itself.
Yeah, the courts can overrule that. Yeah, the courts come first.
Yeah, the courts might be able to overrule it, but if there was government pressure behind the scenes, do you not think that if there was
no,
1 minute, Chrissy, let's ask the question.
Handed out for this.
Chrissy,
Chrissy, let her finish. Then you're next.
Do you not think that if there were people in the background working together, right? And that there was a political persuasion, a group of people with the same mindset. If the government have made those orders, even though the court can overrule it, is it not possible to think that there is likely to be an avenue of corruption? Because I think there is.
Yeah. So if you was telling me that the witnesses, so the people who were speaking on the documentary, had come forward and said we was more than willing to be witnesses in the court case for some reason we weren't allowed, then I could understand. Yeah, maybe you can paint a picture that there's more collusion in the background. But I think the fact that in order for me to, so if I'm going to bring you a secret recording, first of all, it's a secret. The judge has to decide whether they're going to allow it. They do allow it. Like the people that have recorded, any witness, whether they're on a secret recording or have said something directly to the camera, once it gets to a court case, then if that's a previous recording, they've got to be cross-examined. They've got to be pulled into the court.
I agree with you.
The fact that they've not been willing to come to court and be cross-examined, or whether Tommy's failed on his responsibilities, because there is a legal avenue where you can force them people into court, and if he's not done that, then you can't say
any of those adults. If any of those adults dared to turn up in court and give evidence, they would have embarrassed themselves once they got cross-examined.
Yep.
They would have lost their pension.
I do believe
what they signed.
So
they would have lost their pension.
Non-disclosure orders. There was no non-disclosure orders.
That was the agreement.
Yes,
that
there
was.
They wouldn't have lost their state check. Listen,
there was no non-disclosure orders.
Well, that's what they signed.
If you had a non-disclosure order, you would have been able to give evidence in court.
Someone put a freedom of information request.
You're a liar, Christopher Morris.
I've let everyone speak. Shut up, Babs. You are the liar.
No, I won't.
Let him go, because he did stop to let other people finish.
Someone put a freedom of information request in.
Because there was no.
Right, go and have a look. Go and have a look on the website. What do they know? I think it's called.
Do you honestly think that the council's going to admit to paying people off?
Do you know political?
People put their non-disclosure. People put
their freedom of information requests up, and a freedom of information request was put into the council. The council didn't pay out any NDAs for this case.
You can do a freedom of information. Hey, Babs, I've already told Jupiter to do the freedom of information request to show the NDAs herself, and she refused to do it. You can do it yourself, you know. You can actually get a freedom of information request to see these non-disclosure orders that were paid out by is it Kirklees Council or Almonbury Council?
Yeah, can I respond to
There's
that?
one already there. There were no freedom of information.
Listen, wait, hold on. Let me just say that. Let me just respond to Babs one bit here, and then you go to, then you can go next year. There's people that's already done freedom of information request, i.e. Politico, who's got their YouTube channel, who's an actual staunch right winger. Yeah, I disagree with most of the shit he says, apart from the Tommy judgments. Yeah, so he's done non-disclosure orders to find he's done freedom of information requests to find these non-disclosure orders, and they still haven't. He hasn't found. No one's been able to find these non-disclosure orders.
Do you honestly think the council's going to admit?
Yes, they must do. It's law.
Law. Do you honestly believe that they're going to do all this covering up just to hide shit from Tommy Robinson fans? Like, the fuck? How important is Tommy Robinson's message?
Right. So can I respond?
Well, it is though, because it's literally what you're saying, that they're hiding non-disclosure audience so they can't give
I don't think the motivation. I don't think the motivation of the government. I don't think the motivation of the government was to cover it up for Tommy Robinson fans or anything personally to do with Tommy Robinson. I believe it's all to do with fitting a narrative and a political agenda to push certain civil rights and take away civil rights for certain groups as opposed to other groups. That is what the
civil rights that was enacted for this case?
Christopher Morris.
Wait, hold on. What was the civil rights? What civil rights have been enacted since this case has happened then?
Well, they've stopped freedom of speech, haven't they, basically?
No, they haven't.
What?
They haven't. They've stopped people telling lies. They've stopped people slandering a kid.
Slandering a kid?
Yeah.
Lying about a 15-year-old. They slandered. They defamed.
If they cared about children, they would have done something about the newspaper.
Shut up while
saying that Bailey was a racist.
Shut up while
everybody in the country out to go and get him. Like that.
Babs, be quiet while Jupiter's talking.
You never turn around and think about what Bailey went through.
But you don't think about what Jamal went through. Him and his dad had come from him and his dad is asylum seekers from a whole different country, getting bullied by people within the UK. Some popular right wing guy. Yes, is popular right wing guy. Yes, and now he's Jamal Hijazi and his father had to leave their house and move to a secret, non-disclosed location, so they can't get attacked again. What are you talking about? You don't think about any of these kids.
Bailey,
okay, so both of them have had a hard time. Who caused the hard time? Tommy Robinson caused the trouble. Tommy Robinson caused all that trouble for both families.
No, don't even go down that avenue. I'm not even raising my voice with you, Morris, because you're not worth it. We know where you stand.
Yeah, we know where you stand.
You stand on the side of the wronging, so yeah.
No, I don't stand on no wronging side. I stand on the side of truth. Now, the simple fact of the matter was, Tommy got it wrong. I think we can all agree that. 2 kids fighting at school. Yeah, he got it wrong, and he refused. So you don't think that this was a school kids fight that adults should have fucking kept out of?
Yeah, but I don't think he did it. I think the media did it first.
In the first instance, caused the problem.
Shut up, Chrissy. You don't do one at a time.
So, yeah, I do agree with you.
Do one at a time. I've been doing one at a time all the time tonight.
No,
sorry, Jude.
I'm 2 minutes.
Sorry, Jude. She's interrupted you. Can you say it again?
I said, yes, I can agree that it was a school kids fight, and I've seen much worse, and it needn't have got to the levels that it got to. But it was the media in the first instance that did that, and nobody has addressed that point.
Right. So as far as I was aware, the media
Wait,
didn't
none of that
put
matters.
any names
Listen,
down.
all these.
The
Listen,
media
wait.
didn't name any
What's annoying
children,
about
did
this
they?
thing,
But
Bobby?
Tommy
Yeah,
Is
they
you
did.
lot keep. Chrissy, hold on.
after
You
they
keep
put
trying to
the
sideskip
bill
over to these other side points that are nothing to do with the court case. The media stir up is nothing to do with the court case. Yeah, all the things that was to do with the actual court case is the evidence that was proven to be true or false within court. Was Jamal threatening the girl with the knife at the school gate? That evidence wasn't brought forward. Did Jamal hit the girl with the hockey stick at playtime? No. That evidence wasn't brought forward. Was Jamal harassing and bullying this other kid that they said that they was going to bring forward? They wasn't be able to bring none of that evidence forward. That's the liable claims that was found to be liable in court. All this other extra stuff. Oh, it was in the newspaper and that everyone's ganging up against Tommy and blah blah. But none of that even matters.
That's irrelevant. Yeah,
Because none of that is part of the liable case. The only thing that is part of the liable case here is whether Jamal was attacking the children or they was lying on Jamal, and it's found out to be that they was lying on Jamal.
But we believe there's reasonable doubt.
There's no reason. There's no such thing as reason.
In a civil court.
Wait. Listen. Why you keep making this reasonable doubt argument here? And it's like
balance of probabilities.
Listen. It's Tommy has to prove his claims.
We know
no
that, which is why
doubt.
we accept that the judge has no
There's no reasonable doubt on false claims. A reasonable doubt means that we've got two evidence that is, or you've got a piece of evidence that shows what he might be saying is false, is not true. None of that, nothing like that was able to be brought forward.
We say that what's in the video does bring reasonable doubt into it.
Yeah.
Right, and that is why the judge and the media and our government would have had a political reason to strike that video.
No, you're going for the wrong standard of proof.
It's not because they believe or care about Jamal. It's because he's been used as a political tool to actually silence people from showing the corruption at all levels within our system.
Stop. God, it's like when there's actual proper corruption and we point it out, you're disagreeing with us. Now there's this fake corruption that you want to make up to say, oh, they're prosecuting Tom Robinson or
like what?
You just want to make up fake corruption or whatever.
Like what? Give an example.
You show us the fucking corruption that's happening against Tom Robinson. He was found guilty of making liable claims and pleaded guilty to the liable claims. Like,
no, I'm saying show me. What is that now?
Velle, why does it bother you so much?
Because I hate lying. Stop lying.
What's it bother
you? Who's playing back stuff?
Not me.
It's one of the it's the Mungo. The Mungo Morris.
I thought we was all trying to sort of get on a little bit more and only talk about the topic, and you're sitting there basically using disability terms to describe me when I haven't said a word
about you. I would never get on with you. You're a nasty cunt.
Yeah, and so are you. You've got a moustache.
No. I found out a few other things about you, and you are a nasty, nasty cunt.
Okay, and you've got a moustache.
Turn around and ring.
Are we going to stick to the subject? Velle, are we doing personals? We're sticking to the subject? What are we doing? Because this old lady doesn't seem to understand.
You ring social services on Taffy, don't you?
Sorry, what?
You ring social services on Taffy, don't you?
No, I don't. I've never rung
social services. Is it echoing still?
Yeah, you do.
No,
I don't. Look, I'd tell you if I did.
Yeah, God.
Everybody believes it was you.
I don't care what everyone believes. I know I didn't. I got a call from social services.
Yeah. Why would they call you?
Listen. None of that social service stuff to do with Chrissy. It's to do with any. Chrissy. Forget about explaining the same story over and over again. It's a
let me respond to that slur.
Listen.
Let me respond to that slur.
Alright. But I'm telling you, it's a bait and switch to go into a whole other topic, innit?
Yeah, I know it is, but I'm just going to respond to that slur and then we can drop it. Esau phoned social services on Taffy and gave them my phone number.
How did Esau have your phone number?
Everyone's got my phone number.
I haven't.
Oh,
I'm sure
God.
Jupiter hasn't.
You probably don't remember.
No, I
my phone
fucking
number was
certainly
put
don't.
out
I don't have it. I
I'm
don't
sure
want your
Luke
number.
doesn't have your
my phone
number.
number was put out. My phone number was put out for a year by Wasp and Omar.
Oh my! Oh
Your
my!
number's on your
Oh, was
Facebook.
that when I fucking gold was with him? You know,
No, wrong
that
phone number,
time?
Luke.
No, of course
That's
it
the filter
wouldn't be
number.
because he's a little bum chum, isn't he?
Yeah, the number on Facebook is the number that I use as a filter number.
So
it's my
Esau's got
personal-
a different number.
More bullshit.
Sorry?
So Esau's got a different number then.
Yeah, Esau's got my personal number,
How do you get that?
as a lot of other people have. You've got it. Seven's
I
got
haven't.
it.
I haven't got it,
Okay,
don't
so
I?
Seven's
Luke hasn't got
number.
your personal number.
Seven's
fucking
definitely
slander, I
got
don't
it
have your
because
number.
Seven's phoned me. Wasp has definitely got it because Wasp has phoned me. Esau's definitely got it because Esau's phoned me. Brian Hurl's definitely got it because Brian. Loads of people.
Brian's got it because she went to Speaker's Corner with him. Brian's got it
look,
so you
Fab,
could ring
shut
him
up while Luke's
when you're
talking.
picking up from Speaker's Corner.
Luke, start again. Say again, Luke.
You've got Brian's number because you had to ring him and tell him that he was round corner when you were picking him up for
I
Speaker's
don't
Corner.
think I've got his new number.
See, you
I had his
see,
number ages ago.
what happened, yeah? I gave you a minute, yeah? And now he's going to go into a whole different topic, innit? Like I was saying,
No, we
we had to battle away the bait and switch, bro.
Go back to Tommy. My stance is this: whatever he's done, he has. Do you know what I mean? He held his hands up. He pleaded guilty, but for what he's done, he does not deserve the punishment that he has been given.
Of course he does. He basically.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
when
he
the- what happened,
deserves
yeah?
double
He's got-
punishment, does
he
he?
broke the-
willfully.
He's been in the contempt of
an
court
order
10
that
different,
was crystal clear.
10 different times.
Hang on a minute,
And
Benny.
he
I've heard
willfully
about
broke it
this
in a
10.
really bad way.
You must know about the 10, so please name the 10.
Sorry?
Yeah, anytime he's made a post, anytime he's mentioned any of the liable claims in any interview, and anytime he's published a video, that counts as liable.
Well,
That counts as one of the liable claims.
Tell us when and where.
Defamation.
Stop saying tell us. You've heard all the interviews. You've heard him give interviews in Europe and in Canada and America about the same Jamal Hijazi thing. He's done a thing in central London, which repeated the claim so and so. Every time you repeat the claim,
let me ask you
every time, no, bro, let's stop.
Benny, yeah?
Stop.
Do you agree with what happened to Bailey?
Stop. Yeah, because you keep running from pillar to post. Got to stick to one point.
With what happened to Bailey?
Yeah, stick to the point, yeah? There's 10 different violations of the liability claim or the judgment that the judge gives. Anytime the claim,
it's all the same.
Anytime,
one, but you lot
anytime,
anytime
the claim is repeated, anytime the claim is repeated, counts as a violation.
Okay, I'll accept that. Do you agree with what happened to Bailey? Do you condemn all the Muslim men that went outside the school and went outside his house? Do you condemn Piers Morgan?
The people that protest
that one, please, Velle?
Can I answer that one? Hey, stop your noise, man.
Velle, can I answer that one?
You guys protest against illegal immigrants that are leaving every day. Of course they can protest against their kids getting
Muslim
bullied.
fathers turned up at the school to pick up their Muslim children because Tommy Robinson
I don't go against anyone
coming down with his
who has right to protest.
With his little EDL mob.
I don't go against anyone's right to protest.
Pick up their child is not a Muslim turning up for Bailey.
No,
even though
there was more people turned up. There wasn't just dads there.
The school.
Sorry,
people are allowed to protest.
Who's talking? Jukes or Luke?
People are allowed to protest, man. I'm not against anyone's right to protest.
I am. When it
People
comes to
decide to protest,
I don't think the protesting outside the school. I think that's it can be intimidating. It can be threatening. There's children there.
Yep.
Exactly.
Just like Tommy and his lot do when there's a court case.
And I disagree with it.
Wait, hold on a second. Where are they going to protest? Where are they going to protest where their kids got bullied? Of course, you're going to protest outside the place where your kid got bullied if the teachers ain't doing nothing about it and whatever, and the shit's going viral.
I'm not I agree with that. I think it's intimidating. I don't think that should be allowed.
So what? What? What did you say?
Has he got 50 dads?
50 dads? Man, don't give a fuck how much dads he's got, bro.
People protest. The Muslim community
Schools have hundreds of
protested
children.
against their kid getting bullied.
If 50 fathers turn up to pick up their fucking children.
Yeah, the kids are allowed to protest. So what if Bailey didn't like the protest? They're allowed to protest.
A 15-year-old boy.
No, Bailey was 16 in it, and he was intimidating the 15-year-old boy. Yeah, and you're allowed to protest outside schools, man. Behave yourself. People protest outside schools all the time for different shits.
They do.
That's
The
right.
teachers protest outside schools.
You should be allowed to protest when 3 children get stabbed to death in Southport without people branding you racist.
Say again, Jukes. Say again, Jukes.
I agree that people should be allowed to protest, and we should be able to protest against 3 children getting stabbed in Southport without being branded racist.
Well, the people that protested against that wasn't branded racist. It was the people that attacked mosques, police, and other things after that was branded racist.
Exactly, people were told to put all their weapons away because they took out their weapons from Southport. Like that.
So the things
According
that
to
the riots
Charles Palmer, anyone who
were
agreed with the protests were extreme.
It's far right. Yeah, that's what our Prime Minister said, right? You guys are far right.
Your Prime Minister,
he also
not
said
mine.
that trans
yeah, man, big up Kia.
Yeah, but he also said that trans women could be women last year, and he's now got his egg in face, hasn't he? So he's not always right.
Yep, he's been spotted kissing
Listen,
a man.
No, this trans issue's got nothing to do. The trans issue's got nothing to do with
no,
whether Tommy Robinson's guilty or not. Tommy Robinson's guilty.
There's like a pillar of fucking truth and fact.
Yeah, Tommy Robinson's guilty. The people that were burning down hotels in Southport and all that. The people, wait, hold on. Tommy Robinson's guilty. The people that was burning down hotels and rioting in Southport were classed as far right because they should be.
Burn a hotel down. No hotel burnt down.
They tried. They tried. They attempted to.
Yeah, but they didn't burn it down. Trying to.
What do you mean they tried? Listen to this. They tried.
Oh my God. They tried, but they didn't. They're actually burning a hotel.
That's worse. They attempted.
You know.
So we've got good firemen, yeah?
To get a Bailey's family, they smashed the windows in and were threatening to burn it out and made very serious threats.
Yeah,
and I don't think anyone agrees with that, Jude. But that's what happens.
Where's the evidence for that? Can we see some evidence for that? Have you got any evidence for that, first of all?
Well, the police had to move the family. The police had to move the family because of the threats of violence. Yes, it was.
It was the council that moved the police.
No, the police were involved.
The police will always get involved when there's a chance of violence, but it was the council that moved them. No, it's not.
Men were protesting outside
in their case,
of
it was the council that moved them.
Because they was
listen. Have you got evidence of that?
That was a Muslim that put them in the place they were because they was right in a Muslim area.
All this deflection is just an attempt to not admit the guilt or the bits that's been found liable in court. Forget about all this side deflection.
I think
it was spending way too much time on that. Like the judge couldn't find any other. He had to find him guilty.
Go any other way.
We accept that Tommy Robinson did put the video out. We accept that he pled guilty. I don't know why you think we're avoiding it.
I don't know why you lot always cry every day.
So what are you arguing with us for then? What's the argument then?
What is the disagreement about
you're arguing that it's all about Jamal, and we're telling you it's not. It's the bigger picture. It's to do with the political system. The propaganda
Jamal's the one that was infringed against.
The propaganda arm and the way they used Jamal to fulfill their wishes to go against Tommy Robinson, to silence anybody that can see the injustices in this country.
Yeah, so when I said that, again, yeah. So you did go with the same point that I said that this is bollocks, yeah. Anyway, because like I said,
but
there's no evidence. There's no. It's bollocks, bro. You're just saying it's true with no. Exactly. You're saying it's true with no evidence. I'm saying it's bollocks with evidence behind it. The court case shows that my man was liable.
That's your opinion. I think there's still reasonable doubt.
There ain't no such thing as reasonable doubt. Yeah, when it's proven beyond reasonable doubt that
I don't think it was. I think the judge was corrupt and bought out.
It doesn't have to be reasonable doubt in a civil court. It's beyond.
Hey, this is why these locks are so good to argue against here, because it don't matter what. Listen, we could show you, fucking Tommy Robinson being the biggest nonce in the world. These men are gonna say, no, he never
Yeah.
Done it. Ain't
No,
never done it.
because
It don't matter.
the
Like,
thing
it don't matter what
is,
evidence is there.
Have you never watched Silenced?
I've watched that shitty documentary.
evidence
Listen,
of the
stop telling me about that
teachers
stupid, shitty
saying
silent
that
documentary
Velle was
because
a
it's
little
bollocks.
shit?
Silence
Yeah,
is a
how?
load of shit. Silence is a load of shit, yeah, and it's been ripped inside out with actual court documents every
No,
time.
it
This fucking
hasn't.
propaganda, it has. That's why he's in jail, you donut.
Well, we
What's
don't
wrong with
believe
you?
it has.
Why is he in jail?
Yeah,
Then?
but the thing
We
is that
believe
If
if that went
silence
to a
was
you're
true,
jury, he would have
saying
got
if
that
found
all
silence
those
was
guilty.
true,
teachers
if
lied.
silence is true, the evidence in silence is true. Why is Tommy Robinson in
Are
jail
you
and admitted
saying
to
that the
being
teachers
liable?
are lying when
I've
they
seen that.
say that they've
Of
been
course they was
given
fucking
paid off?
lying. Kids lie all the time.
Doctors,
Teachers,
You know they don't lie.
doctors,
Teenagers
doctors,
teachers.
fucking lie all the
teachers,
time, man. What the hell? Are you okay?
doctors, teachers, and
This
their own
stupid
parents
documentary of
must
silence
have
with these
been
spanky
lying as
kids
well.
on there saying, "Oh, he done this, he done that," and then got fucking cross-examined and made to look stupid on the
Hang on
stand.
a minute,
Only
Velle,
kids would
The
have
you're
done
not
that.
girl said,
hearing
No
the
me.
adult
girl
would have done
said
that. That's
that
why the
she
adults
was,
never done. That's why the adults never went because
the
they're like,
girl
"Bro,
said
obviously
that
this
she
is
went to the
spazzy.
doctors
There's no
about
way that
Because
I'm
homelessness
they
and
gonna
couldn't
fucking."
everything.
go because they had NDAs.
It is
They
spazzy.
didn't have
Fucking NDAs.
Yes,
NDAs.
they
There
did.
were no NDAs
Yeah,
given out
whatever.
for
I'm not
this.
listening to
Go
you.
and
You're a
have a look.
Mongo.
Research it. Just because you're told that by the Tommy Tods doesn't mean it's true. Go and actually look.
Just because you don't
So
like
what
Tommy
motive?
doesn't mean
It's
that it
What
not. It's
wasn't
because
motive?
true
it's not there,
either.
Oh
Bev.
my god!
I
What
was just gonna
I've
say,
got
motive was all
personal
those
fucking
staff?
experience with NDAs. I know why they get put
No,
on,
you
how they
don't.
work,
No,
and
you don't. You
everything.
don't have any
Okay.
Yes,
experience
I
of
do.
anything.
Go and have a look at my
What
previous
motive
history at
nobody's
multiple
asked. Let's
of
fix the subject.
Yeah,
who
the
no,
did
thank
staff
give
you.
NDAs
members?
out
I've been looking
and
into
people
you
that
enough
took
as it is
bribes.
lately.
You two just love arguing. Go on, carry on arguing. I'll speak when you fucking finish slagging each other off. And
There were no
nobody-
NDAs. There were no
Yeah,
NDAs.
whatever.
Nobody's
Go and look
asked.
it up. Just go and look it up.
Yeah.
How can we? Why don't you just show us? Have you got evidence that there was no NDAs?
No, you can do
Right,
it
let's
quicker
move on
than I can, right? It's all you got to do, Luke, is have a look at what do they
Yo,
know?
hey Chrissy, Politico's done a video showing that there's no NDAs.
All right, can
Politico,
someone
he
get
done a video.
Politico
He's a
video
right
up
winger.
so
No, I'll
Luke can
take
see
it.
it?
I've
Luke,
got no reason to
if
doubt
there
that.
were NDAs,
Luke, in your own time, yeah. Look
I've
for
got
that
no
guy
reason to doubt
Politico's
that,
channel, yeah.
I'm
Look
not
for that guy
really,
Politico.
I've got
Wait,
no
hold on.
reason.
Listen, Luke, in your own time, look for that guy Politico's channel, yeah. Go through the videos, watch the videos yourself, and then come to your conclusion there. Because he's comparing what they're saying in court and what they're saying in the documentary, yeah. And then that's why it's like beyond reasonable doubt that he was chatting shit about the fucking kid. There's some bullying of this little foreigner.
The way I look at that Politico situation, I've got no reason to believe that Politico's lying. I believe he got told that there was non-disclosure. There wasn't any non-disclosure orders, but I believe that the justice system is corrupt, and I believe that it's possible that they didn't give him the actual information. I believe that they would withhold information to shore up their political stances. We've seen
On the freedom of information request, they're going to hide the information.
Hold on, I haven't finished. We've seen the way that Keir Starmer reacted to what was reasonable protests after 3 children got murdered. And we saw the way that he came out.
People burning down hotels.
Hold on, there was no hotels burnt down. There was fire alarms.
Nazis marching on the street, man. What the hell's going on?
But we see the way that instead of him coming out, hold on, let me finish. Instead of him coming out and saying, look, we're calling for calm. We understand that feelings are high, that tensions are running high, and we don't want to let the extremes of society take hold of this. We know that there is genuine cause for concern, and we are going to look at the genuine causes of concern for everybody. That he came out and said, I can promise the Muslims we will look after them. So don't tell me this country
you donuts was fucking running up a mosque, you donut. Why do you think he's going to say that? Why do you think that he's going to say that he's going to protect the Muslim community? Because you guys
CCTV of that man kissing the very man that he was holed up with during the whole of the time of COVID. So this
man, Jim Davidson propaganda. Now
about
you're using Jim
Keir
Davidson propaganda, yeah?
sexuality
Get the hell out of
since
here
he
with
was in university.
that, man.
Yeah, it's nothing new,
You
Jude.
got such dishonest. This is what gets man triggered, is because you not use such dishonest tactics
Yeah, what's
to try
that?
to just lie instead of just admitting the truth. Man are so dishonest and all that.
Who's
Stuff,
been
like.
kissing
This
who?
making up some lie about fucking Lord Ali or whatever literally ain't even gonna prove that the whole government or the whole state is against Tommy Robinson.
One minute, Velle. Let me hear the accusation.
If you go on TikTok and type in CCTV Keir Starmer, you'll see it for yourself, Luke.
So, Luke, what they're basically saying is that
What are you talking about?
Keir Starmer snogging Lord Ali. But there's been rumours about Keir Starmer's sexuality since he was at university, which is fucking 40 years ago.
So Keir Starmer snogging Lord Ali means that Tommy Robinson's not guilty. What the fuck has that got to do with Tommy Robinson case, man?
Exactly.
How does that show that the government's against Tommy Robinson? This is just because you start using such dishonest tactics to try to sway the conversation.
Why are you trying to
It's annoying.
Part of the system that has infiltrated this country
for Tommy Robinson
and made
being
it as bad as it is.
Why are you trying to bring up whether or not what his sexuality is when you just can't get away from Tommy Robinson is a complete cunt?
No, what we're saying is that there's a bigger political agenda here, and that Jamal's case was used and optimised by those political divisionists to try to push in. The bigger agenda is that the government is corrupt and selling out to Muslims for Muslim
all governments are corrupt. I think we can all agree that, yeah?
and not in the best interest of the whole of the nation.
Right. I think we can all agree that all governments are corrupt. Yeah,
to some level, yeah. But the corruption that we see now is beyond the pale.
Right.
Any other prime minister that was sitting in power and had taken all the freebies and given somebody a key to number 10 would have resigned within weeks. Why is this bloke still clinging on?
What bloke?
Starmer. Or do you think he's a woman? Which is quite possible.
Sorry?
You heard?
No, I didn't hear. That's why I'm asking you to repeat.
I said, or do you think he's a woman, which is quite possible that we were misgendering
no, I don't
him
think
because
he's a woman, but
the way that he doesn't understand what a woman is.
This is where you show your
doesn't understand what a woman is, so he can't be sure himself.
Look. What does it matter if he's a woman or a man? What does it matter if he's gay, straight, or bisexual? What does any of that matter?
It doesn't. It's whether he's dishonest about who he is.
So why the right wing
because
trying
he's
to
dishonest
slander
about who he is?
Sorry?
It's because he's dishonest.
How is he dishonest more than any other fucking politician?
Because he's not a family man. He's portraying himself as something that he is not.
What? So what is he trying to portray himself as?
Luke, also, there's been secret recordings of Keir Starmer that's also been leaked in certain circles of what he thinks privately of the common people in this country. The man is an absolute. Well, go and look, Chrissy, if you're behind the loop.
Well, no, I'm asking you where they are, so I can go
if you're not in the loop, that's not my fault. It just means
no. It's that there isn't a loop, Dukes, is there? I'm more in the loop than most people,
you're the one
and I'm unaware of any
fucking
recordings.
You're the one who
I'm unaware of any recordings.
I'm behind
so
the loop.
I'm
not in
you
the loop.
where they are, but you can't tell me, can you? You just want to slander them.
I can. I just won't.
Okay, so what's that? How does that help? Because if these recordings are real and they exist, I want to fucking know about them.
I don't really think you know him would change anything.
Okay. But don't you want everyone else to actually see it? Or do you want to just put it in their heads so that it just tickles their...
I've already told them where to look on my channel.
Oh, right. But I don't watch your channel. So can you tell me where to find them?
Nope.
And you won't do that because they don't exist.
Okay, if you say so.
Okay, so I've told you where you can find out about the NDAs, yeah, because I can prove to you that there were no NDAs given out for that. That's why I can say to you, go and have a look and you'll find it. But you can't tell me where these secret recordings of Keir Starmer are. Probably because they don't exist.
I can't. Those who know. Enough people in the side chat have seen it, mate. So if you want to believe I'm just making it up,
obviously, I didn't say that. I've asked you where you got that information from, because you right-wingers love to run with complete bollocks.
I'm not right-wing. I'm sort of like middle.
You are right-wing, Dukes.
I don't believe there's a right or left wing anymore.
You're right-wing.
I just think there's a hell of a lot of corruption with a lot of people actually being.
And you're right. And you're right. There is a hell of a lot of corruption, but it's everywhere. And you focusing on one side isn't going to help, because the Tories have proved to be just as corrupt as Labour.
I never said there wasn't.
But I'm saying, so we agree that all the politicians are corrupt, give or take.
I actually think there's a slight difference, because certain policies, people on the Tories have actually spoken out. I mean, Kemi Badenoch, she never agreed with shared toilets, and she always knew what a woman was, unlike Starmer.
Right, but Kemi Badenoch let children piss themselves in the class, full well knowing that toilets were, kids weren't allowed to use the toilet during lesson time. So she didn't mind saying, oh, kids are being stopped from using the toilets because there might be someone of the opposite sex in there. But that didn't matter to her when, it was about, oh, you can't go to the call of nature when nature calls. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's wrong if that's what's actually happening.
That is wrong, isn't it?
That would be. So that would be a wrong decision. But I don't know anything about that.
Kemi's just as corrupt as any other one. Is
that? School's about learning, and you're taught to look, you've got free time now. Go to the toilet. You're not going to be able to go to the toilet for the next hour. The same way as if you was on a fucking a boat that didn't have a toilet, or a long car journey on a motorway.
Exactly.
I can't see that. Men going into women's bathrooms.
But look, when you have children that literally,
I'm one of them, because if I need a piss within 30 seconds, I need a piss, and there'd be no teacher that would tell me that I need a piss. But I don't think it's a child abusive rule to have in place that you can't go to the toilet during class times. I think, and again, push comes to shove, if the teacher's going to be a cunt about it, then I think it's kind of case by case. I don't see that as just an abusive policy, though. I think that's trying to just teach kids how to time management and just a bit of responsibility.
Well, the few people that I spoke to that sort of wanted this to carry on, they were saying that it's about children wasting their time and not actually needing the toilet, and that's where
that's what I would have done.
Yeah,
when I was at school, we had peas. There was
would you
one
not
pea that
use
was
your
allowed.
discernment to work out what kids were fucking you around as a teacher and what kids actually needed the toilet, rather than just say, a
lot of children are going to school not potty trained these days. So in this world that we live in, that's so crazy, we have got parents that are so lazy that don't potty train their kids. We have got people that are hypersensitive and think that their children should be treated like snowflakes and allowed to run off to the loo every 2 minutes. So I do see where Luke's coming from as well.
Yeah. If a child needs the toilet and the teacher thinks that they, do really need the toilet, a teenage girl menstruating, for instance, might need the toilet more than one that wasn't. Should they be allowed to go to the toilet? Yes. Call of nature. It's natural.
I would assume that would have been a medical emergency anyway.
Well, no, it wouldn't have been a medical emergency. It's just, the girl needs the toilet. Yeah. The boy needs the toilet.
Listen, if a girl stands up and she's come on early or late or whatever, and there's blood all over the back of her skirt, it would be a medical emergency, yes.
Well, no, they wouldn't put that down as a medical emergency, Jukes. I've dealt with cases in schools where that has actually happened, and it's not a medical emergency. It's, it's like, oh, we didn't realise, she didn't tell us that she was menstruating. And then it's like, you asked the child, and the child said, I actually said, it's my time of the month, miss. Can I go to the toilet, please? No, sit down.
Yeah, I don't believe that's going on.
Well, I know that's going on because she done it in class, and her whole class said, yes, she did tell the teacher that it was her time of the month and she needed to go to the toilet. And the teacher then agreed that, oh, yes, she did tell me that, but I thought she was mucking me about. That was just one case that I've dealt with. If you go back and have a look on my channel 7-8 years ago, you'll see that I've done quite a few videos of them. And, I had an arsehole fucking deputy head teacher turning around saying, no, the kids, they don't have to go to the toilet. And the thing is, guys, is what we don't realise is we're all older, and when we are old, because we told the children that obviously in the schools that they could only go when they were told they could go. When we're in a fucking nursing home and we say, "Excuse me, can you wheel me to the toilet, please?" They're going to go, "You've got to wait until break."
The same way as if like you're in the majority of life where you're in like full-time work and I don't know, you might be holding up a little cafeteria all by your ones and there's a queue of 100 people and it's your busiest time and you might have to learn to hold your weed for an hour.
Well, adults can do that better than children can.
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, so again, I don't see it as like a child abusive policy. I believe it's introduced to try and teach and train kids that look, you're gonna have to realize during class times you can't really go to the toilet, so get all done that done. Do your breaks, so you didn't.
During class times, you can't tell when you need a toilet desperately.
You can't. But you can learn. You can learn. So you can learn to maybe control it.
As the adults that think they should. Yeah.
No. I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing. If a teacher was to flat out say no, you're not going to the toilet, like I said, I wouldn't. I'd piss in the corner.
Yeah.
If he had to piss in the corner.
And that's what I would do. That's what a lot of people would do. But sadly, there's some kids that just won't. And the first kid that I, helped that was in this situation, he shit himself. Yeah. And I think he shit and pissed himself actually. And he had to leave that school because he was getting bullied because he fucking soiled himself.
Yeah, but I bet next time, instead of playing football, we'll go to the toilet, wouldn't he?
Sorry?
I said, but next time, instead of playing football in the playground and using his time to utilise the facilities, he will.
Oh, what? So children should spend their free time queuing up so they all go in the toilet.
The recesses have been programmed specifically designed for that.
No, they've not.
Yeah, they have.
The whole thing was put together by the bloody.
So that's why you have the children go in. They have their register taken. They get settled in. They do a head count. They know exactly who's in class, and then they have an early recess, and that is for the children to go off to the toilet and to make sure that they're ready for the day. Then they go into lessons, and then they have to wait for lunchtime, which they get an extended period, not just to eat food, but also to go to recess.
Any of your children. If any of your children asked to go to the toilet in school and were told no, what would you tell them to do?
If they needed to go, I'd tell them just to go, and I would deal with it.
So we're agreeing.
At a parental level. But
we're agreeing.
I would also tell them not to make it a habit and just to use it as an excuse to disrupt the class.
Yeah. So basically, we're all saying we'd be good parents. If you need a toilet child, you go to the toilet. If you and don't fuck about.
Yeah, but there's ways around it. Like you, I disagree with flat out banning it. I'd introduce some. So my first thing was, kid says need toilet. I say no, wait, we're finishing soon. And then if it was to ask again within about 30 seconds, I know that they kind of need a toilet. So I'd have some form of like key system where one person can go out at a time or something. You've got 5 minutes on your timer. If you go over the 5 minutes, then you're going to get a half an hour detention. Like you're going to learn, like you can be responsible, but it's going to have consequences if you take the piss.
You can't give detentions out for kids wanting a toilet. I mean, I get what
you're saying about if I've given them like a 5 minute window.
Hang on, Luke. I get what you're saying about sort of like the key system, because at one of my schools we used to have a big block of wood that said toilet on it, and if you was wandering the fucking halls, without that bit of wood, you was in shit. And and literally the teacher would give you the toilet block so that you was not fucking just missing lessons. And saying that you was in the toilet for
that, like they could come back off. And that, what I'm saying is, if not back within a certain time frame, like 5 minutes, for example, then you're risking you put yourself in detention. So that's where self-responsibility comes into it.
But I mean, there's going to be. It's all about looking at everything on its own merits. Yeah, the teacher should know the children well enough. The teacher should know the pupils well enough to know what ones are going to fuck about and what ones ain't. And they should also have an idea of maybe if a girl's having problems with her sanitary towel or whatever the fuck, that they should have an idea of what's going on with the pupil.
Well, and what's more concerning is if they're
the reason that the schools brought it in was the reasons the schools brought it in is it was easier for the teachers to basically shit on the pupils. because by saying don't let any kids go to toilet during class time, it was just easy. They didn't have to use their brain. They didn't have to think, why does this child need the toilet? You know, they might need the toilet because they're in some way, you know, emotionally upset or something stupid, and the teachers wouldn't have to deal with that.
Yeah, but Chris, do you not agree that we're... Hey, Velle, we can hear you. Do you not think that like teachers are losing a lot of power and control that they had on children at one point? Rightly so, they had too much at one point, but I do sympathise with teachers now. Kind of like there's no discipline in place, and like you rightly mentioned, going to the toilet is a basic human right. So if the kids just turn around and say, you can't stop me, it's my human right, there's got to be a bit of like, so that's why I'd say initially, if you ask for the toilet, I'm going to say no. If you ask again within 30 seconds, whatever, I'm going to take that as like, you're not just wanting to go, like you're not taking the piss, you kind of want to go to the toilet. And then I'll implement like a system where I can ensure that you're not going to take the piss. But I understand why there might be a flat out no toilets during lessons, flat out rule.
Hey, Luke.
As I said, mate, it's got to be on its own merits every single time. Yeah, you'll know the pupils that are fucking you about. You'll know the
hold on, let's get back to the video, man.
And that way you can make the assessment there. Yeah, sorry, Velle, go on.
Wait, let's get back to the video, yeah. But wait, before you play it, yeah, this guy Art of Law, yeah. There's another channel that you guys might like, yeah, Black Belt Barrister, yeah. Black Belt Barrister in his recent Tommy video refers to Art of Law to say that how Tommy Robinson could get out of his football quickly. So even the Black Belt Barrister, which is he's a Sly Tommy fan anyway, accepts that he was liable in that case, and obviously it's not even it's an uphill battle.
But we all know that anyway.
You don't know because you keep arguing against it. You say you don't. You say, yeah, we know that. But then every time we lay out evidence for you to say, yeah, well, this shows liable. This shows liable. No, you don't seem to. Stop saying that. You don't seem to understand because.
What don't I understand?
The judgment has been given out. The judgment has been given out to say that he's liable, not to repeat the claims. Yeah, he's repeated the claims, and you're trying to argue with me. Yeah, but it's not. I don't believe the evidence. It's not beyond reasonable. But it's all that's already been done, though. It's beyond reasonable doubt.
Yeah, because we believe there's a bigger picture. There's
Can I just interrupt? Sorry. It's not beyond
whatever you believe. The evidence
court.
there, beyond reasonable doubt.
Court, it is balance of probabilities. It was not reasonable doubt. It was balance of probabilities, which is a lower standard. If it was reasonable doubt, he would have still lost. But in a civil court, it's balance of probabilities.
And also all the evidence that was brought as like hearsay evidence from Tommy's witness, when they was cross-examined, all of it was smashed up, like beat up to pieces.
Yeah, that's your opinion. I disagree with that.
Well, you mentioned before, if it doesn't take the video down,
you're actually okay to disagree with it, yeah. But the court case actually shows that the different transcripts of what each person said, that because there's children that was given evidence that couldn't give their only their initials were given because they wasn't 18 yet at that time or whatever. So they must have been like 16, 17 or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. So Duke, would
only
you be
people that were in that school would have known who that was.
An independent doctor, a parent, or would you believe a teenager that has no other collaborating witnesses other than one?
Because I've already said that I accept the judge's decision based on the evidence that was provided in court, and the fact that even though he allowed the recording to be put into admission and looked at it, he then had to strike it off because it was taken covertly and could not be considered as more than hearsay. I accept that.
Yeah, I mean, if no one's arguing that. Someone recording, you can spin a story. You know,
no one's arguing that.
Right. So, what are you arguing then? Because you're saying that that people weren't allowed to.
You're trying to make.
Or what is your argument?
So, what we believe is that Jamal's case was used politically by the media and the propaganda arms that reach out from the media that extend all the way to hope, not hate, and the wokeism and the extreme left who have infiltrated and pushed an ideal, We believe that that's what's going on, and that there's corruption within every establishment in this country that is to the detriment of the majority of the people in this country.
Right, I'll go along with most of what you've said, and most of the lefties that I know would also agree with that. The thing is, it's used, lawfare as it's being called, seriously, there is a lot of corruption pretty much everywhere.
No one agrees with that, man. What are you talking about?
So, all right. So, Velle,
no one agrees with that, bro. Especially not in this case here. Like, again, wait, hold on a sec here. If Tommy Robinson didn't agree with that, or whatever, why the hell would he plead guilty to the libel case in the thing? And then, furthermore, why wouldn't he get a retrial or a resubmission of new evidence that showed what he was saying was true?
Guilty to breaching the order,
yeah,
not he breached the libel.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Velle, what I'll say, right, is we all know that there's corruption everywhere. We all know that the mainstream media are fucking awful, yeah. And when it suits the mainstream media, they will, for instance, slander, and defame a good man like Jeremy Corbyn.
Left wing and right wing and centre media has got nothing to do with the court case, Chrissy. But this is just like
it is intertwined, Velle. It is intertwined,
but it isn't though, because the judge never mentioned nothing about anything to listen. Do you know what is actually funny? Yeah, is that the judge actually said that the claims made for racism are not substantiated. Yeah, Jupiter accepts that claim. The judge also said the evidence given by the children is incredible, like as in incredibly shit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
I know. Straight bullshit. And I also accept that.
She don't even.
I'm with you on that one. But what the media done is they knew to put this case forward because the left wing idiots would lap it up. Yeah, because anyone that's normal and anyone that's fucking sensible will look at this and go, you know what, 2 kids fighting in a fucking school playground, and it's all of a sudden, but Tommy couldn't resist it. I would agree with that. Tommy couldn't resist it, and the media.
Tommy wasn't the one who brought it to the attention of the public, though. It was the media.
But Tommy was the one that made.
But Tommy made Facebook posts.
Yes, Tommy made it into
liable claims.
Yeah, and he was so dumb that
he took on. Listen, he took on the arguments that these people were making, that the children were making it against Jamal Hijazi. Innit? That's why he's liable for the claims, because he was publishing these claims like it was true. This girl said so and so. This girl.
But the media were publishing that it was a racist attack, like it was true, and set up a GoFundMe.
And what did the judge say? What did the judge say about? What did the judge say about the racist attack?
The judge said that it wasn't racist. But what the point of the matter here is?
So why do you accept what the judge says in one part and not the other?
When they already had the GoFundMe set up, all ready to go once the story was released. The GoFundMe was set up the day before it was released into the press.
What the hell was that? It's got nothing to do with the court case.
Tommy's made up loads of GoFundMes that are
Hey, Chrissy, don't answer that. That's nothing to do with the court case, man. These keep trying to do this bait and switches onto these other topics that the press are showing this, that, and that. But
we're saying all of these factors feed into reasonable doubt.
But there is no reasonable doubt due to its balance of probabilities.
I believe
the evidence brought in court showed that the kids were lying.
Yeah, but Dupes. It's
well,
like
you can believe that the thing was not true, yeah. But then we're going to ask you. Wait, hold on. We're going to ask you for what evidence do you have that shows that the judge was corrupt, or the evidence? There's new evidence that would show that Jamal was actually guilty of the things that Tommy Robinson was saying.
Right, so I'm saying that we've got more than enough evidence in the way that our own Prime Minister reacted after Southport and the cover-up.
Forget the Prime Minister. It's not bad.
But that's nothing to do with the court case.
To show, hold on, let me land. To show that there is extreme left-wing corruption that are in bed with the extremities in all sectors in this country.
None of that's got nothing to do with the court case,
in this country that have infiltrated.
Southport has nothing to do with Jamal Hijazi case,
right?
Starmer is a red.
Here, Starmer calling right wingers far right is nothing to do with the court case.
Prime Minister that didn't even know what a woman was. Okay, because that's how far the political power.
Whether he doesn't know what a woman is or not, none of that's got nothing to do with the court case.
Well, if he doesn't know what a woman is,
woke has nothing to do with the court case either.
We believe that the propaganda arms within the Muslim community, and their
this is dumb,
had a political sway and were involved and a vested interest in setting Tommy Robinson up. Along with the media,
there's listen. But if you're set up, how do you plead guilty to being set up?
No,
not
we
guilty.
do understand. That
You don't understand. This is the point I keep making to you, man. You keep saying this stuff and you're saying wild stuff, man.
That the judge could, in this particular case, had no other avenue but to find him guilty because he pled guilty because he did it. We're not arguing that.
To the contempt.
How was it? How can it be a setup? Listen, you just made a claim that it's a setup. The government's against them and blah, 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 blah. How does that work with you pleading guilty to a crime that you committed? That literally doesn't make sense. There's no setup in this or nothing to do with that, man. Why are you making these wild claims? Anything you're talking about to do with Southport have nothing to do with the Jamal Hijazi case. All this Keir Starmer stuff, wokery and all this other bullshit that you're talking about has nothing to do with the Jamal Hijazi case. What new evidence that shows Jamal Hijazi was guilty of the claims being published by Tom Robertson are you able to bring forward? There's no evidence that you're able to bring forward. Like, so obviously the charge still stands, and he's already pleaded guilty to it.
60 million people.
Sorry, what?
So what? So
There's
listen,
70
yeah,
million
the whole
people
world,
in this country.
more people have seen fucking Matrix and Avatar than they've seen Thingwall. But do they believe that Matrix and Avatar is real? So what if so many people were?
What? You mean Matrix ain't real?
The number of people who've seen it, like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell is this, man?
Earlier on,
for solid evidence, man.
The Muslim media. They're 5 or 6%. They're 5 or 6% of the country. Yeah.
No, I said the Muslim voting blocks.
No, you said media. You said the Muslim media.
No, I said the media. We're in cahoots with the Muslim voting blocks. Yeah.
Okay, so how does 5 or 6% of the country affect anything if you think you've got the majority? I mean, you know, what is it? 86%.
So there's a lovely Jewish woman called Gabrielle. I can't remember her second name, that talks very well on this subject, and she explains that the amount of people that were actually in the Hitler's army. You know, when Hitler first came about.
Yeah.
You don't need you don't need a majority to actually make some political sway in a country.
Yeah, you would in today's country, especially if you're going to say it's Muslim, because the rich people are the indigenous white people, and we've got 86% of the nation. So how? I
believe that there are people outside of this country that are actually funding a lot of this nonsense.
Yeah, I do, but they can't.
Most of the people that own the right-wing media don't live in this country. What are you talking about? That literally, you know what's weird? Yeah, the claims that you're making go to the people that you support. Like, so it's mad. You're saying that people are funded by outside groups and so on. So Tommy Robinson's funded by some guy in Canada. Yeah, the right-wing media. Most of the people that own these right-wing media things don't actually live in the UK. They're non-doms from outside of the UK.
I would say the same about all the mainstream media with the left as well in this country.
Right. So
what's the left-wing media?
It only adds to the fact that when I tell you...
Even Daily Mail ain't a bumper clock left-wing media, yeah? Because when it was time to stand up for Jeremy Corbyn, they was willing to throw him under the bus. I don't know about these left-wing medias that you don't keep talking about. It's crazy.
All of the extremities are in bed together, and that there's major corruption in this country, you would agree?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Say that again?
The extreme left and extreme right can be in bed together. Yep, I'll agree on that, because they need each other to survive.
Yep, and there's major corruption.
Chrissy, I don't know why you keep taking these baits, brother. Just going
no, it's not a bait, mate. It's not a bait. It's a fact.
It is. It's bait. Path to nowhere. There's nothing at the end of that path that shows any new evidence for any of the claims that we're asking for.
Right, and I agree with that. But when someone's making a correct statement, you've got to go with it. If I didn't think it was correct, I'd say so.
The left and right being in bed, yeah. How does that prove that Tom Robinson's innocent of any of the claims that he doesn't?
We're not saying
against Jamal Hijazi.
We're not saying that.
So there's Keir Starmer kiss Lord Ali. How does any of that prove that any of the judgments made in court shows that Tom Robinson isn't guilty or whatever?
Velle, again,
none of it does. It's just halfway to nowhere. Just going to the park to play on the swings and then come back to the argument.
You're not listening. We accept that he's guilty of showing the footage. He pled guilty because he did do it. But we're saying that there was no other option available to him for him to get out his side of the story, and that when you see the video silence, there is enough reasonable doubt in there, and that the hearsay of these non-disclosure orders should be fully investigated in the court for us to believe that the judge actually made the right decision. Because we say that it looks like a level of corruption and a vested interest on the behalf of the left-wing establishment and the extremities that they're in bed with to put Tommy Robinson away. I don't know why you're not grasping what
he put himself in.
Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson.
It's just fantasy that you're saying. No, because you're saying loads of fantastical bollocks. That's why.
Yeah, but
Tommy Robinson put himself in jail with the claims that he made that was proven to be liable and repeated them.
To agree to disagree on perspectives, because I believe there's a lot of corruption in this country.
You can disagree on the perspective, but the only thing that's facts is that Tommy Robinson already lost the case.
Be democracy in this country, that we don't no longer have decent democracy, that we're being gaslit as a nation, we're being force-fed stuff that we don't agree with in the majority. You're
gaslighting now.
No, that's what I believe. I'm not gaslighting. I'm telling you what I believe, right? And I believe that this case indicates and actually shows to people at a layman level where the injustices are occurring, and that they might be doing it to Tommy Robinson, but it could be anybody that they do it to. Other cases that I would say,
because if you make up lies,
are people like Farage, who only told the truth and then got put away for telling the truth, and there are several other people. So
would you agree? Make up lies.
Would you agree?
If you make a liable claim against me, wait, hold on, Jupiter. If you make a liable claim against me and I bring you to court and it's proven that the claims that you made are liable or whatever, and you have a fine to pay, and you repeat the lies, like, you can go jail yourself. Like that. That's what happened. So there's no conspiracy in that. It's like man told a lie, published a lie, repeated it 10 million times all around the world, and then went in jail for it.
From a very myopic point of view.
No, I'm looking at it from the facts. The facts are there was a lie told.
You're looking at
yes. There was the
government were able to
facts are there was a lie told. There was a court case. So there, let me finish. Yeah. Wait. Let me finish. Then you can go. Jupiter. Let me finish and you can go. Stop. Don't run. You can go without no interruptions. Yeah. Like, there was a court case. Tom Robinson lost the court case. So what he should have done is erased all the claims that were liable. Erased them from the documentary. Could have still released the documentary and even said he disagrees with the judgment that was made and blah blah blah, all that. Then he wouldn't be in jail. Wait, hold on. He wouldn't be in jail right now. He didn't do that. He repeated the liable claims, the claims that he already. He repeated the claims that was liable. He repeated the claims that was, in fact, he still hasn't removed the liable claims from his social media page.
And I hope that he doesn't. Because I believe, that what he has exposed in the wider scheme of things is a level of corruption that is absolutely disgusting, that's brought no justice to girls that were groomed up and down this country, along with a lot
that's got nothing to do with this Tom Robinson case, man.
That's been overlooked, as well as a lot of things that have been politically pushed up on ordinary people and families that we don't really want to happen in the schoolroom, in the classrooms, and everything else. For example, the fact that Keir Starmer didn't know what a woman was a week ago. But all of those political agendas, hold on, are fed in to the situation of silencing Tommy Robinson. And you think that it's all about Tommy Robinson, the person. I see it as being about every single individual that could have this system come down on them if they don't have the right thought process or the right or say the right thing that goes along with
the law will be used against you if
in our society want.
Let me just say something. Yeah, the law will be used against you. Yeah, sorry, 1 second. If the law will be used against you if you break the law, like literally, he made a liable claim. Yeah, they was able to bring up the money to bring him to court for the liable claim. He tried to fight against it and was found to be liable. So, and then after that, repeated the claims continuously, then pled guilty to it. And now you keep trying to talk about all these other sides about all these different injustices or whatever.
That's because
Like it's nothing to do with anything, even this stuff to do with the grooming gangs and rah. That's nothing to do with this Tommy Robinson case here, right here, or right now.
So we believe
it isn't.
Okay,
There's no. Wait. Listen, nothing in that Jamal. Wait, hold on a sec. Yeah, the reason why Tommy Robinson's in jail is for repeating libel claims or actually disobeying the judge's orders. So the judge ordered him not to repeat these libel claims, and he repeated them. That's why he's in jail right now.
Yeah.
Not because grooming gangs are running rife and he's been able to shed a light on it. That's not nothing to do with why he's in jail. Like, that's just extra side stuff that you guys want to use as motivation to try to get people on Tommy's side and like he's a victim of something or whatever. Like, you're just being dishonest, man. You should just, like, the truth is that the claims were made, the claims were false, the claims were proven to be false, the court case was heard, he accepted the judgment or whatever because, you know why he accepted the judgment, yeah? Because he's not tried to appeal the ruling or whatever, brought any new evidence that can prove what he's saying is right or whatever. He just released the documentary, knowing that obviously you're going to get in some shit after, but yeah, fuck it, I'm going to be able to make that. What if I can make 200 racks and go jail for 18 months? I might do the same shit myself. Do you get me? Like,
right, Velle,
you say that if you're going to make 200 racks and go jail for 18 months,
simply,
you fucking lie as well, bro.
My point of view is this, Velle, right? That Tommy Robinson was somebody that was an activist who spoke very loudly about the injustices of grooming gangs. He spoke very loudly about the radicalisation that radiated out from Luton that was found to be true. And he was the very first person that spoke about it to his local councils and everything else. That's all on record. And that they tried to come down heavy on him for spotting the radicalisation and the voting blocks and the Muslim pressure groups that were coming and infiltrating into our political system, right? So he,
or maybe they saw that he was trying to start a race war.
And because he done all that stuff, he was deemed then, like the book says, enemy of the state, to try and silence him because they did not want his popularity to gather any more. Right? They tried by getting him into court for being outside a court case. That was the first offence that they did.
No, that's what he admitted
where
to.
A judge had to release him because they said that there wasn't due process. A lot of people don't talk about that, but they did find in his favour and he was released.
Yeah, they've got the procedure up. It happens.
And then they went after him with this situation with Jamal. Now, no one is disagreeing with you that Tommy Robinson isn't a political figure. He was never trained to be a public speaker. He was just a layman and an activist who had his own, who was very insightful and could see the way that politics was going in this country. And yes, he did end up saying things that wasn't applicable by the law, right, in the Jamal case. No one's disagreeing with that. No one is disagreeing that he made a documentary to show his side of things. We believe that was the only avenue left open to him because the whole system and propaganda arm were not prepared to fully investigate fairly, because otherwise it would go against the narrative that they're pushing in this country. Therefore, they had a vested interest in making sure that he wasn't allowed to show that documentary, to show the non-disclosure orders, to show all the things where the government are exercising their power unjustly to silence people. Okay, we believe that this is a window into what's really going on with the corruption. And so we look at Tommy Robinson and we say he's a bloody hero for taking the hit that other people wouldn't take. And yes, we understand
he's a criminal that's trying to start a race war.
Yes, we agree the judge found him guilty because he was guilty of making the video and showing it. And we all accept that the judge, through manipulation and whatever, wants to try to blackmail him with the sentencing by saying, get rid of the video. And
because
then
it's lies.
And then we'll cut.
Because it's liable.
And then we'll cut.
The video was full of lies.
What are you doing? Listen, you can't
that
say
video isn't
you
libelous. We believe that video shows reasonable doubt, and that is the difference between us.
There is no reasonable doubt in a civil court case.
On that.
There is no civil.
The evidence that was provided showed that Tommy Robinson was wrong. That's why he was liable. listen, why he's liable is because the evidence was shown that Tom Robinson's people were lying and Jamal Hijazi was telling the truth. Like, I don't get why you're trying to do all this other side stuff like, oh, the girls and the so-and-so and the blah, 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 blah. None of that's got nothing to do with none of that's got nothing to do with the court case. The documentary can't be shown because it makes the documentary can't be shown because it's making liable claims. There's lies in it.
They're doing that for Jamal.
He can edit. Listen, he can edit out everything to do with Jamal and still have the documentary.
We believe that they want to get rid of that video because it shows how corrupt they are with non-disclosure.
No, because it's lies. Oh my God, he can still. This is why you're being dishonest. Jupiter, stop being dishonest, man. You can let Jupiter, stop being dishonest. Stop being dishonest.
Threaten people, ordinary people.
Stop being dishonest, man.
We believe that what happened to Bailey was
stop being dishonest, man.
To the mother up north, who had to sit in a mosque with a tea towel on her head and make apologies for her.
That's nothing to do with the Jamal Hijazi case, man. You're doing this pebble dashing style. You've learned this new pebble dash style where you're just throwing loads of shit at the wall and seeing what sticks.
There is a Muslim voting bloc, a lot of corruption, and a lot of outside influence.
Listen, you sounded like Kaylee and Jake right now.
The Muslim voting bloc is bigger than the far right.
You're sounding as mad as Kaylee and Jake right now. It don't matter what the evidence shows. It don't matter what the court case said or whatever. It just matters what you think. You just believe all these things equal that Tommy Robinson's not guilty. But he pled guilty. First of all, he got found liable. Second of all,
he couldn't do anything else because he did. And stop saying
what are you talking about, Babs? It don't even make sense. Listen, you're saying that. You're saying that it's okay for him to lie on a 15-year-old kid because he wants to raise money. Then, yeah, is that okay? Yeah, that's what he did, though. That's what you're basically saying. No, oh well, he's allowed to lie. He's allowed to lie because we believe him, even though he's been found that he's liable or whatever. He's just allowed to lie and raise money and lie on this refugee kid. If it was an English kid, we wouldn't want him to lie on him though. But if it's a refugee kid, then yeah, he can lie on him all the time.
Hang on a minute,
it's not about him being a refugee.
Yes, it is.
No,
that's the only reason why you got against him.
Are you telling me that
if it was two English kids, whose side would you be on?
I don't have anything against Jamal. I think he was a little kid.
If it was two English kids, whose side would you be on? You wouldn't be. You would look further into it and all this, that, and the other. You'd listen to both sides of the story. This time, you ain't even read the court papers. How can you not even read? How can you not read the court papers?
What you on about?
Because I find the courts very, very, very corrupt, and not just because of Tommy.
So why do you accept that the court said there's no racism then? If the courts are so corrupt, why do you accept the court said there's no racism then?
There's a lady who was
just bloody obvious there was no racism. We saw the video for ourselves. There was no racism.
It's obvious that he was lying as well then, right? Because that's what they said.
Ready? There was a lady put in prison because of the riots last summer, just for walking home from work and taking a video of it.
Yeah.
The courts have been bought. The courts are fucking as corrupt, if not more corrupt than what the government is. If you think I'm gonna listen to any fucking court papers, you are fucking kidding me. You are fucking kidding me.
Are you joking?
Left-wing activist, you'd
so you wait, hold on a second. You don't. You wait. Hold on. You do not trust the British law system, yeah?
No.
You think the British system is corrupt, yeah?
Last summer, just for walking home and taking a video of the riots.
Oh my God, this is crazy still. See, it's mad. You know what's mad though, yeah? Because anytime Tommy Robinson goes court and gets any cases in his favour or whatever, these lots are gonna listen. These lots are gonna try and tell you, "Oh, read the paper, read the judgment. You see what the judge said? He said Tommy's innocent. He said Tommy's innocent." Now these lots are crazy still. It's like imagine the time when I'm saying, "Yo, listen." Imagine all the times when I've been saying, "Yo." this is corrupt, that's corrupt, this is bad, this is wrong here, and rah rah rah.
And that's
I'm
what,
pointing it out
that's what it
with
is,
your own
isn't it,
government's
Velle?
evidence.
We should
You
have all
guys want to
agreed
be
with you,
against
but
it or
was
whatever.
you, and
Yeah,
so because
this
you
time,
didn't,
no. You don't
according
have
to
to.
you,
This is the whole
you
thing
don't
in it.
want to
There,
agree with us.
you don't have to agree with me.
Because
Then.
doesn't
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Tommy
Again, this is the same.
Robinson,
This is the pebble
you're
dashing technique.
standing
You're
behind
using your pebble
Dave
dash
to
technique
take
here,
his
where you're just
stand.
going to chat shit
And
and
I
try and see
find
what
this
sticks on the wall.
fucking
No,
Again,
but I think that's
yeah.
what it comes down to, because you
It's
always
bollocks, mate. There
say
ain't. You
this.
don't
You
have to.
always
This is
go,
that's the.
but when I
Listen,
was
listen.
saying there was
Why you're chatting shit,
corruption,
yeah?
people
Oh
were
yeah, yeah. Why
making
you're chatting shit,
excuses.
yeah?
Well,
Why
yeah,
you're
people
chatting
wake up
shit,
at
yeah?
different
Because
times,
the
Velle, they
evidence that was
definitely do.
used to prove the corruption was the own government's fucking report. You donut. So it wasn't. Oh, you have to listen to me because I said it.
But
Says it in
I
the
am not
fucking
going to
government's
believe any
statement.
government
Yeah.
report.
These times here, yeah. These times here now, yeah. When it's flipping, you want to believe this two-tier business and so and so, so and so. There's literally no evidence that points to it. When the government's done their own report and says that it's bollocks or whatever, you lot still want to carry on with it. It's like, right, you lot are just fantasists.
Velle,
Like crazy fantasists. Like,
how long
you're just
did
fantasizing about being oppressed.
This country, according to you, Velle, how long did the police ignore what you would deem as racism within the
What do you mean? The police has been,
and say
it's been
it
reported
didn't
today
exist?
in 2025.
Hold
The
on.
police are still institutionally
1829.
racist. What are you talking about?
Hold
The police
on.
are still institutionally
1829.
racist today.
Hold
Behave
on.
yourself. Stop
I'm
it.
asking you something. So,
It's
for
not
how
stopped.
long-
It's still carrying
for
on.
how long
And you
did
guys
they
deny it.
For how long did they deny that there was any racism at all from any police officer until they did what they would call the McPherson report?
It was admitted in previous reports in the 60s, in the Brixton riots, in the Tottenham riots, in this one and that one. It's already been admitted multiple times. You guys just refuse to accept reports until I've had to show you like 10,000 reports repeating the same claims over and over, and you still refuse to accept it anyway.
I don't
This shit's still carried on today. The police are still institutionally racist today.
Because I don't believe that the institutions are racist. Because if they were,
the police,
if they were, the actual institution was, and if the institutions and their policies and procedures were racist.
Yeah, you just made up your own meaning of institutional
if
racism.
all of the people that went into that system were all full-blown blacks, they would come out racist, which is not the case, because the left say the answer to the racism is to increase ethnic minorities.
I've literally got a black gun police officer to say the exact same shit. A black gun police officer, a black SO19.
And collectivized thinking amongst people who attract each other. That's what it comes down to, not the actual system. It comes down to the individual.
Whatever, man. Whatever. Yeah. You can make up your own. You can have your own definition. Yeah, and call yourself Jupiter's dictionary. Yeah, but in the Oxford Dictionary, the definition that they give for institutional racism isn't that everyone in the institution is racist. You donut. Yeah, that's your own made up version of it. That's not actually what it is. Wait. I'm not finished yet. Yeah. So the own government have admitted that they're institutionally racist on multiple occasions in multiple different reports or whatever.
Yes, but
and
I don't trust the government.
So what if you?
So what? Even
let me finish, man. Stop. Let me finish here. I've even had a black SO19 police officer say yes, there's institutional racism within the Metropolitan Police on this fucking panel himself or whatever. Like it don't matter.
I believe
nothing,
there's racism in the police. I don't believe
it don't mean nothing to you, and it won't mean nothing to you because
things.
you won't accept a factual report that was carried out by independent witnesses or whatever.
That it was institutionalized. I believe that there's actually things in play to fucking make sure that you get some justice if there's racism. There's actually boards and that put in place.
No, there ain't.
For that very reason within the system. I believe racism exists, yes. But I do not believe it's institutionalized. There is no procedures.
What institutionalized means.
There is no procedures
for people
to be prejudiced against ethnic minorities. On the contrary, we can find procedures that are against white people, which is why they've just had to recently.
9-1.
Yes,
which is why they have just had to recently.
You got so much shit, man. I can't.
9-1.
You sitting next to a whole foreigner inside your house, yeah, and you've even got flipping
1%.
mixed race children,
You
and
just said it, Chrissy
you
Morris.
always think that there's stuff against white people, and you're crazy, cuz. Like, I don't know where you've been able to see that. So, do you think that your mixed race children in Hector get treated better than you in England, Jupiter?
I think it depends on the people. Yes.
Oh my god! So, what situation do your children and Hector get treated better than you? What scenario does that happen?
When
so I think the police in several locations now have come out and admitted that they tell their police force to discriminate against white people. Basically, yes.
What the fuck are you talking about? Where's this? Wait, hold on. Where's this paper? Where's this paper?
Right. So, for example, okay. They wanted to change the judicial guidelines.
You are getting me vexed, man.
To stop white people, white men in particular, getting pre-sentencing reports. I think that's disgusting.
Not change it so black. They wanted to change it so that the ethnicity was taken into account.
Do you know what it is? Yeah.
No, they wanted to change
even though,
it.
Even though the reason that they gave for wanting to give pre-sentencing report was because they're locking up more ethnic minorities than other people.
Longer.
Yeah, you're still trying to use that as something that they're saying that they're going to use to oppress white people.
Right. The reason they brought that in. About, the reason they brought that in, right, is so that later on in the fucking year or next year, they can turn around and say we're going to give it to AI. Yeah, AI is going to be pushed out massively for the police because they've not got enough
cameras on. Turn your camera on.
And there's not enough people wanting to be a copper anymore. So what they're going to do is they're going to say, right, the cops and the courts, we're going to fucking completely AI up the lot of them. And what they're going to do is, rather than fucking judges make the wrong decisions based on race and stuff like that, they'll say AI did it. Yeah, you can't say a computer's racist. That's why they're doing it, to bring in AI.
Yeah, and I think that's disgusting as well, Chris.
And so do I.
Because I think you can program computers.
How do they get the fucking the budget balanced? Yeah, it's going to be one AI computer can do all that sentencing and cut the fucking justice bill right down.
So what's funny though, what's funny, is that, you know what's mad, when I read out the Casey report, all the other different things that they said was institutional, like the homophobia, the sexism, any sort of stuff like that. I didn't hear none of you open up your mouth, chirps, and say "Rah!" when they was making any of them claims. The only thing that you lot are crying about is that the police admitted that they're. The only thing that you guys are crying about is that the police admitted that they're institutionally racist. And it's weird that you would even cry about something like that, because them admitting that they're institutionally racist indirectly helps people in your direct family, in your house every day. So that means that they're going to try to stop doing stuff so they will not be mistreating any ethnic minorities or so and so or whatever, even though they already are. Like, you guys don't even want to accept their paper, even though the paper says that. I'm in a
minority group myself. I'm a woman, and that gives me a card to play. And I would say that I don't believe that there's institutionalized discrimination against women. I believe that there's sound reasoning behind a lot of things and what they do when it comes to women. And I believe that women should stop asking for the bars to be reduced.
That's funny,
and
innit?
Actually go on merit.
That's funny, innit?
If they're good enough to do jobs that most men on average can do. Not all men, because there's always going to be some.
So that means you don't believe that the government was complicit.
And there's always going to be some women that are above the bar that can actually be in a male-dominated field. I believe that.
So that means you disbelieve the grooming gangs bollocks that you keep talking about, because that affects women only, right? That's institutional against women. You disagree with institutionalized stuff that's going against women. That means you disagree with the grooming gangs. You just debunked yourself.
Country is falling apart.
You debunked yourself now. So you're saying that you disagree that there's any institutional thing that's going against women. So any of the girls that are allegedly being allowed to be groomed that are women up and down the country that you lot keep crying about. Wait, you've been crying about it for like, wait, hold on a sec. You literally been crying about it for half the stream. You literally been crying about it for half the stream, yeah? And now any of the women that have been involved in any of these grooming cases that have been institutionalized, now you're saying that don't exist. Because you just said that you don't believe any of the institutional stuff against women exists, man. You literally just said that. So do you agree that there's institutional stuff against women or not?
That has infiltrated the system. I'm talking about
you chatting shit, man. You just checkmated and debunked yourself.
Right, okay. Not
can I
understanding
say
Like,
what
you
a
either
woman
agree
is.
that there's institutional
Not
stuff against women or not.
understanding what a woman is.
Just
comes
to
from
listen,
the
yeah.
woke
What's funny?
mindset, which is
Just
the
to
extreme
listen,
left.
just to try
It
to
does
debunk
not come from
racism,
the
yeah.
nation.
Just to try to get away from admitting that there's any sort of racism, you wanted to throw women under the bus, but you didn't realize that I could see further down the chessboard and see you dashing the
Whatever,
grooming
Velle,
victims
you're
under the
talking
bus at the
nonsense.
same time.
You're
No,
Yeah,
it did
because
get
you're saying
there.
the institutional stuff doesn't exist
You're
against
bringing
women.
something
The grooming
forward
victims
that
are women,
comes from
right?
the very
The grooming
woke
victims are
mindset.
women, right? You're saying that the people in the government looked by, police looked by, and allowed these women to be groomed. But you literally just said that you go against the institutional thing, Bob, that was labelled against women, the sexism and all that. Like, literally, what's going on?
Right, so I don't think it was misogyny that actually was their motive, Velle. Can you prove to me that it's because they hate women? I believe
They said there was sexism. They said they weren't investigating rapes properly.
And I
Yo,
don't
do you know what they
think-
had? Yeah,
Hold on, let me
I'll
answer
play the
you.
video.
Let me
I'll
answer you.
play the video. Yeah, I'll play the video where they said they were saying, like, I think it was like 90% of the rape cases are being jeopardized because of misuses of the fridges that they keep the evidence in for the rape victims and so all that. Do you get me? Like, so
Well,
do you agree with the
misogyny,
institutional
is it?
stuff or not?
So
That is institutional.
I don't think that there's any policies or procedures that you can actually direct me to that says you have to treat women lesser than men in a court of law. What I do think is that there are several people that are within the system that work in those jobs that look down on women, may actually be sexual deviants themselves, as been proven, because our police are as corrupt as the government now. But I believe that the reason that they look away from prosecuting any sex crimes, yeah, is because a good deal of them were down to the fact of the voting bloc again, and the political persuasions and the influence that is there. So you have to turn your eyes away from the grooming gangs.
Okay,
I
so
don't
let's
believe it's because we're women.
Can you explain the voting block thing? Because there's 5 or 6% of the country are Muslim. Half of them don't vote, so that's 3%. So you've got 97%. Well, no, it is true. If there's 6%, if there's 6% Muslim in the country, yeah. Half of them are don't vote or are too young to vote. That's a fact.
Why do half of them not vote?
Because they can't be asked. Like, more than half of the white fraternity don't vote.
Chris,
people don't just people just look at it and go, you know what, I can't win. There's no one to vote for. Chris, no matter who I vote for, I'm going to get shit.
That's what the country are white. Would you agree? 75%. Let's say approximately 75% of the country are white.
I think it's higher than that. It's like 87, isn't it? 87% considered white indigenous.
I know, it's actually dropped since 2011. But okay, if you want to go with 87%,
let's go 85. Yeah, should we go 85?
Right, all right, 85, whatever. If 85% of the country are disenfranchised because of the politics, then where does the power go to? It doesn't go with the majority, it goes to the minorities, which is exactly what's happened in this country.
Only if they vote. Only if they vote will it go to the minorities.
Yes, exactly.
And that would still be a massive pull.
Which is why the government need to incentivize these people so that they will vote for them, because they're easier to manipulate than the actual majority, aren't they?
Who are the government incentivizing to vote?
Ethnic minorities.
No, they're bringing in voter ID, for instance.
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, it's like the indigenous people are more liable to have the ID that they need to vote.
Voting ID will be given to everybody who claims asylum, along with the indigenous population. And the reason that they will do that is because they say that asylum seekers,
citizens vote, not asylum seekers, love. Citizens vote, not asylum seekers.
As much as Velle has pointed out, once you are in the system now, our system, which actually discriminates against the majority of this country, says that asylum seekers, no matter their background, whilst they claim to be asylum seekers while they're being looked into, are legitimate. We have a government that are pushing.
You need to be a British citizen to vote.
Along with people that are in prison.
You need to be a British citizen to vote.
And they are also trying to lower the age to under 16-year-olds. Don't tell me.
But they haven't. But they haven't.
But that's what they're pushing for, and we can all see
They might be pushing for it, but whether it happens or not is we've got to wait. You need to be a British citizen to vote. Asylum seekers are not British citizens. British citizens are the people that vote. There's no way around that.
Voters, isn't they? Which is why they're blackmailing them. They're future voters, isn't they? Which is why.
No, they're not. Not unless they get right, Dukes. Listen, if they get a British passport, then they can vote. But they've stopped most of the people that come over from ever being able to obtain citizenship.
No, what they're actually doing is changing the policies to affect people that have come legitimately. Those that are coming illegally are being fast-tracked through the system. They're being promised 4 years maximum in those.
No, they're not.
And they're going to give them housing.
Where did you get that rubbish from?
Yes, they have.
Where did you get that rubbish from?
Angela Rayner.
Sorry?
Angela Rayner.
She ain't said that.
Yes, she has. You need.
No, she hasn't. Where has she said that?
You need to keep up to speed.
I am up to speed. I'm up to speed more than you. You are just listening to far-right tropes.
4 years, so they.
You are listening to far-right rubbish. How can she guarantee? How can she guarantee that people will get a house in 4 years when she doesn't even know if she'll have a job in 4 years?
Some areas it's already happening.
Oh, so it's not 4 years.
No.
If it's already happening, it's not 4 years then.
In some areas, people are already jumping the queue if you're an asylum seeker.
No, no one's jumping the queue. No one's jumping the queue. People are given homes
if they're more needy at the top of the list.
People are given homes based on necessity.
Well, yeah, that's what it is. It's on need. So if they're in a disabled or whatever, a sort of scenario,
well, it shouldn't be on need. It should be on
like
the
that,
right.
then they might be able to bid at a higher level.
People of this country before anybody else.
So that means that people should get housing before Hector.
What do you mean? Hector's British.
But you said indigenous.
Indigenous people of this country, people that are full British citizens, or people
You're indigenous.
that are born here.
Hector's not indigenous.
Yeah, people that are born here.
I'm not indigenous.
Get priority. Yes, and people that are adopted in as a British citizen would be given equal rights to somebody born here because they hold a British passport. All of those British citizens
that really happened.
Treated better and given priority than outsiders.
So you want like a 3-4 tier system where, depending on your level of ethnicity, you're going to get treated better or worse.
It's not to
but
do
they've
with
not got that.
They treat
citizens.
We have people in this country that are.
But they already do that. Anyone that's a British citizen. Listen, anyone that's a British citizen is anyone that's a British citizen is entitled to government housing and government services. Anyone that's a new asylum seeker. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Wait. Let me finish here. Anyone that's a British citizen is entitled to government services, public services, housing, NHS, and all that sort of stuff. Anyone that's been granted asylum or whatever is entitled to the same stuff as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but they shouldn't be. That's what I'm arguing.
Get what your argument is.
Well, my
argument is that anyone asylum seeker shouldn't be entitled to.
My argument is we shouldn't have people coming in illegally
government services
to the detriment of people that have actually
paid money. If you've been granted asylum, you're not counted as an illegal immigrant.
Paid loads of money, gone into the system.
Asylum seekers get background checks.
No, they don't.
But they get fingerprinted and background checks. Yes, they do.
No, they don't. And if they do, then that means our government are even more incompetent because they've been allowing people to stay here that have raped in their own countries. Why do we want them kind of people?
What?
Yes.
What are you talking
There's
about?
been cases of people that have done rape here, and then when they've got to court, it turns out they've been rapists in their own country.
What case?
I can't bring you the name off the top of my head, but it's actually
that's not true, man.
Yes, it
that's
is
not
true.
And if it is, that's like far and few between. People get you get.
It doesn't matter. So when
listen. When you get because the system's not perfect, right? People can get through the net. Like people can get found not guilty when they are guilty. Like that's what happens.
Oh, but you don't agree with
like,
that.
That's
you
normal.
uphold the justice system. You think it's perfect and not corrupt. Whereas
when did I say this? I literally just said to you the system's not perfect. So what are you talking about?
Right, so if the justice
I literally just said that.
corrupt, you actually agree with me then there's corruption within the justice system.
Oh my God, literally, yeah, they do. Okay, so when you claim asylum, if you claim asylum, you have like, is it your fingerprints and all that's taken, your background? Things have to correlate before you're able to even be granted asylum, innit? There's interviews that you have to take and all that. Like, so
Not if you've
just
got a
saying that.
political agenda.
Just wait, let me finish, man. Stop. Just saying people are granted asylum without any sort of checks is not true. It's a lie.
I think the checks are quite lax, though. To be fair, like,
What do you mean?
like, so you can claim that you're
What
gay.
could they check? What else could they check?
No, but they, like, no, but so they can say that they're gay and they live in like a Muslim country. That's one reason for getting asylum in the UK. And there's no way we can really prove that they're gay or they're not gay. So that's one case that definitely slips through the net. I can give you a couple more. I don't know. I don't want to bore you.
Well, what checks do you want them to put in place to check if someone's gay or not?
No, go on, Elliot. Carry on.
Well, it's quite hard to check if someone's gay. So I don't think that.
What checks can they put in? What checks do you want them to put in place to check how gay someone is?
Yeah, so because you can't really put checks in place to check whether someone's gay, I think that should be an automatic disqualifier.
But what about people that actually are gay and they're going to get killed in their country for being gay?
Well, that's very unfortunate, but I'm sure there's plenty. Like, so we border
Europe. That's the point of asylum, right?
Yeah,
the point of asylum is that listen, Elliot, bro. The point of asylum, that people are allowed to claim asylum, is if their life is not going to be protected in their country. So if their life's in danger in their country, then that's the reason why they would get.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that. So the reason they are getting asylum is because they believe that their life's in danger, right? But they could. So when we're talking about gay refugees or not even refugees, people that are claiming asylum, that then claim they're gay, we've got to look at what countries they come from, and it's mainly Arab or like Muslim countries. There's like a few African countries that also applies to, and all these countries they don't really border Europe, so I don't know why we should be taking them from that far away.
Yeah, that's a bit of a strawman argument, right? Because again, you're allowed to claim asylum in a country that you feel your rights will be protected in, innit? Like, so not the whole world doesn't claim asylum in the UK, and it's a minority of asylum seekers that claim asylum within the UK. Then also for the rights that people are allowed to claim for, like any.
Yeah, but don't you think that's setting ourselves up for a fail?
Let me finish. Yeah. Anything that is going to put someone's life in danger, that means their life won't be protected, is a reason that they're allowed to claim asylum for. What they do is, once they check if any of the stuff's true, what they're saying, then they may be granted asylum. People are not granted asylum in this thing as well, right? If they find any of the claims that they're making are false, then they won't be granted asylum.
Yeah, but we're bringing in huge swathes of people that don't agree with that kind of culture. They don't agree with being gay. We're bringing in huge swathes of people with that culture at the same time as bringing in swathes of people that are gay. So we're setting ourselves up
any of those people that
more
disagree
community
with the way of life,
warfare. Why?
They have to take the knee, right?
We don't want that.
Anyone that disagrees with the British law and decides to take the law into their own hands and act out anything, they feel the force of the law.
Yeah,
they
but
get
this
prosecuted
is why
for that.
the left
depending on what sort of level of money of protection that they can afford. Obviously, if you're a sheikh and you go mad, you might be able to afford the top all the different King's Council and the diplomatic community and so and so. An American lady run over an English person outside an American airbase. She drove back into the airbase, got on a plane to America, and is not going to be extradited. It depends on what protection level you've got.
Did you hear about the Trump meeting with the mother?
Let's say again, bro.
Did you hear about Trump? Did you hear about Trump meeting with the kid, his mother?
Yeah, no, I didn't hear that at all.
Yeah. So basically, what Trump did was he invited the mother and the father to the White House. They turned up, and then he was like, he basically said to them, he said, like, there's no way this woman's going to come back to the United Kingdom. I'm sorry, we're just not going to allow that to happen. She's in the next room. She was in like another room, like just like
Yeah, I heard that,
yeah.
Yeah, I did hear that. Still, I did hear about that. That's a fucking liberty, man. That's a liberty.
Yeah, it's shit. But I mean, at that point, they should have realised that she wasn't going to come to the UK, and they should have taken a financial settlement because Trump was offering the money as well. But they wanted to take it to court, so that's why they
because they want justice for their child, man, isn't it?
But they'll never get that.
But you're not going to pay us off to fucking accept that this someone see you next Tuesday's killed. I can't even say it, that one of my children is standing there, isn't it?
You've got to admire the fact that he sticks up for his citizens, though, even when they're in the wrong. I mean, fucking hell. Our government our prime minister's branded everybody racist in this country. It's a joke.
Yeah.
No, but the government has branded people that was going out attempting to burn down hotels, mosques, and attack people that didn't look visibly English to them as racist. There's nothing wrong with that. They was being racist.
No, they put.
No, he said anyone that agreed with the protests.
Yeah.
They said the far right protesters. See, the far right rioters, the people that was going out on riots and all that. You keep trying to mix them up with people that actually went out and did visuals for the girls. You can't do that because Keir Starmer didn't include them people as the people in the rioters or whatever. You don't include them people as people in the rioters. The people that carried out the rioters, the people that was doing all the racist stuff, the people that was attempting to burn down hotels, they wasn't going out for no peaceful stuff for the girls. They was classed as far right hooligans because they was doing far right hooligan actions.
I would disagree with you. I don't think the woman that got 2 years for running down the road with a wheelie bin was actually far right.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, but so setting a wheelie bin on fire. Setting a wheelie bin on fire and trying to
I'm not talking about the one who set it on fire. I'm talking about the one that got 2 years for literally rolling a wheelie bin that didn't even make
throwing a wheelie bin at the police. Yeah, even if the. But this is what you think. The law doesn't account for you being dumb. Yeah, if you break the law, then you will get flipping found guilty of it. So if you try to throw a stone at the police, yeah, and it drops at your feet, but you was directing at the police, you'll get done for that.
But if you get gaslit by the government and coerced into believing that you need to plead guilty for whatever reason,
so who told it?
because otherwise you're going to spend
who in the government told the people to come out and throw stuff at the police,
and you won't be let out because the court cases are backlogged and we don't know when you're going to get to court.
So who told any of the people?
Guilty. The duty solicitors.
Okay,
and everybody knows the duty solicitors have got a reputation for being in bed with the very police service that they're supposed to
you just lied,
be going against. We all know that. Everybody who's a common individual
in the government
knows that you don't have a duty solicitor. We all know that they work for the very institutions.
In the government told anyone to come out. You just lied again. You said the government gaslit people and made them go out into the street.
We are going to make examples, and we are going to make sure that people.
Yeah, he made examples of the far right hooligans that was burning down the place.
Of a woman wheeling a fucking wheelie bin that made no contact with anyone and gave her 2 years.
So what? It went viral. She tried to aim stuff at the police, man.
Tell me how that is just. Oh, what, the police?
Yeah, because she broke the law, you don't know.
So
that's what happens, man.
The police now, are you?
Be serious. No. I don't care about the police. I'm saying that if you throw, but if I believe the police are racist, yeah, and I throw a fucking wheelie bin at the police, but it doesn't hit the police, and they know it's me that threw it, do you think that I'm going to get arrested for that, Jupiter?
Yes, and I wouldn't expect you to get 2 years either.
That's what would happen, innit? So that's what happened with the girl.
Wouldn't
if she
expect
took
you to
part in the riot, she threw a bin at the police, fell over or whatever. That's her. That's dumb, innit? Like, who would do that?
Well, there was a hell of a lot of people in 2011 who did a lot worse.
And what happened to them?
I'm just looking at the 2011 riot.
What happened to them? Did any of them go to jail? Did any of them get nicked?
And some of them did greater crimes and only got 2 years. She only wheeled a wheelie bin.
What greater crimes?
Well, they committed actual arson.
Trying to attack
there was people murdered in the 2011 riots.
Who? Who was murdered?
Do you mean who? Oh, what? Wasn't they part of the black community that got murdered? I'll tell you who got murdered.
Who was?
An Asian person got murdered.
Who?
And you should have a look at the perpetrators.
What, but in the riots?
You should.
I never
Yes,
heard
in
of
the 2011. Yes.
Never
yes.
heard of that. Never heard of that.
Well, you wouldn't do. You weren't black, so you wouldn't care.
Oh yeah. You chat shit, man. Yeah, you don't care about anyone that's black. Behave yourself, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're sitting next to a whole black dude there
I care
just
for
spouting
everybody,
racism every
Velle.
day.
I'm not biased like you.
No, you don't. Get out of here, man. The
Yeah,
only
I do.
thing you cry about
Yeah,
is
I
now
do.
they're being
If you're
racist.
against
Who care
racism,
policing?
if you're
Tommy
against
Robinson.
racism, you'd be
Tommy
against
Robinson. What the fuck are you
racism
talking
against
about?
white people as much as black people.
But what racism against white people were you talking
There's
about? 'Cause I don't really see this.
institutionalized, which you don't like being used. There's actually policies and procedures I can point you to that discriminates against white people.
Yeah, point me to him. Point me to him.
Well, first up, the police force are not employing any white people at the moment because in some counties, because they want to only put through ethnic minorities. The BBC discriminated against people applying
That's
for jobs,
racism against white people. That literally
yes,
is not
it is
racism against white people,
yes,
even if they're doing
yes,
that.
but they call it positive
It's not, because the
discrimination.
majority
That's
of
what
the
the
police force
wokists do. That is what the
white, you
wokists do.
nutcase. What are you talking about? How is that racism?
So do you know the 2011 riots, right? Do you think they were like more violent?
Wait, no. How is that racism, first
Absolutely, Elliot.
No. We're not moving on, man. How was that racism, first of all?
I lived through it.
You're saying that you said that they said that they want to hire different races instead of white people or whatever in the police. How was that racism if the police are majority of white? How does that?
It's racism
So how's that
because
racism?
the individuals applying for the job, didn't ask to be born white.
But they said they want more ethnic minorities.
Why? Is that not a racist policy?
How is it racist? Tell me how it's racist.
When you are discriminating against somebody on the basis of their skin colour, it's racism.
You're not discriminating against them because they're the majority in the workplace, you nutcase. How's it discrimination?
Well, that's probably because the majority of candidates are white. That's probably because the majority of candidates are white. And in the past, we had predominantly white population.
They want other candidates.
We still have a predominantly white population. So you would expect that.
Exactly. So the majority of the police force is still majority white, man. So them hiring a couple of different ethnic minorities to measure out the different crimes that they.
It's not a couple, is it? It's not a couple.
Is what they want to do, bro. So how's that racism?
They want to hire to the point that the representation in the police force will be another propaganda arm because we can all see the propaganda that's going on.
Yeah, but that's not racism,
in London,
though, you keep saying it's racism.
We can see what's going on with Sadiq Khan and the police force in London, and we can all see that they didn't bother enforcing. That they didn't bother enforcing any enforcement against grooming gangs. We can all see the corruption. So it suits their agenda to bring in certain individuals that might want to willingly, without any incentive, actually cover up. We can see the infiltration. You can deny it.
You've done a long bait and switch gone around the world on all these different points.
It all feeds into each
been able
other.
to prove one of the points
It all
that you've
feeds into each other. We can see it.
Doesn't, man. It's just your conspiracy brain that thinks that, man. No one else thinks. Well, some of the far right lunatics in the chat might believe.
I'm not far right.
Anyone with fucking
That's
sense,
ridiculous to call me far right.
What? Are you okay? You could never not believe that you're far right, man. Behave yourself.
I'm not far right. It's
every point you make is about someone's religion or someone being a foreigner.
It is ridiculous to think I'm far right, but that is how far the window has moved. That is how far they've inverted everything. Somebody that's liberal enough to be in an interracial relationship and maintain it for over 20 years is being classed as fucking far right. Is just fucking ridiculous.
Living in an interracial relationship and called someone an N-word. So what, bro? What does that mean? It don't mean that you can't be racist. It don't mean you can't be far right.
Giving racial abuse to your husband does not make you far right. That's where you've gone mad, Velle.
Because I've got a black husband, I can't be far right.
Sensitive.
You literally said, I can't, because I've got a black husband, I can't be far right. That's bollocks. Of course you can. Why can't you?
Because my views are too liberal for me to be far right, you idiot.
Are you joking, man? Behave yourself.
No, I'm not joking.
Your views are far right, man.
I don't have anything against homosexuals.
You want people? Listen. You want people deported from the country.
People who want to change gender. What I have a problem with is the
all
way
these different far right talking points. You're a GB News supporter. You basically sponsor them or whatever, like KGB
Oh,
News.
GB News is far right
TV
now,
advocate.
Is GB News far right?
Of course it is.
Oh yeah.
So wait, hold on. You don't think GB News is far right?
That just about sums you up.
Oh damn.
That just about sums you up. That tells you how far left you've gone, mate.
Yeah, all right, mate. But this is the whole thing, isn't it? There. The difference between us here is I'm not out here using no racial slurs. Oh shit! I put the wrong thing in there. I'm not out there using racial slurs against people because they use the racial slurs against me. You noticed that Halima called me an N-word or whatever, and I didn't call her a P-word once. You know that?
Yeah.
So it's not. There's a difference between how different people react to different things, right? You know what I mean? Like, so you can't claim me in the same category as you. All my arguments isn't about how we need to get all these foreigners out. And these. Wait, hold on. Your arguments are literally always about foreigners, Islam, or some other different person that
it's not.
you believe doesn't belong on the land. Yes, they are.
In case you
literally
don't realise,
you've never made an argument
been very vocal in saying I'm a real woman, I'm a biological woman, and all women should have the right to say they're a biological woman. And that wasn't down racial lines, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, that's one point that you've been able to make that wasn't down racial lines. Literally every other point that you argue about is about either Muslims, foreigners, immigrants are mashing up the place. Immigrants are taking part of your sitting next to a fucking immigrant.
I'm against the levels of immigration as they are at the moment, and I'm against illegal immigration because it is detrimental to the society that we have fought so hard to create and live in a fucking society where people were getting on. We have gone backwards in race relations. We have gone backwards in homophobia, and we've gone backwards in our understanding of people with body dysmorphia, even if it only be 0.01% of the population.
No, man, it's people like you that's made it go backwards, man. Because
we had idiots,
always about people's race and religion,
believing that trans people should run around, right, convincing everybody. Oh, you can be an animal if you want. Yeah? You can be an animal if you want. In fact, you could be trans fluid fucking gender. You can go in the kitchen and be a woman. You can go in the front room and be a man. Behave yourself.
Now you've got a trans argument now, yeah? Well, I don't care about your trans argument or whatever, man. It still doesn't take you out of the far right category, cuz. Like, I know I don't know why you guys are soft shoeing this, not being just listen, yeah. In the rest of Europe, the people hold far right by their chest and say, yes, I'm far right. Only in England that these men are trying to do this thing where
the real far right they are.
What are you talking?
That's not true. I speak to a lot of people that are actually on the far right, and those people will tell you straight up.
Because you're not as far right as Mark Collette. It doesn't mean you're not far right, man.
In your opinion.
No, it's true. Because you're not as far right as Mark Collette, it doesn't mean that you're not far right. Tommy Robinson's class is far right. So Tommy Robinson's supporters are classed as far right.
If you go and ask the real far right, they will tell you he's left.
So what?
So it's open for debate and it's subjective, isn't it?
It's not open for debate, man. Tommy Robinson's class is far right. His supporters are classed as far right. You're far right.
Tommy Robinson is not far right.
Just hold it, man. It's nothing, bro. It's calm.
There you go.
Come on, man.
Told you.
Tommy Robinson is not far right. He's quite liberal in his politics.
Class is far right, guys.
Yeah, but he's classed as far right.
For you to be classed as far right, yeah, your politics has to be about ethnicity, religion, and those sort of talking points there. That's literally his whole thing. His latest book is basically a great replacement.
What you mean, like Black Betterment?
Map of how long the white people were going to get rubbed out in England? Like great. How the hell do you man know about the plan for everyone to get wiped out in the UK, but have not done nothing about it all the way through the plan?
Sorry. Tommy Robinson, he advocates for like Indians and gays. That's not fucking far right.
So what? You think there's no gays or Indians in the far right? Are you okay, man? Behave yourself, man.
When you talk about the far
right, you got like a whole listen, yeah. Unless you missed a few seasons, right? But at least 1 to 2 seasons ago, yeah, there was a whole Indian guy on here that was doing Nazi salutes and all that, cuz. So don't tell me about no Indians can't be far right or whatever,
no,
man.
I'm
Are
not
you
saying.
crazy?
I'm not saying Indians can't be far right. Indians can be far right in their own country. Far right.
And in
What?
England, man. Behave yourself. Like,
Yeah,
stop playing these silly games, man. We've already done
mate.
this. We've done this.
Right. So
I've
when you talk
spoke
about
to
when you
the
talk
guy.
about far right, you talk about like German politics in like the 1940s,
Yeah.
like Mosley.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Indians,
Ralph
Mosley and
Meslamani is a AFD supporter before anyone on the panel knew who AFD was.
hasn't he got some Scottish ancestry?
No, he hasn't. He lied about it. He told these lots that he's Scottish, yeah. I said, bruv, show a picture of your mum. He hasn't showed a picture of this beans once because he can't. Because there ain't no... Bro, listen, yeah. Ralph ain't no mixed race Indian guy, bro. Behave yourself. Stop it.
How do you know? How do you know?
How do you know? Because he wasn't able to prove it.
Just because he didn't want to prove it doesn't mean to say it's not true, Velle.
Yeah, well, we can just say it's not true because he didn't prove it's true.
So
well, that's up to you, but it makes you disingenuous, doesn't it?
No, I don't.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't because he hasn't. Do you know what disingenuous is?
I know.
Is that he showed me the truth and I refuse to accept the truth. Babs, listen. Do you know what it is? Yeah, it's like you guys get confused in the terms that you make. When I start to correct you, you start to realize, oh shit, I fucked up, and now you want to. You know what I'm saying? Like, so listen, disingenuous would be. Wait. Let me speak. Disingenuous would be that Ralph has showed me his birth certificate with his mum showing that she's Scottish, and I have refused to accept that. He hasn't done that. So that's not disingenuous. He hasn't shown no evidence for it. He just told everyone that his mum's Scottish.
Because you're basically saying, no matter whether he's shown it to me or not, I don't. What you're saying.
Oh my fucking! You fucking listening to what I'm saying? But listen,
in that case,
alright, stop trying to get me triggered, man. You're gaslighting. You literally didn't listen. You literally didn't listen to what I'm saying. Like, stop gaslighting, man. Stop gaslighting, man. You're trying to gaslight me, man. What's wrong with you? You literally didn't listen to what I'm saying.
You think that you're bigger than all of us.
I literally just said that he didn't show. No, wait. I literally just said he didn't show one bit of evidence that shows that his mum's Scottish. Yeah, that's why I don't believe it. What are you talking about?
Anyway, I think it's a bit of a red herring.
What the are you talking about? Well, why do we have to believe him then? I can say my mum's Scottish and I'm mixed race. Then, yeah, I'm mixed race. Then, yeah, my mum's Scottish, innit? You know what I'm saying? Like, this bollocks, man. It's stupid. Fuck, I'm just saying anyone could be mixed race now without no flipping evidence of them being mixed race. Like, man, it's like a whole Dravidian. What are you talking about, bro? You ain't mixed race, bro, man. Behave yourself. Fuck out of here, man.
I think
this is
there are mixed race people that
you
come
ain't even seen Ralph before.
Really?
How are you capping for Ralph? You haven't even seen him before.
I've met him.
Like, the hell? Yeah, Jupiter, you've seen him. You spoke to him. You know that. Even you know that he's gassing. Yeah. Now you spoke to him and you spoke to him for long enough. You know he's gassing, bro. And Ralph is a super gaslighter.
Anyway, my point
and a super liar. He will lie about whatever he needs to lie to get to the next stage. Like, his surname's Muslimani, yeah? He didn't tell you his mum's Scottish surname, did he? He didn't tell you his Jupiter. Did he tell you his mum's Scottish surname?
Listen,
every time we asked him for his mum's Scottish surname,
I'm not that racist. If someone comes to me and they look like a fully blown black and they say to me that actually I'm mixed race, I have to believe them because there has been cases that's happened.
Exactly.
Yeah, with genuine people. If someone's honest, I've got no reason not to believe them. If someone's dishonest and not genuine, I've got every reason not to believe them. Ralph is a known liar. Of course I'm not going to believe him. You have to show evidence for what he's saying.
Well, your little friend Jamal was a well-known liar as well, Velle. But according to you, he's the only one that's told the truth.
Who? Who's a well-known liar?
Your little friend Jamal.
Oh, shut up, man. Stop lying, man.
Well-documented
hell out of here, man. Tommy Robinson's the well-known liar. That's why Jamal's not in jail right now for lying on Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson's in jail for lying on Jamal, man. Behave yourself.
But Jamal was a well-known liar. The teachers.
Okay, but who's in jail? Who's in jail for lying? Okay, Jamal's a liar, yeah? But who's in jail for lying right now?
He's not in jail for lying.
Who's in jail for lying?
I swear, you sickos.
That's the whole point. He's in jail for lying, you spaz. Behave yourself, man.
Jail. He's in jail for fucking libel. What is it? What's
yeah.
Yeah.
Libel means that you told a lie. Listen, what does libel? Okay. What does libel mean? When do you get done for libel?
What?
When do you get done for libel? What happens in a libel case?
He didn't get done for libel. He
did.
Done for...
He's liable for the making up lies about Jamal Hijazi, and then he repeated the lies, and now
it's all called.
I was in jail for it and pled guilty for it, man. Behave yourself, man.
No, you behave your fucking self. Seriously.
Babs, behave yourself, love. Behave yourself and pick them knitting needles up.
Can you tell me what makes a person far right, Velle?
Easy. Your politics is about race, religion. You're hateful.
So
your only politics is about you want people out of the country. You want this one out of the country. These religions come to overtake the country. These people have done this and these people. Listen to you. That's what you've done.
My politics is about.
That's literally all the points that you make. The only points that you make.
No, it's
so
not.
The point I was making about Tommy Robinson not being far right and welcoming Indians. That is not a far right policy, is it? That's not something.
You know what? If he works with Indians, man, he works with the guys. He works with the guys. That are, listen. He works with the. You know what's funny about the ethnic minorities that's around Tommy Robinson? Yeah, they'll say the racist stuff that the white guys won't say because they'll be called racist. But these guys want to stand behind these guys and clap them on when they say it. Like that's the definition of being like a far right batty licker. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No,
that's literally what all these guys do. Danny Roscoe does it. Banksy does it. Any of you flipping foreign guys that support these Tommy Robinson lot, you do the same thing, man. You stand there and say,
there's Muslims. I don't agree with everything he says, and Danny Roscoe will tell you that himself, but I get on with him.
Yeah,
just like I don't agree with your politics, Velle. So I don't know what you're on about.
And
he don't have to agree with my politics, man, but he's still a lunatic.
Velle, you can't talk about racism, yeah? Because you let the biggest racist on YouTube on your channel, and you let
said that was Jupiter.
Be racist.
You said that was Jupiter, though, Babs, didn't you?
That's EIE.
Yeah, man.
He's a little bit racist, Velle, I've got to say.
Yeah,
EIE is a little bit racist.
One of the biggest. Did you not hear the way that he spoke to Jupiter the other day?
He was calling everyone cracker.
You didn't say a fucking word to him, Velle.
Yeah, the thing is, the way Jupiter's spoken to other people, though.
You want me to be everyone's shield, man. Jupiter's big enough and bad enough to stand up and speak for herself. And she got a whole husband that can defend her honor as well. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Get out of here, man. Stop that, bro, man. You're saying that now. Anytime Jupiter's getting offended, I should jump on and say, "Oh, AIA!" No, bro. You just want to argue back and forth with this guy. Argue back and forth with him. If you don't want to argue with him, don't argue with him, man.
I don't get offended by him calling me a cracker. I've told you this before. Where I come from, a right little cracker means you're fucking good looking. So whatever.
Babs thinks you're offended by it.
That's not the point, Jupiter. What he's calling me and you like far right, implying that actually saying that we're racist. When in actual fact, he's
you know what's mad, yeah? I didn't hear you crying. Listen, I didn't hear you crying when I called EIE racist. I didn't hear you about he's not racist. Now, when I said anyone else is racist, now you ain't stopped speaking. Behave yourself, man. Racist. Behave yourself. Get out of here, man. You are such hypocrites. You get me? Like, I'll call out, man, when whoever needs to get called out. Like, I don't care. EIE is actually upset with me for saying that he's racist. So what?
Well, I don't even know what you're on about, Velle. Why would I?
What are you talking about? You're the one that said to me, "I never call out anyone for being racist, you donut." And now I pointed it out, and now you're saying you don't know what I'm on about.
When did you call him out?
Oh, behave yourself, man. Stop it, man.
Oh, so you're not on every stream, Babs, huh?
You don't even.
Heard you call him out.
You're confused, man. You're confused. You don't know what point you're trying to make.
Can you tell me where it is so I can go and look at it? Because I can't just take your word because you're a known liar.
You got dementia, Babs.
Shut up.
That's not nice. That's not a nice thing to say.
Yeah, just leave it out.
It's not nice, but it's true, isn't it? She has got dementia.
It's
She's
all right,
told
Elliot.
everyone she has,
You'll get
and
Okay.
she suddenly forgets stuff. So I'm pointing out to her that she doesn't
You'll
remember
get
I call that
used to
EIA
this
with a call,
thing.
yeah,
after
and
she
I'll
told
call
us.
out others as well. So you can't tell me that I don't call no one out, man. That's not what I don't do.
But
I'll
you
call out who I need to call out when I need to call them out.
here. If he came on here now,
He can do
you
what he
would
wants.
let him
Yeah, he's
on.
welcome to jump on it. He's been listening to this channel way longer than you've ever been in. He's welcome to
EIE has
join.
been just as racist as you and Jupiter have.
I've never.
And you're
Are
like,
you actually kidding me?
Well, I
I've-
think
no.
that's debatable.
Considering I've said one word,
it is debatable, but it's not far wrong, is it?
yeah,
Well,
I've said
yeah,
one
I'd
word
say
that
so.
where you class me as racist, yeah.
I do class you as racist. You use racist language, you support racist people, and
But
you argue
support
racist points.
people.
Yeah, but I don't think.
No, I don't. Who do I support that's
Tommy
racist?
Robinson
Your
is
little
racist.
friend
So.
with the Ferrari
Supporting
or
Tommy
whatever,
Robinson, I
whatever
don't feel
dummy
no
car it
Hang on,
was,
Jupiter.
who
Hang on,
is
Jupiter.
a
Let the
member
gremlin get it
of
out.
the BNP.
Sorry, who do I support that's racist?
Richard, is it Richard Perry?
What?
Right,
The
Richard
one with
Perry
the
isn't
fucking
racist.
Ferrari.
It's wild you're complaining
Richard
about racists
Perry,
being let on. I should have let you on then, because you're a racist
is
yourself.
a member
You shouldn't be
of
on then.
the
If you
BNP.
want racism to, you don't want racists to be on the panel. You've been racist. You shouldn't be on the panel then. I let you on.
You're one of the
I let
worst
other people on that
racists.
said worse than EIE. So behave yourself, man. You're trying to single out EIE
hang on
like
a
he's
minute,
fucking
whoa.
the
You're
only
trying to
person that's
tell
been
me
racist
that
on
I said worse than what EIE said.
Yeah, I've heard him
Yeah, of
use
course you have, man.
mild. I've heard him use
called someone
mild
a P word.
offensive racist language. I've heard you use the worst
Oh, no, he has
offensive
been
racist.
quite bad. What he did to Buddha was disgusting.
Oh my God! You really do not know how to.
What's funny, yeah,
be
is that you
biased,
guys.
do you?
No, you just think that because you've gone through menopause, you just should be allowed to say whatever you want. And
Yeah.
no one should be able to call you out for it. That's not how it goes,
We
love.
start
Hang
talking
on a
about
minute.
you not
Hang
having
on a
sex
minute,
and having
Benny.
fucking
Why
testicular
are
retention.
you bringing it down to fucking? Why are you bringing it down to personals? So we do
Because
No,
you've
that.
gone
that's what it
personal
seems like
already,
the older
babes.
ladies are doing, yeah.
You gotta
That
take
because they're in this
Viagra to
part
get
where
it
they don't
up.
give a heck what they say, and they'll say whatever they're just on their chest. They don't
Why
want to get
is
called
it?
out for it.
You
Though.
And
gotta
then they
take
hide
Viagra
behind
to
being an
get it
old
up.
lady.
Have
It's
you
true,
got to
man.
take
It's like
Viagra to get it up, Billy?
It's a bit personal, isn't it?
no, not yet. Not yet. Not
Hang
yet.
on a minute.
Oh,
Talking about the menopause. I've gone through
Not
the
yet, not yet.
menopause. Which
Not
Well,
yet.
are
Come
you
on, man. I still got
interested,
some
babes?
good years
how
left
do
in me,
you
Babes,
mate.
are you
know
interested?
I
I've
still
gone
got some
through
good
the
years left in
menopause?
me, man.
Because
You know
I've
what I mean?
never mentioned it on here.
Babes, are you interested in Velle now?
Yeah?
I
Right.
mean, you asked to suck ghost dick, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Pause, man. Behave yourself. Listen.
Okay.
Oh, she did. though.
Anything to do
Did
with any sort of sexual business, just drop that out. Forget that. Yeah, that's not for no
Yes,
one.
Well,
to
you
know.
brought it up, Billy.
Wash your mouth out
No,
with soap,
never.
babes.
Yes,
I
you
said that
did.
because you
were
guys
the
are going
one
through
that said,
menopause,
"Oh,
you just were willing to say wild stuff, but you don't want to get called out for it.
menopause."
It's got
Fucking hell,
nothing
how
to
do
do
you
with the
know I've gone through
menopause,
the
so Jesus
menopause?
Christ.
How
I was
do
saying
you
stuff
know
on
I've
here
gone
8
through
years
the
ago before
That's
I
my
even
own
started going
diagnosis.
through the menopause. I don't know what you're
No,
on
that's my
about.
own.
I've
My
never even
diagnosis is
said
that
I've gone through the
Yeah,
menopause.
well,
my
that's a little bit misogynistic,
that's
isn't
my
it?
own, my personal diagnosis. It don't have to be true.
Yeah,
It's just
your
my
poor wife.
diagnosis that I've come to my own conclusion of, that the ladies that's gone through the menopause already will jump on and say wild stuff, but they don't want to get called out for the wild stuff that they say.
Yeah, but I've just
But want to
found
call
you
other people out at the
changing
same time.
fucking 8 years ago. I was saying the same shit as I'm saying now. I weren't menopausal then.
So you admit you're saying shit.
She
What-
says
yeah,
a
yeah,
lot
if you get
less
close,
shit
you
than
know,
what
yeah.
you do, Morris.
You're one at a time, girls.
No,
All right, listen,
You
yeah,
don't
my
do
battery's
one
got to
at a
die
time.
in it, so
Don't
I've got
tell
to
me
leave
what
these
to
guys
do.
on the panel with it.
don't ever.
cheers, Billy, thanks, man.
Log it, man.
Cheers, bro. Thanks,
Hey,
man.
Chrissy, make sure you defend my honor on the panel, guys.
I'll do my best, brother.
Scholar Morris, make sure you defend him, guys. Defend it.
Oh my
Scholar in the
God,
house.
Billy, you really have fallen. No.
All right, Babs.
See you in a
Don't
while,
get too
bro.
angry, though, man. Hey, Babs, listen. We don't want you to get too angry, you know, because sometimes you sound like you might have a heart
Shut the
attack.
fuck up,
Right,
just
but
because
you shouldn't
have
get that
to
angry,
take
though, man.
Viagra to get it up.
All right, cool. But I'm saying that just don't get too angry in it, like where you're gonna have a heart attack and that. Like,
My
you
heart
know,
is
you're
very,
quite funny to
my
jump on the
heart is
panel and
very
shit.
well looked after. Thank you very much.
No,
My
but
heart is
I'm saying when you get angry
perfect.
sometimes, isn't it?
I don't.
Yeah.
I
I feel the
don't.
blood
I
pressure,
don't.
Babs.
My blood pressure doesn't even fucking leave anywhere
All right,
when I
cool.
get
All right.
angry. Okay. Don't worry about me, Velle. You need to worry about other people rather than me.
Mad.
No, you
Alright.
are. So anyway,
You be saying, Babs, your fellas on the prescription Viagra, yeah?
what the traits of being far right are?
Hey, Babs, you let the secret go that your fellas on prescription Viagra, though, innit? Well,
No.
Hey, Babs.
Actually, he's not.
Hey, Babs, you're naughty, you know.
Definitely not. Don't have no problems in that.
Alright, big up yourselves anyway, man. I'll be
Take care,
listening in
Bill.
once my battery's charged, innit, man?
All right, mate.
Alright, make sure you back it for me, Chrissy, cuz.
Go
All right,
on.
bro. I'll do my best, man.
So, Chrissy, have you?
Yes, mate.
You seen anything in the news today? Anything you thought about?
Yeah,
anything?
the Pope died.
I've had a real busy one, bruv. No, just shit about Trump, really, innit?
Oh, okay, what's going on?
Big up.
Well, obviously he's now only hitting China with it, isn't he?
Oh, with the tariffs at 245%.
Yes, the trade war between US and China, obviously. That's what I spent most of the time on today. So
it makes me think.
It goes to show that.
Go on.
It goes to show that he didn't really think through what he was doing, because he obviously put all the tariffs on and then realised that the new iPhone was going to cost $2,300 or whatever, and so then reversed it. Should have thought of that before he done it in the first place, you know.
Oh, so he's removed the 245% tariff. That's no longer in place.
No, he's just removed certain bits that will affect the US negatively, like for instance stuff on mobile phones and chips and semiconductors, stuff like that. So the thing is, right, if he'd have, he's made himself look silly, because everyone said, well, hang on a minute, if you'd have thought that through, you wouldn't have done that in the first place to have to reverse it.
Elliot,
So
I just give you a bit of advice, yeah? Anything you take from this man, you need to go and double check it, because he's well known for talking bullshit. So,
no, he's not well known for talking bullshit. He actually knows what he's talking about. But Babs, you've got nothing to say. Literally, is all you do is regurgitate stuff that you hear that you don't even check. Oh my
God! You want to talk about? You've got nothing to say. What about you?
You have got nothing to say about anything that's original. Have you? I mean, what do you do other than come on and start doing the old gremlin thing? You're 70 years old almost, and you still don't know how to communicate. You're a bit of an embarrassment, Babs.
What do you do when you come on here? Just
talk
be
about
horrible
subjects.
to Jupiter. Be horrible to Wendy.
When was I right? Okay, so when I come on,
and make out that you're having
when I come on, was I horrible to Jupiter? No.
Yes.
No, I wasn't. What I do when I come on? No, I'm not always horrible to Jupes. I'm horrible to Jupes, and she's horrible to me.
Yes,
I'm horrible to you when you are horrible to me.
I'll always be horrible.
Are just horrible all the time.
I will never accept you as a person. You are a horrible.
Okay, but you will never accept me as a person because you are ignorant. You will never accept me as a person because you are ignorant.
No, I never accept you as a person because you are a horrible person. Yeah.
Okay, that's your opinion. It's not shared by many people.
You steal drugs off friends of yours, and then
never stolen any drugs. I'm not a thief.
Let's talk about something interesting.
That's all Babs can do.
Oh,
No, I know you're both going back and forth at each other, but
she's going back. Jump off. She's going at me, and I'm trying to do my best not to go back.
See,
but I've got to point out the obvious.
Elliot, if you weren't here, he'd be like, "Oh, Babs, when you go on these,
Babs,
you serving the far right.
Babs,
when you go, your daughter."
You're a mixed up, almost 80-year-old battle axe that has nothing interesting to say,
Elliot,
You just shout
Elliot,
abuse.
I'm in my
Everyone-
early 60s.
Everyone calls you the
That's
gremlin.
how dementia
You have no idea
is.
why. You don't have any idea how to communicate, and you're almost 70.
I communicate a lot better than. Hang on a minute.
No, you don't. You
just
can't
said
even
a
hold a
minute ago that I
conversation.
was 80. Make your mind up, see?
Well, I don't know. What are you, 70 or 80? I mean, you've already admitted that you've got memory problems, early onset dementia and stuff.
Yep.
So how old are you? How old are you, Babs?
Have you not got sight problems, Chrissy?
No, not yet.
Or is it hearing
What
problems?
does that matter?
One of those.
Are you trying to crack onto me? Are you trying to crack onto me?
Oh God, no! Heaven forbid! I'm taken. Sorry.
So why are you asking about my eyes?
Because you're going on about my illnesses. I'm just saying that you've either got eye problems or you've got ear problems.
Oh, maybe I've got both. Maybe I've got both.
Well,
but at least I haven't admitted to having memory problems, because this is half the problem with you. You don't remember what people say, and you don't remember what you say. Either that, or you just lie through your back teeth. Should we test? Should we test it?
Cunt.
How am I a horrible cunt? See, I haven't called you a cunt at all, have I? I haven't called you a cunt at all.
Right, you both disagree, right? Why don't we pick something that you both disagree on to talk about, rather than like personal insults? It's really fucking
because she
pesky.
can't do anything but personal insults.
Chrissy, you've done the exact same thing. Chrissy, you've done the exact same thing. It's quite boring, I think. Well, especially for me.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I don't want to talk to her about anything like that.
Yeah. Okay. Right. All right. So, right. What should we speak about then? Have you heard that they're going to start issuing crime statistics by ethnicity?
Yeah.
So, what's your opinion on that?
Waste of time.
I think it should have been done all along.
Yeah, I agree with you, Babs.
Yeah.
Waste of time.
Why do you believe it's a waste of time?
Yeah. Why?
Because everywhere they've ever done it, it comes back that there is no real difference in ethnicities other than when it comes to class. The lower classes commit the crimes.
Wow, so you think the lower class whites commit the same amount of crimes as like the lower class Somalians?
They're the ones that are getting convicted, yeah. Basically, the lower classes are the people that get convicted for the majority of crimes.
You are deluded if you believe that.
Well, no, it's a fact, Babs.
It's not a fact.
It is a fact, Babs. The lower class people in every country are usually the people that get convicted for the most crimes.
Show me these.
Go and have a look at Statistica.
Right. Okay. So if we talk about statistics,
you're the one.
And I told you where to look for it.
Right.
Go and look at Statistica.
Yeah. So I've looked at statistics, right, and it's proven, right, that if you look at per capita, so if you've got like 1,000 like Somalians and 1,000 white people, the Somalians commit more crime. But you're saying that
in Somalia or here?
Sorry, in GB in Great Britain, yeah.
Right. So as far as class goes, how many Somalians are considered middle class?
So before we get to that, okay, how many Somalians? Well, they're going to be like the scum, aren't they? They're going to be the lowest of the low, aren't they?
No, not scum, but they're going to be in the lower classes. Scum is a bit of a far right thing to say, isn't it? That anyone's scum is a far right thing.
I don't know.
Elliot, you'll never get anywhere with this fool.
I've been called scum when I was a kid, so I mean, like, I'll use the word scum. People, people say, "Oh,
it's not polite though, is it? It's not a polite way to speak to people, is it?"
Yeah, but you're not polite.
I'm
polite.
It's not polite. It depends on the context, really, because, like, so say if you're like spray painting something, someone might call you scum, mightn't they? And like, I think then it's all right. Then it's not impolite. It's just factual.
Okay. Do you believe that someone's skin color puts them into a category that you could call them scum?
No, it's their behaviours.
Yeah.
Right. So it's nothing to do with skin color. So saying that Somalians are scum is bang out of order, isn't it?
No. So I wasn't saying Somalians were scum. I'm saying the ones that are committing the crimes are scum.
So criminals are scum. I can go with that. Yeah, criminals are scum, and criminals come in all shapes. criminals come in all shapes, sizes, religions, and beliefs and creeds and colours. Yeah.
Yes,
I
but
agree.
but when you look at
let's not
those
pick out
people here, it's predominant. Like the ethnics commit way more than the whites. When you look at it per capita.
Last time I looked at statistics, it shows that the indigenous people perform more crimes than any other group, only slightly.
Is that per capita?
Yes, it is.
Because there's more of us.
Because indigenous people feel more at home and more able to get away with crimes in their own country.
So
there's more of us, Christopher Murray. So we're going to do more.
Sorry?
And
there's more of us.
No. Per capita. Elliot said per capita.
No, I don't know.
Didn't you, Elliot?
I did say per capita. So I'll
and I agreed with you, didn't I, Elliot?
I believe so. Yeah, we were talking about per capita. So per capita, it doesn't matter if there's more. But I need to check that back because I'm not sure if that's correct. I know
it's correct, mate. I read it up about 3 years ago now.
So I was looking at the
indigenous people.
Have you read it up lately, Christopher Morris?
No, I haven't because I don't believe it'll change. It's not one of them ones that changes much.
Off the top of my head,
but you don't know. You don't even know what we're talking about, though, Babs, right now.
Yes,
so let me and Elliot
do.
have the chat, mate. No, you don't, mate.
Right,
you missed per capita completely.
You got to stop with I'm going to stop. And you're going to stop with the personals if we're going to have a three-way conversation.
I haven't done any personals for a while,
just done it.
And I've been trying to not be doing personals for the whole conversation, whereas you haven't.
Let's let Babs. Let's let Babs speak for a minute.
Yeah.
Go on, Babs. You speak for a minute.
No, I'm just saying that I know what per capita means. Of course I do. I'm not fucking sick. I was a hotel manager, so yeah.
Fuck that hotel.
Sick on that. Sit on that.
Sit on that? Why would I sit on that? What sort of a comment is that?
All these lefties, that's all the lefties do, is say, oh, white people do more. White people this. White people, there's more white paedophiles. There's more white grooming gangs. In actual fact, there isn't more white grooming gangs. Yeah, there is more white paedophiles, but there's not more white grooming gangs. Yeah.
Where do you get your statistics from, please, Babs? Because that's a lie.
Just like you.
You're basing. Yeah, but I gave you the source.
No,
you can't give me the source.
Go and look it up. Go
Babs,
and look it up.
I've looked it up. I have looked it up, and it's bollocks. It was all based on statistics given out by a company called Quilliam. Quilliam could not fucking back their statistics up because they made them up. When they was asked to back them up, they refused to because there is no statistics that back up that grooming gang bollocks.
Right, so you're trying to tell me now that there's more white grooming gangs in this country than there is Muslim, whatever they're called, grooming gangs?
Yes, I am.
Right, okay.
Next.
I'm just looking at
my phone. Where do you get that from?
Statistica and the ONS.
Right. So why are we not hearing about these white grooming gangs in the news?
We hear about white grooming gangs all the time, but the media that wish to push division in society are magnifying the cases of Islamic people so that they can continue selling their fucking advertising space and keeping the poor people at each other's throats.
Do you know a woman called, have you ever heard of Maggie Oliver?
Yeah, she was an ex-copper, wasn't she?
Yeah. She's got a wonderful story to tell. You need to go and listen to her.
Do you know what?
She will tell you the truth.
Yeah, no, she tells you what you want to hear. She's been discredited quite a few times, actually. And she's one copper from thousands that have a different story.
Yeah, because they have like Maggie said, I was listening to her this afternoon. The difference with Maggie and a lot of the other coppers, a lot of coppers like my nephew, joined when they were very young, so they get radicalized or whatever they want to call it. Yeah, Maggie didn't enter the police force until she was 40, so she's very well. By the time you're 40, your brain's developed and you're very, you know what's going on, or you're supposed to.
Well, get to the point, Babs.
So what I'm trying to say is, you're trying to say that there's a lot of coppers that don't think like her, only because they want to. They're happy to go along with the narrative, but she wasn't.
Okay, what is the narrative?
That the girls were, nothing ever happened to the girls. The girls made a lifestyle choice. You know, all that sort of fucking shit.
Do you know why? Do you know why most of the cases? Do you know why most of the cases collapsed?
Did they?
Yeah. Do you know why most of the cases collapsed?
Amber from what's it called? 3 Girls or whatever it's called. How come her rapist ended up in prison? Unbelievably, he only did 3 years.
Probably because he was a rapist. But I'm not talking about individual cases that neither of us have got in front of us. I'm talking about generally. Do you know why a lot of the cases collapse?
Probably corruption. Probably
no,
lies.
because the victim pulls out. The victim pulls out the case.
Are you talking about general rape, or are you talking about the grooming gang girls?
All of them. All of them.
Right.
It's
Where
the same
can
across
I
the board,
find when was the last time a grooming gang girl pulled out of the and could it be that they're actually being threatened?
Well, if they're getting threatened, they need to speak to the cops, and the cops usually take, because that is. Can you let me finish, Babs? Can you let me finish, Babs? You keep asking a question, I keep answering it, and you cut me off halfway through it. So please let me finish. If someone is intimidated during a case, usually the police go fucking absolutely mad, because that is a fundamental attack on justice. If people think they can intimidate witnesses and shit, the police jump up and down on it, because it's a fundamental attack on the justice system.
And you think the girl's been threatened, and you think she's going to go to the cops and tell them that, Chrissy, well, honestly, they went to the cops. You don't live in the normal land. Look, no, I do live in the chat.
You don't live in a normal land, because if the girls have gone to the police to report the rape, I would have thought they would have reported being threatened.
So they're going to turn around and say these men are going to go up to the girls and they're going to turn.
Oh, is she still there?
Sorry, it's my phone. They're going to go up and they're going to say to the girls, you go to court and I'm going to come and I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your little sister. I'm going to kill your mum and your auntie. I'm going to burn your house down. And they're going to go, oh, I better go run into the police. No?
Well, they've already gone run into the police, and that's usually what most ordinary people would do.
I fucking what? If they threatened me? Oh my God!
Right. So look,
you're not living in the real world, Christopher.
No, you're not living in the real world, because if you had the bollocks to report your rape, I would think that reporting someone threatening you about that would be a very easy step to make.
Elliot, what's your opinion? Please.
To be honest, I was researching these facts that Chrissy was on, and then the conversation completely changed topic. You're talking about something to do with what, like rapists threatening
the grooming gangs, the girls from the grooming gangs.
Basically, Babs is saying that I mean, I know for a fact the majority of the cases fell apart. That went through the CPS because the victims pulled out for whatever reason.
How do you know
it's
that?
Usually because the statistics are there.
So that are we talking about a specific case that we can refer to, or are we just talking in general?
No, mate, no. They obviously won't do specific cases because of the confidentiality thing. You know, a victim of a sexual crime has got lifetime anonymity anyway.
Okay.
So you can't do specific cases unless they waive their right to anonymity.
But you're saying just
basically,
generally the witness
just generally the reason that most sexual offences, the cases of sexual offences fall apart is because the victim backs out.
So yeah, I think we could get around this problem of the victim backing out by just deporting all the Pakistanis and all the Bangladeshis.
Yeah.
And then
the innocent, all of them, the innocent ones included.
Well, I think we'd start off right. We should restrict. They shouldn't get any welfare from the state, right? So then the worst of the worst, right?
Even the British-born ones. The British-born ones.
Yeah.
So if you're born here, you're born here, and you have different rights from other people that are also citizens. Yeah.
So that would be like in Japan. So in Japan, even if you're born there,
we're not in Japan. We're not in Japan.
I know. I'm just saying.
Christopher.
I'm just saying.
Well, I don't want to know about Japan. Stay on subject.
Okay, right. I was
He's
just
showing you a similarity.
There's no similarity between us and Japan that we need to know about.
Let me finish. So, if we were like Japan, right? I know you don't want to hear about Japan, but Japan is a perfect example of like one of the best states, right?
It ain't.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
It's civilized. There is respect. People interact well, they work well, they get on with each other. It's brilliant. It's banging.
And their population is on the brink of collapse.
So
it's going to be one of the first. The population of Japan is going to be one of the first countries that collapse.
Right.
That's a fact.
We can get into that debate later, but then we just get further away from the point that we're talking about.
Make his point, please.
Right. So don't use Japan as a good example.
No, I'm okay. Right, I want you. Okay, right. You disagree. It's a good example as the best state. I won't use it as an example of the best state. I'll just use it as an example. An example of how we should issue passports and how we should regulate who is British and who's not British. So if I was born in Japan, I would never get a Japanese passport. If a Pakistani was born in Japan, never get a Japanese passport. So they don't get the same rights because they're not Japanese. Just like a Pakistani born here is not English or British by ethnicity, so they shouldn't get the same rights as us.
Right, but do you agree that your ethnicity doesn't matter about your citizenship?
So that's currently the state in the UK, and I say that's wrong. We should change this.
Right. So are you stating that only white people should be British citizens?
No, not only white people. Because white people encompasses like the whole of Europe. I'm saying they should be ethnically English, Scottish, Irish, Northern Irish, or Welsh.
Right. So, for instance, someone that's been here for 3 generations, they've got 3 generations of being born on this soil, but they're black. You don't think can be a British citizen? Is that right, or have I got that right?
Yeah. They're not. Well, no, they're a British citizen because they got a British passport, aren't they? But they're not British. They're not ethnically British.
So how long do you have to be in a country before you can ethnically claim to be from that country?
No, you can't. It's impossible. So just like in Japan, it's impossible.
So you would base citizenship on colour.
I don't quite agree with that, Elliot, because I was born in.
She can't agree with that because she's Canadian.
Let me hear her. Let me hear her.
I was 10 years old.
So what colour are you? Where are you born? What's your ethnicity?
I'm white.
Okay.
I was born in Canada. My father is Scottish. And my mother is Canadian.
So you're British.
My real mum and dad. When I say that, it means I was adopted. So the people that adopted me were both English, and they brought me back here because of my father's job.
You've just said that one of them was Canadian and the other one was Scottish.
My father is Canadian. Scottish.
Yeah, so he's not English.
Are they your birth parents? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I don't want to get too personal. If it's personal, I'm just asking.
And my birth dad is Scottish.
Yeah, so
you've got no English in you.
No, she's ethnically British. She's ethnically British.
How can she be British when she was born in Canada to a Canadian mother?
Right. So if I'm born in Japan to a Somalian person, but with a Japanese mum, I'm Japanese. So she's half Scottish. She's British.
No, she's Scottish and Canadian.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
Scotland is its own country.
Yeah, Scotland is its own country, but it's part of Britain, isn't it? So it should be classed as British.
So she's part of the UK,
British, not
even though
Christopher
she
Morris.
wasn't born here, and half of her parentage is Canadian.
Yep, yeah.
I'm British.
That's where I stand.
Right. Okay. So someone like, for instance, Ghost or Triller.
I don't know their ethnicity.
I'll tell you. One's Pakistani, and the other one is Indian.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that explains.
They were both born. Yeah. Hang on. Let me finish, bro. They were both born here. Yeah.
Yep.
Are they as British as Babs?
No way. So
why not?
Whatever.
Just because of their colour.
So
and you got to remember as well, Christopher, that Canada is literally got the same king as England. With
I know all about the Commonwealth. Thank you, Barbara. But you haven't got any English in you. You have Scottish and you have Canadian.
I have British in me. I've never said I'm English. I've always said I'm British.
So you can't be English.
No, of course you can't be English.
No,
and due to her father's birthright, he could be called British, though. Yeah.
No, it was her mother that was Scottish, wasn't it?
Okay, if she was black with the same parentage, if she was black with the same parentage, would you also say that she's British?
If she was black with the same parentage, well, if there's no black Scottish people.
Yeah, I was going to say that would be impossible.
No,
oh my God! Come on, man.
The Scottish are white. What are you on about?
That would be impossible.
Hang on. Who's the oldest person found in these islands? Is Cheddar Man. He was black with blue eyes.
I don't know enough about Cheddar Man.
Just quickly have a Google of Cheddar Man. Yeah, I believe it's about 11 centuries ago, 1100 years ago. Might be 11,000 years ago, actually.
Okay, wait. So if he was a black guy, he wasn't part of the tribes that found England, then were they, and found Scotland? So he can't claim to be Scottish. Scottish was started by like white people.
Right, he was found at Cheddar Gorge. That's why I call him Cheddar Man.
Yeah, he might have been there.
Yeah, so the oldest person that we've got recorded being in this country is black. So how can anyone that's white claim to be indigenous?
Because the white people set the country up and made the country.
So why haven't we found white people as old as Cheddar Man?
No, because Cheddar Man was what, in the 9th millennium before Christ. So what's the 9th millennium before Christ? That's fucking
quick Googling it, bruv, so you can.
Mate, at that point,
11,000 years ago.
No, wait there. At that point, right, all the continents were fucking connected. There wasn't an England, there wasn't a Scotland, so it's an irrelevant.
Oh, so now we're getting down to it. So we don't have to be indigenously the right colour to be British, English, or anything else. Correct?
No, I don't think you understand. There wasn't, the country wasn't there. There was no.
Oh my God! The land was there because that's what he was found on.
No, a country.
He was found in a cave in Cheddar Gorge.
A country is distinguished by its borders. If you've got no borders, it's not a bloody country.
Right.
A country is made by its people. He's not.
So before borders turned up, could anyone claim to be indigenous to the land?
We're talking. You're giving an example from the 9th millennium. So what's that? Is that like not? That's
you're stating that you need to be of a particular ethnicity to be a national, which is wrong. There are. So are you going to continue to say there are no black Scotsmen?
Yeah, there's no black Scotsmen.
Rough. I mean, it's crazy. So do you believe there are black Englishmen?
There's no black Englishmen. We're white.
There's black English.
Let me finish this.
Go on.
The only black English people are the ones that are like 50% black, and their other 50% they're white. I would consider them. They can claim English ancestry. I'm happy with that.
What, so mixed race? Mixed race people can claim to be British or English.
I'm happy with that.
But black people can't. Why is that?
Because
why not?
They're not from this country.
Like I keep saying, the oldest person that we've ever found in this country is black.
No. You're never going to win against him, Elliot. He did not. He's right. He's a fucking narcissist.
Let me get. Yeah. But he didn't exist in this country.
Babs, you smell of potatoes.
Nice to speak to you, Babs.
Yeah, take care, hon.
See you later, Babs. Shave that moustache, girl.
That was a bit rude.
It's a bit rude, but it's true. She's got a moustache.
As she's going, she hasn't got a right of reply.
Yeah, well, she can stay. She wanted to start calling me a narcissist and all that, so I give her as good as I got as she left.
Yeah, with a cheap shot at the end, though. I think I wouldn't have done that.
It's not a cheap shot; it's a true shot. She's got a moustache. I know people that know her that say she's got a moustache.
Yeah, it's still not very.
How is that a cheap shot?
Well, because you didn't give her a right of reply. She said she was going.
No, she's got a right of reply. She can come back now.
Yeah, she's probably got things to do. I don't know.
Oh yeah, so maybe she should think about what she says before she leaves, because you pretty much know you're always going to get a return from me.
Right,
carry on, Elliot. So Elliot, anyway, you believe that ethnicity.
Yeah, but can we go back to this cheddar man? You keep saying he was found in this country. He didn't exist in this country. There wasn't a country here. It was one big fucking land.
Then where was he found? If this country didn't exist as a landmass, where was he found?
Well, he was found. He's from the 9th millennium before Christ, so 9 million years before Christ. He was found here, but that it wasn't a country. Sorry, what's the 9th millennium before Christ?
You said million. It's not million, it's 1,000.
No, because that would be the 9th century before Christ.
No, that's 100.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, bro,
why do they use the word millennium then? If it like instead of like century.
Fuck knows. I ain't too sure. But carrying on with the discussion we've got at hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. The oldest person found on these shores. Yeah, which was Albion, then became Britain, or whatever, however the fuck it works. And I'll be honest with you, it's not really important, the conversation that we're having about the history of it, because I think when you ask everyone, ethnicity doesn't mean shit to anything that matters.
Well,
other than
I speak to a lot of like 20-year-olds, and for them it's definitely ethnicity comes into a lot. A lot of kids are unhappy, like especially in like the towns and villages, like around where I live in the countryside. People aren't happy, man.
Right, okay, so the point is, though, it sounds to me, Elliot, like you probably speak to the people that subscribe to your views.
I speak. Right. No, mate. I talk to everyone.
I'm back for 2 seconds.
Oh,
Elliot, can I have this for 2 seconds? Right. Who do you know, Morris, that knows me? Because I don't have a mustache. Yeah. And I know all the people that actually know me. I know all of them personally. Yeah. And not one of them would even.
No, you don't know everyone you know personally.
Say hello to a Mongo like you.
Right. So Babs, you don't know everyone you know personally, do you?
Yeah. Stop.
So you've called me a Mongo. You've called me a Mongo. So now I'm going to have to respond by reminding you smell of potatoes.
See, Elliot, this is what I'm saying. And what did you say if I left? Because I didn't hear it.
Babs, you go to all these. Hang on, Elliot, I'm talking. Hang on, Elliot.
No, let Elliot have his say.
No, because I was speaking and he's interrupted. So let me speak. So, Babs, you go to all these far-right rallies and you stick out because you are a short, fat, little old lady with a big mouth and a moustache that smells of potatoes. That's why a lot of people recognise you. If you was a middle-aged, average-looking, bald white man, you wouldn't even get a look. But because of who you are and how loud you are and how you smell and that you have a moustache, a lot of people know you as a silly old bat with good intentions. No. So you keep reminding me that I do know right-wingers, which I do, and those right-wingers
on your daughter's life, that is true.
When was the last time you was in a fucking hotel, lift with your moustache smelling of potatoes?
A hotel lift?
Yeah.
Oh, I know who's told you that.
No, you don't.
Haley!
I didn't know anyone that met you. I didn't know anyone that met you. I didn't know anyone that met you.
No,
This is just turning to
she's
round
the
one
only
again.
one that fucking has.
Well,
I
Elliot, it's not me that
forgot about
started it.
her.
I was happy to talk to you, and
Yeah.
she's come on, and so far she's done a disability hate crime.
Yeah, well, right. So
I
she's
couldn't
come
give
on.
a
Right,
fuck,
wait.
Chrissy.
Let me speak. Right, she's
Yeah,
come
go
on.
on.
Right, she's come on because you said she's got a mustache. Right. I think
Yes,
we
yes.
should just. Right. Okay. I think that's rude. Right. I think.
I haven't,
To,
Chris.
I
Do you
think, to
think
be
her
honest,
calling me a mongo was rude? Do you think
I,
her calling me a
yeah,
mongo is rude?
I think that's rude as well. Yeah.
Right.
I
Okay.
don't.
Well,
All
that's what she's just done.
I
yeah.
shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have done it, Elliot. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
Thank you.
apologising to him though, because I've
There you
had
go,
No,
to,
no,
Elliot.
fair enough. We all
Elliot,
get
I've had to
annoyed.
report
I'm rude
him to the
sometimes.
police in the
Yeah.
past because of some of the stuff that he has actually said to me. They actually heard
What have I
happened
actually said to
me.
you?
Wait, there,
Think
guys.
about it, Babs. What have I actually said to you?
Go back about 2 years ago.
No. I'm
Think
asking
about
you
Chris.
what I've actually
Think
said to you.
about CSC Chris.
Right. Okay. So tell me what I actually said to you.
Sexual
Yo, this
stuff,
is boring,
Christopher.
man.
Right.
And
I
the
didn't
police
start it.
heard
She's
it.
come on. So,
The
Babs,
police
tell me what I
heard it.
actually said.
But when there's
Because
people I
I
don't like,
played
right?
it back
If
to
I
them.
don't like someone, I avoid them, right? Or
Yeah.
I confront. But I don't bring other people into it and do it on like a YouTube channel. I think it's quite childish, to be honest.
I agree.
No, but you're both doing it, so I don't know.
I'm not doing
think,
it. She said to me, "Who do
you're-
I actually know that knows her?"
Mate,
Like I don't know anyone that knows her. So I had to remind her. She asked me a question. I've answered it.
One person. He's
More than
trying
one
to make
person,
out that he
Babs.
knows loads
There's
of
more
people
than one
that know
person,
me.
Babs.
And I will speak to Kaylee in a minute, actually,
Speak
about
to
her
whoever
telling
you want.
you that I've
You
got a
said
mustache and
that
I
I
smell
didn't
of
know anyone
potatoes.
that's met you, and I've just proven that you're again a liar.
No, you're the liar, Christopher
How am I
Morris.
the liar? You said I don't know anyone that's ever met you, and you've just agreed that that was a lie. That
But you're a
you were
liar.
wrong. That you were wrong.
See,
Mate,
Elliot, this is what he does. He goes
know.
around it. Poor
What? Tell the truth. This is what he does. Tell the truth.
No, but
He turns around and he's like, "Oh, your husband breaks for child abuse."
Yeah, I know.
When
Guys,
that wasn't actually what happened. And
What?
then Wendy,
What did I say?
Oh, Wendy,
What did I say?
Iraq's mistress or something like that.
You can't get a word in with this one, Elliot.
You
No,
fucking, you're, you know, you are a vile piece of shit.
Right,
Now,
I'm
Elliot,
not,
I am
Chrissy,
I'm not a racist like you are, Babs. Yes, Elliot.
Can we leave it at that? Can we leave it at that now?
Elliot, don't
Mate,
let him fool you. He is
I
a
was happy
paid-up
to
member
talk to
of
you.
the BNP.
She's come up here, and I'm not just going to allow her to say stuff when she's talking lies, and I just have to tell the truth.
I'm probably 10 years younger than you. I would ignore it.
Yeah, you might ignore it, but maybe I choose not to. It's my choice.
I know, mate.
He likes to be
Babs, no, sorry, Babs, that's you as well. I'll just ignore it. Like you're not going to agree. He's going to call you names. You're going to call him names back. I would just leave it at that.
Yeah.
You've both said your things now.
The thing is, Elliot, is that I don't want you thinking that I don't want you going around with an image of me having a mustache, because that's not a very nice thing.
Right, Babs, what would it matter if you did have a mustache?
Chrissy, it doesn't matter if she's got a mustache or if she has a mustache. I
know it doesn't. It winds her up more than it does. It winds her up more than it does anyone else.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is, Babs, if I'm not doing it to wind her up, I'm reminding her. Look, when she calls me a baldy narcissist, yeah, I'll just bring the truth to her, which is she smells of potatoes and she's got a moustache. See, she don't deny it. Is there anybody there? Is this fucking earphone gone? Is there anybody there? Hello, is there anybody there?
Yo, Morris, yeah. Chrissy, are you there? Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Why am I not working? Can you hear me? Chrissy, can you hear me? Chrissy, are you there? Do you want to? I don't know if you can hear me. I'll jump off if no one else is going to come on the panel, but I thought you were still there, to be honest. Well, you know. Yo, you alright?
Hello. What happened there? Yes,
you
Chrissy.
changed your avatar as well.
Yeah, I thought my battery died.
Okay, yeah, you were on the panel, and then as soon as I got on, I tried speaking to you, but it was blank, and then you jumped off.
Hello, Elliot. What are you about then?
Oh yeah, you're right, Wendy.
All right, love. Yeah. Do I know you, Elliot?
I've never spoken to you in my life.
Ah, right. Okay.
No. I've my cousin told me about these like these, I don't know what you call them, like panel things. I guess he watches it. So I like in the last like week or whatever, I started watching them, and I just jump on.
No, well, welcome. Hopefully you like them.
So,
yeah,
Elliot, if you're new to these panels and stuff, bruv, do you know much about them?
No. Well, no,
So,
I know. Like I've seen like a few of them. Yeah, I've had them like whilst I've been doing other things in the background.
Yeah.
But
so is Elliot your real name? If it is, that's the first mistake. Because what happens on these panels, mate, is people will get as much detail on you as possible and then try and ruin your life. So be warned, bruv.
Okay.
Don't tell anyone anything about yourself.
Yeah.
So,
Elliot's not my name, so that's all right.
So, Elliot, what do you think of the political climate at the moment?
I think it's fucked, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And it's a bit disappointing that we've got to wait until 2029. I think that the I've been keeping an eye on the Portuguese elections. They happen in May, so that will be like the next like European nation to go to the votes. I'm interested in geopolitics, so
Right, okay.
But it looks like Portugal's going to go right wing, and they're going to go like quite good, to be honest. Not nationalistic, but they're going to Yeah, well, Chamber's going to get a lot of votes, so that'll be interesting. But yeah, regarding the UK, there's not much that interesting going on at the minute, apart from, I mean, the latest fact that come out is they're going to issue statistics by ethnicity in like the end of the year, aren't they?
Oh, that would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? If they're honest.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think it'll be quite eye-opening for like people like my mother, and like people like my father, and like people like on my street, my neighbours, and that I speak to. But they're, I don't think
What do
they're
you
fully
expect
aware.
them to say then, Elliot? What do you
Sorry?
What do you expect the ethnicity statistics to tell you?
I think they're going to heavily lean towards the. If you look at it per capita, the ethnics commit more crime and are more of a strain on the system. And I think that's fantastic if the general public wake up to that.
Wake up and get told it, yeah.
Do you believe that white people are not, basically causing the most crime, committing the most crime?
No, they're not.
So you spoke about that, and before then the conversation changed. I think I've got
jumped in, didn't she?
I think I've got some facts on it, right? So because the statistics aren't fully out yet. So we can look at like other statistics. Where was it? But yeah, the arrest rate is like way more for like the ethnics, definitely so far. But we don't know the exact, because that's only arrest rates. It's like I guess it's more of an assumption.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I don't believe a lot of it is tied to race. I believe a lot of it is tied to class. It's the lower classes that commit the most crimes. That's a fact.
No.
So who commits the most crimes then, Wendy? Out of the classes, the lower, the middle, or the upper?
I'd say all of them.
No, it's the lower classes that commit more crimes that lead to convictions anyway, because the biggest driver to crime is poverty.
When you talk about that, you're talking about it per capita, or you're just talking about it in general, because that can muddy the water a bit. Oh yeah, per capita, it'll be like the middle and like lower class. Yeah, I believe that.
It's the lower class quite considerably.
But that's only because, right, there's just loads more lower class people and middle class people than there are upper class, isn't there? So obviously it's going to be that way.
Well, I mean, if you actually look at the statistics properly, you'll see that poverty is the main driver for crime. And simple crime, sort of like obvious crime, is the most easily detected as well. Complex frauds that are committed by the middle and upper classes more, they've got a far less lower conviction rate. Yeah.
What, in the upper classes? I don't know. You could be right, you could be wrong. Unless you're going to bring up like I don't know. I really don't know.
Well, the upper class can afford to get decent lawyers, whereas the lower classes are stuck with a duty solicitor in a magistrate's court, which is obviously going to skew the statistics.
Not all the time.
Not all the time, but most of the time. The lower class you are, the less competent your legal team.
Yeah, potentially. Yep. Well, I don't know, man. I know someone.
And if, for instance, your first language isn't English, there's a much higher conviction rate.
Yeah. Right.
There's variables like that few people consider. And when you consider that in almost every nation in the world, that the ethnic minority, no matter what it is, if, for instance, there were white people in the Dominican Republic, for instance, they would probably have the less, they'd be less well off. So usually...
Wait, mate, you're making a really long point here. Can you sum it up in a sentence?
Right, summing it up in a sentence, is it's more about class than it is race, because races are usually more in line with class systems.
Right, but the races are getting we can't say they are getting nicked. Well, they are getting nicked more. So there's speculation that they are committing more crime. But then
it's because they're poorer.
Right, okay, but then why are they here if they're poor and committing crime? It's not
because
our fault. It's not our responsibility as a country to lift them up. That we just fuck them off.
Right, but no, it's a human responsibility to try and help your fellow man, regardless of what colour they are.
No, I don't believe that, man.
The world doesn't work like that.
It does work like that.
No,
if
it
you allow
doesn't.
it to.
It's proven it.
It doesn't work
This
like that. It
country is
doesn't work like
proving
that
it.
if you dislike people for the colour of their skin.
It's
But
been
if
proven
you
in this
don't
country
care,
it doesn't work like that.
if you don't care about the colour of someone's skin, you should want to help everyone, shouldn't
You
you?
need to shut up. It's got nothing to do with the
no,
colour of
What do you
anyone's
mean I
skin.
need to shut up?
Chrissy,
What sort of a fucking
fucking
statement is
hell.
that?
Chrissy, do you believe charity starts at home?
No, I believe that charity should be directed properly where
He's
it's
a
needed most.
globalist, Elias.
I'm not
He's
a globalist.
globalist.
I'm not a globalist.
I'm amazed, man. I can't. So you wouldn't give charity to your own before you give charity to others?
It depends. If mine are doing okay, I'd give to someone that wasn't doing okay, regardless of the colour of their skin or their religion or anything else.
They're not doing okay though. So
Well,
in the case,
mine are.
No, sorry, I was talking metaphorically. So the white people, we're not doing okay.
So if you live in this country, you are within, I think, the top 5% of the best off people in the world.
Oh, right. So would you like to explain about the NHS then?
Go for it. What would you like to know about the NHS?
Well, how can, if we're doing so great, why is the NHS like a third world fucking institution at the moment?
Well, that's your opinion. I wouldn't say it's a third world institution.
It is. That's what it is at the moment.
No, when was the last time you used it, Wendy? And the thing is, do you remember a little while ago when I... Do you remember a little while ago I was trying to say to you about the pay of junior doctors, and you said everything was fine.
Doctors.
Sorry?
So I'm not interested in the pay for junior doctors.
You're not interested in nothing other than what suits you. So last time I spoke to you at length about it,
right.
I was saying,
okay, let me just read something out to you.
Excuse me, you've interrupted.
Let me just read something out.
Excuse me, you've interrupted.
And you're saying
Excuse
that
me,
we're not
you've
in a third world
interrupted.
country,
Excuse me, you've interrupted.
No, let me read
Excuse
this out.
me, you've interrupted.
Because what it'll do is tell you about the state of the NHS right now.
Excuse me, you've interrupted. So when I was saying to you that we should pay our junior doctors more money, you were saying we shouldn't. And I was saying that is how comes there are no doctors and people are struggling for an appointment.
So,
and you said, no, they're not. You said, no, I'm not struggling to get a doctor's appointment.
No.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You need
and
to
all of a sudden now, and all of a sudden now, as soon as there's a change of government from right wing to apparently left wing, you're complaining because your prejudices define your narrative, don't they?
I don't understand what Wendy's got. Like, is just a statement to Wendy you're giving, or is that a question?
Well, no, Elliot. I mean, when the junior doctors were striking, they was getting like £14 an hour basic or something. Yeah, right. I was saying that we should support our junior doctors because a junior doctor becomes a GP, and we've not got enough GPs. Right. And throughout the country, people are struggling to get doctors' appointments.
Do you know there's a limit?
And I said this to Wendy,
doctors
and Wendy flatly denied it. Now she's changed her tune again. But Wendy does that because Wendy's a flip-flopper.
I mean, to be honest, mate, it's all right to change your opinion. I think that's completely fine.
Yeah, it's okay to change your opinion, but do a complete 180 without giving any...
Can I please read out this text message? Right. There are 65 patients in just a little room that... I'm not going to give out the name, is in. And Mum said the hallways, corridors, and everywhere is full of people either lying on trolleys, sitting in wheelchairs, lying on the floor with their family sitting on the floor next to them. People have been here since 9 a.m. this morning waiting to see a doctor. They still haven't seen a doctor. So are you telling me that is not a third world situation?
Yeah, because we're not a third world country. And I don't believe, what hospital is that?
The Queen's Hospital in London.
No way.
Right. Oh, so my daughter-in-law's lying then?
Yes. She's exaggerating or lying.
Oh, she's lying.
Exaggerating or lying.
Mate, how do you know that without being like there?
because I regularly use NHS places.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
You can't believe what?
I can't believe the arrogance of someone. So my
It's not
daughter-in-law is
arrogance, Wendy.
currently...
You are
Hang
an
on,
admitted.
Chrissy.
You are an admitted liar.
Chrissy, hang on.
Go
My
on.
daughter-in-law is currently at Queen's Hospital with my son, right? And her mum is with him, right? And there are 65 patients in a little room. People are lying on floors, lying on trolleys, lying all over the bloody place. There's one nurse to see to them. People have been there since 9 a.m. this morning and they still haven't seen a doctor. There are elderly people in their 90s sitting, waiting all day to see a doctor and they still haven't seen anyone.
How do you know there's one nurse for 65 people?
Because my daughter-in-law just texted me and told me.
How does she know?
Because she asked.
Like fuck, she wouldn't be told that, and that wouldn't be the way. There's no way one nurse is dealing with
your
an
opinion
emergency room. What you're saying,
Elliot, what do you think, love? Because your opinion counts.
What do I think of the NHS at the minute? I think, it definitely needs the modelling, how it's modelled, needs to have a look at maybe some sort of insurance type system where it's still free at the point of use. I think businesses, it's run a bit like a communist fucking business, to be honest. So maybe it should certain aspects of it should be privatized but kept free at the cost.
That's what has happened, actually.
But I mean, what you got to ask yourself, right, is why has the NHS got in such a state that you've got old people? Hang on, Chrissy, wait a minute. That you've got old people in their 80s and 90s lying on the floor in A&E. What's that about?
I don't know about that.
I wrote something about this. So in the lot, I'm trying to find it where I wrote it.
Get your daughter-in-law to take a few pictures of it so that we can actually see.
Well, at the moment, she's more concerned
Windrush
about
power.
my fucking son.
Windrush power.
Concerned about my son.
You're right, Velle. So,
Windrush power. Windrush power.
No,
what's going on, man?
I don't find it funny what's happening to the NHS, to be honest.
You got to welcome the king, man. I thought you was calling me King Velle from now on, man.
Oh, King Velle, sorry. Christ, get that fucking crown back on your head.
No one will disagree that the NHS doesn't need massive improvements, but all this right-wing bollocks about 90-year-olds laying on floors and stuff like that in April. I mean, if you'd have said this to me in December,
the privatization's ruined the NHS.
I'm telling you, Chrissy, she's just texted me. She's absolutely horrified.
Privatization's never worked, man.
Wendy. She's winding you up, Wendy.
Hey, is there an industry that the UK has that has been privatized? We've noticed the benefit from it. I don't think there is.
No.
Privatization don't work, man.
Yeah,
look at the whole place, man.
I pay nearly like 200 quid, right, in national insurance. I think it's about. I'll check my payslip, but I think it's about 200. Shall I check? Whatever the figure is.
Exactly. It's not free, is it? Yeah, I see what you're saying, Elliot. Yeah.
I could say.
Yeah, but it's free at point of use, isn't it? It just depends if you need.
You're paying for it all the time through national insurance.
So we didn't pay that.
Yeah, it's just the contribution is that we make to keep the shit running.
Yeah, but if I didn't pay my...
It's like, while we're young and all that, we might not be able to use it. But then when we get to a certain age, though, we might call on the NHS quite a lot, so...
Yeah, but mate, you could save money, right? Say you didn't pay your national insurance and you paid it to, like, a private, like, health insurer, you'd save money.
No, you wouldn't.
Right, wait there. Let me
hey, you know what, yeah? I've got a bad headphone on, yeah? And I've got a sweaty ear. So, if you can, would you be able to say that a little bit louder for me?
Yeah, so I pay. Right, I pay national. I'm not going to say how much I pay because then you'll know how much I make. Anyway, but if you were to not pay your national insurance, right, you could pay that to a private health insurer, and then you would get better physical care.
Yeah, but did you know, Elliot?
Wait, hold on a sec.
Wait.
Ain't you seen that Mario what's his name? Luigi, whatever his last name is, yeah? He's seen as a hero for flipping shooting one of the people that withhold health insurance within America. Like, you sure you want health insurance to be run in the UK cuts? Because I don't think that. I think it's the same thing like Brexit. Yes, let's vote for Brexit. Brexit comes. Oh, this ain't really Brexit because it's shit. Yeah, even though we told you it's going to be shit all the way. Like, don't do this again, man. God damn. I'm saying we've already now we can't even go to fucking Spain without a fucking the Euro style thing that we used to go to America to Pussy Clark. Spain, you know. Fucking hell, I want to go mobs. You know what I mean? No carbs before mobs.
Hang on, Velle,
why some girl? How about you? You don't want me to go to Spain?
No, what did you want to go
to the south of France? I've got, you know what I'm saying? I need to go Monaco, man. Tax-free havens and shit. You get me? But these times now, because of Brexit, now we got to get Bumba Clark visa. Fun Brexit, man.
For the life of me, I don't know why you'd want to go to Spain, but there you go.
How you mean? Bumba Clark, about no cars before mobs. Man don't want me to go Spain again, you know.
You do have a point with that Louis guy that shot the CEO. That's a good point. Yeah, I can see that point.
You do know a lot of these private hospitals, they don't have intensive care, so when they can't actually deal with what's going on, they get sent to the NHS anyway.
Yeah. See, did you know that 250,000 Americans go bust every year because of medical bills?
Medical insurance, man. Medical, what's it called? Medical bankruptcy. That happens to quite a lot of people in America as well.
A year minimum in America.
Yeah, but I'm sick of these fat bastards sat in the politicians sit and say, no, we're doing this.
Yeah, but you know why?
They're doing fucking nothing.
14 years of underfunding
as well,
is the problem.
They allow Americans to eat fucking poison and don't even have no free healthcare. Like, they're basically just setting the man up to die over there. If you can't afford good food, then you're eating poison.
You know who?
RFK will sort that though, hopefully.
The worst, those that use the, you know, you hear of these people that come here to use the NHS. Yeah.
Yeah, they're called medical tourists.
Yeah, that's them. You know who the worst lot are for doing that? Americans.
Probably, because that way they don't have to pay their exorbitant fees back in America. But the thing is, medical tourism is nothing compared to, you know, other areas of fraud in the government.
Yeah, but when they come through immigration and my son stops them, they're never fucking happy when they get stopped and thrown in the pen and told they can't come in because all they want to do is come in and use the NHS and then fly home again.
How do they know that they're doing that? I mean, what do they wear a T-shirt saying, I'm here to rob the NHS?
Obviously, he stops them, arrests them, takes them into a room.
But why would he stop and arrest them? Why would he stop and arrest them?
They don't have the right paperwork when they come up to him.
So you're coming here to rob the NHS, but you don't bring the right paperwork.
Americans are that arrogant. That's the way he puts it. They never have the right paperwork, and he can spot a medical what you call them, and he calls them a mile off, and he always stops them, and he doesn't let them in.
Can I play this video about the difference in ingredients between America and the UK?
Yeah.
Sugar.
Wendy, what's the slogan, fam?
Yes, King. Let it play.
Tries.
King.
In the US, there's 11 ingredients. In the UK, there's 3, and salt is optional. An ingredient called dimethylpolysiloxane is an ingredient preserved with formaldehyde, a neurotoxin, in the US version. This is used as a foaming agent so they don't have to replace the oil that often, making McDonald's more money here in the United States. But they don't do that across the pond. This is Skittles. Notice the long list of ingredient differences. 10 artificial dyes in the US version and titanium dioxide. This ingredient is banned in Europe because it can cause DNA damage. Artificial dyes are made from petroleum, and products containing these dyes require a warning label in Europe that states it may cause adverse effects on activity and detention in children. And they have been linked to cancer and disruptions in the immune system. This on the screen back here is Gatorade. In the US, they use red 40 and caramel color. In Germany, they don't. They use carrot and sweet potatoes to color their Gatorade. And let's look at cereal. General Mills is definitely playing some tricks on us. They launched a new version of Trix just recently in Australia. It has no dyes. They even advertise that when the US version still does. This is McDonald's French fries. In the US, there's 11 ingredients.
See that? You know,
Velle,
Well,
did you know
you are
United
what you
snakes
eat.
are
Yeah.
poison.
do you know that they used to put beaver anal glands in raspberry ice cream?
Yeah.
Beaver arse, was put in vanilla
Raspberry Ripple.
and raspberry ripple ice cream.
You're a
Not a
fucking
lot of
raspberry
people
Ripple,
know
eh?
that.
Chrissy?
Colostrum, I
Stop
think
being
they
a
call it
raspberry Ripple,
colostrum.
mate.
Yeah, and what isn't ice cream? Isn't it part of it made with the same stuff that kills head lice?
Very probably. They even gave rodent droppings, I think an E number or whatever the fuck number, to hide the fact that
raspberry,
a certain amount of rodent droppings are allowed in muesli and cereals. So they gave it a fucking cover E number or whatever the fuck it is.
Hey, you guys, listen, yeah, before my battery dies, yeah, did anyone ever believe that there was anything close to a KKK within the United Kingdom?
No.
No? All right.
Wendy's covering up the group she's in.
Well, last night, 5:11,
I'll tell you all
Velle
about the
came
new
down
group.
here to put his spark light, and no fire was at the door. And then about 15 minutes after, I could hear a big shouting that the front is on fire. And then when he rushed down, the door was on fire. There was a cross on the door and it was blazing. He tried to take the cross off and I rushed to get some water.
And then what happened?
To throw on the door, and then after we get it out, he went to the police station and let the police know what happened.
Have you any idea why someone should hang this cross against your door?
No idea at all.
Is your husband involved in politics, or does he belong to West Indian organizations?
No.
Have you had any incidents here before?
No.
How do you get on with your neighbours?
All right.
How long, in fact, have you lived in this street?
4 years.
And how do you feel now about living here?
Well, I don't think I'll stop here any longer.
Your children, you've sent them away to friends, I gather?
Yeah.
Now, you all live in this street. What do you think about this incident last night?
Well, I may say, well, according to what is going around, it being this Ku Klux Klan, organization, for myself, I think it might be one of them that do it, you see.
You don't think it's just local hooligans?
I don't think so.
What about you?
I don't think it's local hooligans. I think it's the Ku Klux Klans.
But you haven't had any trouble in this street before?
No, not before.
And white and coloured people live here quite
yes,
well, don't they?
We live here quite well and we get on very peacefully.
They're not leaders of your community at all, are they?
No, well, I think the clan themselves is against every coloured race, really, and it's not just anybody, but not just who is in the organisation.
Yeah. Can I just ask this lady here? Burning cross at Leamington, and reports of a secret Ku Klux Klan organisation in the Midlands, it could be argued that this is the result of local youth reading about all this in the newspapers and seeing it on television. Another thing is that the couple affected, Mr. and Mrs. Larklin Henry, aren't involved in any political organisations. They're a normal couple. They get on well with their neighbours and haven't experienced any violence before. But whoever's responsible, there is now fear in this street. Many of the residents are coloured, and they're quite convinced that this is the work of political fanatics. Some have said to me, Ku Klux Klan. Police now, of course, are treating it very seriously. They've got to. And they're appealing for the motorist who spotted the burning cross last night to come forward and help them. They're sure he's not involved, but he may be able to give them a lead to the people who nailed the cross on the door of this house in Albert. Mrs. Henry, what happened?
Well, you know,
Out there,
I don't know how,
Bomba
how
Class Ku
old
Klux
is
Klan in
that
Birmingham.
video? Velle, how old is that bloody video? I mean, that's got to be
That is
quite
in
old.
1965, motherfucker.
It sounded like Alan Wicker on that.
Walk on, G. Bless you. What you saying, man?
So come on, Wendy. What one of your friends was it?
No, but there is a new group, right? There's a new alt-right group, and they're called National Rebirth. I don't know if you've heard of them.
Is that Jada Francis?
Francis.
Is that Jada Francis?
No.
Preston, not Francis.
It's run by some people you don't know, and they're called. If you Google it, it'll come up. National.
How did you find out about it, Wendy?
I heard Glenn Sapper's doing a march in Birmingham for protection of women and children, even though his son's in jail for abusing women. That's mad, isn't it?
I knew about. I found out about it because I found myself on a panel with a load of them. Yeah.
Mad.
And
here comes the Ku Klux Klan top
are they
wizard.
further
Here
right
comes the top wizard of the
than Tommy or
KKK.
less?
They're very. I'd say it's evil. The National Rebirth is evil. Yeah.
So they're further right than Tommy, yeah.
Yeah.
Where's this panel? How do you find it?
It's on TikTok.
He wants to join them.
Do you want to join them, Elliot?
No, I like speaking about politics and that, so it'd be interesting. But
well, if you don't pretend,
you need to chat to people you disagree with. That's what you need to.
Yeah,
that's the best.
Who are you talking about? A new group? What's the name of them and what's going on?
National Rebirth.
National.
Hey, Troops, why are you acting like you ain't the top wizard of the KKK and you don't know who the new group is, man?
I ain't got a clue.
They got a
National
leader
who?
with,
Where?
Sorry, Rebirth.
Oh God.
So let me ask you a question, guys. Yeah. Earlier on, Elliot said that we should get rid of all. Was it? I mean, stop me if I'm wrong, Elliot. We should get rid of all the Pakistanis and Bangladeshis. Did you say?
Oh.
So I said we should start with the Pakistani, Bangladeshis, all the ethnics, right? Even
the ones that are born here. Even the ones that are born here, yeah.
Well, they're not actually. Their ethnicity isn't from it. So, like, if I was in Japan, I wouldn't be from Japan.
Right. Forget about Japan, bruv. Do you think that all the ethnics should be deported?
No, because you're raking over the same point, right? And then when you present it, it sounds bad, right? So I'm reframing
it is bad, presentation. It is bad. Don't make it sound bad. It is bad. Getting rid of all the ethnics from the country, regardless of if they was born here, is terrible.
I didn't say that though, did I?
That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah. Okay, but I'm just reframing it, right? So
all the ethnics that are signing on.
I would say they should get no access to social housing or any type of benefit. None ever.
No one that's not a British citizen is not entitled to social housing or any benefits, man.
I'm saying, right, so the people that are here,
so you're saying no one from a different ethnicity shouldn't be able to be a British citizen?
100%.
Yeah, that's what you think, yeah?
And that's when the stream went down, wasn't it? We got there and the stream went down.
Yeah.
So have you found it, Dupes? Because it comes up if you stick it in Google.
No, but I will have a look later. So what are they all about?
Hey, you're trying to take away Trilla's English card, yeah?
They're worse than that other
worse
lot.
than Tommy Robinson.
PA. They're worse than PA.
So they're not.
I've seen this woman argue before. She seemed quite alright.
Is Ralph involved in it?
No.
When was the last time you spoke to Ralph, Jupiter?
No, a long time ago.
Ralph
I was just being a bit sarcastic there.
Ralph Pinder.
Some people won't get it.
I've seen.
Did you
this
Ralph, that Ralph
this
was
is
pushing
what
around
I'm trying to say, cuz you can't finesse us again. Because Ralph was here doing Hitler salutes before anyone even thought about doing Hitler salutes.
It's not a Hitler
salute. I'm shocked. I shouldn't be shocked. Jupiter, we shouldn't be shocked that these little groups are popping up all over, right? We shouldn't be shocked, really.
Well, they pushed them to it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's horrid, but what
pushed them to it. What are you talking about? Who pushed these people to become these extreme racists? What the hell? Just being yourself. Push people to become. So you should just pretend not to be yourself.
You don't even know who I mean. You're already gone on the defensive.
No, because you said that they've pushed them to it.
Yeah.
I thought you was talking about the far
pushed
right.
them into extreme racism. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the successive politicians that have not listened to the majority of the country.
14 years of the Conservative rule, which is right wing.
They feel that they've got
so I was right then.
So 14 years of conservative rule, and they've pushed them into it, yeah?
You're going to get more and more people looking towards these extreme people as their saviours, which is sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that because of the 14 years of conservative right-wing rule?
Probably.
would say
And the left, and what the left are doing now, the Labour government are doing now, are letting all the
Yeah, they
immigrants
haven't been in
come
for a
in.
year yet, and even though they're Labour, they're not really left-wing,
I
are they?
don't care. I don't care.
Again, Wendy, you're doing the I don't care thing.
That's right.
When you come up with an obstacle, you should try and sort of talk
No,
it
you're
through
trying to
rather
put
than
all
just
the
say
blame
I
on the
don't care.
Conservatives.
Well, there's not
And
much
all
difference
I'm
between
saying
them, is there?
Don't be surprised.
Oh, where's she gone?
She's probably got a phone call. But the fact of the matter is, look, I've been saying for ages that they didn't care what side you was on. They were going to pull you up a purity spiral. The groups that are at the top of the extremists on both sides, they sit at the top of the horseshoe. And they're the ones that are going to rake in from this. Dictators. It doesn't matter whether it's a left dictator or a right dictator. Dictators are all cunts. They don't give you any freedom of choice.
So why don't you
Can
try and
you hear
appeal to
me?
the moderates
Can
in the
you hear
middle?
me?
Yeah, we
Can
got
now
you.
win. Can now win.
Right.
Why don't you try and appeal to the moderates in the middle?
Well, we are the moderates in the middle.
I don't think you're moderate, Jupes. I've got you. I mean, you've said some pretty extremist sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's on you, mate. When people say extreme stuff to you, you've got every right to defend yourself, fight fire with fire.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying that, refugees should be shot in the boats.
No, that was a joke.
That's pretty extreme, mate.
No, that was a joke.
You could use
Sorry?
air rifles, couldn't you?
That was a joke. It was sarcasm.
It wasn't a joke, Jupes. I was on the stream when you said it. You weren't joking.
I was
Yes,
talking to just me and Scientific.
No, you was on a stream that was in the evening, and we was all talking. You
Chrissy,
said
you don't think they should be shot then?
No, I don't. I don't think anyone should be shot.
Wow.
You said that we should shoot the boats. Wendy was saying that we should invade France.
Yes, and she was
They're
joking
extreme
as well.
They're extreme views, Jupes.
I think it's quite an extreme view that no one should ever get shot.
Well, no, we don't want anyone shot. Who do you think should get shot, Elliot? Who do you think?
Well, what I would do, right, is I'd go around all the scout camps in the UK, right, and I'd like give them air rifles, and I'd
scout camps?
Yeah, go around all the scout camps, give them air rifles, right, and then send them out to sea, right, and then they can just shoot the boats.
Yeah, I mean, are we going to have a serious conversation, or are we going to have a serious conversation?
What? So he can joke, but I can't.
Well, no, that is obviously a joke, but what you said wasn't a joke.
Why?
I was
Why
being
not?
serious.
Sorry?
I was
Why
being
not?
serious.
Okay, you're being serious.
See, that goes
Try
to
and
prove the point.
prove
Doesn't it?
a
You
point.
can't tell the difference.
Of course I can.
He just told you he's serious.
No, he's not. Of course he's
I am
not.
serious. Of course I'm serious, mate. What harm, right, could get done, right, from shooting an air rifle at them? Like, they're going to get some little bullets in them.
Would say they're going to give scouts air rifles to shoot boats in the channel.
No, I didn't say it right. No, let's just make it clear because of the law.
Well, that was what was put out there, mate.
Right, sorry. All right, okay, yeah. All right. If I was running the government, that's what I would do. As a private citizen, I don't want any violence. I just want to make that clear.
Okay. So, do you not realise that giving scouts air pistols to go into the North Sea and shoot boats is absolutely ridiculous?
I think it would be right. First of all, right, it would be a good life skill for them. They'd grow hairs on their chest, right? They'll realise, right, they're growing up. It'll teach them some good life skills. They get to learn how to shoot a rifle, and they'll also protect their country. So it's quite nationalistic. It will really fill them, hopefully, with pride.
What, to shoot refugees?
Oh no, to protect their country. And we don't need to use real guns.
To shoot but they're shooting refugees. How are they protecting their country when they're shooting refugees?
Well, stopping the invader from coming in.
But they're not invaders; they're refugees.
No, they haven't been invited, so they're entering the country.
You don't have to be invited to be a refugee.
No, it's illegal to come into our country without our permission. That's a
No,
law.
no, it isn't. Not if you're a refugee. We've signed up to the Refugee Convention.
That's not true.
They're not refugees.
It is true.
I'll double check that.
How comes that between, I think, 60 and 80% of the refugees that come here on boats, the governments, including 14 years of the Conservative governments, have agreed that they are refugees? Even your own right-wing politicians. And that is what makes you an extremist. Because you will not accept
hang on,
that we have an international responsibility.
You've chased them away.
Have we chased them away? You shot at them. You don't shoot at people
You have
for no
chased
reason.
Elliot away.
No, Elliot's just dropped off. Maybe he's worried that I'm going to get a fucking scout on him with a 2.2 air rifle.
But anyway, yeah. The other night was quite interesting because there's a load of these new alt-right groups popping up all over the bloody place.
I'm not surprised though, Wendy, and they're probably going to get bigger and bigger, and that's a sad day for all of us.
No, you're just going to dissipate what you've got, ladies, because luckily, there aren't that many far-right people out there. Not far-right like you two.
Chrissy, you really don't know what you're talking about. You really,
no, I do know what I'm talking about.
You don't.
Okay, so when Tommy last put himself up for election,
Tommy
he got
is not far right.
Okay, he got 2.2% of the vote. Okay, if he's not far right, what is he?
To get into the groups that I'm talking about and to find
No,
them
I'm not talking about those groups, Wendy.
Wait a minute, you have to say that you don't like Tommy Robinson.
Where is Tommy?
Tommy Robinson is a Tommy tard and all the rest of it.
Yeah,
These
I believe that.
people are really nasty, horrible people.
Elliot's
so there are worse people, and I agree with that as well. But what I'm asking you is, where do you think Tommy is on the political compass?
He's a bit liberal, if anything.
Yeah.
So you think he's a lefty?
I would say on some things he's on the right, on some things he's on the left.
Okay,
yeah,
but if you had to put him in a group, if you had to pigeonhole him, what one would that be?
Tommy Robinson group.
No, he doesn't get a group to
He's
himself.
a bit liberal. Like he once said that
So
he'd let
you've
all
got
the
him down
women
as a
from
lefty.
Saudi Arabia into this country, whereas I wouldn't. So
Wendy, you think that Tommy Robinson's a lefty?
no, I didn't. I said liberal. I didn't call him a lefty.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Liberal is usually considered left.
It depends.
Why can't you be a liberal on the right?
Yeah, it all depends.
You can
like
be a liberal on the right, but liberal is more in the left. If you say you're a liberal in America, they'll call you a Democrat, which is the left.
Yeah, okay.
Well, but we're not living in America, are we? So,
but that's what I'm saying. You're saying that he's a liberal.
No, but
where do you decide liberal is on the political compass? Let's go left and right, because even though it is bollocky, it's an easy way for people to understand. So where is Tommy Robinson?
Tommy, like I said, he has some right thoughts and that, but then again, he can be very liberal too.
Yeah.
So is he a centrist?
He's
He's just
right of centre. Just right of centre.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so Elliot, where do you believe you are on the political compass?
Oh, mate, I haven't got a fucking clue, to be honest. I'm
I know where I am. I'm in line with Margaret Thatcher.
So you're a righty, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So you're on the right, Wendy. Elliot, where are you?
Mate, I'm just a person, man. I don't know where I sit. Yeah.
From what I've heard of you say, you are easily on the right, maybe far right, because believing that you should kick out all ethnics, even the British ones, that's far right.
Yeah,
how can you be a British ethnic?
Say that. Yeah, probably.
Okay. Thank you for being honest, Elliot. Jupiter, where do you see yourself?
Don't know, really. I think that it's the political powers we've got, there is no right and left anymore. I think it's all over nonsense. I think we've been gaslit for fucking over 50 years, and I think it's a load of shit.
Yeah.
I can go along with a lot of that, but I can't help but think you are far right, though, Jupes.
Well,
You've definitely got more in common. You've definitely got more in common with right-wing politicians than you have left. I mean, who do you class as a lefty?
I just told you,
Jeremy
I don't buy
Corbyn.
into all that no more. Look, there's a far left in this country that's extreme. that are in bed with the fucking extreme right. So you can't tell me.
I wouldn't say they're in bed.
As far, yeah, they are. As far as I'm concerned, there's either extremists or non-extremists. That's it. That's all I see these days.
Yeah, but there's extremists on both sides, isn't there?
There's extremists
Extreme
all
left
round.
and extreme right, yeah?
There's extremists all round, yeah.
Okay. So just so that I know where you are with, you know, what we're talking about, can you give me an example of a lefty? Just a lefty, not extreme left, a lefty.
That James, that one on LBC.
I would say someone who's pushing the trans agenda to the point of collapse and destruction is somebody on the left.
That's someone to the far left.
I'm looking for lead.
Yeah, far left.
I cares!
How we doing, muckers?
I'm over the fucking moon.
What's happened, bruv?
Are these pensioners giving you a bit of a hard time, Morris?
No. I'm just showing them up for what they are.
Are you comfortably dealing with them all?
Being on the right is a problem, is it, Chrissy?
No. You two, as I said, you are extremists. You are far right extremists.
No, you know what? You are the reason why we're getting alt-right groups in this country. Is people like you.
You both don't care about killing people.
Like I said,
Wendy,
it's people like you are the reason why we're getting alt-right groups.
You're the one who had a fucking gun, not us.
No, I haven't. I've never had a fucking gun.
You had a gun on top of your
I had a gun in South Africa when I did my firearms course.
Well, then how come they said on your all that stuff that was put out on your arrest?
Right, so if I had a gun, why am I not in prison? Why have I never been to prison? And are we doing personals?
Yeah,
wait a minute. Chrissy, having a gun, it does not make you an extremist, yeah, but willing to shoot innocent people without knowing anything about them except that they're a different color and they've turned up at the country.
Who wants to do that then?
Yeah, I'm from this country, definitely.
Who wants to kill you?
I wasn't born here. But I'm from here.
So you're not from this country. You're not from this country.
No, I am from here.
No, he's very British though.
I am from here because it depends how you look at it.
Wendy, what you define and class as British can mean anything on any other day.
It's very simple, mate.
I'm not talking to you,
politically
very
legally,
British.
I am
Very
British.
British, Elliot. Very British.
It's very simple.
I'm a political and legal British citizen.
Yeah, so you're white, are you? Are you white?
Does he have to be?
What
does it matter what colour he is?
British? How's that a requirement of being British?
What does it matter what colour he is?
What millennium do you live in, bro?
I like to know who I'm talking to.
But what does it
you
matter
know who you're
what
talking to
colour
is a fellow British citizen. That's what you need to know, mate.
No, at the minute I'm looking at a picture of a galaxy, mate.
Yeah, but you can hear me say.
What does it matter what colour he is? What does it matter?
What colour you are? What colour your granddad was?
My point is right. Sorry.
I'm not asking
why are you bothered about colour? Elliot, why are you bothered about colour?
I asked about.
I'm not going to ask you what colour any member of your family is to make a judgment.
Right, you can do it if you want, mate. Because I think only the natives should be making decisions about how this country.
Well, you're wrong, innit? Because most of the people in your country disagree with you, you idiot.
No, you're an idiot. You probably live in a city.
Yeah, and what's wrong with living in a city, you fucking idiot?
Go to the countryside and the towns where it's 80% white still, and then ask.
So why isn't that reflected in the voting? Why isn't that reflected in the voting and
where I live? It's 100% white, apart from Bernard.
Yeah. Well, listen. There's pockets of racist, backwards areas to this day. Of course,
it's not pockets.
But our beautiful country has moved on. Chrissy, are you with me? Our beautiful country has moved on.
Don't go to
and
town.
you lowlives out in the sticks. You lowlives out in the sticks can still go back to your tribal bullshit ways if you want to.
Yeah.
But the real world in the big cities has moved on, mate. You
see, the problem is, guys, you far right people believe that Tommy Robinson is popular. When last time he stood in an election, he only got 2.2% of the vote.
But this is what I was saying, isn't it? Is that their viewpoint is not reflected in the
2.2% of the vote.
Whether he's popular or not, I agree with what he says.
Yeah, but our point is that you're the minority.
You are the majority.
Are the minority.
But you're not.
This is what we're
you're
saying
a small
to you.
minority.
You are the minority that are
the
extremists.
majority. Are you scientific?
Scientific.
I
you
am.
said about
I am because I
backwards
believe in
people.
Science is on the right side of history.
I believe in equal rights.
Science
Mate.
is
So I am.
science is on the right side of history, though.
The majority of
where I
people in
live
this country
scientific.
agree with me.
A lot
Equal
of
rights for all.
the politicians live where I live. Would you call them backwards and everything then?
Well, do they
Some
hold
of
the
them
same
are.
views as you?
You call a
do they
lot of
hold
them
the same
corrupt,
views
and
as
I'd
you?
agree
I'm not
with you.
talking to you, Morris. I'm talking to scientific.
Okay,
Well,
but I'm allowed to speak. I'm on the panel.
All right, but Maris, let her ask me. So she's asking me, do politicians that live in her racist rural area, are they also the same? And I was extreme, and I'll say yes, if they have the same backwards views as you, which are outdated by
But
at least
why would I have
60
some
to
sort of
100 years.
backwards view? All I said.
I'll tell you why.
Was,
Because
it's 100% white, apart from Bernard over the fucking road, and you've got a problem with that. Why?
I ain't got a problem with that. I got a problem with your idea that you should shoot people coming to the country without even
I
knowing
didn't
whether
say
they
that. Elliot said that.
Whoever said that. That was the point. Well, that's what I was addressing. That's what I was
Elliot
addressing.
said it.
Yeah,
I
what's
said
your
don't
issue?
shoot
That's
the
an
boat
extreme
for a joke
view.
one day, and this man.
No,
Chrissy
you weren't
Morris
joking,
takes it
Jukes. You said that
serious.
No, I don't
seriously.
believe Jupiter believes that. Honestly, I don't believe
No.
Jupiter believes
She
that.
said
She
it
might have said it for a
serious.
joke. I
No,
would have thought
she didn't
I
say it
said
for a
it
joke,
as a
Science.
fucking
I'm
She
not
joke.
was
defending her
serious.
views, but that I would say is a bit
I
extreme.
think the extreme
She
position.
said we should shoot the boats. They did it in Australia.
Fucking hell. I think the extreme position is allowing unvetted foreigners into our country.
Yeah,
That's the
it
extreme
is.
position.
It is.
And,
I think
and
Okay,
on
so
the other side of the stick, that is also a problem. I agree that on the other side of the
Sorry?
stick, that having unfettered, what's it called,
Immigration
is ridiculous. No one argues for that. No, not a single person says we should allow every single human being to turn up here and get full rights.
No, they
Nobody says that.
don't.
But there is
Mate,
a process. What you guys are missing is
most
there is
Arabs
a
can just
process.
say they're gay and then just arrive here and get
Okay,
asylum.
well, guess what? Guess what that means? That means that the process of immigration needs to be modified. And if we want to campaign for that, that's a different story. But talking
That's what I'm
about
doing.
shutting off borders completely and getting rid of everybody who's not white and white people
That's
having
not
the
what I
right to make
said.
more
That's
decisions.
not what I
You
said.
did say that. You said that you
You
want
said
white.
get rid of the Asians,
Well,
Elliot.
I
You
never
said
said
get
that.
rid of the
you want
Asians,
your white
Elliot.
people to make more decisions.
No, I said
But
I
that's
said I
not
want
my
to get rid of.
position.
I said
That's
I
not my
want to get.
position.
I
That's
said
not
I
my
wanted to get rid of their benefits, their social housing, so they voluntarily
So
leave.
they're
That would
treated
be
as
the
No,
first
you
subclass
thing.
said
humans.
get rid of
So
the
they're treated
Asians,
as less
Elliot.
than
Yeah,
human. So you're
get
saying
rid
that
of
they
them.
shouldn't be treated
Sorry,
as human beings.
no, Chrissy's misrepresenting what I said. I said we
So,
should
You
get
always
rid of
said
them.
it yourself,
that
though.
you said
You said enough
get rid of
yourself.
the
method.
Asians.
Yeah, that is the method we should use to get rid of them.
What?
So you said get rid of the
Starving them
Asians,
out.
yeah?
Starving
Yeah,
them out,
using
basically.
the method
You
that I just
savage,
said.
bruv.
And
Right,
You're
no,
a
no,
earlier
you
savage.
as
said
well.
You don't
we should
act
get
like
rid of the
you
in the
deserve
Asians.
any
mouth.
respect,
What
bruv.
the
You're a
fuck?
savage.
Yeah.
You're talking about women and children, starving them out. You're a fucking lowlife.
That's so
I'm glad you
extreme.
live
I
in
don't
this
care.
country.
You're a foreigner, mate. Fuck off.
Well, you know what? I bet you this much. I have a better time in this country than your shitty life out in the fucking
That's
sticks,
fine. That's fine.
cooking your own food, your roadkill
I'm
every
glad
day.
you.
You go
I'm
to the
glad you
motorway.
do. I'm glad you do.
Yeah,
I'm
but the thing is,
I'm
I pay
chuffed.
more into the. I'm better pay more into the system than you do. Fucking collecting your
Oh,
food from fucking the forest, you joker.
well, you don't know anything about me, so
Well,
that would
you
be
just said
amazing
that.
if
I
you
bet
just
you
done
live
it.
in a city. You said to me, I bet you live in a city,
Yeah,
bro. You're a
because
dickhead.
because you're talking as if this is a minority opinion. You go to
It is a
villages up and
minority
down the
opinion.
country. No,
It is
because
a
you obviously
minority
haven't.
opinion.
You
So why is
haven't.
it not reflected in the
Villages
politics?
don't hold a lot of
Why is
people
it not
sitting
reflected in
still.
elections and politics and policy
You
making?
obviously haven't gone up and down the country and spoken to the white
No,
people,
it's just
have
that you live
They're
in no, you live
80%.
in an insular group of
No, I
people that are
don't.
all
I
dumb,
honestly
racist
don't.
idiots. All right, so tell me,
I
why is
don't.
your view not represented in the politics of policy making and elections of this country, and why has it not been for the last 50 years? You dickhead.
It will
No,
be.
no, I completely.
No, it won't.
What is it? Rupert Lowe is in Parliament at the minute, isn't he? He
I thought
He
so, mate.
represents
I
my
thought
viewpoint.
so. There's no answer to that, you idiot.
So Rupert Lowe is an MP, and he represents.
So,
what I
how
believe.
many MPs can I bring to you that go against that? Yeah. Your idea is not well represented as a majority viewpoint, you idiot. That's what we're
Because
talking about.
look, this is
Well,
the problem,
wait for the
right?
tsunami.
Show me the stats, bro.
This is-
Show me the stats where nationally across the country
So
people
why is
agree
all the
with you
white
or
people
agree
who
with
are in
me
the
about
army?
universal
Why are they
human rights.
leaving? Why are they
Yeah,
leaving?
why are
90
they all leaving?
Who's all
Because they
leaving?
don't
Why are they all
want to die,
leaving?
probably.
Because they
Who's
don't
all
look at this
leaving?
country as worth
Because they
fighting
don't
for
want to
anymore.
die.
Who's all leaving? I don't see anybody all leaving. If everybody
The
was all
white
leaving,
soldiers, all the
reported in
soldiers
the
are leaving.
mainstream, so
okay, so then there's no problem. You guys should be happy. There should be nothing for you to complain about. You should be over the moon that everybody's leaving.
Because you don't know want to fight for this country anyway, Wendy. You said
No,
that the
I'm
other
glad they're leaving. Oh yeah, all right, whatever.
All right, so you just
So I'm
complained
glad they're
why they're
leaving because then
leaving.
all the immigrants can go and fight instead.
Oh, but I thought you didn't want to give the immigrants guns because they were invaders.
I told you
One
this
minute they're
before,
immigrants,
they
next
get
minute
their
they're
guns
invaders.
when
What
they
are
get
they?
I've
when they
told
get
you,
to
an
theatre.
immigrant, a British person to Wendy can mean some at one day and the next day she's completely switched the script, Morris. You've got to
No,
bear with
like
her.
I said,
You're right,
Chrissy,
Marcus, you're right.
like I said, Chrissy, you give the immigrant the gun when they get to the theatre.
How are you going to train them to use the gun? Without
Once
giving
somebody's
them...
got a
you give
gun,
them
don't you
toy
think that they
guns
can
at
change the
first.
tables? They can turn the tables.
Look,
Yeah, if once you've given them a gun, you idiot, don't you think they can
You
easily
give
turn
them
the
fucking
tables?
toy guns because they can't be
Bro, you are
trusted
a
with real
retard.
ones.
You have no idea about
Can
military
you stop calling
movements,
people
logistics. You
retards,
are an
scientific?
idiot.
This
Well,
is
no,
my
you've earned
country,
it.
not
You've
yours.
well, it doesn't matter. I can say what I want. It's my country as much as it is yours. There's
You call
Really?
people
You
there's
sick
can't.
all the
You
fucking
there is
can't.
no
time.
aspect of
You call
reality that
people
makes
sick,
this
you
your
call
country more
people
than mine.
faggots, you call people
Hang
the
on,
M-bombs.
hang on.
Who are
Yeah,
you
that's
to
true,
suddenly switch on this selective
but
I'm
moral
not talking
outrage?
to
yeah, but
you,
Marcus,
Mark, and I
Marcus,
feel
let me
I
let me
didn't know
explain to
you had
her.
such
Let me
thin
explain to her
skin.
because this is what she needs to understand. There is
I
nothing
don't
in the
need to
universe
understand
that makes
anything.
this your
I
country more than mine.
understand.
She's an
I
ignorant right
There is
wing. She
understand that
nothing.
the
doesn't
Point
immigrants
to
understand
who
a
one
come to
woke.
this
single thing that makes
country
this
need
your
to be
country more than
given
mine.
a job.
Hang on. Point
I
to one single
understand
thing
that
that
the
makes this country
immigrants
more yours than mine.
coming
Go
to
on.
this
Point to a single
country
thing.
need to be given a job
Wendy,
so
this is
they
what you
can
need to
join
be.
the
This
army
is what you
and they
need to
can
be
go and fight.
taught.
What's
Tell
wrong
me
with that?
tell
What's
me
wrong
in
with
one
that?
way that this is your country more than mine. Tell me
Wait
any
a
one
minute.
legitimate way.
What is
Why are you
wrong
hiding
with
from that? Yeah.
immigrants
Why are
going
you
to
hiding from
fight
that?
for
This is
this
what you need to
country?
learn. Wendy,
What
tell me,
is wrong with people like
describe to
you?
me upon
Where's
what
someone
you
like
think.
you being made to go and fight for this country? What is
I don't know
wrong
why you're
with
changing
that?
the subject. I'm trying to ask you a
I'd be
question.
worried about
What
that,
makes
Wendy,
this your
because I
country
think
more
they'd
than
turn
mine?
on the
Wendy,
people that live
Wendy,
here.
why can't you answer this question? What makes
Because
this
you won't
country more
answer the
your than mine?
question.
You see,
Because you
because
won't
you're
answer the
running.
question.
No, because I was asking you first. What makes this your country more than mine?
If
Go.
you're going to call me
You're not
names, I'm going
British.
to come back at you. Simple as that.
So we agree
Right,
then
look,
that there's no
he's not
reason
calling
for
you
you to
names
claim.
now. He's asked you a decent question.
No,
Can you answer the
I've
question?
given her like 2 minutes, bro. She doesn't want to answer it.
You know,
She is accepting that there
that
is
I
no
look upon
valid
you.
basis for
Hang
calling
on,
this country more
I
hers
look
than
upon
mine.
you
There is
as a British
zero valid
person.
basis for
I
saying that.
don't have a
Yes.
problem with
So
you.
now you have
but
to accept
you
that
stop
this is
calling
not
me
your
names.
country.
I'm going to
This
come
is
back
not your
at you.
country.
Simple as
It's my
that.
country as much as it is your country. How about
I
that?
don't think so.
Agreed.
I don't
Well,
think
show me
so.
how. Show me how. Show me how. How is
Well,
it your
my
country more than mine?
nationality cannot be took away from me. Yours can't.
Well, if you commit a crime, it can be, and if I commit a crime, it can
No,
be.
it can't. No, it can't.
All right. Well,
I
dual
thought you was
nationality.
Mauritian. I thought you was
Hang on,
Mauritian.
hang on.
Wendy.
I cannot be deported to another country. I'm not a citizen of
Yeah,
any
you
other
can,
country.
because I bet you've got dual nationality.
No, I haven't. No, well, you're wrong because
Well,
I
if
haven't
you
got that,
haven't,
you
you
fucking
can't
idiot.
then. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
so I'm in the same boat as you fucking moron. Like I said,
Morris,
that my
You're at
nationality
it
also
again.
cannot be taken away
You've
from
been
me.
taken lately, yeah?
So that's knocked out of the windows. Give me another reason why you might think that you would have more rights than me in this country. Go on.
No, I never said that. I said it's my country,
Okay, so,
not yours.
all right. So how? On what basis is it your country more than mine? Go.
Well, because I thought you had dual nationalship.
Well, you were wrong about that. So now do you accept? Now do you accept that you can't say that to people who you
No,
don't
I
know their
don't
background?
accept it because I don't believe you.
So you're going to carry on being a retard that acting as
Yeah,
if you know
yeah,
everything
yeah,
about everything.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to assume that I have dual nationality, even though
Yeah,
I've lived
and
in
I'm
this
going to
country
keep
for
assuming.
43
I'm going to
years.
keep assuming that because
Well,
I believe I'm right.
Then you've earned the title of me calling you a retard, isn't it?
Yeah,
You've
well,
admitted that
I
you're
believe
prepared to
I'm
make
right.
assumptions when I'm telling you the facts.
I believe I'm right.
So, Wendy, I thought you
Well,
was
you're an
Mauritian.
idiot, so it doesn't matter what you
I
believe.
believe I'm right and you're lying.
Well, this is typical of an idiot to go around in circles saying, "I'll
Yeah,
believe
yeah,
what I believe,
whatever.
regardless
Yeah,
of what anyone
idiot.
else can demonstrate to be
Really,
true."
retard.
You find my other
retard,
passport, and then you've got some reason.
Wendy,
yeah.
don't use the R word.
Yeah.
You're a moron.
Yeah.
So, Wendy, I
This
thought you
is
was
why you
Mauritian.
racists are such spastics. You can't hold a conversation. You can't argue a
Don't
point.
use
You
it,
can't
Wendy.
validate your own position. You just
I
chat
haven't called
rubbish.
you one name. You
Oh,
called
shut
me
up, Wendy. The fact of the
1,000
matter is
changed.
you are wrong. You have no claim to this country which is any stronger than mine. Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's what you're crying
you've got
about.
dual
And that's what you're crying about.
nationality.
You should be
You're,
able to
Depends
you're,
what
explain
your
you're,
that there.
heritage
My
is.
goodness,
If you're
can you
the
please
same
let
as
one
Shamima
person
Begum,
talk
it
at a
can be
time? This is
taken
chaos.
away.
your nationality can be took away from you.
So,
So it
Wendy, I thought
depends
you was a
what
Mauritian.
country your heritage
Why
is.
the fuck would I be Mauritian? Are you nuts?
Well, one time when I mentioned Nairak, you said that if you was in a relationship with him, it would be incestuous. And Nairak had Mauritian parents, didn't he? So
No, he
if
didn't.
you
He had
are,
English parents.
no, I'm sure that I read that he's
Robert
got Mauritian.
Nairak had 2 English parents, you
I'm
fucking
sure.
fool.
I'm sure, and anyone's
It's
free
easy
to
to
look.
Google. Just Google it.
Okay.
Wendy.
I can't Google it because I'm on the phone. But I'm sure Nairak had Mauritian parents, and if he is related to you, then it might logically
can you
be.
Google it? Look,
Oh,
he
goodness
had
me.
2 English parents, for fuck's sake.
Wendy,
Yeah,
can I
his
ask you
parents
something?
were English.
You see the way you've clipped that Robert Nairak avatar? I've seen it and I can't unsee it. It actually looks like it's got a ponytail on. If you look to the right-hand side, it looks like it goes up.
As I
And where
said,
you've
I'm not
clipped
talking to. I'm
it
not
looks
talking
like a
to you.
ponytail.
I'm not
And now all I
talking
can
to
see
you.
is Robert
That's all right, I'm
Nairak
listening.
with a fucking black ponytail
Yeah,
dangling
I'm not
out back of
talking
his
to
head.
you. You're a fool. Yeah.
Well, who's the fool?
As we were saying, right?
Why
It
am I a
seems that you're
fool?
not allowed to have an opinion.
I
And
like being a
I do
fool.
not know what is wrong with scientific
There's
method.
nothing worse
For
than
the
a
last
fool that
Well,
few
isn't.
he
days,
doesn't like
he
There's
people.
jumped
nothing
on.
He doesn't
worse
like people
being a
being
fool
racist
that
to him,
isn't
like you are,
aware
Wendy.
of.
Okay, so I'll
Wendy,
just
I'm
go
trying
on
to
mute.
talk to you, for goodness sake. Are
Yeah.
you aware you are actually a fool? You're in
She don't
denial
want to
about your
talk to you
foolhood.
though.
Good.
Then that's not stopping Muckers from just talking to anyone.
Exactly.
So carry
Thank
on,
you,
Muckers.
Morris. But they won't realise that.
Go on, Muckers.
How
I'm
have you
listening,
been,
bro.
Jupiter, anyway, recently? I've seen you've been doing some mad fucking rant-esque fucking tangents about your son. I couldn't work out whether you were trying to capitalise on old news about your son making... And I'm not sure just how much truth if your son has actually just found out that they were accusing him of battering his children. There were 2 things I could pick wrong. The first was, well, your son should show the most outrage to Wendy and also Baseloot UK. And the second thing was what I've just mentioned. I couldn't work out whether your son, you were just using him for YouTube fucking drama. You've done 2 live streams now, last night and really early, well, yesterday morning, and you were proper fucking going for it. My son's found out, and I've got fucking connections up in Manchester, you know, you can't. I was like, well, that's close to Preston. You might want to direct him, because I think those were the 2 that run with that. But yeah, that was bizarre. Does your son also now know that you're also dragging him back up on YouTube, however many years, you know, that first come out, the lie or not? Does he know that? Does he know his mum's also now sat on fucking YouTube, despite the fact he's fucking furious with his mother? Is that, or actually there might be a third, is there actually some truth in it? Has he actually just found out the shit his mum's caused on YouTube? You're now fucking doubling down, bluffing maybe somewhere, and you're making loose idols threats. Does he know the latest fucking like endeavour you're spinning on YouTube? Yeah, very bizarre, Jupiter. You'd think
You
you'd
need
just
to
shut your
up your
fucking mouth.
medication, mate.
You'd think you'd just shut your fucking mouth, but you can't, can you, Jupiter? Well done, you're a fool as well.
I'm never going to shut my mouth, but I'll tell you something.
I know, and that's the beauty of it.
Re-diagnosed. You need to go and get your medication.
What's wrong?
Well,
Is
you're
it
a fucking
menopause?
paranoid schizophrenic.
Okay. Do you know when you were sort of falling back on your... in fact, do you know what? I actually fucking give you a bit of credence, a bit of credit. I thought, maybe she is menopausal, and then I realised, you know what? She's just had that throne that she's in the sort of like... real peak of a menopause, and then you wore that like a name's like arm, and I thought, do you know what, this is just fucking bullshit. She's just running with this for the sake of fucking running with it. She's using it as a get out clause. No, you're not, you're just a fucking cunt. There's no menopause. Your son may have found out. I hope he has, and I hope he's fucking seething with you. So at what
He's
point...
not angry at me.
is he?
None of
Is he
them are
angry with
angry with
Wendy?
me.
Have you told him half a tale? Have you told him who the main fucking perpetrator?
Why do you
and all
care?
that?
What's your
The main
business?
Why is
What
this
do you mean,
relevant?
what's my business? You were sat on a fucking YouTube live
give us a
making
talk
it
for a
my
second.
business.
Why
You
is this
fucking
relevant?
I don't
heroin
understand
cunt.
why you're
Why is this
going
What's
into
my
relevant?
people's
Why is
business?
this
personal
relevant?
You come
lives.
on
Why
a
is this
public
relevant?
Wendy?
Why
platform
is this
making
relevant?
silly
Because
Why is
you
this
Wendy?
can't
relevant?
stick to
What did
politics.
Robert
You
You're a
Nairak's
made it
father
troll.
do?
everybody's
Why is
business.
this
You have
relevant?
brought it
Why is this
online, you
relevant? Why
stupid
is this
fucking
relevant?
bitch.
Why is
I
this
didn't bring
relevant?
it
Why
online.
is this
Yes,
relevant?
you
Why is
did.
this
I think
relevant?
you've done
Why
it for
is this
drama.
relevant? Why is this relevant? Why is
I
this
don't
relevant?
think you give
Wendy?
a
Why is
fuck
this
about your
relevant?
son,
Why
to
is
be
this
honest with
relevant?
you. And I
Wendy?
think
Why
you
is this
know he
relevant?
doesn't give a
Why is
fuck
this
about
Yes.
you.
Why is
So
this
I don't
relevant?
think, being
Why
the
is
Elliot
this
and
relevant?
narcissistic,
Why
truly
is
Muckers?
this
horrible
relevant?
cunt you
Why
are,
is this
I
relevant?
Elliot
don't
and
think
Muckers,
that
can you
Why is
give
this
us a
stops
relevant?
you
second,
from
Why is
please?
this
coming
relevant?
online
Why is this
and double
relevant?
down on it.
Why
Where
is
the
this
truth
relevant?
lays, I'm
Why is this
Elliot
completely
and
relevant?
Muckers,
unaware.
can you give us
Why
a
is
He's
this
got
second,
Elliot, if you
relevant?
mental
please?
don't
health.
like it, mute your fucking, mute me, or fuck off. I don't give a fuck,
All right,
Elliot.
all right,
You
He's
Muckers,
an
twat.
give us a
Muckers,
second,
you
absolute
Don't
made
please.
your
stick your
point.
fucking
retarded,
Muckers,
nose
Rob.
into something that
bleeding
doesn't
Muckers, you made
fucking
your
mental
point.
concern you,
Jupes
lad.
is not interested to deal with it.
Cry
It's
more,
just
Right.
ignore it.
Jupiter. cry,
Chrissy,
Mom.
you were going to
I
say
hope
something to
your
Wendy.
son
question.
is
Chrissy,
Can
you
I
want to say
ask
something to
Wendy a
Wendy?
question?
I'm not crying.
Yeah,
I
go
don't know
on,
why
mate.
you think
Wendy.
I am. It's a bit weird.
Yeah, Muckers, she
Go
don't
Wendy,
want to
back
do
when
engage
you
your
in
know
that. I
life
what
don't know
was
what you're
job
good,
talking
was
about, but she don't
fucking
want
Robert
to engage in
Nyrak's
that.
glorious
father did?
entertainment. You were
Wendy,
Yeah,
shouting
do
down the
you know
mic
what
early in the
job
Robert's
morning.
dad was at
Robert
eye
My
Nyrak's
doctor.
son's
father
got a
did?
fucking, and you don't know the links to Manchester I've got. Comedy gold shooter.
Yes,
Muckers, 1
Chrissy.
second.
Robert's
I'm
dad
done.
was an
I'm done.
eye
I'm done.
doctor.
Eye
Let
surgeon.
Robert
So
Nyrak
you
and his
said
black ponytail dangling over
Robert
his fucking left
Nyrak was
shoulder.
born in Mauritius. Hang on, Riley, read out what you just found.
Nyrak was born in Mauritius, then a British Crown colony to find an English mother and a father from French Mauritian origin.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wendy. You said
And?
he was born in Mauritius.
Yeah.
What,
Yeah.
Indian, like basically Indian.
Yeah. And that apparently is someone that you're related to. So are you an
Yeah.
immigrant as well, Wendy?
No.
So come on, tell us more about this
She's
Robert
got an
Nyrak
Indian passport, bro.
that you
I've
would
seen
die
it.
But
for.
you,
She's got an
you
Indian
believe what
passport. I've
she's
seen
just
it.
written out, read out, do you?
Yeah.
Well, you carry on down that line then.
Well, it's the
Even if
truth, isn't it?
even if she was born there, why would that matter? But no, where you're born
Well, it
doesn't
doesn't, no,
decide.
no,
Like,
that's what I'm saying, Elliot. None of that matters to any of us because we're not racist when
But
you
you're
guys
the
are.
ones who brought it up.
no. But
Yeah,
Well, no,
exactly.
you're the one
I
that
don't
brought
know
it
what they're
up.
on about.
where
You're the one
born,
that brought it
where
up,
you're born is
Jupiter.
irrelevant.
As
You, when
far
you
as
fell
I'm
out with Wendy,
concerned,
you
Robert's
brought it
parents
up.
were both
I
British,
didn't bring it up.
and
No, they
I
weren't. One
really
was
don't know why
French
You
you're
brought up
bothering.
Mauritian.
Nyrak here
The
tonight.
father
because
was French Mauritian.
You like to
Give
No.
credit.
hearsay.
It's not hearsay.
Well, it
Okay,
is.
you carry on
How
down
does
that line.
how does she
You
know
put-
more
you
than
run
fucking
with
the
that.
rest of the world?
Morris, listen, you
Go on.
run with that. Believe it.
I ain't
Be
running with
happy with it.
anything. Your best friend that is on the panel with you now, Jupiter, informed everyone that Nyrak was Mauritian, and she was right on
Yeah,
that
what
one.
you think this is news to me?
Well, you're denying it. I'm just
Well,
asking
I'll
questions.
deny it. Yeah.
So
I
your
won't
mate
deny it.
Jupiter brought up that Nyrak was Mauritian. And
My
he
mate
is.
Jupiter also said that I was in the Flint. Fuck off.
Yes.
Was in the what? Was in the what?
Yeah.
I mean, you said about your mate Jupiter that she's got 3 different fathers for her 8 kids as well, didn't you?
We know what she said, for fuck's
Yeah, I know
sake.
we know what she said. But what's the truth and what's bullshit?
And
Because
you know
you
what
two
the
flip
difference
flop.
is? You know, hang on.
You two flip flop
Morris,
like
you know what the
fuck,
big
didn't
difference
you?
is, Morris?
So,
You know what the big difference
so you're
is, Morris?
denying.
That I would
So
stand.
you're denying that
I would
Nyrak was born
stand.
in
Wait a minute.
Mauritius, yeah?
I would stand in front of her kids and I would say, I'm sorry for what I said, blah, 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 blah. You wouldn't fucking dare.
Of course I would.
No, you wouldn't.
Anything I say here, I'll say
No,
to
you
anyone's
wouldn't.
face.
No, you
The
wouldn't.
difference is, I don't put my children up for violence like
No, you
scumbag
would.
mother
No, you
Jupiter
only
does.
put that fucking Riley out every other fucking day.
No, I don't. I've never fucking said, oh, my girl's going to come and kill you. My girl will meet you anywhere in London. I'm not a scumbag parent. I would never put my
Well,
children up
why
for
don't you
violence.
arrange to meet one of her sons then?
Technically, the only
Because I don't
people
want
that
to beat
put
her
Mr.
sons
Morris's
up.
daughter out there were the hive.
Yeah,
Because I don't want to beat any of her kids up. I've not got a problem for her kids. I feel sorry for her kids having her as a mother.
Well, you see, that's what you should tell. You should tell her kids that.
I don't need to tell her kids that. They already know. They're already embarrassed of her.
Oh, okay.
No, they're not.
How can a 65-year-old woman do a fucking dance in a bikini and sexually assault an ice cream and not have children that are embarrassed of her?
She's
I'm 57 this year.
So she
Fuck
said.
you, hell.
How do you assault an
I'm
ice
yet to
cream? What are
see
you talking about?
photographic evidence.
No. If you see that in a fucking bikini, that's your fucking sex life gone for months.
Oh dear. I'm sure it's been lurking a long time. Don't worry about it.
Guys, you know,
all right,
decent
I'm sure
parents
I never
would
thought of
never,
that, you know.
decent parents would never put their children up
You
for
know what, Muckers?
violence.
I never thought of that. That's a good
Chrissy,
point.
you have
What?
brought it to personals. Muckers has brought it to personals. You have made yourself look stupid and low IQ.
No, but look, Jupiter. I will never look as stupid as you. I will never be
I'm gonna
as
say it's
stupid
nearly
as
Sunday.
you.
Get your son in that paddling
actually
pool with
you
your
couldn't
fucking
sit.
34 double D
Jupiter,
bosoms
I
out.
would
You
never,
can't
Going
sit
ever.
on it.
Moobs.
You're
Yeah.
infatuated by me. Both of you
I
have got an
would
obsession.
never, ever
You're a
This is
put
fucking
my
really
children up for
bizarre.
violence like you
It's
do.
bizarre.
Lying fucking
You
twat that
two
your
could
I
parents are
don't see
never
how
have
this
by the
helps
me.
out in
fucking
the
month on here.
country.
You're fucking right.
I
I'm
really
obsessed
don't
with
see
you.
how
You
this will
two
help in
could
the country.
never have me. Just get it in your head.
We never
Well, this
want your love. I mean,
this is
Muttons
not
good day,
helping
ain't you?
the
Here we go.
country.
No,
Everybody
no.
else,
I mean, not being funny, mate. You're not going to see much
everybody
difference
else
between her and a
in the
bloke.
way that you follow me around.
Hello,
No, you're the
Betty.
one that Jukes. I've never done a stream on you. You've done
Stan.
several on me. You're the one
Stan.
obsessed with me. You spent Valentine's
are
night with me
Stan.
when you got your fucking little husband,
You are
your tiny husband, sitting on the
Stans.
sofa.
You are Stans. It's
No, we're
Betty's
not.
here.
Jukes,
Betty's
you
here too.
continually do
to think
streams
that you
about me.
two men
You're the one
want to
that's obsessed
argue
with
with
me.
women all
You
day
just
instead
want.
of having a proper
You
You just
fucking
want
conversation.
a
little lying
white man
cunt.
of a
You've made an
decent
online
size,
career
don't
out
you?
of arguing with men. Don't fucking pull that one now. Get that fanny card back in them knickers. You fucking love it.
Go on, Betty.
You've
What
made
you
an
saying?
online career out of it, you disingenuous cunt.
My thing, I just wanted to say first and foremost, and this is the thing, scientific method. Answer always lets himself down because when he feels like he's losing an argument or his ego gets hurt, he starts insulting people, and he shouldn't have insulted Wendy. The thing is, I thought he was born in Britain like me. If he was born outside of Britain, he can have his British passport revoked because Shamila Begum. Yeah, Shamila Begum was born in Britain like me, and they still took her passport away because she's eligible to be an Indian citizen. If
No, she's
Answer's
not.
born in Pakistan,
Bangladesh, you idiot. Bangladesh, you idiot. Totally different country.
Yeah. Now, if Answer was not born in Britain and he was born in Pakistan, he's eligible for Pakistani citizenship, so he can have it revoked. The same way, even though I was born in Britain, if I start fucking up, even though I don't have a Nigerian passport, I can have my citizenship revoked if I start taking the piss. That's what happens if you're eligible for dual citizenship or you have dual citizenship. And you see how he's run now? Yeah. You see? But yeah, honestly, what he said was uncalled for. And you see
Well,
how...
I never said anything for him to... I don't know what's wrong with him lately.
You
I
never
really
do
don't.
anything, do you and your mate Jupiter? It's fucking amazing that in
Not
5
the
years you've
scientific
never
method,
done
I
fuck
don't.
all to
Not the
anyone. Think
scientific
about
method,
that.
I don't. No.
No, but
Well, I think that you do. I mean, your racism is legendary, Wendy and Jukes.
He acquired British citizenship. He was not a natural born citizen.
Oh.
So that's what you've upset him now because he thought he was talking good all this time. You know, like he was talking like he was born and raised here, but he's not. He's probably like many Pakistani immigrants that bring their children over when they're very young. Do you know what I mean? He probably
Right. Okay. Because to me, he's always been a very British person and a very well mannered. So that lately, I haven't understood this one. That I don't know. He's just changed.
No, that's what he does. He does that to me. He does it all the time. If you start going, if you start saying like, when I start exposing him scientific, when I start exposing his scientific racism thing, with his ape theory and Richard Dawkins, that's when you'll hear him start swearing and insulting like a kid. Like he can't like you said, you never gave him any insults, and then he starts insulting you. And you just think, what's wrong with you? And you were right. Yeah. You said he can lose his citizenship. And he's like, no, I can't. Yes, he fucking can. How did Shamila Begum lose her citizenship when she was fucking born here and Answer wasn't? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
She lost her citizenship because she's entitled to automatic Bangladeshi citizenship. Like if he's not got Pakistan,
so is Answer.
Not automatic.
Wait, listen.
It's not automatic.
Listen. Wait. Listen. If he's not got Pakistani citizenship and he's only got British citizenship, like he's rescinded his Pakistani citizenship and only holds British citizenship, then it's not the same situation as Shamima Begum.
Yes, it is.
But before you reply back here, I wanted to ask Elliot a question, innit, yeah? And then I'll let Science jump back on. But Elliot, Earlier on, you said you would.
Elliot's not
you would,
here. He's not here, Velle.
yeah,
He left
fucking little
because,
shit. You run off.
because they went
All
all
right,
personal.
It doesn't
you
No,
run off
they
anyway. But
started
anyway,
an
yeah,
argument.
you
No,
see,
he ran off. He said, "Why is
no.
everyone going personal?"
Listen,
on
listen,
the
listen.
subject?
She
You
doesn't
see when?
have Bangladeshi
But wait,
citizenship.
listen. Wait. Stop, yeah.
Doesn't have
You
Bangladeshi
see,
citizenship.
wait. Listen, yeah. You can get back onto that point in a sec. Yeah, I'm gonna jump off and let Science jump on. But when Elliot was on the panel earlier, Jupiter and Wendy, didn't he say that he would deport people that was not English from the UK?
I heard
Yes.
him say something along
He
those
said
lines.
something, yeah, about
Deporting
non-white
people that's
ethnic
not English.
minorities.
Yeah.
Asians, didn't he say? I think?
Yeah,
All
yeah,
ethnic
things like that.
minorities is what he
Yeah.
said.
No, he said all
Yeah, he
ethnicities.
basically said because Answer then said he was not born here. Then he went, "You're a family. You can go and fuck off." Then that's what
Yeah.
Elliot said.
Elliot, meet the extraterrestrial. Wendy, get your finger out. Go on, lass. We've all seen it.
Oi, E.T.'s much prettier than Wendy.
All right. I'm gonna let
So
Science
low
jump back on.
level.
Oh, poor you. Poor
No,
you.
I'm not talking to the mongs on the channel.
Again,
I'm
one day
just
you're
talking
hard
to
to it, you
Oh, bit
can
of
handle
disability
it. One day
abuse,
you're
eh?
giving it, and the next minute you're getting that fanny card out, aren't you? You're all the fucking same. You're all the fucking same. Get it back in your knick-knack.
And I thought you
couldn't
right
give a
wingers
fuck,
weren't
you
bothered
fat cunt.
by
You listening,
stupid words
Jupiter?
on the internet.
Get it in that
Are
fucking
you
fanny.
jealous because you'd like to be a woman?
You're a
Marcus?
fucking hideous. Very overweight.
All right,
Is
can we
that why
allow
you wear
We
long
can't
wigs?
exactly
disgusting
class
stuff,
you as a
please,
woman,
man?
though, can
Is
we?
that why you wear
Come
long
on,
wigs?
there's
You
no
want to
need
be a
for all that
woman?
nasty stuff, man. Let's allow that graphic nasty
Does
stuff.
not work
please.
with me anymore. Get it in your fucking knickers. No one's interested.
Oh, come on, you shut up.
No
Bruv, we
one's
don't
got
want
it
to talk
out of
about
knickers
people's knickers
apart
and
from
that, man. Just
Hector.
allow that
I don't know
talk.
what you're on
Because she
about.
keeps it hard scientific. She slips it out as and when it fucking needs.
Yeah, but
One
come
day
on, bro.
she's
That's childish, man.
hardened to it. I'm hardened to it.
So,
You
Science,
can't get me.
We're all
Science,
adults
what
here,
is
bruv. It's not impressing no one.
what's your ape theory that they were
Flip
saying
it
about,
as
mate?
and when the fucking need it. She would have
My ape
Buddhist over
theory
12
that
months
Go
human
ago.
beings
stick
are
a
an ape.
She
bikini
would have
on and have
Buddhist
a
over 12
dance.
months ago. She's been a psychologist. And this wasn't a fucking trolling, by the way. What it
Why
went
do
in.
you
Don't
care?
give me that. Because you're fucking online frauds. You're a fucking horrible cunt. Wendy's playing fucking games. You know
You're
she's playing.
So
dishonest.
what?
You're just
You're both
So
dishonest.
what? Even if that's what you think, who cares?
well.
Well,
So in what part
why
of
does it care that
society
we
do you
say
give
it then?
credit to somebody who
You're
tells
too
whoppers like that?
irrelevant, fucking
You are
weirdo.
trying to fucking move yourself forward into these real world views. You've got no
Jukes,
What do
standing
you
in the
mean
real
into
So
world.
how
real
are you,
world
Betty? Are you
views?
you
okay,
spent
Betty?
Valentine's
This is
Day with
where
me.
you
I'm all right. I'm all right.
This is where you function, you lying,
Good.
disingenuous,
Seriously.
fraudster cunt. Wendy, this is where you function, Mrs. Journalist, psychologist, military career, Buddhist, pro, anti, back to pro, Tommy.
Yeah,
Get the fuck
Mossad,
out of here.
Mossad,
Mate, have you done a line or
MI5,
two? Have you done a line or
And
two,
it
man? Because
always,
this is
that's
just
why
going
he
on and
turns
on.
up like this.
Una
I don't know why
Flynn,
Billy
Una
allows it.
Flynn, and any other fucking name you can think of. What?
Thank
What
Jupiter
do you
for that
want?
one.
Yeah,
What do you want?
we've established that. We're not bothered.
Yeah, I find it.
No, you're not bothered, but we all find it hilarious.
Yeah, so do
And what's
we.
even more hilarious is that you're still friends now when you
Hector's
absolutely
gone
hate
back
each
to
other.
Nigeria to sort the
I
free
don't hate
accommodation
Wendy
out for a
though.
holiday, hasn't
You
he?
No,
do.
no, I hate
How can you
Jupiter
not
too.
hate
Prince
someone?
Hector's gone
How
back
can
to
you not
Nigeria
hate someone
Princess
that
fucking
revealed
Peach,
about
innit?
your son?
Go and
Because it
ask your
weren't
own
true.
son.
She didn't
Princess
reveal
Peach,
anything.
when's
It
your
weren't
next
true.
holiday?
No, you said
And I don't
that you was going to
hate
come.
her.
You said you was going to come
Princess,
clean
my
about it
fucking
soon,
ass.
Jupiter, didn't you?
No, I never know.
Yeah, you did. We got the
No, I
string,
never.
Jupes. Yeah,
I
you
No, I
did. You
don't care
said,
never.
what you
one
get.
Do
day
you want to?
I'll
If
come
you
clean.
want to quote me, you need to
Look.
quote exactly what I say verbatim instead of making
No, I'm
up
not going to quote
stories.
verbatim because I don't really care about what you
Because you
say.
get it all
I
wrong.
just know that you know what I'm talking about, and that's all I need to prove. And you know that I know, and
Oh,
you know
yeah,
that everyone else
Betty.
knows.
That was a good little clip you showed the other day,
Bullshit.
Betty, of all those tents in fucking Manchester. God.
I was actually, because I've not been to Manchester's town hall for, it must have been a year or so. And I was shocked to see the amount of tent city.
Bloody tents, yeah.
And it's right outside the government office, obviously the town hall.
But they 5-star tents.
You should ask Jupiter about her other son that she brought online when he needed a council property. You remember that, Jupiter, when you were telling him? Do you tell that son you bring him online as well, Jupiter? I remember that one. My son was fucking entitled to a council property.
You would love to be my son, and that's your problem. My kids don't give fuck.
Yeah.
My
You told
kids are
that
all
one you bring him
grown
online
men.
as well. I
They'd
bet you
knock you
fucking
out in
didn't,
1
did you?
second, Marcus.
All these fucking
Why
immigrants
put
getting
your children up for
cancers.
violence?
Our fucking
Why?
fuming. I knew him
What
and his
sort of a
partner.
scumbag parent are you, Jupiter, to put your children up for violence?
Too much,
Oh,
you
what, you mean
twat.
like you who went running around the tent with a knife?
No,
The only
no,
person that brought
I have
Christopher
never,
Morris's daughter on YouTube with a
I have
fucking
never
knife at the
put up
behest
my
of
children for violence. You've done it loads of times.
Stop talking about
What if one of your kids got hurt? What if one of your kids hurt someone and got put inside?
They are
Would you like it then?
Men, grow up.
They're grown men that you are putting up for violence, Jupiter. It's not something a good parent does. You're a scumbag parent.
Yeah, like Wendy, so like that's it. You know what annoys me about
You are Jupiter. You're saying my sons will come and meet you and they'll knock you out and stuff like that. Yeah, that is putting your fucking children in harm's way.
Can you not moderate Scientific? Because this is ridiculous.
To do a fight
No, I'm not.
Yes,
Wendy.
no. Wendy, thank you for your honesty.
Jukes,
I mean,
you
I don't want to hear this
that
again and
you
again
would
and again.
put-
But what can I
You
do?
said you would put your sons up for Esau to fight them and they could fight in a balaclava and you'd meet them anywhere in London. There was no fucking charity boxing match. You are a scumbag parent that puts your children in harm's way. Why would any parent offer fucking violence with their children?
Right, you
That's how low you are.
Can you have a response, or you just want to sit here?
Go on, you
monologue
have a
about
response.
bullshit?
Go on.
Number one, there was a charity boxing match. It was shown.
Right.
My audience have seen it, so you
I
don't.
wasn't talking about that. I wasn't talking about that.
Number
So it's
two.
quite commendable charity, you know.
Number two, yeah. My kids would kick the fucking shit out of you.
No, they
Number
wouldn't.
You've just contradicted yourself. You're
Number
doing
three.
it again. You've
Number
just fucking
three.
proven his
So
point.
why would you put your children up for
Him
violence?
and you, Marcus.
Why would you put your children up for violence?
Number three.
I don't fucking like you. I'll guarantee fucking to
That's
it if you
me
run off with a
telling
fucking
you
hector
that I
one.
believe both of you are pussy holes. And number four, yeah.
Send
my
your
son-
husband round then.
My son.
Do another fucking
My
early
son.
I don't want to
is the
fight
one
your
that
children.
came
They've had a
online.
hard enough time with you as a mother already.
My son is the one who came online and called Esau out. So get your facts right.
No, you,
How
I've
did
heard
your
you
son find out
put
that
your
he'd been brought
children
into
up
your
for
children's
violence
drama? How did
on
that
numerous
find out?
occasions. My boys will meet anyone in London and all that bollocks. You are offering your children up for violence. That is scum. You are scum. Your children have had a hard enough life with you as a mother, right? Send your fucking tiny husband round.
Yeah. Your
You got my
daughter ain't had
address?
a mother though because of you.
Yes, she has.
That son, anyway, that you were ranting about.
No,
the
she ain't.
night
You
that
kept
was-
your daughter.
How did
You
that
aren't
one
a
find
mother.
out he'd been brought into
You're
your
no
drama?
mother,
What
Jupiter.
caused all that
You're not
shit in
mother.
your family?
You're on YouTube more than you mother.
Therefore, thereafter,
You're
you
on
double down
YouTube.
on
You're
it,
on the
didn't you,
computer
And you
24/7.
offered him up again
You
as
are
the
no
Manchester
mother,
gangster.
Jupiter.
I bet they
My kids
fucking
are
hate
old.
you. I
Do
bet
you not know
they
that,
Your
Chrissy?
yeah, but you're still put you. Do you not understand, right? That when you put your child up for violence, whether they get beaten up or whether or not they beat someone else up, shit happens. Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
Oh, you couldn't give a shit if your fucking son meets someone, beats them up, and gets put in prison because of your online YouTube beef. You sad cunt.
Don't happen.
He's a grown man.
So why fucking say it? Why fucking say it? If it's not going to happen, why say it? Are you a drama queen, Jukes?
Yes.
They have
Drama
only
queen,
offered
Jukes.
through me to do a charity boxing match.
You have said
My
that your
son said
sons.
it himself.
You have said that your sons will meet people for violence. You
We
said
don't
that.
care. But her sons are grown men. They don't need to ask their mother if they want to
So
spin
why
some.
the fuck? Oi, as
So
a
what would
fucking,
son
as a
be
good
told?
parent, You should not be putting your fucking children forward for violence at any stage in their life.
Why would her son be so livid that his mother has got caught up
You
in
don't need to ask Jupiter if they want to spin something.
Jupiter, how did he
sure,
find out then? Why did you do a live stream? What's been kicking off? How's he found out? How's it got back to him? I bet it hasn't. I think he just brought him up for the sake of more YouTube drama. That's what kind of a sick twisted.
Mockers, we want to have a better conversation. Leave Jupiter alone. Fucking hell, man.
You're blind.
Why don't you leave muckers alone?
Betty, love.
Betty, leave muckers alone. Betty, leave muckers alone.
Betty, I couldn't give a shit what these two think. I mean, they're both bald cunts, right? They're both sad themselves.
Mate, you're a Sasquatch.
One's got a daughter.
You're a Sasquatch. How dare you fucking compare us having bald heads to you being a Sasquatch?
I mean, look at him. He looks like he's an alien. He looks like he came.
You
from
look like
caves in the
you look like a drag act, Jupiter, and you've admitted that yourself.
Well, he just looks
I bet
like
you've
he
got
come
more
out of a
fucking testosterone than me. You cunt.
Mate, she has to have her back shaved every week.
Testosterone than me. You cunt.
Anyway, what was it like? What was it like Hector getting hit with a flip flop that was bigger than he was?
No, that's a stupid thing.
I mean, all this toughness that you're going on about, you couldn't handle a fat dollop at Speaker's Corner, could you? The two of you.
Well, I was still standing.
Yeah, but you weren't doing nothing. You were letting your husband get battered by a fucking flip flop.
Okay, Chrissy.
Well, that's true, isn't it?
Come on. You saw that they could have easily battered her, but she's like,
I don't think so. I think
she's a crazy teenager or whatever. No, I don't think they were scared.
They were scared.
I think they were being mature and not reacting because it wouldn't
being mature.
Like, if they beat her up. Listen. Let me explain something to you, Chrissy. Yeah, if they had beaten her up, that would have been even worse for them overall as a consequence and image and everything, legally everything. So
I don't think they could have beaten her up though.
I personally think they probably could have.
No, I don't.
I think that they took the mature route of realizing that there's nothing to be gained from
Before
hitting
I
her
went
back.
down there, I said that I wouldn't hit anybody.
I mean, Jupiter, I don't agree with you.
No, more like you're too scared to hit
You did follow her around. You did wind her up. You did follow her around. You did wind her up, but she crossed the line by throwing the coffee and attacking you. Obviously, that's ridiculous.
You're lucky she didn't have a good brief.
What were you going to do to Rodney anyway if you'd have met him that day? You were an extra.
None of your business.
Yeah. Well, that violent. Well, that's going to be violent.
Becca's talking. Hi, Becca, Empress Becca.
Whatsoever. How did the woman abusing?
You know when he married that second wife and treated her like a sex slave? I know that I was enjoying watching those videos.
Do
you remember her throwing cotton on the floor and saying that she's picking up cotton buds for fucking Braden?
Was Braden the racist guy you was with?
What do you mean?
You was with a racist guy that kept on using racist language and was generally being racist. Was you
in the park? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, and that you were sticking up for him, yeah? Whilst your black husband was with you, yeah?
Saved Jediah from getting stabbed. That same shit.
Yeah.
He's that
Well, if
racist.
you really thought someone was getting stabbed, you'd get out of the fucking way, wouldn't you? You wouldn't stand next to the guy that's about to be stabbed in case you got a stab.
On the line to save Jedi from getting stabbed from some crazy ass.
We're not talking about Jedi. Yeah. We're talking about Jaden, the racist that Jupiter was sticking up for.
Braden. You know what I mean? I don't know many racist men that would save a black man from getting stabbed.
Did you ever meet Braden, Chrissy?
No, I just see you sticking up for him on the internet when he was being really badly racist.
So I would imagine Betty's into the corner and probably met Braden. I've met Braden.
Yeah, I've met Braden.
He was a very vulnerable individual.
He's a fucking horrible racist bastard, which is why he got
very
knocked
vulnerable
the fuck out
racist
on that
cunt, yeah?
street. Stop fucking lying.
Braden, there's a lot of Braden's like that with black men due to you know family circumstances.
Racism?
But
due to racism?
He still put his life on the line for a black man, so you can't
Right, so why didn't Jaden say that about Hector?
What?
Jaden? Who's Jaden?
Yeah.
Who's Jaden?
The man
Jada.
Jada. No, Jaden, the guy. The racist guy that Jupiter was stood with. Not giving it the most horrible racist abuse.
It's called
It's
Braden.
not
Braden, Jaden, fuck knows. Racist, as far as I'm concerned. So why didn't Braden say that to Hector?
Say what to Hector?
All the racist stuff that he was saying to other people.
I don't know. Probably because Hector was trying to be nice to him and trying to talk to him.
Oh, right. So it was strictly racism that he was, you know, it weren't nothing that he was really vulnerable and black guys have, like, you know, fucked him off in the past and all that. I'm just trying to work out the excuse. I'm just trying to work out the excuse for you sticking up for a racist when you have a black husband with you.
Mental issue.
Look, you know what? If you've got a problem with Braden, Christian, you should speak to Braden.
I don't want to speak to racists. That's why I don't want to speak to you. I don't want to speak to Wendy, and I don't want to speak to Jupiter. But I do like reminding you of your racism.
Well, you can leave if you like.
Why at
One
one
at a
point
time,
in time
girls.
were you offering
Well,
Hector
can I
a
call you
fight
girls?
with that fucking lad from Preston, that little short ass skinny twink one, huh?
Man, you need to go speak to Braden.
You like offering your fucking
I don't
family
want
up
to
for
speak to
violence, don't
Braden.
you, Jupiter,
I
huh?
want to ask
You've got a long
Jupiter
track
why
record
she's
of
sticking up
men up, haven't you,
for a
Jupiter?
white racist when she has a black husband.
Fucking bullshit that
Did you not
stir up
think that
yourself.
maybe Hector's little fucking heart, Hector's tiny heart, sunk
with another man,
when you're standing next to a man that is having a go at another man for the colour of his skin, which is the same colour as your husband?
If you've got a problem
That's
with
all your
another
own
man,
assumptions,
go
though.
and speak to Braden.
That's all your own
I don't want to speak to Braden.
Then stop speaking to Jupiter about him.
You
She's
can't
not
tell me what to do, love.
If you've got a problem,
What are you, a slave
with
master?
Braden, go and be a man, find your balls, and speak to Braden
I've
about
got more balls. I've got more balls than you've had in your life, love.
Any balls. If you've got
I've got more balls than you've had in your life, love.
That is a weird thing to say.
And pull up
Yeah, very weird. Creepy.
Pull up
Creepy. Do you know what's creepy? You sexually assaulting an ice cream on a video. That's creepy.
With a trilby hat in between your fucking genital area, your crotch gyrating on a chair, yeah. Mrs. Prude over here gets offended at a little
Do you
bit
know
of
what's
fucking,
really funny? The
fuck
fact
out
that
of
you
here,
two
like,
guys
twat.
watched it with a
Fake
fine tooth
outrage
comb.
cunt.
I bet if I ask Scientific, he ain't watched it, but you two have.
I can picture it
you know
because
what?
they've gone through the details so many times. They must have memorized it.
A screenshot.
I've not seen it, but I feel like I've seen it. I feel like I've seen
You
it.
wish you
which
had
is
my
unfortunate.
fucking body if you'd had 8 kids, Jade. Look, I'll just seductively press my fucking upper arms at each side of the bosom, but then I'll switch it that I don't squeeze my breast muckers. What are you
I really
imagining,
do think he
Mackers?
wants to be a
No,
woman.
you didn't squeeze your fucking tits. You conveniently strategically
Nah, wait, Muckers,
positioned
seriously, bro.
You're
I'll be honest.
lying.
You know what,
Fucking
Muckers,
switch
I'll be
it
honest
on
with
a
you.
daily. Fucking
It sounds like you
disingenuous
really fancy
cunt.
Jupiter, bruv. The way you're talking about her bosom and that, it genuinely sounds like you fancy
Yeah,
her.
it's over the
And that's
top.
why you're doing this. I'll be honest, I'm a neutral observer, yeah.
Oi,
But it really
Jack
comes
of all
across like that.
trades, Swiss Army knife, get it out. Tell us lots and tell us fuck all about your chosen specialist subject. I clocked you about fucking 15 months ago. Get
I'm
back,
just being honest,
Spaghetti.
bro. I'm just being
Get
honest. The
back.
amount you seem obsessed with it and the details and describing her bosom like that. Come on, man. It's almost weird.
Right, can I ask you a
Knows
question
everything about
to
every
take us
fucking
away
area
from
of
this?
science and
Can I ask you a question,
spaghetti
Science?
waffle, psycho babble.
Yeah, go
fucking
ahead, bro. Go ahead, Christy, mate. Go ahead.
You
Yeah,
twat.
so Science, bruv, what is, I heard it brought up earlier and it just tickled me. What is the Richard Dawkins evolution ape thing or something that someone mentioned earlier?
The scientific theory of evolution. You're asking me that?
No, I don't know whether it is
Don't
that or not, because
embarrass him.
Dawkins has got some pretty, is that what it was or not?
I don't know. I didn't hear. I didn't hear what was being said, to be honest.
No, I can't remember if it was Jupiter or Wendy that was saying, oh, every time he gets put under pressure on that ape thing. Or it might have even been you, Betty.
Fucking weren't me. I don't know why.
Put
you
under
blame
pressure
me for
about that
everything.
ape thing. The fact that a human being is a species of ape.
I'm not too sure why scientific method is trying to hide the fact. Scientific method believes in the theory of evolution, which is a scientific racism. That can't be proven. I'm not too sure why.
Sorry, how is that scientific racism?
Because they say that black people came from apes. and they don't have
all people came from apes. Not only came from apes. We are still apes. We are.
Do they have all the schools to prove that black people came from apes? No, they don't.
They have hundreds
all
of
people
skulls.
came from apes.
Racism. Yes.
No, the thing is, what you're saying.
You can't prove it. It's scientific racism. I don't know why.
How is that scientific racism?
How
is
She
it
basically doesn't
scientific
understand what
racism?
she's talking
Because
about.
you can't prove it. You cannot.
you don't know what you're talking
prove
about.
anything else? Can you prove anything else?
Can you prove it?
So we have 99% of our DNA is shared with chimpanzees, I believe. Is that right, science? Is it 99% of our DNA?
98.5, I think it is.
Something like that, and it's really close. So if we're that close to being apes,
don't
how
care.
comes?
Why? Look, we're not going to give you a pat on the back for knowing that. Everyone on the panel knew that already.
I'm not asking for a pat on the back.
Betty
I'm
doesn't seem
asking
to know
for
it.
Betty to explain how science is racism.
Well, Dupes, at least he's changed the subject and stopped attacking.
That's what I said I wanted to do. And I've done it.
Yeah, to be
You're
fair,
having a
Chrissy
go
tried
at
to bring
me,
that up
you're having a
about
go
20
at me
minutes
for
ago.
changing the subject, which is
Chrissy
what you're...
tried to ask that about 20 minutes ago, so...
Wendy, get your tarot cards out, lass. I'm feeling a bit pseudosciencey tonight. You switched that, haven't you? Based and back.
Psychologist.
Hey, science. What do you think of a woman that's based in medical
Bruv,
science?
do you fancy
all
Wendy
sorts
as well? I thought
and
it
then
was
she'll
just
fucking
Dupes,
bang
but
a
you seem
packet
like
of
you're on
tarot
Wendy
cards
as well,
on desk.
bruv.
What do you think of somebody like that? It's a bit of an oddball, isn't it? A jack of
Tarot
all
cards is
trades
a load of
like
bollocks. Tarot cards is a
Yeah.
load of shit, yeah.
I agree.
What's the
Wendy,
point?
are you listening?
Muckers, don't try and go after Wendy. She'll kill you with bland food.
It wasn't actually. I did actually once write down the drug that she said, but I deleted it in out my notes, and I forget which one it was that she tried fucking knocking husband off with.
Fucking
Sorry,
hell, you
partner.
sit there taking notes.
Absolutely.
My God.
What's wrong with being
Hey,
prepared?
speaking of notes, do you remember that one that we said last time, which I stand by?
Last night I wasn't online.
You
last
penning
night.
a letter, penning
I
an
was
online
not
message
online
to
last
Jupiter.
night.
Speaking of sons, right? Where are your black two sons that you said you had?
5.
No, she
One's
said
out.
she said
One's
2,
out
I believe.
in the Congo,
Oh,
and
give over.
the
You see, this is where
the
she
other
is
one is
trolling.
down at Southampton.
Which son was it that you wrote to Jupiter when you reckoned out Esau had fucking tormented you that much? You were having a graveside, grave rage demise. You remember that?
Oh,
He
so you're
deemed
going that
Jupiter.
low? You want to
He
talk
deemed
about my
Jupiter.
late
No,
husband?
it
Not
bullshit. I told you this.
engaging. Not
He deemed
engaging. Sorry.
He deemed Jupiter that important that he couldn't even pick up a fucking phone and ring her. He had all of his mummy's mates' details, but he thought he'd write a letter out. Pick the phone up. The fucking lengths you and your little crew go to on here is fucking staggering. Mrs. Military Training, Mrs. Psychology, Mrs. Interviewed the worst of the worst, all this fucking I'm hardened, I'm impervious to, and one comment off Esau, and you believe, hey, and you got that silly old Wigan bastard to fucking read it out. He was taking the fucking piss out of you, you deaf fucking twat. He knew you were fucking lying. He did it for his own online fucking kicks, trying to pour it. Listen, I don't like Esau, but the point is Wasp fucking read it out. You fucking weird cunt. You wrote it, pretending to be a son. You lying fucking bastard. And you fucking other one in top right, you went right along with it, didn't you? Fucking lying bastards.
But then she said it was a lie, didn't she? Or was it the truth? Was it a lie? What was it, girls?
That one.
Because we've lost track of you flip-flopping. And it's funny though, muckers, having friends like
you can never
these.
keep up.
No, we don't want to keep up.
You can't keep up. You're not.
We don't want to keep up.
Yeah, you're disabled.
You and your gossipy, fucking horrible, cruel shit. It's all you do. You've not got no solutions. You've got no plans, no ideas. It's all you want to do is hate people that you don't even know.
So the full sort of definitive.
Well, the funny thing is this: you and Marcus don't know me, you don't know Wendy, but you're doing all the hate speech. That's the first
as
thing.
follows.
How am I doing? When am I doing it?
And the second thing is,
What
I
have
never
I
say
said
that
that's
I've got
hate
all the
speech?
solution. I come only have a
Journalist,
conversation,
psychologist,
talk about
military
my
career,
opinions. Nothing
interviewed
to
Bronson
do with
and
talking
Hindley,
about people's private
attempted
lives. I
murderess,
couldn't give a
times
fuck
What
what
hate
two,
your
speech have I
daughter's
done,
mother
Duke?
is.
no
I think
book
she's
ever
turned
came,
out to be as
fake
obnoxious as
graveside
you.
demisers, pseudoscience tarot card reader, super empath, Buddhist, pro-anti, pro-Tommy. She wasn't trolling.
Yeah, you
She's
can
had
also
multiple
add to
hate
that.
Facebook
speech
You
have I
can
done?
accounts,
also add to that.
multiple names.
Grandson
Jupiter,
has
Cunts
just
have gone
what
down the
hate
internet
speech have I
playing
done?
games for
Grandson
fucking
has
years.
just become a policeman. You can just add that one to it as well.
Which one's
I
that,
don't,
lass?
we don't really believe you, Wendy. You've told so many lies. But
No,
Jupiter,
she fought in the
what hate
British Army.
speech have I done?
I heard Wendy fought in the British military at some point.
No
Or
way.
served or something.
Let them go on scientific method because
That was
they're
when they
both
had
fucking
muskets.
insults. They're both thick as shit, right?
Oh, we're thick as shit. You can't even
Chrissy
speak.
Morris, expect a knock at the door, Chrissy Morris.
From what?
Oh,
A
but
knock
now
on the door
I've
by
got a
who?
black
Come on,
ponytail
tell me.
over his left-hand
You're
shoulder. I
cunt.
can't
A
even
knock
see
on
it.
the door by who? Come on, Wendy. Who's going to knock on my door?
Are you making threats again? You can't
She
fucking
is.
help yourselves, can you?
Yeah, expecting a knock at the door is a bit ominous. to be
Wendy,
honest.
Wendy,
I don't know
make
if
sure
that's a
you
grey
ring
area.
me.
Threat.
You can't
That's a
Make
grey
sure
area
you
definition.
ring me so I know to be at home for this knock on the
Really are
door.
fucking wimpy men. Grow up.
How are we wimpy? Your husband got beat up
Yeah,
by a
Chrissy, you're
flip-flop.
scared of Wendy turning up at your door.
Your
That'd be
husband got
like a
slapped
dream
up
come
by
true
a
for you.
flip-flop. Your husband got slapped up by a flip-flop, Jupiter. How are we
Anyway,
wimpy?
when do you go to Nigeria again? Is that where he is? Because he has been missing for about 6-7 months now. Is he over there planning your free accommodation? I think he's gone back and he's
Marcus,
sorted.
no amount of enticing is going to get me to make Hector speak online for you so you can get your rocks off because you're
The prince and princess
idiot.
Pete, a big fucking pink fucking fat ass dress on Jedi's stage. He took you right. He was taking the fucking piss out you. We all knew it. Only you fucking didn't. You're right. They were
Thing
taking
is,
the
Marcus,
piss out
you'd run a fucking mile
Yeah.
from Jedi.
Marcus,
You would run as fast as you could from Jedi, you fucking coward.
Marcus, that wasn't a dress.
that
It
I
was a
can
four-man
laugh
tent.
at myself.
It was
so I
a
don't
fucking
care.
cosplay, a Princess Peach's severely
Four-man tent it was, bruv.
Maka, have you seen Jupiter every single time she's ever been seen in public
Yeah,
or on video?
You know when
have you actually got
Bowser-
every single one?
Bowser got fed up of Mario pinching Princess Peach. He thought, fuck it, I'm going to conjure something up in my lab. And Bowser...
No, I think most
that.
people don't remember that, to be honest.
Well, I do. I like a bit of Mario and Nintendo every now and again, but I'm telling you, Princess Peach gone
The funny
fucking
thing
wrong.
is,
you gay
he
cunt.
looks like an alien.
Hey!
that's fucking
You're
popped out
easily
the
offended
sky
by hurting
and
words
nicked
and you
his
don't give
fucking
any
next
abusive
door
offence
neighbour's
like that.
downtrodden next door neighbour as well. It's fucking close. And yet he comes on here talking about other people's looks. Fucking
I'm a
spurgy
fucking
looking
ugly
cunt.
cunt. So fucking what?
You ain't as
You're
ugly as she is.
cunt. You think I give
So,
a
Wendy, who am I expecting to knock on my door? Are they a tea or coffee drinker? Can you tell them to ring me before they show up? Because I'm not here all the time. I don't want to miss them.
Nigeria sorting business out, as you called it last time, or he's fucking left you. He ain't there. He's been there for a long fucking time. He's in Nigeria or he's fucked off and left you. Pick one. I realised this about 4 months ago. I have not heard that little twat in 8 fucking months. Yeah, I wish child abuse. You're fucking cheap.
I heard Hector, I think it was yesterday. So you're fucking, see?
We don't believe you, Wendy. We don't believe you, Wendy.
He's mental, isn't he?
You two have lied for and about each other so many times. You've got
You
no
don't have to
credibility.
believe us. My audience.
No, but no one believes you. You've got no credibility.
About
don't
100 other
care
people
what
were
you think.
listening
Okay,
and
I
heard
know
it
you
as
don't
well.
care, but I've just got to let you know that, just in case, it finally gets
into your
tell the
fucking
people
kids'
who knock on
skulls.
your door that. Just tell them that.
Look, I'll tell you. Look,
Chrissy,
who's
do you
knocking on my
think
door?
anybody
Who's
takes any
knocking on my door?
advice from you
Wendy.
or Muckers?
Yeah, a lot of people take advice from me. I don't know about
Yeah,
Muckers.
they lost their
but
fucking house
Wendy,
over it, didn't
no,
they? You
they
nicked
fucking
an
no one's
Indian
lost their
woman's
house
house.
over me. No one's lost their house over
Wendy,
me.
what about the Indian woman who lost her house?
Yeah,
Wendy.
Rekha.
You give
I
easy
still
advice.
speak
You got
to
him
her
fucking
now.
mixed up. I haven't
still speak to her now.
forgotten. It were you and
Bruv,
fucking
why did
Wendy
you take
that
this Indian woman's
originally.
house for? Like, why did you do
You
that?
and Wendy that originally encouraged Easy to do that fucking very thing with the hotels. You. I know the fucking live stream when you're both sat there doing your usual script, using somebody else's channel for the worst of your fucking online bullshit. Now, yeah, it were Kermit that grassed him up, but it were you that fucking. Don't think I forgot that fucking live stream.
What the hell are we talking about now?
And
We're letting Muckers rant.
Actually, I never knew nothing
I have
about
no
what
idea what's
Easy
going
got
on.
up
take advice
to.
off Jupiter, she gets you banged
If
up.
you've got the stream, I'd love to hear it because I know it's not true.
You
Because I didn't know what
encouraged
Easy was up
Easy
to.
to run with that. You were sat
Go
on
and
his
fuck
fucking
off, you
live
gay
panel that
cunt.
night, you
Go
lying
on,
bastard.
fuck off, you gay cunt.
Hey!
So that's a hate speech, by the way. So
Good job I'm not a fucking
Wendy,
like this one, innit?
Wendy, why did you lie about Jupiter's son being in prison? Or did you not lie about Jupiter's son being in prison? Why did you say that Jupiter's got
It was a
three
nice day
fathers?
today. Sun was shining. Nice day. Yeah.
Why did you say that Jupiter's got three fathers to her 8 children? Why
I
did you
didn't say that.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure.
No, I'm
Jupes
sure I
blamed you.
didn't.
Jupes, did you blame her for that? Was that what
Why
she
did the
said? Or?
social worker claim that you were trying to get your daughter to make sexual abuse claims towards her stepfather?
She didn't.
Yes, you fucking did.
No, I didn't. And neither did she.
And the inappropriate text.
What inappropriate text? Where do you want to be?
No, the ones the social worker said that she thought were dodgy.
No. Well, why did the social worker not remove my child from me? And why is it that
Look, Morris, I can't take
you've
you
got so many
seriously.
non-crime?
Since
You've
I
got
heard
so
that
many
recording,
non-crime
I cannot take you seriously.
reports on you, Jupiter.
You are a liar.
No
You are a
child
liar.
is supposed to be left alone with you.
What?
Since that recording, I know exactly what you are, Morris.
What
Yeah?
recording?
What's he making up now? No child's allowed to be left alone with
Yeah,
me.
yeah, because you've got so many non-crime hate reports on you.
That's bullshit.
No, it isn't. Because every time you make every time you say
when
something,
are they going to
that's
come and tell
hateful,
me about that?
they don't need to. They just put them on your account. They put them on your record.
Okay. Well, they better
Yeah.
start coming round then, better they? Because I have my grandkids on the regular, so they better.
Well, your grandkids should not be left unsupervised with you.
Yeah. He talks bullshit.
Your grandkids should not be
What
left
happens
unsupervised
when the
with you.
grandchildren come round?
Bullshit.
Yes, honestly, they should not be left unsupervised with you because of your far
let's
right
get it
views.
right. It was your kids that were not allowed to be left unsupervised.
No, I've been able to see my kids all the way through.
Your two sons were not allowed
I've had my
to be
daughter
left
to
with
live
you.
with me for her whole life, all 19 years. And people know that because she's regularly around me when I'm on these streams.
If you're so offended by Velle's behaviour towards Jupiter, what the fuck are you doing on here? Here, Jupiter, you've got a
What the fuck are you talking? Who mentioned Velle? Who mentioned Velle?
Jupiter, what are
Who
you doing
mentioned
on
Velle?
here? You fucking contradictory, hypocritical
Who
fucking
mentioned
pair of
Velle?
twats.
Who mentioned Velle, you gay
You've
cunt?
done a whole fucking live panel late one
Who
night with your
mentioned
camera
Velle,
on,
you gay
saying
cunt?
how disgusted you are. It's amazing
You
how
gay
Oh,
cunt.
that's another hate crime, Wendy.
Hey! It's a good job I'm not a snitch like you mate Jupiter. I might be offended by gay cunt anyway. Here, listen, what you both doing here?
What are you
I mean,
doing
to
here?
be fair to you, Wendy, I think you've only like publicly cussed him out to that level twice. Jupiter, you must be pushing into double figures. What are you doing back?
Me and Velle like sparring with each other. What's it got to do with you?
Well, sometimes you're very believable.
Oh, are you trying to get rid of all the panelists on Velle's channel? Is that what's
Are you
going on?
trying to ruin his channel?
How do you think your life
trying to stop him
feels
getting views?
Hey,
Is that what the
that you
game
spend most of your time?
You, Jupiter and Betty, all fucked off on your own. You don't need any excuse, remember? You played that moral high card that you were so disgusted and that you're not going to engage with your Uncle Muckers, and now you've contradicted that one from about 3 weeks ago. You've sat here and engaged with me for the best part of an hour. There's
I'm
nothing
entitled to
fucking
do as I
consistent
please, as I
about
please, when I
exactly.
please.
So be fucking honest about it. You're a disingenuous cunt, and you switch that narrative daily.
You
on
lied
YouTube.
about Scottish Jamie. You knew Scottish Jamie was
Don't
alive, and you
try
carried
this
on
one
that
again.
lie.
Don't try this one again. We know what you and your little fucking fanny brigade are up to, right?
Yes, you did.
I
You lied
applied
about
basic
Scottish
real
Jamie.
world.
Wendy,
How would
can
I
you
fucking
imagine?
know, you ditzy fucking
This
twat? I
man,
know what
this
you're up to.
This
I know
man
what
sent
you're up to,
pictures
Wendy.
of his shit-stained arsehole to other men online
The
sitting here
You
trying to
can't talk about
moralise.
shit-stained arsehole. You
You
can't wipe your
fucking
own
love
arse,
my
Jupiter.
fucking cheeks. You would
According
love
to you,
You
you're
can't
so
wipe
blind
your
you
own
have to
arse,
fucking
Jupiter.
sniff the shit, mate. So you can
You
shut
can't
up.
wipe your own arse,
No,
Jupiter.
but hang on a minute though. All joking aside, is that actually true?
Are you
Like,
talking
are
highly
we?
sexualized?
I know
What?
that. I know we
Lick and
can't rely
sniff
on
the
what
shit?
people say, but
That's a
don't. Is
kink
that actually true
fetish
that he's
you've
done
got,
that?
isn't it?
Yes, he has done that.
It
Scientifically.
Because he
is.
didn't deny it. He didn't deny it.
Yeah, he did. He sent his
Bruv,
shit-stained
Muckers, what is
arsehole to
wrong
other
with you,
people
bruv?
online.
A shit-stained ass?
Muck,
It was
Muckers,
clean
what the
as
hell is
turkey,
wrong with you?
pinkish,
Why would you send
whitest,
people pictures
pair
of
of
yourself? Like,
healthiest, chunkiest, solid
bruv, come
buttocks
on,
you've
man.
ever fucking seen?
Careful, science. You
And
might
you,
think you want
bruv.
to.
Now
You want
listen.
to
And
like
guess
look
who
at
he
it.
Now
sent it
listen.
to?
Nah,
There
I mean,
was
but
no
but
He
look, there's
sent
fucking
some
it to
limits,
scat
guys. Like, come
fetish
on,
Simon
what kind of
in my
Lord.
person does stuff like
repertoire
that, bruv?
whatsoever.
What
He
kind of
sent
However,
person
it
does
to
that?
Simon Lord.
However, Jupiter,
Oh,
why have you got
of
a
all
scat
people,
fetish?
I mean, it
Why
don't make
have
it.
you got a scat fetish in your repertoire, Jupiter? Where did sniffing shit-stained undies
Ugh.
come from? Huh? You dirty, filthy, as and when it suits you.
You know what? This is getting disgusting. Can't we talk about something else, please?
That fucking
We've tried
Let's talk
science,
about
haven't we?
something
We've
else,
tried,
man.
man.
No, Muckers is one of these people. He just goes disgusting and worse and worse and worse, and
It's
it's just, you
entertaining,
know
though,
what I
isn't
mean?
it? Muckers is one of the
Up
best
to a
trolls out
point,
there,
and
isn't
then
he,
it gets
Mucks?
a bit disgusting.
So, Jupiter, do you reckon your arsehole is smaller than Muckers or bigger?
Who
Oh, come
mentioned
on, man!
buttocks
Like this is what
there?
I'm saying. Like,
I've
come
no
on.
Who took
idea.
it to another level of shit?
Well, after you had 8 black nurses
Dirty
anally rape you in a hospital, do you remember you said that? Do you remember you said that, Jupes?
I don't
8
specifically remember
8
me saying
nurses,
black.
8 black nurses.
Did I say black?
Yes, you did. Because
No, I
you
didn't.
said they were all black, and the reason
I
they
didn't
done it was
mention
because
any
you got a
colour.
black husband.
I didn't mention any colour, mate.
Yeah. Oh, so you said it though.
Yeah, I did say that I felt like I was raped by those people. Yeah.
Right.
Anally.
8 nurses. Yeah.
If somebody forces medication up your backside without your permission,
It's called a suppository.
yeah. So if they force
It's
it up
called
there
guess who's an expert
You're in a
in this stuff.
without
Do you
your
remember when you
consent,
accused
Medical
the strange
necessity.
immigrant men of sexually assault? In fact, I do believe that come into part of your manifestation of pretend trauma with your Uncle Muckers and Turn Red. Do you remember that one? You were on Moons straight after that other sly old
Marcus,
fucking
I just
twat.
don't like you.
You remember
I
that?
find you
No.
derogatory,
It wouldn't be the first time you've accused
disgusting.
somebody, would it?
I don't
you
have
remember?
to like you. Get used to it.
Oh, he induced all the trauma back
Why
into me
can't
from my
you take
workplace when I was
rejection?
assaulted as a traffic fucking warden.
Why
Another
can't
fucking
you
lie. Another fucking
rejection?
lie. And then you were on another fucking live stream when you did it with a fucking work colleague. You told the same
All
tale.
because I don't
You
like
said you
him.
had to go and defend your
You're not
work
my
colleague.
type.
You've
I don't
got
like
a
you.
fucking thing for
I
going
don't
straight for that.
like you.
Especially,
Get used to it,
thank
you
fuck for
weirdo.
that, you fat cunt. That fucking yes, fucking yes.
Right, then why follow me around to talk
What
to
I
me?
didn't fucking
Jukes.
know what you'd fucking
Jukes.
accused medical fucking nurses of fucking doing it to you as well, you twat. Go on,
Jukes,
Morris.
did
I didn't know this.
What do you mean,
Did-
medical nurses as well? Who else have
To
I
put a
accused of
suppository up
raping
your
me?
ass. They haven't
Did you
fucking
s-
sexually
Yeah,
assaulted
but
you.
who else?
Did you say that they did that because you had a black husband? You thought it was racially motivated because Hector's black. Is that correct as well?
I don't know, is it? You get everything wrong.
That's what you said.
You get
You
everything
said-
wrong. You said it
No,
was black nurses.
I don't think I did. I think
did?
you said
You just
that
said
they did
earlier it
it.
was black nurses. And I
Yeah,
told
I'm
you,
sure
I
you
didn't
said
mention
black
the colour.
nurses. They was black,
No,
and they
that
didn't
was
like
your
it that
own
you had a black
prejudice,
husband.
Morris.
You
That's your own
said,
prejudice.
no, I don't believe so. because I'm reading what someone's writing.
Of course you
And
are, because
they
people are
said-
writing to you, telling you the wrong
And they
thing.
said, yeah, because they've got the clip. You said this on your own
then
panel.
play the clip.
You weren't forced to say it.
Play the fucking clip.
I've
then.
not got the clip. They are watching it on whatever they're watching it on, and they have sent me the message. You said that 8 black nurses
Tell them to come up on the
anally
panel
raped you
themselves.
because you've got a black husband, didn't you?
Tell them to come
Yeah,
up
that's
on the
pretty
panel
bad,
themselves.
you gotta admit, that's pretty bad.
So Dupes, are you denying that or not? Because you haven't denied it, have you?
Why would I deny?
Because that's what you said, isn't it?
I never said black nurses. You did.
Yeah, but
No,
it sounded
I'm
like
pretty-
you did say
well-
something very much like that.
So were they black?
I said, given the politics of today, it wouldn't surprise me if it was racism because I had a black husband. I never
Ooh.
said what colour the nurses were at all. You could have been white, it could have been Asian, it could have been black.
They just
Your race,
sexually assaulted you
your
with a
own
suppository.
racial
fantasy
prejudice
nurses-
inserted
fantasy
the word
nurses-
black.
They only
That's your
sexually
racism,
assaulted you with a
not
suppository
mine.
pill.
Yeah, but to be honest, it wouldn't take all 8 of them to. I mean, I don't know how big the suppository is, but it wouldn't take all 8 of them. Surely it'd be a one-man job or a one-woman job.
No, scientific.
Yeah,
I
need
told
more
them
than
I
fucking
refused
2.
the
Tell you that.
medication. They were holding me down.
What, they had to hold you down?
They held you
Yes.
down.
That does seem
Yeah.
like a bit of a violation. What could be
Go on,
that
then.
important?
Keep
Like,
talking.
surely you could press charges
I
against them.
refused the medication. That was the whole point of the discussion.
Yeah,
I
but
was
they'd
saying,
have to
really, I
justify
should
this.
have
If you,
sued.
And what happened to
So
the
if-
workplace
no, but-
one
yeah, but
then
you
when
can-
you were
hang
a
on,
traffic
wait.
warden?
Wait,
Those immigrants that
you can
sexually
still go
assaulted
ahead
you.
and sue.
And then over 12 months
just-
later, you were telling
Maka,
the same
wait a second.
tale.
Maka, wait a
No,
second.
no,
Jupiter.
flat science.
Jupiter,
Done with
you
that
can
now,
you
right?
can still go ahead
So
and
go back
sue
to the
because it
other
would be
one then.
recorded.
The
What was
traffic
what
warden
was administered
workplace
to you.
sexual assault you suffered.
Maka,
That
wait a
induced all
second,
that
bruv. Why are you
trauma
going
in
on to
you.
something
Remember?
else?
I brought it all back in.
Maka,
And then 12 months later,
just shut up a
you were
second,
telling
bruv.
me
Just shut up a second.
because there's similar
You're just going on to
fucking
something else,
patterns
bruv.
with
Like,
a
I don't know
cunt.
why.
All
Jupiter,
right, then move
listen,
on and fucking
what
connect them all.
would have been recorded. So exactly
She's
what was
on
done and
fucking
why,
repeat, you silly cunt.
then you would be able to find out what
She's
the
on
argument is for why they
repeat,
held you down
silly
and
cunt.
forced you to take
You
medication.
mathematical fucking genius.
Bruv, why doesn't this guy ever
pattern
shut up, bruv?
And spot
Has he
the
done too
fucking
much
common
coke tonight? Is that what
denominator,
it is?
you genius cunt.
Because that's what it sounds like, just endlessly just chatting on and on.
Yeah,
Bruv,
they
just
can't have
calm down for a
serious
second.
conversations.
You
So
cunt,
Jupiter,
you're the common denominator.
so Jupiter,
You've not
realistically
been
speaking,
wrong.
Them having an
6, 7, 8
ordinary
fucking years on here,
conversation
have
is
you?
an avenue to
Not
make false
fucking
yeah, it
once.
does seem like he's
Not
incapable.
once have you ever been
Because
fucking at
he's
fault
just
for
spazzing
any of
out.
the
He's just
bullshit.
spazzing
Think
out.
about this.
But
In
Jupiter,
8
just
fucking
ignoring him
years,
for a second, yeah.
8
We're talking about this
years,
sensibly.
you've not
If
been
you believe that
responsible
you have been
for one
violated to
online
that
V4
extent,
drama.
you know that this will be
Fucking
recorded. Yeah, so
narcissist.
you know that what happened that day is recorded and would have to be justified. So if you were to go even today to
What,
some legal
19
help,
years later?
of course,
Yep.
19 years later, these are things that are recorded for that very purpose,
Not
and there will be a
fucking
record of
sense.
exactly what was
Time
administered
limit to
on your
wait.
NHS
You
file.
can only
On your NHS file, it would be recorded on your NHS file exactly
Yep.
what happened and why. And if you have got a problem, you can take that to a legal representative and say, "I don't believe that it was
No, she
justified that
only
they
had up
physically
to
held me
3
down."
years to do that. 3
No,
years, and then
no. Listen,
Yeah,
listen. So if she's saying that they held her down and forced her to take something anally, you telling me that she's only got 3 years? Yeah, why would that be the case? No,
There's a
she can
3
choose
year
to take that up
cut.
at any time she wants.
time limit
Isn't it
for
amazing?
rape in
All
this
these
country.
sexual fucking deviances that are always related to Jupiter's first word out of the fucking mouth. Whether it's
Do you know
fucking
what? Do you know what,
Discord,
Muckers?
whether it's 2 workplace sexual assault things you were tied up in, her in a mate, whether it... Are you seeing a fucking pattern with this cunt?
Yep. Do you know what, Muckers?
why
She
are you
not
so
having a
animated and
bad luck
excited,
for
though?
a
Like,
fat,
this is a
What
big
pattern
deal.
is he
ugly
seeing?
monster
What pattern
bird,
is
doesn't
he
she?
seeing? So, because I've got parameters where I don't like muckers talking to me in a creepy way because I find him creepy, he thinks that I'm not allowed to do that.
You're
Because
frightening, Richard. You are frightening, man.
Was it Webfunk? Was it Webfunk or whatever the bloke's name was? Because I told him that day when I was with Betty that I thought he was being inappropriate. I'm not allowed to put parameters. You see, muckers, I think that you're an abuser. I really do.
Good. I'm abusing you now.
You think that women aren't allowed?
Remember, I'm akin to fucking
that
people
women
who abuse
aren't
elderly
allowed?
people in care homes. Remember that, cunt.
You
You're
think
getting it, cunt. You are fucking
think,
having
it's
it.
Atticus,
You are
sorry,
fucking
Irish
having it. I'm
slang. It
abusing
was
you, you cunt.
Atticus.
I'm the abuser. You
It
want, you
was
old
Atticus,
fucking
not
bitch.
Wag
Listen
Funk.
to me.
I apologise
I'm
to
akin to people who abuse
You're
elderly
not. You're
people in
just
care.
a fucking
You're
cokehead.
fucking having it. You fucking cunt. Get that fanny card
You're
out.
just
Come on.
a
You're
cokehead.
fucking having it.
You think that you're actually winning something on here.
You're a
That's
fantasist,
what makes you
Jukes.
sad.
You're such a
That's what makes you
fantasist,
sad,
Jukes.
muckers.
You're a
You actually
fantasist,
think by
Jukes.
shouting and screaming at a woman who's actually talking
Go on,
about
get that
something,
fanny card out. Go
who's
on, what
actually talking
chromosomes
about
have you got?
something
I can't
that's
fucking
quite
tell.
serious, you
Fuck
think
off,
it makes
you
you
lying
look
We
bitch.
don't
hard.
believe you,
You
Jupiter.
think you don't have to believe me. I never asked you.
I
to.
know, but we don't
It
believe
wasn't
you,
a
so don't tell us to take
conversation.
it serious.
It wasn't a
You are an
conversation
admitted,
that I had
self-confessed
with
liar.
you. You're the one that asked the question because you're creepy.
Yeah, I did
and
ask
you
the
wanna
question.
know.
You've answered the question, but you are an admitted, self-confessed liar.
I'll deal
You
with it as a
lie about
professional. All
fucking
I want to know
everything.
was for
So that's why we don't take you seriously. You've cried wolf too many times, Jukes.
go to your professional.
You've cried wolf too many times.
That your daughter never sent you inappropriate texts, but I played the message and
No,
everybody
I've
heard
never
it.
sent my daughter inappropriate texts, but
Well, you
you
did,
are a
'cause the social worker
self-confessed
said you
liar.
did.
No, she didn't.
Recordings there,
She said,
I
"Oh,
played
maybe that
it.
wasn't appropriate." She didn't say they are inappropriate. Where's the conviction? Why hasn't my daughter been taken off me if that was true?
What
Jukes,
number do
you
you
are a
live at again,
self-confessed liar.
Morris? Morris, what number do you live at again?
130. How about you, Wendy? Where do you live? Coward?
Hey, don't give out your addresses, please.
I won't, but it's not. I'm not bothered, mate. Everyone's got my address. I couldn't really give a
Yeah,
fuck.
but there's no point in it. There's no point.
Yeah, I couldn't really care.
Do anything.
You know, yeah, I know what you're saying.
Nobody's going to take it up. It's
appreciate
all just bullshit. Do you know what I mean? It's all bullshit.
Yeah,
bro.
I
There's
know
no
that.
point.
I know that, bruv. But you know, it's like fucking Wendy that can't even show her face. Such good-looking, fucking weird-looking redhead that she can't show her face. She's claimed to be either married or fucking related to a Mauritian, which would make her an immigrant. But
I
she
did
can't stand
never claim
immigrants.
to be married to Robert Nairak.
Okay, so
was
does
she
that
born
make
in
you a
India?
relation of his?
Was she born in
Because you
Sri
did
Lanka?
say you would die for him, didn't you? You said you'd die for him, didn't you?
Yes.
Right, so is he a close family member?
None of your fucking business.
So if he's a close family member, which is obviously what you're trying to intimate, you're Mauritian, love.
Yeah, and
You're
I think
an
it's
immigrant.
reasonable for you to make that assumption because she's quite wild with her assumptions as well.
Isn't it? Well, it's not a wild assumption. Someone you die for that you weren't romantically, connected to, has got to be extremely close family.
Well, I mean, there's a stronger basis for that assumption than me having a non-British passport. Yeah.
Yeah, it is, mate, isn't it? And she has just found out that he was born in Mauritian to a Mauritian dad and a British mum. Which
I've
makes her
always
more
known
Mauritian.
that. I've always known about that little rumour, and like I said,
It's not a
I will
rumour.
forever
It's
deny
not a
it.
rumour. It's not a rumour.
So,
It's a
Wendy,
fact.
you're half Indian, and you talk to me with so much disdain earlier
Don't be so
for no
stupid.
good reason.
I
I don't even know if you're a lower caste than me. You might be a lower caste.
Show us your ethnicity.
If it turns out you're a lower caste than me, you know I'm going to take advantage of that.
Anyway, Jupiter, Freudian slip. You photoshopped it. I didn't even know you'd said that. Freudian
You
slip.
said you'd never seen it, you lying bitch. You see
Photoshop.
child
Freudian
porn and denied
fucking
it.
slip.
You photoshopped child porn. You said that out your own mouth, didn't you, Jupes? You told everyone you never saw it. You told the police you never saw it. But
Freudian
what
slip.
you said.
Photoshopped it.
Did you Photoshop it,
What
Jupes?
social services do you use, Morris?
I don't.
No, what area would you be in?
Essex. Best of luck, Wendy. So Jupiter, you always said that you never saw the CSA.
Yeah,
but
So how did you Photoshop it? If you did, what did you close your eyes and Photoshop it? Because you said you didn't see it.
I said Photoshop, but I meant screenshot. Everyone knows.
Okay, so how did you screenshot? So
Yeah, but how do you know you're
if you
screenshotting the right thing
screenshotted it,
unless
that
you see what
means
you're
you've been in
screenshotting? Yeah.
possession of it. If you've screenshotted it, you've been in possession of it. So you've been in possession of child porn. You've just admitted that.
What a weirdo.
No,
So,
it's not me being
what
weird.
actually
It's
happened?
you having
Listen, gotcha
CSA
moments.
in your
Yeah,
group.
but why would that be on your phone
And you
anyway?
saying
Like, for
that
you
you
to be
never
able,
saw it.
why would that be on
You
your screen
lied.
for you to screenshot in the first
You
place?
just said you screenshotted it. So it's been in your possession. You've just admitted to being in possession of CSA.
Look, Naifa. Look, Naifa, I haven't spoken your name. I haven't spoken your name for a while. But I don't know why you're begging my name. Like, we're friends. We were never friends. You're a little fucking snake. You know, all you spend your time insulting Nigerian people, using racial epithets against black people, and then claim to uplift them the next minute. I've not spoken about you on this panel today. Do you know what I mean?
Who are you
But the
talking
first
to?
thing
Who are
you
you
do when
talking
you
to,
come in
Betty?
is you want to call on Betty's name like, bitch, I owe you nothing. I
Who
don't
are
owe
you talking to, Betty?
Naifa, yeah?
Who? Oh,
Concern
Naifa.
yourself with your family and the people that are actually your friends. We're not related. I don't like you. You don't like me. Stop
Nobody
calling
likes you,
my
Betty.
name like I
Nobody
fucking
likes you,
owe
Betty.
a bitch like
Naifa,
you. Nothing. I don't
is
owe you
1,000
anything,
times
Naifa.
above
Stop
you.
calling on my fucking name like I owe you something. I don't owe you nothing but a slap around the face.
You've got nothing to pay anything with. That's why you don't owe anyone anything. You're broke. You're dumb.
So, Chrissy
You
Morris,
fuck off too,
I
Naifa.
suggest
You're the
you go
one that
report
called
me
my
to the
name. I
police.
didn't call
Oh,
your
look,
name.
two of you
So
talking
I
at the
don't need
same
to
time.
fuck
Can't
off.
So
hear.
that I
It's
can
you
do
that
you
need
for
to fuck off,
harassment.
Naifa.
Because
Mate, you
You're
can't
the
get
only
me for
one that
harassment because
bullshit.
I've just found out that you
You're nothing
have
but a
admitted
bully,
to having
Naifa. You're a
child
grown
porn
woman,
on your
yeah?
devices and
You're
you've
far
lied to the
older
old girl
than me,
about it.
but you act
Sadly
like a
for you,
fucking kid,
this is a
yeah?
stream
Grow the
that
fuck up,
everyone can
Naifa.
fucking hear that on.
You're
You
knocking in
said
your
you never
business,
saw it,
Naifa.
but you've
I'm sure,
admitted to
Naifa,
screenshotting
you're
it. If
knocking
you
sick
screenshotted it,
screenshot in the
you've
chat,
seen it.
you
You've been in
fucking
possession of it.
idiot.
Get lost, Naifa, man.
I screenshotted what I did see, which was the message.
Okay, so you denied seeing it, but you screenshotted it. How can you
message
fucking
from
screenshot
Crystal,
something?
you
How can you
moron.
screenshot something and not see it?
Oh my god. The message
You have
from
had
Crystal.
CSA on your devices. You lied to the old Bill about it,
No,
and
I
you
haven't,
closed
but if you
down that
believe her,
group
whatever.
to protect your
Whatever.
fucking dream team friends.
Whatever.
Because that's who
Whatever.
sent it to you, wasn't it?
Whatever. You're obsessed.
I'm not
All
obsessed.
this tribalism, trying to
What
set people
tribalism?
up.
There's
It's
no
just
tribalism.
ridiculous.
I ain't part of no tribe.
Report me to the police. Go
No,
report me.
I don't know. I couldn't care. There'll be 100 people that will do
Because
that.
you know you're lying, you mad cunt.
I'm
Go
not
report
lying.
me.
You just said that you screenshotted
Oh.
CSA. You just said that. You've been in possession of CSA. That's how come you fucking screenshotted it. You fucking idiot.
But then
That's
again,
not what
so
I
have you,
said.
Morris.
No, I haven't.
Yeah,
but
you
that's-
have. Because
that's not what I
your
said.
best friend said so.
Oh, my best friend said so. Who's my best friend? Who's my best friend?
So number one, I never said that. Number two, you've got a picture of your son's genitals and his fucking upper
No, I
thighs on your
fucking
phone.
haven't.
Yes, you
Never
have. It was
have.
recorded.
No, I
In
haven't.
your fucking. Yes, it was. And
No,
you
it
came
wasn't.
online. When Brian L brought it out, what did
Brian
you
L,
say?
we're going to use
I
Brian L as
needed
the
to have
ultimate
that picture
arbiter of the truth. Brian L, the truth.
What's it your business, Naifa, if Jupiter's got my number? So fucking what? What I mean you ain't friends. You ain't my fucking mother.
You ain't got no friends, Betty. Betty, you haven't got any
What's your
friends.
fucking problem,
You're
Naifa?
right when you say you ain't my
You're a
friend
fucking
because you've got no
idiot.
friends.
Yeah? Just leave me the fuck alone. I don't like you. Do you not have any friends? Why are
No,
you
you
calling
don't have
on
any
my
friends,
fucking
Betty.
name like I fucking
Oh, Betty.
Yeah? Oh,
Sweaty
you
Betty.
know what I'm seeing you, Naifa? You're just a little bully. Like you have
A little
nothing
bully?
to do. Then
A
spend
little
your
bully?
time calling on my
How
name.
is she a little bully when you are putting fucking streams up about a dead child that was murdered? How the fuck is that bullying? Is that bullying?
Do I owe you, Naif? I don't owe you nothing. Crying. What's up with you?
What's up with you? Why did you think it would be a good idea to slag off the fucking murdered child of a parent? How the fuck? And you done that too, Jupiter, didn't you? You both done streams on a murdered fucking child. You pair of scumbags.
Outrage.
No, it's not fake outrage. I'd say it if it happened to you, Jupes. If it happened to you and someone did it to you, I'd say it to them.
And because I basically put
not fake outrage, you two have no morals.
Go to the police.
You two have no morals. You two have no morals.
A child with a Nigerian. That's what
you two have no morals.
Naive
Betty,
until that
you've got no morals, love. No morals, Betty. No morals, Jupiter.
I don't have
ragging
to
on someone's dead child.
You're not married to a Nigerian.
That was awful, wasn't it, bro?
Having any kid with a
Nigerian. That's just beyond the pale, bro. There's nothing we could do to each other online that would warrant some type of behavior.
Yeah, that is so low. That's below the fucking barrel. That's not scraping the barrel. That's below the barrel. And you two horrible fat cunts are under it. You're under the barrel, Jupiter and Betty.
Who gives a shit? I don't regret it. I go low.
Okay, then fine. But when something happens to you like that,
that's pretty bad.
And you get your karma, then you might think about
my
it.
kids and told lies in the side chat, mate.
What? So you thought you'd go for a murder if someone's murdered child as revenge?
10 years
you
ago.
low life
Whose
cunt.
fault was that anyway? Was
You
she
low
good mum?
life
Was she a
cunt.
good mum?
You low
Was she a good
life
mum?
cunt.
I doubt
Better
it.
than you. Better than
I
you.
doubt it. I
know it because she
that's got nothing to do with it. That's got nothing to do with it. Come on, you gotta have a heart. We're all human beings at the end of the day. There's got to be some limits. If you're a human being, you have your own limits.
There's no limits where she's concerned.
No, you should have. Well, this is what I'm saying. As a human being, you should have some limits of your own.
Yeah,
like
you're
I
right,
said, there is nothing anyone
maybe
can
I'm
say
not
to
a
me.
human being then, Science. I don't
No,
know.
you're a
But that's the thing is. Well, that's the thing is. In
You're
my
a
country, I'd expect
Sasquatch.
more. In my country, I'd expect more from a human being because there's nothing someone could say to me online that would make me make fun of their dead child. I'm telling you, there's nothing anyone
No
can say
one made
to me.
fun of
No,
it.
I'm with you on that one, Science. That's far too
No
low.
one made fun of it, Science. What I actually said was,
come on,
why
you
is
was
she sitting
loving
online?
it, Jupiter.
Why is she
You was
sitting
fucking
online,
loving it.
shouting
You
her mouth
knew that
out
would
about
cause that lady
racism
pain,
instead
and you
of actually
fucking did it,
finding out
fully
who killed
knowing
her son?
that would
'Cause I
cause her
would.
maximum
If I
pain,
was a mother,
and
that's
you
what I would
fucking
do for
loved
the
it.
rest of
You
my life.
horrible,
Want
cruel,
justice.
fat
Not come
idiot.
online talking about fake racism like she does.
Fake racism. So
Even if someone did do that, that
Nobody
still
is
wouldn't justify it for me.
responsible for anybody's child dying. If you've got a problem with someone's child dying,
taking, hang on, rubbing it in their face. Listen, rubbing it in their face and making shows about it.
is not responsible.
In hatred.
Neither am I.
No, I'm not saying that.
you are, because you're responsible for your irresponsible
I'm not saying that. No one's saying that you're responsible for it. No one.
Nothing to do with me or you.
Yeah, but your kids are alive and well. Your kids are alive and well.
It is nothing to do with Jupiter
or
me.
Yeah, no one's saying that she should be in prison for the murder.
End of.
No one's saying that. No one's saying she's guilty for the murder. That's stupid. Yeah, Betty, that's stupid. That's stupid. That's stupid.
You are a pair
That's
of
what you're saying is
scumbags.
stupid. Yeah, Betty, what you're saying is stupid.
Go and talk to the murderer. Go and
We don't know who the murderer is. You two are low-life scumbags. You are a low-life scumbag.
Why are you spamming that? This is again just you being stupid. This is just being childish and stupid.
Go and talk to the murderer.
No one is saying that anyone else is responsible for the murder, you idiot.
Oh, Velle, Babs wants to get on.
Yeah. Well, Betty, no one is saying that anyone else is responsible for the murder.
Go on your Uncle Muckers. Come on, Babby.
This person's a spastic. Like, what can you? Is this meant to be a conversation? Yeah, a conversation with a spastic.
Go and talk to the murderer.
What, spastic? You're just a spastic. Like, you can't even have a conversation. What's the point?
Go and talk to the murderer. Go
You're a
and
low
talk
life,
to
Betty.
the murderer.
You
Yeah,
are
you
a
are a
low
low
life
life.
The
scumbag,
murderer.
Betty.
Nothing
Proper
to do with
scumbag.
me and Jupiter. Go and talk to the
You
We're
and
not
murderer.
talking
Jupiter
about.
Go and
are
We're
low
talk
not
to
life
living
the
in the
murderer.
scumbags
responsibility of
Go
the
and
for
murderer.
talk to
doing
the
what you did,
murderer.
and you know
Go
it.
and talk to the murderer. Go and talk
Well,
to the
this is why they can't
Who
talk
murderer.
is
about
it?
it
Go
because
Who
it's
is
and
such
it? Who
talk
was the
shameful
to the
murderer?
behavior. They can't
murderer.
defend it,
Who
Go
was
so
and
the
they have to
talk to
behave
murderer?
like
the
spastics.
Who
murderer.
was the
Go
murderer?
and
Tell
talk
me
to
and I
the
will.
murderer.
I'm not
Felly,
behaving like a
Babs wants to
spastic.
get on.
I
Babs wants to
reason
get
it out
on.
in my
Felly.
head, but I
Babs
don't
wants
care
to get
what you
on.
lot think.
Yeah, okay, then
Betty
why don't
and
you reason it out
Jupiter.
then? No one is saying that you're responsible for the murder. That's retard shit. Yeah, what we're
Go and
saying
talk
is
to the
that
murderer.
when a
Go
child
and
has been
talk to the
murdered,
murderer.
to make a
Go
show out
and
of it
talk
in
to the
hatred. Like,
murderer.
look at this
Go
spastic.
and
Like,
talk to the
Jupiter, you're prepared to have
murderer.
a
Go
conversation
and
and
talk to the
She's an
justify your
idiot
murderer.
position,
science.
It's
but this
nothing to
spastic
do with
can't do
us. If
anything.
you are not
She's an
So,
idiot
happy
Betty,
with
you're a
science.
someone's
spastic,
child
so nobody
getting
wants to talk to
murdered,
you.
you better go
Betty,
and
you're a
talk to the
spastic, so nobody wants
murderer.
to talk to you.
Go and
Bruv, don't
talk
use
to
the
the
S word,
If
man.
murderer.
Jupiter wants to have a
Go and
conversation, we
talk
can
to
do
the
that.
murderer.
Please.
Betty,
You're an
you're a
idiot.
spastic. We can't talk to you.
Go and talk to the
Don't use the
murderer.
S word
Betty,
science,
Go and
bro.
talk
goodness
to the
me,
murderer.
girl. Come on.
Go and talk to the murderer.
Do you know who
That's
the
why
murderer is?
her position is so indefensible. She can't even attempt to
Go
defend
and
it.
talk to the murderer.
Do you know who the murderer
Go
is,
and
Betty?
talk to the murderer.
Do you know who that is?
Go and talk to the murderer.
Can you not say anything
Go and
other
talk
than
to
that,
the
you idiot?
murderer.
You idiot.
Go and talk to the murderer.
Fucking hell,
Do
Betty.
you know
Go and
how
talk
to
to the
use
murderer.
the English language,
Go
idiot?
and talk to the murderer.
Betty, you're driving me tizzles
Go
up the
and
wall.
talk to
Please
the
do not
murderer.
fucking say that again. I
Go
really
and
cannot
talk
bring
to the
myself to dislike
murderer.
you, Betty. Honestly, stop it,
Go and
please.
talk to the murderer.
I mean, you
Go and
keep
talk
You're an
to
proving
the
She's
idiot.
just a
murderer.
spastic, bruv.
I
Like,
don't think
there's
Go
no,
no.
and
you can't have
talk
Don't
any
to
use the
the
S word.
conversations with
murderer.
The
this
science,
type of
man, you're getting
spastic.
struck.
Go and talk to the
Gotta
murderer.
stop saying that.
Go and talk to the murderer.
Fucking hell,
Now
Betty,
she's
stop.
laughing
Go
about
and
it.
talk to the murderer.
Oh my God.
Go and talk to the murderer. Go and talk to the murderer.
Hey, listen.
Stop trying to
Doing that,
blame
man. That's
us.
fucking disgusting. Yo, wait. Listen. Stop doing. That's fucking disgusting, man. You're
No,
talking
it's
about
Thanks, Velle.
someone's
not,
dead
Ellie.
child, man.
It's
What are you
nothing
doing?
to do with someone's child getting murdered, and you're not going to try and blame us for
You keep
someone's child
saying go
getting
and
murdered.
talk to the murderer. What the fuck's wrong with you, man? Are you
Nah.
okay? Don't
You're not
fucking
going to
do
blame
that,
us
man.
for someone's child
No,
getting
fuck
murdered.
off, man. No, shut
Yeah?
up, man. Get
Go
out
and
of here,
talk
man.
to the fucking
Fuck off, man.
murderer.
You tramp. Fuck off, man. You're disgusting, man. Move, man. Don't
That's a
fucking come
man you
round there
fan.
again,
I'm
man.
not having it,
That's
that shit.
disgusting, man. What are you talking
That's a
about?
fucking man you
When you
fan.
talk
I'm
about
telling
someone's dead child, man, fuck off, man. Do you know what I'm
It's
saying? That you what
awful,
the
man.
fuck, man?
bad.
Have you
Fuck.
booted her, Velle?
Right, where's Barbara anyway?
Have you booted her, Velle?
Yeah, thanks, Velle, bruv, because
Don't
that was
fucking come and do
disgusting.
Yeah,
that,
well
man.
done, Velle.
You fucking
Velle, I
tramp.
don't
What the
often
are
say
you
this, but
okay?
well done for booting her.
Fucking hell,
That's
man.
just fucking awful, man.
Like,
There's
you
limits.
and you think? Does anyone think? You don't think that's okay? Yeah, to speak about someone's dead child like that.
Fucking awful.
What
Yeah,
do
man.
you
I do,
If
want
and
any
to
of you
save
think
you
that's
from,
okay, fuck off
and to
now, innit?
save you, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
because
go.
that's
I
disgusting,
think
man.
it's all
Yeah,
right.
fuck off, Dukes. You
Good, man. Don't
absolute
fucking
horrible
do that,
cunt.
man.
And
If you do think that's okay, fuck off, innit? Like, don't come round there again, innit, man? Because that is fucking disgusting, man.
I can't
Fuck.
believe people are barefaced trying to justify that type
Come
of
on, man.
behavior.
Someone's dead child, man. For fuck's sake.
That's what I
And it's
said,
not
bruv.
even a
Like,
dead
At
child,
some
it's a
level,
at
murdered
some limit,
even
child,
if you
which
like
makes it
people or not.
worse.
no, come
Come
on.
on, man. You can't be
If you
going to
can't
them
relate
levels,
to
man.
that,
That's
if you can't
disgusting.
relate to something like that,
Fuck's
how are
sake,
you a
man.
human being like the rest of us? If you cannot relate to some
Imagine I turn
serious
back
pain and
on you. I
misery
know
like
I'm
that,
hearing. Go and
Barbarian.
talk to the murderer. Go and talk. Are you okay, man?
Muckers.
That's disgusting, man. You don't do that, man.
Lucifer.
You know?
Muckers. because you fucking
Barbarian.
retarded fucking.
You don't fucking do that,
little
man.
Don't use the R
fucking
word,
Lucifer.
babes.
no brain fucking idiot.
Barbarian.
You think you can turn around and talk to women like
Lucifer.
you've spoken to Jupiter and Wendy tonight?
What
and
women?
No one's gonna say
Barbarian.
anything?
What women was he talking to?
Seriously, is that you in your
Lucifer.
picture? Because my God, I don't know who's uglier, you or Morris.
Barbarian.
But, you know what I mean?
Well, if you look in the mirror, you'll
Yeah,
find someone a lot
whatever.
uglier than both
Lucifer.
of
Yeah,
us.
shut up, Morris. You fucking Morris. You can't
Look in the
talk
mirror.
about
Don't break it.
parents. You're a disgusting parent. You're not even
Sorry,
allowed
what?
to be a parent to your boys. And actually,
At least none of my children call me a racist. Unlike you, Babs.
for your girl, apparently she's grown up as bad as you.
No,
According to
she's
your
better than me.
neighbours.
She's better than me, and she doesn't think I'm a racist like your daughter does. You.
Barbarian.
Well, the thing is that we
Well, that's true,
had
though,
a
isn't it?
family row, and I told you
Barbara.
I don't know how long ago we've made up.
Yeah,
So
I don't have family rows. I don't have family rows.
Oh no!
And I don't get called racist by my children.
Don't talk to any of your family.
Oh right, okay. So a minute ago you're saying, oh, she's coming online. I've talked to her every day. She lives with me.
Yeah, that's the only one you talk to. You're not allowed to see your boys.
You don't know anything, obviously, do you?
Anyway.
And you took your daughter round to your ex's house and you both did something to her car.
I
No, I
upset
didn't.
your fellow compatriot.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Don't
That
lie,
went to
Maurice.
court,
Don't
babes,
lie.
and guess
Don't
what?
fucking lie.
I got not guilty.
Fuckers.
I got not
It's
guilty.
true that
Barbara.
you sent indecent
Unlike
pictures
Tommy.
to Simon
Unlike
Lord.
Tommy.
Barbara. I
Oh
upset your fellow
my
compatriot Iduki the
God.
other day. I simply stated I wanted
Did
YouTube a
you
British
send
passport only
indecent
zone.
pictures
Now, whether
to
that
Simon
includes black,
Lord?
white, Muslim, Christian, I'm not bothered. It just needs a
Did
British
you
passport.
send
What is it with
indecent
you and
pictures
people
to
like
Simon
Iduki,
Lord?
North
Oh
Americans,
Muckers,
that desperately want to stir up hate on these
Muckers,
British...
See all
Muckers,
your
did you
little
know
gassy
that
tricks
Babs
come out
was
after
shoplifting
all,
to
don't
support
they?
her heroin
All
habit?
your little
No, I didn't.
gassy
I don't think
tricks.
it's true.
You know she admitted to a heroin habit.
No, she said she tried it once. She never said she was addicted.
Thank
Oh,
you.
That
I heard
lady's
that she.
Thank
I heard
you.
that she did it more than once.
Well, I don't lie, Barbara. This is the thing.
I heard that she did it more than once.
No, I didn't. Right, anyway.
Oh, well, I did. And do you know what? She was shoplifting at a Poundland.
Why
to
do you
fucking
North
support her
American
habit.
Continentals want to stir up divisive fucking rhetoric
Wait,
on these great
Morris.
British songs?
Morris.
Huh, Barbara? Why?
You know Wendy
Why are you
said
doing it?
expect a visit. I'm going to
Go
tell
on.
you exactly the same. I'm
Okay,
going
who's
to visit
visiting
them
me?
tomorrow. Yep. And
Sorry?
I'm also going to tell them that they better start looking into your little girlfriend as well. Because I
Okay,
know
so
for a
when have I
fact
got?
she is
So who's
fucking
visiting me? As long as it ain't
helping
you with your moustache.
Why don't you just fuck off?
No, it doesn't work like that,
Why
Babs.
you've got a
So,
child
so I've got two elderly women
avatar.
visiting my house tomorrow. Are you and Wendy going to come together or separately?
I'm not. I wouldn't step foot in. But I'll be sending the police round. I'm gonna.
Oh, you're sending the police round. How are you going to send the police rounds when you've when you've already admitted
from now on because I'm
when
gonna
you've
talk
all
to
so you're right? Look, are you sending the police round tomorrow?
Interesting.
Look,
So, Marcus, did you send an indecent
Babs.
picture to Simon
Babs, you
Lord?
old bat. Are you sending the police round or
Would you like me to send one to you,
or are you
Barbara?
coming round? Who's coming round and when?
Do you want to see my perfect... Yeah, I'm not perfect in many ways, but I'm telling you something. Do you want to see my perfectly formed buttocks, Barbara? Is that why
No,
you're
thank
inquiring,
you.
lass?
No,
Well, shut your
no.
fucking mouth
You
and
keep
keep your
that
nose
from
out then.
Simon,
You
because
dirty,
I'm
digging
sure
old dog, you.
Simon will get off on that. I'm sure he will.
He
but-
would, yeah. He
Yeah,
never
he
responded, but
would.
he's
Are you
intimated
telling
as
us
much.
in your very strange roundabout ways? Are you telling us that you're gay?
Hey?
What if
Are
he
you
was?
gay?
What if he was?
Oh, please, Barbara, what are you going to do?
What if he was? I'm
Don't
sure you're
out me.
absolutely
Don't abuse
destroyed
me.
by that comment there, Muckers. I bet you haven't heard it
I'm
before.
emotionally imploded on me. They're all getting on
You've
top
never,
of me.
no one's ever said that to you before, have they?
No,
So,
I can't believe
Babs,
it. It's like going 15 years ago.
Babs,
I can't help it,
Babs, I think you're just jealous that I think you're just jealous that he's got a better moustache than you.
That you fucking tell, the fucking disgusting things that you actually do, and
Oh,
the way
yeah.
that you carry on like you're some sort of big man.
Oh, no.
Fuck do
Poor
you
you,
think you
Barbara.
are?
Poor you, poor Jupiter, poor Wendy, poor Moon. Aw.
Is this a moustache thing?
Well, we're not. The thing is that we're not victims, unlike you two.
Oh, yes, you fucking are.
We don't act like
Oh,
victims.
yes, you fucking are a victim.
Go on then, explain how I act like a victim. Go
You're
on, I'm listening. I'm waiting.
You're an absolute pogonophile.
Do you speak rather than shout ever? Or just
You are an
are you just a
absolute
continued shouter?
dirty pogonophile. You like it rough, you like it ready, you like it bristly, you pogonophile.
What?
You're a pagonophile.
What the fuck is a pagonophile?
You like a nice bit of fucking gravel down there, don't you? You like to feel it rough on your fucking upper lip.
What?
You're a pagonophile. You're a fucking dirty pagonophile. That's what you
Oh my
are.
God! At least I don't go. I mean, whatever. I've never even heard of that word. But if it's a new thing in your calendar, well, whatever. But at least I don't go sending disgusting pictures of myself to Simon Lord. Or
Mate, if you take a picture of yourself and send it to anyone, that is a disgusting picture.
It was before the law came in on unsolicited images. I've told Simon this many times. I think he was disappointed. Yeah. Well before.
Mucker's arsehole looks better than your face, Babs.
Oh, unfortunately, there was no rectal cavity visible. It was just a nice perky pair of cheeks.
Fucking nose, Morris.
You dirty fucking pagonophile. You dirty fucking pagonophile, Barbara.
You dirty fucking pedonophile muckers.
I don't
I can say
I don't know.
the same thing as
Hey,
you.
I know who's a pagonophile.
You obviously like it rough and dirty.
Hey, Barbara.
Sending your dirty pics to fucking...
Stop telling us about your sex life, Babs.
Hey, Barbara. Simon is actually a pagonophile.
Hey?
Simon is actually a pagonophile.
So, Babs, when are you coming round tomorrow? Babs, when are you coming round tomorrow? You said I'm going to get a knock on the door tomorrow. When are you coming round?
I'm not.
It's just I don't want my dogs biting you and getting rabies.
Shut up.
I just don't want my dogs biting you and getting rabies, love. Don't know what they catch off you. Just because you only sucked it doesn't mean to say you haven't got the dose.
You're all right, Barbara. You've got to be careful, though. Listen, all joking aside, when you pass the menopause, women are protected from these earlier in life things that men aren't. So, heart attacks, stress, estrogen I don't know, but apparently estrogen protects women. But once you pass a certain age, the older you get, the more you fucking rant and rave like this, like the other two.
I'm fine, Muckers. I'm not ranting and raving.
No, not tonight. You're actually quite reasonably calm.
The thing is, I have to shout to make myself heard because I am only little.
I know.
And that's the problem with us littlings. We make sure that we're heard.
You're fat, not little. You're fat, not little.
Can't do it like they do.
No, she's a little dollop.
Don't
She's a little dollop with a moustache that smells of potatoes.
If you ignore it, it actually goes away after a little while.
It's going to go away in a minute because his battery's about to die.
Right, I'm off anyway.
But you are a little fat gremlin, aren't you,
Chrissy,
Babs?
just a minute. Main story complete. Main objective promoted. 2 games. We've got a bonus objective. Champions. You're going to get a fucking double dose of what you've had tonight. Big up the Leeds. Catch you later.
Is it soccer you're talking? So, Babs, how much money have you given Tommy this year? No, Babs has probably given half her pension to fucking Tommy Robinson. And he'll do it in 2 lines. Science, you there, bruv? Science.
Yeah, I'm here, but
How you doing,
I'm not really chatting. I'm not really chatting.
I mean, that Elliot geezer sounded like a nice geezer at the start, but then he's like, no, we should get rid of all ethnic minorities. And I was like, what, even the English ones? And he's like, yeah. Oh, my God. Some of these fucking idiots, they've just got no idea who is keeping the country running. Getting rid of Indians and Pakistanis instantly, that's the NHS completely crashing. I mean, it's not doing too good, got to say it, but at least it's still functioning. And, I think it's 33% of the doctors in the NHS are overseas, from overseas. Get rid of all of them. All right, so we don't need doctors now. Fucking idiots.
Well, I mean, obviously, that is a valid angle to look at it from in terms of the needs of the country and the benefits provided by people who are not what these lot would call straight up English, white, or whatever their categories are, because like you said, it's a bit blurry sometimes. But I think a more stronger case here is simply the fact that we have learned through science mainly and moral philosophy that human beings are equals and should be treated as such. And if you give somebody the same kind of opportunities, and the same kind of upbringing, most likely they will behave in the way that is predictable. So, and that's regardless of what color their skin is or what color their parents' skins are.
Exactly,
Or, do you know what I mean? Any of that stuff, or where they were born. So I think, overall we've learned that as a species, and a lot of our Western political systems are based around the idea of that being true, which I think is true. And these people just seem to think they
can't realise that though, bro.
Yeah, exactly. This is the thing, is when me and you were saying to them at the beginning, well, you are the minority, the country has moved on decades ago from your mindset, and like you just exposed, it's only you people in rural, racist, undeveloped areas that still think like that. People in the big cities who have a much wider experience of different people don't really think like that so much. You know what I mean? So you're the ones that are left behind.
I love it that they think Tommy Robinson is popular. Now, when he put himself up for election, he got 2.2% of the vote. He isn't popular.
You kept saying that.
Slightest.
And what more of an argument do you want? Like, once somebody can show you that,
they just
what
can't get it in their heads. If he was popular, he would have got 20% of the vote. I mean, I don't know what the winner of that election got.
Me personally, I think
2%.
Yeah, me personally, I think 2% is still worrying, considering the fact that he'd be a shit politician. He'd be a very untrustworthy and rubbish politician.
2.2% got him in 8th place. So it isn't anything to worry about. I mean, look at
it's nothing to worry about, but it's in
the London mayoral election, Binface beat Britain first, didn't he? A complete joke. Count Binface beat Britain first. Okay. Just goes to show you how serious people think it is. But the trouble is, right, the media love to magnify it to make everyone think it's a problem. But it's not. It's not actually a problem, mate. There's not a lot of fucking racists out there. It's just we seem to find them all on fucking YouTube.
If you come from a community of people whereby, say, there's doctors and lawyers and scientists and experts and people with degrees and people doing well for themselves, especially educationally. If you are from a community like that, you will find quite quickly that hardly any of us are racist. Like, most people in those levels have got a good education, or at least through their profession somehow can see through the bullshit of small-mindedness, for example. So that's not the case. It's just that these people from these poor uneducated kind of communities, they don't have a good education. They don't have a good experience of other people from other places. When you work in a specific field, you pretty much learn to recognize people for their abilities, because what you're dealing with is quite technical, quite serious on a high level. So it doesn't matter what people's colors and skin colors and whether they go home and pray this way or that way, or none of that matters. All that matters is, do they know how to correctly draw up the blueprint for the type of architectural building that we're trying to build here? Do they know how to do that or not? And that comes into play.
Stupid old people believing that they're entitled.
Yeah,
and they pass that down the generations as well. And so you get a lot of stupid young people that believe that they don't have to fucking start working in McDonald's to then go up the fucking career ladder and shit. You know what I mean? It's like, that they just think, oh, well, they're fucking let an immigrant do that job, and hence where the fucking racism comes from.
Being entitled and lazy. At the end of the day,
if I get cut off, bruv, I'm not being rude. It's my battery's about to go, okay?
Yeah, no worries, bruv. I was going to jump off anyway.
No worries, you switching off, bruv,
yeah? Yeah. I was gonna go to sleep, but I just didn't bother to press the leave button. But yeah, cool.
Yeah, I think
if you drop off, then I'll jump off as well, innit? So
no worries, bro. How's everything else been, bro? Do you have a good Easter?
Yeah, wicked, mate. Nice bit of time with the family, the kids. You know what I mean? All good.
Too much chocolate?
Yeah, well, too much everything, mate. Too much eating everything, mate. Eating it up, drinking it up, everything, mate.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all good to do that. You know what I mean? Once in a while.
Yeah. So do you know what, mate? Big up to Velle, and I don't say big up to anyone, but big up to Velle for fucking putting Betty in her place. And Jupiter. I mean, the thing is, mate, I've tried to be as nice as I can be, but I just can't forget You know, how they could fucking make a beef out of a murdered child. You know, that's fucking unforgivable, bro. I would never do that. I wouldn't do that to my worst enemy. And you know what? I wouldn't even do that to someone like fucking Myra Hindley or fucking Ian Brady. You know what I mean? It still wouldn't, you know, because you damage yourself.
It's still too
by doing
touchy.
it.
It's too touchy, bruv. Like you say, even the worst person in the world, if you could find Hitler and you found out his kid died, how could you live with yourself that you? Do you know what I mean? A murdered child, that's the type of level of humanity that we should all be above. Meaning that you can't stoop to those levels. No one should be able to push you become so emotional and so kind of unaware of what you're doing and saying that you can end up behaving like that and then justifying it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Do you have any understanding of what that might be like? I mean, if someone said to me, what is the worst thing you could possibly imagine? I'd say
hell
that.
for a parent, mate.
Yeah,
that's hell.
That is the worst thing on the whole universe that I can think of happening. It would be something that's centered around that. Yeah. So let's not be silly. We're all human beings. We need to respect that fact that we are all succumb to that level of reality.
I mean, what I think is a funny thing, science, is that, you know, all these people have said the worst sort of stuff about each other, and then they just flip-flop back and go, oh, we've forgotten about it now. Sorry, it's just, you know, it's like, I'm glad.
You can't cross those lines with people. Yeah,
you can't.
You're crazy.
No.
You're going to cross those lines with people.
I'm glad they think that those people are their friends, because that's the friends they deserve. You know, when you start saying that sort of shit, that's cut off time, mate. You've got to cut people off that would even dare to go that low. You know, but they're like, oh, well, we said it, but, you know,
it's like normal to them.
They didn't really mean it. They lied and all that bollocks. They're fucking scumbags, man. Absolute scumbags. And the thing is, I know you've got kids, and so have I. Would you ever, even if you thought your kids was going to batter the person, would you ever put your children up for a fight?
No, not really, because I know how this shit goes. And if they come up against someone stronger than them,
what if they lose the law and got fucking locked up for beating? And it's all over your fucking internet beef.
Yeah,
fucking what an absolute cunt that Jupiter is, mate.
Yeah. At the end of the day, no one wants to see their kids taking risks, getting into dangerous situations, causing trouble, getting involved in trouble. No one really should want to see that. Do you know what I mean? If it happens, it happens. But yeah, that, you know. That is, but yeah, I mean, you know, like Jupiter and them, to get carried away, to get into these arguments. You do it as well, like in the sense of you dig this out of them, bro. But it's just that
I know. The thing is, bro, I just, you know, I do my best to try and keep it on topic. And tonight when I come on, I sort of like, you know, Babs started almost instantly, and I was just, you know, I think I said to Velle, Velle, we're doing personals tonight, or, you know, because if she keeps on having a pop, I'm going to have a pop. And the thing is, right, if you come on a panel and someone goes, oh, fucking hell, what do you fucking want, or something like that, or shut up, you know, it's like, well, it's going to go bad from there. You want to have a conversation with me? I'll have a conversation.
Yeah, but shall I tell you what it's like a bit, because I do watch from not coming on the panel that much anymore, and I do watch sometimes. But what it is like, we just heard this shit before, bruv. Like, we know all the things you're going to bring up about her in terms of personals. We know what she's going to say back and what she's going to bring up about you. And you're not just going to shout it out. The same way that when two people fall out and they both calling each other the P word. Oh, you're a P word. No, you're a P word. No, you're a P word. And it's just, like, there's not, you know, obviously the crowd love it, because it's funny, to some extent. But there should be a balance where we do come back to addressing the actual point. You know what I mean? Because that's where the real meat of it is that, see, what's personal between you and Jupiter, we can't all relate that much, you know, because it's all exaggerated, it's all blown out of proportion, it's all you both being like, you know, trying to gotcha moments at each other and all this crap. And what we want to hear is your actual position versus her actual position with actual logic and evidence. So then people can disabuse themselves of bad mindsets and bad positions, because they actually hear that, no, actually, this is a better way of looking at it. And Chrissy was right that time, or Jupes was right that time. But that's what we really want to engage people with.
Chris is right all the time.
That aside, you know what I mean? When you're talking to Jupiter, probably he's...
Mate, it's always with Jupiter. I mean, guaranteed always with Jupiter. So the thing is, right, is she needs people. I'm sure she starts having a conversation, realises that she's fucked herself and lost, and then she sends Babs or Wendy a text saying, help me, I'm on G-Block. All of a sudden,
but this is the thing,
she drops out of the conversation, and then you get the abusive fucking babs. You know,
Yeah, but
like
it's better
fuck
for
off,
that
man.
to happen. Yeah, but Chrissy, remember the crowd is watching. Yeah, there's people that sit there and watch it all from beginning to end. So when you do it clinically like that, you just defeat her with the logic of the argument. She gets upset. She gets emotional. She's the one that goes off the rails. That's beautiful because James Jones, he was the expert at that. Yeah, he always used to do that to
James
all of
is
these.
good, man. I like James.
Yeah,
Where's James gone,
he's a
bro?
proper expert. I just moved on to other things, probably, innit? Busy with his life or job or whatever.
Oh, no
you know what I
worries,
mean?
man.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that is the way to do it, bro, because then you get them squirming and chatting shit and saying the most ridiculous things to try and, like clutching at straws, and they end up saying the most stupid and indefensible and like just moronic type things, and then they end up holding those positions and standing by them and ended up looking stupid, rather than it, going to the point of you just both shouting at each other and both just swearing at each other or both just bringing up different things to each other. Do you know what I mean? If you keep a structured conversation, you really get to the meat of how stupid someone is, or how racist they are, or how biased they are, or how wrong they are. Because once it gets to a shouting match, it's like both of you are just like going at it now, innit? Anyway, that's what I reckon. Yeah, so I reckon Chrissy's been locked off now. But yeah, that's all I got to say as well, people. So like the show, innit? Because we're shutting up now. But yeah, one more time, just to reiterate, come on, man. I'm not even just saying for this channel. I'm just saying as a species of creature on this planet, we have to be better than that. We have to be bigger than that. No matter what we say and do to each other, like, oh, you're racist, you're this, calling each other names and stuff like that. No one's gone to anybody's house. Come on, nobody's done stuff like that. Nobody's actually going and fighting each other and doing stuff like that. So that aside, I cannot think of any reason for anyone to be taking this so seriously that they would stoop so low and then even attempt to justify it or to stand by it. You could at least say, look, I was upset, I got emotional, I got angry, they hurt me, so I hurt them back, right? We know that's the case anyway. There's no point denying that. Acting as if it's a well thought out, justified, logical decision, that's some bullshit. And you need to have less of an ego and step back from that and admit that is something that we should all respect in terms of sanctity. It's a sacred situation in the sense that I could not wish that upon any person, so I would not go there at all. But there you go, innit? Like Betty, she's just beyond the pale, man. Like, what a fucking low-life savage. Like, that's just disgusting. Continuously repeating that as if it's some joke, you fucking moron. You know what I mean? You deserve no respect from anyone. At least Jupiter was going to try and talk about it, and then we would expose how ridiculous her position is when she was trying to justify it. Yeah, at least that way there's a chance for her to learn and maybe realize that, no, actually, you guys are right, but, I shouldn't have done that. I take it back that I was trying to defend it. There's still possible that that could happen. But with someone like Betty, she's such a spaz. Like, come on, she can't engage on any type of conversation at any level. She's just a genuine, outright spaz. Yeah, that's a fact of it. Trying to talk to me about evolution. Oh, come on, man. You said the same thing you said fucking 2 years ago when I made you look stupid about it by giving you a basic education. When you came back and said the exact same thing, which is a complete just a misrepresentation of anything that anyone ever says. Anyway, that's it. I'm going to sleep, you lot. So, good night. Thanks for everyone that stopped by. Take it easy and like the show, sub the show, turn up and put your 2 cents in. And you know what? I want to see more people jumping on the panel, man. Some of you regulars, I'll call out your names. Oh, Ascended Princess Power. Yeah, you should jump on the panel sometimes. I saw some of your comments. Yeah, they're quite decent. Fox, as always. Victoria West, love to hear your voice. Urban Roots. Yeah, you should go jump on as well. Game, another regular. Stu B, Babs, you was already on. Badass American, yeah, man, jump on, show us your accent, innit? Like we say, all we really want is people to try and have some sort of like dialogue in it, some sort of exchange of ideas. It's an undeniable fact that exchanging ideas, putting them up for scrutiny, critically evaluating your position and allowing other people to do that this is what academics, this is what science, this is what is going on in the world, amongst educated and professional people. We need to step away from all this low life shit of talking about people's children and people's life or people's jobs or whatever. It's like, who's interested in that? It's just some I don't know, council estate mentality, comparing each other like that, and who's ugly and who's not. And I don't know, man, it's just mad to me that people really, really want to fixate on stuff like that. I do find it funny that you want to come online and search up pictures of people in their families so you could talk about it. Like, what? That's weird. Like, you know what I mean? It's weird that you're interested to do that. Like, them Esau and whatever her name is, Isol, and them. Like, that's just crazy that you're interested in doing that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just this opposite kind of person. I reckon a lot of people here, want to come and either express their ideas because they think their ideas are good and can help people, and then to be honest, that is actually probably the main thing. Most people want to express their ideas because they think their ideas are good. And that's fine, innit? Because you believe the things you do and you think the things you do because you think that's correct, innit? Obviously. And so it's cool to think that and want to share that, because then there'll be people on the level that can learn from that and appreciate that. And then there'll be people that maybe beyond that level can look down and say, actually, I used to think that, and maybe this, and this. And so you're part of the game as well. You can turn up, you say your piece, people will learn from you, you'll learn from other people, and hopefully everyone will keep it moving. All ships rise with the tide, as they say. So that's kind of like an angle to what's meant to be going on here. And I have to admit, like, Velle does try to engender that because he brings it up regularly here and there, and he's got his topics and things that he wants to talk about, like politics and racism and finance and economics and things like that, business. So he does try and keep a good structure to conversations, you have to admit. Obviously, when he's not here or he's busy doing something, you can't monitor the place 24/7. But when he's on panel and he's active, of course he keeps a decent structure to conversations. But the thing is, we're all adults. We should be able to regulate ourselves like that, And for the most part, I reckon most people can. But it's just that, like even Chrissy is a bit difficult to talk to sometimes, but you can hold him down to a point and like get a conversation out of him. And he is tricky as well because he's not that open and honest about certain topics. But that's fair enough, because at least it will be a conversation and there'll be some over talking and a bit of moaning about that. But then a conversation will still be had. Just like calling each other names and talking about your families and stuff like that, that just goes nowhere, innit? Nowhere at all.
Hey yo.
Yeah, what's up?
You know what it is, yeah? Let me say this real quick, innit? Yeah.
Yeah, go on, man. I was just rapping, innit?
What happened, yeah, was Chrissy Morris was going at Betty and Jupiter for insulting Lady D's dead child. Yeah. The same way that if it was Chrissy Morris that had made a stream about someone's dead child, they would bring that up and say, "Oh, you done that about so and so, so and so." Yeah, that's not the same as speak to the murderer, speak to the murderer, speak to them. Come on, man. That is literally not the same.
Yeah, that's just being purposely disrespectful.
You can't make that's not a fair comparison that you're making, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Well, not you personally, innit? Yeah. That's not a fair comparison that we're making. That's being made there. Like, that's different, isn't it?
Yeah.
I didn't even hear Jupiter saying anything about the thing. Well, yeah, I think it was something I disagreed with, yeah, why is she concentrating on racism and not trying to find a murderer? That's what I was doing. Yeah, that's
even that. Like, come on, man. What's that?
See myself or whatever. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck is going on here? That we're just dissing people's dead youths and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, G, you know what? Jupes did try defending it.
Just got to act like nothing's happening. Nah, man, fuck all that, because man, it's like you need to people need to set their own levels. Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's what I said, didn't it? Is that at the end of the day, you should be you're grown people out here, man. Like, imagine someone replays this to people that know you, and they'd be like, "What? Do you think that anybody in the world is gonna accept your dumbass explanation to justify why you're making fun of a dead child?"
Like these men keep doing this thing where they're saying Chrissy brought it up or whatever. Yeah, the same thing, the same
Nah,
way.
he wasn't saying
when
that.
these lots want to have a go at Chrissy, the first thing they want to say to him is, you made your youth carry around some sex doll in this place or rah, rah, rah. From God knows how many years ago that was, before Chrissy even jumped on my stream and any of us even knew who he was. So don't act like when it's time for these people to bring up whatever they want to say to Chrissy, they're not doing the same thing. Yeah. So, like I said, if it was the other way around and it was Chrissy that had done the same thing, these men would be bringing it up to say, "Yo, Chrissy, remember that time when you did so and so's dead child? Hey, Chrissy, you pussy. Oh, do you remember that time when you?" Of course, they would say it to him. So, of course, he's gonna say the same shit to them. Yeah, but the difference is him reminding you that you dissed a dead child ain't the same as you just going mad and start saying whatever else you're saying about the dead child. That's the difference. That's two different things, man. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. Him bringing it up is nowhere near on the same level as
Stop trying to
actually
finesse
doing
it,
it.
man, as well. It's like
Actually doing it is on next
because you
levels.
like one side or the other. Yeah, it don't mean the truth's not the truth, innit? Like the facts are still the facts, innit? Like it don't matter who you like or whatever. It's whatever's true is what's true, innit? Like as if Chrissy had done the same thing as what Betty had done or Dupes had done about Lady D's youth, then they would be reminding him every weekend about that. Every time they jump on, you remember what you done? You remember what you done? Remember what you done? Remember what you done? So him saying that to you, you said that rah rah rah, is not the same thing as when Betty was going about the murderer thing. Do you know what I'm saying, man? That's not the same, man. That's not the same levels, man. That's not both as bad. That's not 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. That's different levels, man. Of course it's not. What do you mean, why? Stupid, man. Don't be stupid, man. Speak sense and be sensible. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Be real. Like, don't be dumb, innit? Like, on purpose, and then man have to explain simple stuff to you. You already know why. It's different levels, man. Like, you could just say, all right, yeah, fuck that. Yes, that happened, and moved on, or whatever. Or you don't have to go mad and start going dissing all youths. Come on, man.
Yeah, now for real, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, it just changes up the whole thing, bro. It's like now.
See, that's the thing. That's the other thing, right? Is that when I'm saying that from time I keep telling the people them, yo, stop the personal insults with each other, because this is what it gets to, where your level of low might not be someone else's level of low. They might take it to a different level than you're willing to take it to. So,
bro, do you know what it is? It's worse
general.
than that. It's worse than that. You know, like one of my oldest brother said this to me when I was a little kid, yeah, about fighting. Yeah, he used to get into a lot of fights. He goes, bro, it's not about being big and strong or better at fighting than the other guy. He goes that out there, face to face, one on one with somebody, what it comes down to is who's prepared to take things to the next level. He might be stronger than me, but I might grab a brick. He might grab a baseball bat, but I might get in my car and run him over. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what's going to happen. Yeah, to win that situation is who's going to take it to the next level to win. You know. Unfairly fair. There's no fairness, bro. It's win or lose. That's it. So in these situations, people just like, oh, he hurt me this much, I'm gonna hurt him even more. Then he hurt me this much, I'm gonna hurt him even more. And then, like they could go to behaviors that are just indefensible. No one can ever stand up and try to justify this type of low life bullshit. Yeah, but then you got fully grown people with 8 kids themselves standing there saying, yeah, oh, they said this once on a live stream, therefore I'm allowed to say this about that. It's like, shut up, man. That's how can you even think that there's any logic there? Yeah, there's no logic there that this justifies you doing this. It's just fucking upsetting, bro.
Different levels, isn't it? Like, right, and differently, if it's something that you've done and people were saying rah rah rah, it's like, what can you really say about that? You actually did do the stuff that man was saying that you did. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. Cause, like, come on, man. You gotta be serious. If it was like I keep trying to say, if the shoe was on the opposite foot, yeah, they would be banning Chrissy with it every time he jumps on the panel.
Of course, they would never not mention that. We know when they butt heads and
any point he makes,
to reel off
would-
the
of
latest, the
whatever,
greatest hits.
some moral high ground point or whatever.
That would always
you
come
would
up.
say, yeah, but what about the time when you diss so and so's dead child? Yeah, but what about literally every time? So.
Nah, that's why I don't.
Yeah,
that's why I was telling
told
these
the
lots
people
not
them
to
to
do
stay
this
away
shit.
from it. Yeah, I even used to jump on and tell the man them get back to conversations or so and so and so and so. Yeah, but Elliot, you will see yourself that the majority of people in the chat are so disingenuous that they pretend that they hate the personal insults, but they're all here typing when the man them are going mad, insulting each other. Everyone's there typing. You will see names that you ain't even seen for ages talking about, oh, is this what happened round there and rah. But how come you're only typing when it's when these people were insulting each other personally, when my man's calling so and so's mum?
Yeah,
this, that,
because
and the
when
other?
there's
You know what I'm saying?
conversations, these people
So
skip
don't let
past
none of
it.
these
They skip-
disingenuous people tell you about, oh, I don't want to hear no personal insults and so and so. Yeah, because the man them are here typing hard when it's personal insult time, but when it's debate time and discussion, yeah, who's right about what their facts are, so and so. You only see the couple other different people typing now. Do you know what I'm saying? Like these times here, when it's this in match time, you're gonna see 250 people. You can't even read the chat. So.
But that's why you got to have a balance, innit?
Actions speak louder than words, innit?
People can have a little bit of back and forth with each other, yeah. But like you said, there has to be some limits, and it shouldn't be taking up the whole time. You could let them have a little bit of a go at each other, 5-10 minutes, and then say, right, let's move it on, bring it back to a topic, bring it back to the point, and have it, have a discussion. That way, you keep a balance of, do you know what I mean, the flow of it. But the problem is, once two people fall out of each other, then they just turn into spazzes, isn't it? And they both start spazzing out.
Yeah, true story.
Like Betty done.
It don't help the channel. Yeah. It don't help the channel when the man them are doing just personal insults. It don't help the channel when people were saying like scumbaggy sort of stuff about each other's families and all that sort of stuff there. 'Cause imagine, think about this, yeah. If you're just passing through somewhere and you're trying to listen to something, and it sounds like these people are saying something interesting, and then one person on the panel speaks about someone's dead child or whatever, or someone's flipping disabled sister or whatever, something just wild that people don't usually speak about or whatever. Like people, you're just gonna turn off in it and go somewhere else.
Yeah, you know what? And even these ones like Mucker talking about the graphic details of women's bodies and all that. Like, what the hell is wrong with these people? Like talking about knickers every 2 seconds and fannies.
No,
Like,
it
bro,
wasn't
shut
Morris.
up, man.
Stop this bollocks, yeah. These lot, you keep trying to blame Chrissy Morris for this child insult bullshit. No, it isn't. Because every time you jump on the panel, Babs, you bring up any old thing that Chrissy Morris has said that you can insult him about. Do you remember when you said this about that, Morris? Oh, Morris, what about when you brought your daughter to this? Oh, Morris, what about this, so and so, so and so? So when he uses the same tactics back at you guys to say, do you remember when you insulted someone's dead child? It's not the same as someone going on to insult the dead child. Like, you stop doing that. Like, stop capping. Let's work with facts. Like, it's not the truth. That's not the same. It's literally not the same. Yeah, it's a joke thing when you like keep trying to do this lying business. Stop lying. Like, you're lying to yourselves. Like, everyone's here and we can all see, and it's on rewind. I'm not even gonna delete the stream or not. Everyone can listen back and hear. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's not the same level as someone just dissing the dead person. Like, why would you want to do that anyway? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's levels, innit? If we really want to get better people, like, see, like, Elliot's a new dude that's come to join the channel, we'll jump on the panel and so and so. But when it started to get personal, what did he do? He ducked out. That's what the new people are going to do. They're just going to duck out.
Yeah, and you know what? It's boring hearing people reel off the 79 things that they've got on someone else again and
I've
again.
been telling you guys from the start. Yeah? No one wants to hear none of your stupid lives. No one cares about my fucking shitty life or whatever. No one cares about your shitty life either. So make the points to the points, man. If you things
Yeah, that's
stick
true,
on
man. Elliot
topics,
was
yeah,
willing to
you'll get
engage
new
still.
voices. You'll get people that are smarter than the other people that's already jumped on the panel to start making their new points. So you'll get stronger people from the right, and then you'll get stronger people from the left. Do you get me? But you might not want that to happen. Just want it to be the same echo chamber of little spazzes just cussing each other's stupid little lives. No one cares about that, man. No one gives a shit, bro. Like now and then it's all right. Little 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there, or whatever in between these long streams. Yeah, it's a little joke here and there, man. But literally, most of the time, it really want to be about topics, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then really and truly, yeah, it's just this. If man are saying just the silly shit, we can let that slide, innit? You know the stupid shit. Right, you got a fucking dribble on your chin or whatever in your picture, or something stupid like that. Yeah, we can let that slide or whatever. Like, man, talking about your flipping. You got a disabled cousin or something like that, and he's a window licker and all that. Come on, man, we don't need to get that sort of levels like that, cuz, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's different things.
Yeah,
we
it
can
gets
do, cuz.
bare childish, man. When people behave like that, it's so childish, man. I think to myself, bruv, it's like you people are behaving like younger than my kids. I would expect my kids to behave way better than this, and they do. Do you know what I mean?
Oh man, the silly shit now and then is all right, bro. When it just gets extra personal and serious, like, you know what I'm saying, like, so you don't need to go too mad, man.
Yeah, but I want to see more of these people that are in the chat. I want to see more of these names come up on panel, because at the end of the day, it does depend on who comes on panel, innit? If those are the people that come on panel, and other people who want to have conversations just stay in the chat, then it's better if we we get a few more of them up on panel. Keep the chats going better.
Right, you guys get on the personals of each other all the time, cuz I've heard every single one of the stories about everyone's little personal life that you've lot have been able to dig up on each other on every fucking thing up. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, the fuck? You have to stop that, man.
Good morning.
Welcome on, bro. What you saying, man?
I'll do. Science, you've seen before that I was caping for Tommy.
Tommy Cock.
I would like to explore. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah,
You got to explore that.
You got to take time with Science. When he's in the chat, yeah, sometimes he just goes on trolling, innit? So I don't know if you could take what you're saying too seriously. But
was you being serious? Or was you trolling, Scientific?
No, I was just messing around, mate. I was trying to get a reaction in it.
That's right.
I also said to
he used to do
Baz,
it to me all the time as well. He used to do it to me all the time, innit, before I gave him a spanner.
I can't help it, bro. It's just to get a reaction out of people. But I also said
we used to argue about the black shit, yeah, all the time. Yeah, he used to do it to me in the chat all the time. You're black, you think you're superior and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? That so.
What is this? You got to try and find people's triggers in it. So you got to feel around a bit. Once you feel like you think you've got the angle that you can trigger them easily, but it takes a bit of prodding to find out what that is. So I was saying to Baz earlier as well that he's a spaz because he thinks that you're smart. So that was another attempt.
You just obsessed with me.
Oh, fuck's sake. Hey, listen, man. I'm going back to bed, man. Yeah, just jump up when you've not done, innit, man. Right, big up.
Yeah, I was just accidentally still on the panel, bro. Yeah, but I was about to sleep still. But yeah, go on.
So you like to troll, do you, Scientific method?
Yeah, I can't help myself, mate.
Maybe it's scientific of you.
No, it is, because I think that having a laugh is really important and healthy in life. And I think most of this stuff is pretty harmless. The way I do trolling, I think is harmless. I don't genuinely want to harm anyone. I'm just trying to make fun of them and get them to react.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like, you never really see me push buttons to those types of levels where, it's just a bit of like light-hearted trolling, I'd say.
Have you heard Betty's banned? What the fuck happened? What did I miss? Why's Betty banned?
Yeah, Betty's banned, bruv. She was just being disgusting, making fun of someone.
Do you know, even over there when she called me a eugenicist? Eugenicist.
Is it? She calling you that?
Yeah, all because I said that. I said if we can. I said that what I don't understand is how like we were talking about cousin marriage. I said I don't understand like if the scientific fact that first cousin marriage does increase, and at first I said I think it increases by like a third or something, and she's like no, you're wrong. Anyway, it turned out it increases by double. I think it goes from like 3% to like 6%.
Right, the chances of it, yeah.
I said I don't understand how we've not outlawed it. If we can see that it clearly is increasing the lack of a disability, and then she's like, "Why do you not want disabled people?" I was like, "Nobody's saying that."
Well, what's that got to do with eugenics? I don't understand.
I was like, if we can recognise that we're doing something as humans which are having a negative impact on our children, shouldn't we do something to correct that? And she was like, "No, you don't want disabled people." I was like, "You fucking crazy cuckoo!" She went nuts.
No, but yeah, no, I think that's a silly argument, to be honest. Most of what we do as human beings is to minimize stuff like that. So if it's a demonstrated fact that is the percentage difference, then I think that's more than enough to warrant some sort of legal intervention on national scales. So
that's why I said even if it was 1% increase, I said the fact that the increase has been linked.
Well, I mean, what's the other side of it? The other side of it is pandering to cultural practices, and I think we should be quite well aware that cultural practices are all fair and well. Cultural and religious practices, I should say, are all fair and well in terms of free speech and free expression and all that, up to the point of where they harm you and harm human beings, or they cause harm, or and this is a clear case where it does cause more harm. So that's out of the window. Your cultural and religious practices are fine up to the point it can be proven that they cause harm. That's it.
Well, she started going on about how she's got a friend and she's got a couple who's a friend, and she's got friends who are a couple and they have a baby and their first cousin, and he's a beautiful boy and there's nothing wrong with him.
All right. Well, I mean, so what? I don't think she's understanding the point. I don't think she's missing the whole point about the percentages. Like, she's not getting it. There's a difference between 3% and 6%.
The lucky ones.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the thing is this: what she's got to understand here is that that's your best case scenario. The change from 3% to 6% is your best case scenario, where two people are not already cousins, but their children marry their cousins. Yeah, and now we're talking about the first generation of that. Imagine this has been going on for many generations. Do you not think that 3%, 6% exponentially increases? Of course it does. Yeah. So when your parents are cousins and you marry your cousins, and then your kids marry their cousins, don't you think that 6% is actually a ridiculous estimate now?
You know the Whitakers, that family in America, who all bark at each other. No. They're clearly not 6%, are they? Like.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Like,
embed themselves in like the 70% bracket.
Yeah, that culture of people around there, it's the same thing, isn't it? It's the same problem. Like, do you want that to happen in our country? Do you want that to be something that goes on? Because eventually that's where it ends up. That's what ends up happening. You become that deformed. I mean, I'm not sure about which family you're talking about, but I can imagine that it gets too ridiculous.
Soft white underbelly where they're all like live in Appalachian Mountains, and one of like brothers barks at everyone. You can't speak.
No, don't.
Have you ever seen them? The Whitakers? Or you just search the Whitakers on like YouTube. The soft white underbelly. You'll be interested. I'm surprised you never come across soft white underbelly. He does loads of interviews, usually like in black and white, like the thumbnail, and he interviews like really like niche fucking people like obsessed, like drug addicts, Skid Row, and there's this family who are inbred to the point where, don't quote me, but it's something like the mother and father are brother and sister, and their parents were also brother and sister.
No, flipping hell. So that's pretty like worst case scenario, doesn't it?
Oh, it's the old market, the chaps in school.
Yeah, but
like, non-verbal and that.
Yeah, so the thing is, you're trying to have this conversation with someone like Betty, who's completely uneducated, completely unaware of any facts about the world. She picks and chooses whatever she wants to be true, and she developed her mindset probably when she was about 12 years old, and she hasn't changed her mind about anything since then. She's just incapable of learning. She used to argue with me about whether a human being is an ape or not.
She was arguing about the evolution because
she doesn't even know what an ape is or what a human being is. She doesn't know the definition.
Have you put specifically that black people have come from apes or something?
But that is true. But that is true because originally
we all done that. We all have, not just black.
But we've all evolved from previous ancestors that were originally black, but they all evolved from ape species that were, hominid species that were eventually apes. If you go far back in time.
Wait, so we all have a common ancestor, but then
you mean like all human beings have a common ancestor? Yeah. But it's not. It's not one person or one creature.
I mean, like a gene pool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, so are you saying that white people or even brown people have evolved further or differently than black people?
Well, not really, because there's black people in Africa who have been evolving as much as when white people and brown people evolved from the other set of ancient Africans. So there's no evolved more. There's no sense of that because the same amount of time has passed.
It's all
all that you could really say is would you say that a modern shark is more evolved or less evolved than a modern dolphin? It doesn't even the idea doesn't even make sense. They're both around today and they exhibit different features because they're in slightly different environments. That's it.
And
in their evolutionary history.
But you argue that we don't have different races, that we're all human race, or are we not branching off into potentially where we are going to become different races of?
Yeah, of course. There's examples of genetic drift amongst human beings as well. So any isolated communities of human beings, for example, these are not completely isolated, but the pygmies in Africa, they all are very short. Their average height is less than 5 foot, I think. Now, the only way that could happen is that they remained isolated, and in their gene pool, there was no environmental selection pressure to be tall, meaning that taller people didn't make more babies or didn't survive to make more babies. And if anything, shorter people probably did, or maybe did, or it was just never a factor. So they remained the height that their ancestors were, but other types of human beings that weren't part of that isolated community, they underwent changes impacted on them from nature, which selected from their gene pools, and so over time you'd get people that look more and more different. So if you were to keep Chinese people and South American people and African people completely separated for thousands of years, they would end up being more and more different because the environments that they survive in are different. But that would be if we're just human beings versus nature in a non kind of civilized state, because then we would be succumbed to the forces of nature. But given the fact that we've developed in societies with technology which provide a buffer between us and nature, so that nature doesn't select from our genes anymore, we make the decisions about having kids and not having kids and how many kids and who has kids and stuff like that. So we've taken that power away from nature to select from our genes in the way that it always has done.
Speaking of Asians,
I was going to say that we've invented new selection pressures. Like, for example, this is just an idea. It's not actually true, but it conveys the concept. So, like, financial success at some point in our history was a determining factor for how many of your children would survive. At least poor people would have 10 kids, and rich people would have 10 kids. But rich people, 8 out of them would survive, and poor people, only 3 or 4 would survive.
Yeah, that's an environmental factor.
But that's one we've created from our own societies.
Yeah, it's got to a point now. Would you say that?
No, but even that has changed now because really rich people have less kids now.
Fully evolved now. We now use our environment to better ourselves, but I think we've kind of fully evolved as a species.
Well, think about this as well. Yeah, that we've detached ourselves so far from the selection pressures of nature that now even rich people, the evidence now is that the richer you are, the less children you have, meaning that it doesn't, it's not even a factor in terms of like survival or reproduction or whatever.
Speaking of Asians, you brought them up. Do you know
Asians? Yeah,
Asians. Do you know what causes the or why they have like different? Clearly, they've got different eyes, haven't they?
Oh, you mean Oriental people?
Yeah. What's caused that? What's the reason for that?
I don't know. Might be something to do with light, I guess.
It's what?
There might be something to do with light.
Yeah, maybe like some form of like photophobia or something, like sensitivity.
I don't know. Should we check it?
Yeah, go on.
I'm quite interested.
Why have Oriental eyes developed to the way that they are? It's definitely environmental. Yeah, that's what we're saying, Victoria. So anything any characteristics that people have today are basically environmental evolutions. We all had like a common ancestors as a humankind, and then anything past that point has kind of been heavily influenced by the environment. So skin color, eye color, hair color.
Yeah, it's something along those lines. I just had a quick skim of some information from Google, and apparently they got some extra fold of skin on the inside of their eyelid, so it doesn't need to be like as dramatically, open wide and whatever. But it is something to do with harsh environments like sand and sunlight. That there's no guarantee. They haven't got a definite answer for why it's evolved in them, but that would make the most sense. That it's to do with harsh environments.
Yeah, sand might explain it.
Yeah, but then the people who are still living in sand environments, how come they didn't evolve it?
True. Maybe they used niqabs instead. Cover the face.
Yeah, but then I don't know. Let me just have a look again, see what it says.
But if you've got an extra fold, then that's taken thousands of years, hasn't it? Thousands and thousands of years.
Well, to say that even amongst Orientals, there's quite a variation of like the amount of people that have got this extra fold or not, and how much of it they have, and apparently a lot of them don't even have it. So it's not the case that all Oriental people have those types of eyes.
Well, so it might be the same as like the ginger gene, where at one point it was needed. It's no longer serving the purpose that it was developed for. So less and less people have a ginger eye. It's going to become extinct. Ginger eye.
Well, there's this thing about homosexuality in nature that basically every single species that we've ever studied has got basically the same percentage of homosexuals as human beings. Like literally every type of species, not just mammals. Like 2 to 10% or 2 to 5%, because there's variation in true homosexuality and bisexuality and stuff like that, isn't it? But like true homosexuals who, like for example, a man who just finds the idea of a woman disgusting, the way that I would find the idea of a naked man disgusting to some extent, that they would think of the idea of a naked woman disgusting. Like that type of true homosexual, there's only like 2% of that amongst human beings. But bisexuals seem to be like massive. Yeah, and that's equally
do all species have homosexuality?
Yeah, every species has it. They used to think it was just mammals because they studied 1,500 mammals and they all exhibited it. But then they've done insects and fish, and they've done birds as well, and it's the same for them as well.
So they said what's the theory?
Yeah, but the most prominent theory is that because homosexuality is a way of tapering off overpopulation, it's kind of stayed within our gene pools to a minimal extent, because it originally, like this is how it works, Luke. Yeah, so because it's exhibited in all creatures, this suggests that it was very, very early on that it made it into our gene pool. That's why it's the same amount in so many range of creatures. So very, very early on in the development of life on this planet, whatever creatures started dominating and taking over the certain terrains, they would eventually exhaust the resources. So they would have to eat each other and cannibalize and then die out. So if you had two sets of creatures that were doing this in two different areas, if one of them had a percentage of 10% homosexuals, then they would not necessarily overpopulate that area and deplete its resources in the same amount of time. So they would have a better chance of a long-term survival. So that is the kind of best idea for why this exists.
Wouldn't cancer have the same result? Just kill them before they can have a child.
Sorry, what was that? I didn't hear what you said there.
Wouldn't like cancer have the same result, like kill them before they can conceive a child?
But yeah, exactly. So there's a number of these types of diseases that have made it throughout so many creatures as well, and that would also explain why they made it through, is because unwittingly they provided us with a kind of a benefit in terms of, you see, if we look at our lives as individuals or as an individual species, then none of this makes sense. But if you look at the whole process of life as a whole, then you can see that, oh, we are just a small kind of peg in the machine of this thing called life, and us as an individual or us as a species is irrelevant. Life doesn't actually care about us. If we work and we carry on surviving, fine, but the minute we don't adapt to an environment, we disappear and something else carries on. And when you look at it like that, it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I won't argue with that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I say, there's no definites, but this is the big picture that thousands of experts have converged upon and said, like, we all think that this is the most likely explanation or best explanations that we have. And I've checked into this as well because people bring it up all the time. But out of evolutionary biologists, 95 to 98% of them are very certain that evolution is a demonstrable scientific fact. And that's a huge majority, overwhelming.
Did you read that? I read it the other day, about 3 days ago, that they found a gene, like a specific faulty gene that's causing autism.
Oh, is it? No, I think I saw a headline, but I didn't read the article. All right. What's that? What are they saying there? They found the actual gene for it.
Well, yeah, I didn't read it myself, but it sounded like a breakthrough type, like they've been able to identify a faulty gene that causes it, and if they can identify a faulty gene, then they could potentially.
Well, when you say faulty, that's a bit of a loaded. Yeah, that's a bit of a loaded term, and especially
it was something like B6. I mean, it had like a 4-digit code or something. So I think they found something specific that's causing autism, like a specific gene that's faulty. Right?
Yeah, faulty in the sense that it's mutated and different from maybe how it's expected or supposed to be in the rest of human beings. You see,
but that's nothing required, and that's specifically causing the autism or something.
Yeah, but you see, this is the way. The funny thing about this is that you have to be a bit more neutral about when you're talking about genes, because our idea of whether it's faulty or a good mutation or a bad mutation is based on what we think is the right way a human being should be and the best way it survives in this environment. But the fact is that autism or any change in someone's gene that's different from someone else's, if the environment is kind of more conducive to that mutation of gene, the phenotype, the physical characteristic that it represents, or whatever difference it makes to you as a living creature compared to another human being who doesn't have that gene mutation, if that is conducive to the natural environment, you'll be more likely to survive. So then, like, for example, if there's something about autism, like, for example, let's just say that they could do some really important maths, to build something to protect themselves, whereas the rest of humanity who didn't have the autistic gene just couldn't do that type of maths, And there is definite evidence that there are certain things that unlock aspects of their brain, which are actually amazing. Have you seen that Predator movie that looks at autism as like the next step in evolution? And the Predator.
Well, no, but I've had that.
You want to watch that one?
Even without like somebody telling me about it or watching anything about it. My nephew's autistic, so I've always like looked into autism, and I've always thought autism and it's just common sense to me. I see autism as like because it's negative in some aspects. But it also has major benefits. It depends on whereabouts you are on the spectrum. But like I said, it can be a savant. Do you know what I mean? I've seen like children who have never played the piano.
But this is
before.
what they say. Yeah, so they might have. Like, for example, they might learn how to play the piano in record time. Like, wow, how do they connect? Yeah, But you know what? Yeah. So they say that Isaac Newton was likely to be very autistic because his behavior as a human being matches up to all of the symptoms of modern like understanding of autism. You know, like the social awkwardness. Yeah. Do you know what I've thought? You know what I've thought about it, Luke, from having met like autistic people or children. I think it's that their brains are normally, and obviously, like you said, there's a range of symptoms that are exhibited across the spectrum, but quite highly autistic people, children that I've come across, they tend to be like very mathematically minded, meaning numbers and logic and shapes and angles and things like that. They are 100% comfortable with, because that is a definite world where everything is very well defined. In the world of maths, you know, things that you can't get a better definition. Yeah, no, but yeah, they like routines and they like to know. Everything happens in order. Yeah, but you see, what I find is that their brains quite often don't like words, because words are not like numbers. Words are not like, you know, language is not like mathematics. It's so much more malleable, so much more contextual, so much, you know, you've got formal and
you've got to formulate them and you've got to think about them where you can take a formula, you know the formula, so all you got to do is learn how to do maths and then you just go into your own little brain. So in school, one of my biggest problems, especially during maths, I still can't really explain it right. So you get points, so you get marks for the right answer, and you get extra marks for showing how you've done your working out. And I'd always get the right answer, no problem, but I'd never be able to show how I'd done my working out. And so my teacher was like, "Well, just like show me like answer." So she'd give me like a new question, and I'd show her what I'm doing with my hand. So I'd get my pen and paper, and I'll write like number 4, for instance. I'll speak how I'm writing 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. So and I'm writing on the same spot on the same piece of paper. So by the end of the day, it looks like a fucking spider's web, but I've got the right answer. And then when she's asking me to do the working out, I'm like, I can't look back now. It's brain fog. I've got the right answer. That's enough. That's good enough for you.
Yeah, but that's quite classical. I mean, I've worked in a primary school for a couple of years, so I kind of been through this sort of thing with people. Now, maths is not my specialty; it's actually one of my worst subjects, but I do know enough of the basics. But what I think what you experienced there is a very, very common thing that I think probably everyone goes through at some point in their life, because the point is that what you were doing there, is you were like, you know the way that we can speak grammatically correctly, but it doesn't mean that we can necessarily identify the meta language, you know, that we're to talk about the words that we're using. So I might not know how to define a noun or a verb or an adjective, but I'll never make the mistake of speaking incorrectly, because I've read so many books that I know how to speak correctly and I know which ones go where, and my sentences will always be perfect. But if you ask me what's a noun and what's an adjective, I might not know that. So what's happening to you in the maths? So what's happening to you with the maths there? What was happening to you is that you had your brain either understood the rules that were necessary to apply, but just wasn't good at articulating or, you know, formulating them on the paper, or it could be that your brain was using its own techniques. So if I said to you, what's 42 plus 43, one person might do a type of like compartmentalization where they chop it up into, all right, 20, 40 here and 40 here plus the 2 plus the 3, so that's 40, you know, 20, 23 and 22 is 45. They might do it like that. Another person might say, I've got 23, let me add 10, let me add another 10, and then I add 3. Do you know what I mean? You could do it in a number of different ways.
Well, you got that way of working out where they've got the two numbers. So say you've got 56 on top of like 25, and you do the working out that way. I can do it that way.
You could, see, some people do it that way.
I've never done it
some
that way.
Some people might just count it on.
Like, no, I just want to bounce the numbers across my head 24 times, and I'll get the answer.
Yeah, but the thing is that, I'll tell you another thing that people can do, is that they can visualize a number square. So they give children a number square.
I see all these numbers in my head, and like I put one number into that corner there while I'm putting that. Like I do that kind of shit.
Yeah. Do you see the whole 100 in front of you in rows of 10s? Like, do you see the image of that?
Explain that. Go on.
So like if I was to give you the poster of 100 1 to 100, and it's 1 to 10, then 11 to 20, then 21 to 30, all in rows of tens. The more you look at that, the more you start seeing the connections, like 46 and 56 above each other and below each other, and 45 and 46 are next to each other. And if you do the diagonal, that would be 11 or plus or minus 11 or 9.
I mean, I could do that now that you say that.
But see, that's the kind of stuff they started bringing in to help kids to visualize. Because the thing is, what they realize is that we shouldn't be teaching children. Yeah, we shouldn't be teaching children the best technique according to the world's greatest mathematicians. What we should be teaching children is allowing them to explore the different ways of working it out, and whatever works best for their type of mind, let them use that. It's still a valid way of doing it. You know, all of these techniques that we've talked about, none of them bring you the wrong answer. They all bring you the right answer. And who's to say which is the best way?
I learned that I'm a more practical way of thinking and learning. I can sit down in a class, write off a board, write on a piece of paper for 2 hours straight. I'll end up with 17 pages at the end of it, and I won't remember a thing that I've wrote down. I've not took anything in because I'm just too focused on writing it down on a piece of paper and making sure my handwriting looks all right.
I know what you mean.
Whereas if you give me I don't know, if you give me a light bulb on whatever, and then the teacher stood at front and said, right, follow me guys, so what we need to do is do it, blah blah blah. I've done it, I followed the instructions, now I know how to do it. So
now, you know what, I can relate to what you said there, because when I used to go to university, if I hadn't done the reading for the lecture, meaning there was a chapter in a book that I was supposed to read before going to the lecture, if I hadn't done the reading, so I had no idea what the lecture was about, I would often find that happening to me, that I'd written loads of notes, but I'd never digested them. I just was so focused on getting them written down that I was already thinking about the next word rather than actually intellectually digesting the sentences properly. So I experienced that, but what I realized is that if I had done the reading beforehand, I already knew the big picture of what the lecture was going to be about, and so I'd write less notes, but I'd only need to write notes about the things that were a bit tricky. Like half of it would just I'd already know, so I'd be waiting for him to say something which did trigger my mind into like, ooh, what does that mean? Or I'm not sure about that, or I wonder, like that kind of thing. So then I'd need to write less notes, but they would be much more effective, and I'd understand what I was writing and why, because what I didn't understand or what I needed to remember that I didn't know, and it was just a much better way of doing things, brother. I learned that like at some point in my degree.
Yeah, you learn by like questioning certain things and then getting like. You can't question if you're just writing something down blindly that you're being told to write down, then you can't really question anything that you're writing down. Whereas if you read something, then you can resonate.
Well, I mean,
you can
I think it was
strengthen memories of it.
Yeah, I think it was more a case of like if I didn't know what was going like in the lecture was about, I didn't know nothing about the topic. Like it's all new to me, so there's loads of things that even basic shit that I just needed to read twice or a couple of times to be able to understand. But because I hadn't done that, I had to fucking write notes about every fucking little thing. Do you know what I mean? Whereas if I'd read through it properly,
Do you get hyperfixated on anything?
Nah. Not really.
Like, do you ever get obsessed with certain things and like you want to know everything about it?
Oh yeah. Like of course. Like with science and philosophy. Philosophy, I used to do that with like for a long time, and then I moved on to science. Like science qualified as the best philosophy, so I moved on to science and became obsessed.
Because it's still got too many words that I don't understand. So even if I'm trying to like, understand something, then
sorry, what?
I have more questions from the definition, if that makes sense, and then it'll just go into this spiral. So I'm not quite there yet.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Like, what does that mean? All right, then what does that mean? All right, yeah, I'll start going into spiral.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things where like. Yeah.
No, but what that means is that you're trying to access stuff that you're just not on the level to be reading about. Like you need to start with something basic.
With me, I think it's not just like the level. So it's my problem with school. Like
it's just the language, isn't it? It's just the heavy language.
Well, I've got to have an interest in it. So I've got to have and if I've got an interest in it, then I will hyperfixate on it, and I'll practically learn every fucking detail there is about it. But if I'm not interested in it, then I'll just avoid it like the plague.
I mean, I don't know. Like for me, it's a bit different because I think I talk to people in my family. Like I've got brothers and I've got a sister as well, and friends and stuff. And not everybody is like. For me, I thought it was completely natural to be obsessed with and wanting to know the true nature of reality and existence and morality and the best way to govern human
not
beings.
even nowhere near thinking of that.
Yeah, most people I know will be like, bruv, like, who gives a shit about any of that shit? And I'm like, why don't you? Like, I think it's really interesting, and I think it's really important to think about it. And most people don't. But like, it's just like one of them things. Like, I'm that guy, that is obsessed with it. But like, I know some people, like some of my friends are, some people I know that are interested in this sort of stuff. But most people, like, they're like, bruv, I'm more interested in like girls or going out having a good time or football or sports or what I mean, and making money and I'm like, yeah, but don't you care about what's true about reality and your whole existence and the universe? And they're like, no, not really. And they like blatantly say it as if like it's like there's nothing to be ashamed of. And I'm like, all right, cool.
You was either
I can't even hold it against them.
You was either one of the following as a child. You was either a dinosaur kid, you was either a train kid, or a car kid. Which one was you?
None of them.
You was obsessed with something. What was you obsessed with?
Yeah, well, I used to like fantasy novels. I used to read Terry Pratchett books, and I read everything that he ever wrote. So
who? And how old was you?
Terry Pratchett. When I was about 12, 13, I started reading Terry Pratchett, and he used to teach me about.
Like when you was 4 or 5, like.
Nah, I still wasn't interested in any of those three things.
Usually, like intelligent people, they're obsessed with like trains or dinosaurs when they're younger. For some reason, a dinosaur. I read that the other day. Dinosaurs. They've linked that having an interest in dinosaurs as a child is a link to high intelligence as an adult.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case because it's a good step into the world of science and it's a fun one. That's why they teach about dinosaurs.
And you do, and like, obviously, some kids like dinosaurs because they've watched freaking Jurassic Park, but there's some kids who can name every single fucking dinosaur going, and it's like,
but
what?
Look,
I know a lad. So he's got he has Prader-Willi syndrome. So he's on. I don't think he's got autism. He might have it. So Prader-Willi. I can't explain it. There's quite a few different ailments to it, and I think it does open you up to like. I think it does. It might have autism as well. He has quite a few things. They all look very similar to each other as well. Prader-Willi. It's a bit like Downs in that sense, where you can kind of tell that they've got Prader-Willi. What was I saying? No, it's not Prader-Willi. Was it Prader-Willi? Yeah, it was Prader-Willi. What was I saying? Why did I bring him up there? Oh yeah, he had an obsession with cars when he was younger, and he could tell you the make, the model, the tire size, the engine size of any car that's driving past. Yeah, that's that. I don't have a clue how he learned it. God, not even his mother doesn't know how he learned it. He's just got this obsession out of nowhere with cars to the point where he could go on Mastermind and win it if it was just about cars. And he was like 6, 7.
Well, I mean, like, there's all sorts of abilities like that. Have you seen that guy, that autistic guy? He flew over New York in a helicopter for 20 minutes, and then he drew the whole skyline perfectly. That's amazing. Like from by memory, he did it fully by memory.
Yeah, photographic memory he's got.
Yeah,
there's a few like that. There's a one who, like you say, can play a piano just by listening to it and just playing the keys once, knowing what the keys represent, and then being able to play straight away.
But you know what? I do think there's such a thing as people having like a good ear for music, because I used to do DJing when I was a teenager, and it took me about a year to be able to like really do some good mixing and scratching and some beats.
That's
but
one
like,
of my
I'll tell you, one of my brother's friends, yeah, he used to like music as well. He came around the house once. He wanted me to teach him how to DJ. Bruv, I cannot explain this, yeah, but this motherfucker, he learned in about 10 minutes to the same standard that it took me about 3-4 months to learn. He learned that in 10 minutes, and his ability now was as good as what it took me 2-3 months to get to. Like, I couldn't believe how quickly everything I showed him and done, he could just do it. And I was like, but it took me ages to get my fingers all responsive and you know what I mean, active and all that shit.
Finger, yeah, that's my only problem. So I'm very musically inclined. I've always been musically inclined. I've always fucking sang very badly, but I've always just like loved music. I've always I'm always jamming like. I can.
No, you do seem like you're quite musically inclined. Yeah.
Within fucking half an hour. The one thing I can't do is play an instrument, hand-eye coordination. So I've said one of my biggest regrets is like not going to university maybe and doing like music production, because I think that might have been my only avenue into
your calling.
maybe like a less working class style job. But yeah,
well, that's what they say in it. Like you should pursue your natural interests and talents. One of my cousins was like that. He could listen to any song and then just feel around on the piano and just work out the right chords, like just through trial and error. He never took any music lessons, anything. He didn't even know what the keys were called. He could just hear the song and then just fiddle around playing the wrong notes until he got the right ones. So each step of the way, he'd hit like 3-4 notes. He'd be like, nope, it's that one. And then he'd start from the beginning, get to the 5th note, and then then choose which one it was meant to sound like. And I was like, how can he do that?
Oh yeah, I can't even fathom how like to hold a guitar, let alone like know that hand has to do that. But I think once you learn certain chords on the guitar, then I think that's what people do. They stumble the way through a song, don't they? And then they start learning that way.
I think you probably if you were to practice the piano or the guitar for an hour a day, within a few months you'd be pretty decent. Yeah, you'd be pretty decent.
Piano,
I reckon.
Piano, if I can see it, then I'm better at it. Whereas guitar, holding it down, I think I struggle.
Yeah, you got to just feel around. Yeah, but you get used to it. Your fingers get dexterous. You know, you couldn't write at some point, but you know, you had to learn it.
I used to have a piano. I used to play, oh, will you wash my father's shirt? Oh, will you wash it clean? Oh, will you wash my father's shirt and send it to the Queen? I can play that. And I can do Free Willy on the harmonica as well.
I can do Chinese chopsticks on the piano.
What's that? Chinese chopsticks?
It's just the most basic thing that you could ever do. But it's really cool.
Chinese chopsticks, never heard of it. Can you use chopsticks? That's a different question.
Nah.
You can't.
I don't know how that shit works. No, I don't know how that shit works. It doesn't make sense. Where do you put the force? Like, where do you put the force? Like, I don't understand.
Do you use like the?
And what's wrong with a spoon, bro? Like, surely a spoon is better for rice than chopsticks.
Yeah, for that. Well, no. So what you meant to shovel
what if the rice
it
is not sticky? Yeah, but what if?
No, you get the ball towards you, like close to your mouth, and then you use like as a bit of like a shovel type thing. But no, so what you do? Where's the pop?
2,000-year civilization, they ain't even come up with a spoon. It's like, come on, man.
Yes, chopsticks. You hold one between like your middle finger, so your middle square finger,
and your thumb.
Put that. So bend it down halfway, not fully down to palm of your hand, halfway, like 9 o'clock, and then you put the chopstick between your thumb and to the top knuckle, your knuckle bit, top knuckle bit, and then you got your finger in between your thumb and your square finger free, and that's where you hold the other one, where you pinch that with your thumb now and that middle finger, and then you move them back and forth. You can you'll be picking up fucking dumbbells with them soon. You can actually get
I tried it once.
Like I said, people couldn't use them, so you have to go out and then buy you can buy these little plastic holders that you put on the end, and it makes kids use them. Basically, it makes it really easy.
Oh right, okay. If I was gonna do it, I'd probably try and learn it, but I don't see the point. I just think a spoon is.
Once you've had noodles. Once you've had noodles, so fork I agree is the superior tool. I'm not going to argue with that. But when it comes to like eating noodles, like on a chopstick, like wrapping it round, swirling it round, no, delicious.
No, I don't really eat noodles, to be honest, so I don't care.
Well, I love a good noodle. I like to get some chicken noodles. I like to go to butcher's, cooked butcher's bit, and get a chicken breast. I peel the skin off, shred the skin up, shred the meat up, mix that in with my chicken noodles. Add a sachet of salt. I love a rotisserie chicken, especially the fucking skin of a rotisserie chicken. Why a company? Why they hasn't come out and just created a chicken skin company? I don't know. That might be an idea. Might do that. A chicken skin company.
You think that's a good idea?
A cart and it just sells different types of chicken skin, lemon and herb, KFC crunchy style.
What? Just the skin?
Style. Chicken skin, just a bag of chicken skin. I'd fucking be all over that.
Nah, I mean I can eat the skin if it's on the chicken, but I couldn't eat it on its own.
Oh, I could, especially rotisserie when it's like that, got that brown glaze kind of thing. Oh, I don't know how to do to it. Yeah, chicken skin Foster. Don't tell me you don't like chicken skin. Have you ever watched the South Park episode where Cartman gets a KFC bucket for everyone, but then he just eats the skin and leaves them all the chicken? How fuming would you be if you got a KFC bucket and there was no skin in it? Oh no, Victoria, she put best rotisserie chicken she had was in Tenerife. I think chicken abroad, especially Mediterranean, it's yellow. Corn fed in it. I don't know, I'm a bit funny about chicken abroad, me. Best rotisserie chicken is one funny, but roast. Oh, fucking delicious. It has that sticky, I don't know what it is. It's not a sauce. I don't know if it's a glaze. I don't know what it is. I think it's just the juices. And the rotisserie just cook the juices to make it. I don't know, it's delicious. And you don't need any seasoning with a rotisserie chicken. I'll argue that it don't. I'm not anti-seasoning, by the way. I'm pro-seasoning. But with rotisserie chicken, I'll argue that's all you need. Rotisserie chicken. Maybe once you get into meat, a bit of salt. But even then, if it's cooked right, rotisserie, you don't need anything. The juices. Why am I talking about rotisserie chicken now? Past 1 morning. Ascended, nobody's speaking to you. You're weird, you. So Ascended Princess, that's that Lena, that weird one, Australia. She's wrote to absolutely nobody in chat. There's like 4 other streams going on right now. Dumb cunt. I'm obviously trying to avoid you. You know, because she's writing out loud to nobody, hoping that you get their attention. So you're not trying to avoid them, you're actively trying to seek them. Weird that. Are you speaking to like Corn, but Corn's not here. You keep saying Corn's here, but he's not. Oh my god. No, you sound Australian, you're definitely not American. If you're American, you're like Appalachian or something. No, I don't have munchies to be fair. But I would scan a fucking rotisserie chicken if it came in front of me right now. 100%. Oh, I could be incorrect. I do apologise if I'm incorrect. If you, well, who are you speaking to? Who are you like aiming that comment at then? There's like 4 other streams going on right now, dumb cunt. I'm obviously trying to avoid you. Because I can't see anybody in the chat who you would be speaking to. So, I do get Lena vibes, my darling. And I don't think you're from Arizona. I think you're from Australia, my darling. And I think you're obsessed with corn, my darling. Try to gaslight me. Chat.
Are you saying obsessed with Khan or obsessed with corn?
Corn. So it's like the Australian girl who keeps saying that corn's like harassing her and shit, but like corn's not here. And then she's just putting side chat that like there's 4 other streams going on right now, you dumb cunt. I'm obviously trying to avoid you. So I've put 2 and 2 together and got Lena, and she's saying that she's not Lena. So I'm like, well, who are you speaking to? What do you mean? Why do you care? Why are you putting it in side chat if you don't want anybody to question who you're speaking to? You little weirdo, you little beg. That's definitely Lena. That I can smell Lena from a fucking mile off. I've only met her once.
What's your beef with Lena? I don't know who that is.
She's just weird. I don't even know who that con is. To be fair, it could be a rat con. But I can just tell.
Is this twat from Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, I can just tell a mental case when I see one and she's like making out as if he's stalking her and harassing her, but it's quite obvious the opposite. She's very weird. How nosy is this guy? What for asking you a question based on your comment in side chat on a public fucking live stream? You bell end. I mean, how nosy. You're the one who obviously wants to fucking attention. You put about 17 comments in about 30 seconds. whilst you're speaking to nobody inside chat. You weirdo. I'm weird, and you're speaking to fucking. You must be speaking to yourself, because Cornet inside chat. You fucking talk amongst yourself. You talk. That's fucking cheek, innit? You clearly are talking amongst yourself. Me, myself, and Irene. So it's scientific. Have you got work tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Gutted. 4 days off though I had. Can't really complain. We're back today. I'm off Friday, in weekend, and then in until next weekend.
I had more than 4 days off because it's half term, so I took some more time off than just the weekend, the long weekend.
Did you do anything with it? Or DOSed?
No, nothing really. Yeah, stayed local.
Love DOSing sometimes.
Yeah, of course. Downtime, innit?
Rastaman said greetings, welcome. Foster said scientific, are you a teacher?
No.
Oh, you're listening, you Foster. I'm still not my text. I'm not really paying attention. So how long did you have off scientific method?
2 weeks.
Yeah, you're a fucking teacher.
2 weeks. I'm not a teacher. What would I teach? I don't know enough about any particular subject.
You do. You know enough to teach primary school at bare minimum.
No, but then you'd have to know about all the subjects.
Before that you used to teach, which you already admitted before that you used to teach primary school. I don't know.
I worked in a primary school.
Maybe you worked yourself up, started from the bottom. Now you're a year, so maybe you. I don't know.
Maybe I'm a head teacher by now.
Year three.
Oh, you think that's how it works? Yeah, you graduate up to years.
Yeah, maybe in a few years, like you graduate yourself, or you get to move on to high school.
Yeah, no, I could never be a teacher, bro. Do you think I've got the patience for that sort of thing?
Is there different qualifications you need to become a
you need a PGC. Yeah,
is a primary school would you say a primary school teacher is more qualified than a secondary school, or what?
Nah, in terms of technical, it's about any topic. No way. High school teachers
more of a wide range of the primary school teachers. They could,
primary school teachers basically.
Maths, that was about it.
Yeah, primary school teachers have to be a generalist. But really, if you've got GCSEs in all the subjects, then you pretty much should know enough to be able to teach primary school. But with high school, you have to teach them to a GCSE level, so you need to be 2 levels above that. So you should have a degree in the subject you're teaching at high school.
Oh, Rastaman's, he said, I like scientific method, but I can't listen to this gay individual. Later, I'll be back when there's more black or brown folk. I mean, we can talk about Kanye West looking off his cousin when his cousin was 6 and he did it up until he was 14. If you want to talk about black people, yeah, Kanye West came out today and said that it was in an incestual relationship with his cousin up until the age of 14 and he was sucking his dick. I mean, that's a bit gay, isn't it? Yeah, Kanye. I'm not lying.
I've heard that before.
He's come out today, so he's released a song called "Cousin." I'm gonna fucking read you. I'm gonna read your statement. Kanye West, cousin statement. So he's put, this song is called "Cousins," and again, I'm going to have to do it in an American accent because I don't want people clipping me. This song is called Cousins, about my cousin that's locked in jail for life for killing a pregnant lady a few years ago after I told him we wouldn't look at dirty magazines together anymore. Perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6, and then we acted out what we saw. My dad had Playboy magazines, but the magazines I found at the top of my mom's closet were different. My name is Ye, and I sucked my cousin's dick till I was 14. That's what he sent out on Twitter.
Do you think that might be a fake account? Or do you think that's
Nope,
really...
he's released a song called Cousins with those lyrics.
Has he really?
Would you like me to read you the lyrics of the song?
Nah, that's alright.
Kanye.
I mean, I don't really care that much, to be honest.
I'm going to anyway. Right, here we go. Released today. So, I saw you outside. I saw you outside again, just hanging out with your friends. I don't know how it goes. I'm just making this up then. I'm not making the lyrics up, though. The lyrics are real. Hanging with my cousin, reading dirty magazines. We see some N-words kissing. We ain't know what that shit mean. Then we start reenacting everything that we had seen. That's when I gave my cousin head. Gave my cousin head. Gave my cousin head. I gave my cousin head. I gave my cousin head.
Hey, bro, stop that, man.
So that's I'm not.
That's not.
I'm thinking.
You didn't. This is not a
He
real
said
thing,
it
bro.
one minute. That's when I gave my cousin head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times he said it. Saw you outside again, just hanging with your friends. And I know these N-words about to judge me now. Started off when we was hanging out. Told my cousin not to tell nobody. People tell me not to take it to my grave. Truth will set you free someday. I don't think they understand that I'm not attracted to a man. They thought I was gay. I'm being totally serious.
This is some kind of spoof.
I'm being fucking. It's Kanye West.
Is he in the video?
It's what?
Is he in the video as well?
I don't think he's released a video. He's released a statement and he released a song. And there was a news article about 4 hours ago. It says, my cousin did a bad thing, but I still love him. Kanye West. Also, Kanye West in 2018 said, my cousin did a bad thing, but I still love him. People are looking back now.
What, this is from 2018?
2018, he put that, yeah. Male, but listen, 6 years old. What the fuck, man? That guy's clearly fucked up in head, isn't he? I thought it was his mother's death that was the PTSD. Fucking hell. Clearly there's more to it than his mother's death.
No, I think you just made that up.
I've not fucking made it up. Google it right now. Google Kanye West cousin. That's all you need to do. You've got a device there.
No, I don't even want that to be on my search history. But it's not true though. No, why would he wouldn't do that? I know he's an idiot.
So Los Angeles Times, London Evening Standard, Yahoo News.uk, Times of India, Economic Times, Entertainment Tonight, The Mirror US. It's all over, Gaff. E Online. It's all over, Gaff. Fucked up shit, that. Fucked up shit. Kanye West. They're not like us. They're not like us. They're not like us. Said they're not like us. Definitely not like fucking me. Hey, Betty. Maybe Betty likes Kanye West. She was talking about shagging her cousin. Or shagging cousins. She was basically condoning it. Not condemning it. Lil Wayne sucked off his what? Saying that, is that why you... What? Who says Lil Wayne's my favourite rapper? I don't think I've ever said that, though. I do like Lil Wayne. What I like about Lil Wayne is that, again, he's not just a vocalist. He can play guitar, that cunt. He can play electric guitar. He's a sick artist. And I think it would have been a million times better representation for Compton. Was it Compton that they're from? I think it is. Is it New Orleans? No, wait, is it New Orleans? I think it's New Orleans. No, it's New Orleans. Kendrick Lamar's from, but then Kendrick Lamar got the Super Bowl, and I think that should have gone to Lil Wayne personally. I'm a millionaire. I'm a young money million. The ghost of Albion is the gay man trying to seduce the straight man. I don't know what you're trying to do at this point. You're still in chat. Why don't you come up the panel? Rastaman said, well, first of all, about 5 minutes ago, he said he was leaving. 5 minutes, fast forward 5 minutes, he's put about 700 comments in chat. He's put, end the show, he's hitting on you. You jealous? Fuck man, don't watch nobody, boy. Just because I brought up Kanye West or what? I need to check my cousin. Kanye West. I know for a fact Scientific Method's now gone away and Googled it. Told you Scientific Method, I'm not lying.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I'm not fucking
There
lying.
seems to be some articles about it. I didn't really read the details, but there was quite a few articles.
I always tell truth, mate.
Yeah, but I mean, Kanye is like he would just say anything in it. You can't take him seriously.
Say that, can't take you serious.
Kanye, like, for you know, is probably a publicity stunt.
Why would you lie about? Would you lie about that?
Well, one of the articles I wasn't reading it, but I was just skimming through it. Not even skimming, but I was just scrolling through it, and it said something about he immediately when he made that outburst, and then he immediately started begging his wife to be able to see his kids or something.
Oh yeah, so I know I'm going to get to see my kids. I'll admit to being in an incestuous childhood relationship with my cousin. That don't make sense, that.
Like I said, he's fucking crazy, bro.
He's tapped, but maybe that explains why he's tapped. That explains why he's tapped. Why is he not let down on Shares Lounge somewhere? Psychologist telling him that. Why are you taking me serious, Albion? I can't take you serious looking like that. Look at your face. Minging. Is that your face, really? I hope not. I hope not. 3% gay has gone down. My joint's nearly done Scientific Methods. Which means one thing. I think I'm going to make another one before I go to bed.
Yeah, I was going to go to bed like an hour ago, but then I forgot to press the button. And then Chrissy started calling my name. So I started chatting to him. And then Velle jumped back on. And then you did. But yeah, I'm happy to go to sleep still.
Yes, same. Let's let the show just ends on its own, doesn't it?
Yeah, the show just wraps up after a few minutes by itself.
Clever that.
But if you want to carry on chatting, it's only on 8 hours, 20 minutes. So you're welcome to carry on chatting if you fancy like rolling another one or whatever. I'll probably listen in for a bit, but I'm not going to chat. I'm going to jump off in a minute.
Yeah, I'll get abused by a chat for another 5 minutes. I'll make a spliff.
Well, Baz was saying that he wanted to address something that Morris said before he said that before when he was going to jump on. Is Baz still there?
Baz?
Hey,
Hey, Mandy. Athena Mandy. M-A-N-D-Y. Mandy. Hey, up, Mandy. Long time no see. See, I'm not lying about that tweet. And why would Kanye lie about that? Fucking hell. Why are you like straight men talking about two men being gay with each other if they're not at 1 o'clock in 2 o'clock in the morning? Like, why are you not in bed with your missus and that? Like, you little faggots. Why are you talking about other men being gay, whether they are gay or not? Like, that should be the last thing on your brains. But the fact that it's always like the first thing on your brains tells me that, yeah, you're not as straight as you make out.
Oh, Baz is still around.
Baz is there.
Yeah, you didn't.
That's discrimination. Not letting him on panel now. We forgot. You've got a claim there, Baz, based on your disability. Discrimination.
That's true.
You knew you were going to get. You're the one with the nasty batty because it's been banged out by a next man. Listen, there's no straight man who talks about game shit the way that you do, Rasta man, and calls himself Rasta man. Call yourself a batty man because you're no Rasta man, you're a batty man. Swine, you fuck swine. You fuck swine, you look like swine when you're getting your fucking backside fucking eaten out by the next man. Talk about gay shit. Don't start getting uncomfortable now when you want to talk about gay shit constantly inside chat. Second, you want to go talk about gay shit. Don't talk about gay. No, fuck off, you little batty. You want to talk about gay shit? You have
I'm gonna jump off.
Past the point
you
of
carry
fucking.
on.
So, good night, scientific method. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, go on. Have your fun, mate. Bash in the
show.
Yeah, cool, man. I'll see you later, brother.
Oh, turned ghost. Who's turned you gay ghost? The ghost of Albion.
See you later, everyone.
Good night, scientific method. That's the man. Why are you gay? You know, I'm gonna dedicate a song to you, Master Man. It's actually about Bice all this, but I'm gonna sing it about you. Because you're gay. I never met a bitch like this on the internet. Man so gay is every letter of the alphabet. Rasta man, I think you're really, really gay. Take a look at his peacock trackies and his bright orange socks. Look at him twirling his pink Reeboks. It's Rasta man, why are you so gay? You like hound dog, don't tell him to get down, boy. Poodle or Sharpei. It don't mind because you're really gay. That's all you're getting. You're prolonging my joint. Where's my cigarette? I've been in. Where is my cigarettes? Oh, there they go. Yeah. Poodle or Sharpei, please come to Jamaica. No thanks. I'd rather fucking not. I'd rather go Benidorm. Please don't come to Britain. Why would you want who you call a gay man to come to Jamaica? Well, that's the man. Don't apologise to nobody, boy. I need a nose job, but I know I do. I'm actually like full on entitled to one on NHS, free, paid for by the taxpayers. But I just can't be asked for time off work and like the 6-week recovery. But it would be very, very, very beneficial, not only cosmetically but medically as well. I can't breathe. Tell me something I don't know. What strand you on? I can't believe you're calling it a strand, Baz. Strain, Baz, not a strand. Cherry Bunts. The last of it. I'll pick a different one up tomorrow. Yeah, I've only got one working nostril. That's me trying to breathe out of one. That's me breathing out my left one. That's me trying to breathe out my right one. Can't breathe. Yeah, I'm not asked about how I look. If I was asked about that, I'd fucking go get it done, wouldn't I? Not asked about that. Some may say I'm being entitled to PIP, not being able to breathe like that. I might actually put in for it. Every fucker else claims it, why not? I need it for, so I can buy breathing apparatus. I need sleep apnea machine, even though I don't have sleep apnea. Yeah, Baz can rap. Baz is a sick rapper. Is like fucking. If Tupac and Biggie were to have like a gay Rastaman style relationship and have a baby, call him Baz. Rastaman knows all about that. You couldn't, Baz. It can't be broken anymore. It's past the point of being broken. Solid cartilage in my nose. Do you know what I'm thinking of doing though? Somebody told me about a few weeks back, actually, maybe a couple of months back, that a friend got. So he was using. So I use it often. Sinex, Sudafed I use up my working nostril. That sometimes gets blocked, and obviously if that one gets blocked, I'm fucked. So I keep Sudafed on me at all times. Have a good sniff. It frees me up for a good few hours. On my nostril that's deviated, septum, whatever you call it. No chance. Nothing's fixing that other than surgery. Where was I going though with Sudafed? Oh yeah, I might be able to like claim PIP so it can pay for all that type of apparatus, Sudafed. Oh yeah, no, that's where we're going with Sudafed. So my mate's mate got addicted to Sudafed basically. He was taking it like 3 or 4 times a day, and it ended up burning a little hole in between his septum and his nostrils, like fucking Daniela Westbrook after cocaine. And that was a bad thing for him. For me, that might actually be a fucking good thing, because it might turn my non-working nostril, if it creates a little hole into my working nostril, then basically I'm going to be able to breathe through it, aren't I? So I might start fucking overdosing on Sudafed, I don't know yet. I'm not weighed out the fucking pros and cons. How come straight Rastamen are obsessed with gay shit? I've noticed that. There's a few like so-called straight Rastamen who are obsessed with gay shit. Like the straight men that I know, like none of them bring up gay stuff. None of them. Like it's one of the last things, unless like they've had a drink, they might have like a little giggle or whatever, or fucking banter about shit. But normal day-to-day life, like they're not bringing up gay shit. Like the fact that you bring it up and you're obsessed with it, you can't stop talking about it. It tells me that you've either sucked a lad's dick or you want a lad on the end of your knob. You're clearly a batty crease. You're a batty fish. Do you like batty patty? Do you go to like patty shack and get batty patty? Or straight men in front of you getting fish patty, you're there with fucking dick cheese patty. Why the fuck would you go for dick cheese patty and call yourself a straight man? No straight man I know goes dick cheese patty when there's fucking fish patty there. Salt fish patty right in front of him. You're going for dick cheese one. Fucking lava. I have a panda fucking cheese patty. Even though all Sudafed or over the counter, unless you got allergies, you shouldn't be taking it anyway. I do have allergies to it. Well, I don't have allergies. I've got hay fever, which is an allergy, isn't it? I never used to have air fever though. I remember one year I didn't have it. The next year I got it. I was fuming. I was about 18 when I got it. I was fucking fuming. I thought, fucking hell, why is this coming at this time? I don't really take antihistamines though. I just do Sudafed straight up my fucking nozzle. This man loves fucking dick cheese patty. Dick cheese patty with a side of bum frites. Extra mayonnaise, little batty crease. Little batty crease, extra mayonnaise all over. Would you like mayonnaise on the side or all over? All over, please get it all over fucking dick cheese patty. Or he's saying good night, Demon. He's finally going to bed 50 minutes after like getting turned on by talking about gay shit with what he calls a gay man, whilst pretending that he's straight. We all see through you, dick cheese patty muncher. Little dick cheese patty muncher. Sudafed's an antihistamine. What's that, like fucking heroin? Nah, fucking is. Let me Google that. Like cocaine. It could be better than all from mate's nostril. It's Sudafed. Oh, of course it's an antihistamine. Why did I read in my head then, even though I did read out antihistamine, I was still on that my tits. I thought you went, what do you call it? Heroin, what are they called? I think it's beginning with A as well. You forgot Matthew, Esther. What are them really strong drugs called? Class A's. Begins with A. Amphetamines. That's the one. That's what I thought you meant. Yeah, I mean, I don't take the tablet antihistamines. I don't think they've ever done that for me. I think I took them at one point. Nothing's ever worked like Sudafed. Honestly, Sudafed is like magic to my nostril. I constantly keep lighters around that don't work. That's going in bin. What's Zyrtec? That sounds American. That sounds like something that a fucking American housewife would get addicted to, that. Oh, Rastaman said he was going to bed, but he's not. He can't help it. He's addicted to speaking to what he calls gay men. Oh, gay. Why are you so gay? Why are you so interested in what you call gay men? Why are you so bothered? I thought you was going to bed. You were going to bed about half an hour ago. Are you intrigued, Rastaman? Are you curious? Yeah. Yeah, brother, why? All your mates are like queued up in fucking shop next to you, ordering saltfish patties, licking the fingers, and you're there fucking ordering dick cheese patties, trying to pretend that you're straight. Nobody believes that you're straight when you're ordering dick cheese patties. Fuck off, Baz, you're always talking about fucking FIFA. I don't mean housewives as in like the housewives that I watch, just like a typical American housewife would be addicted to some form of like antidepressant. Not the famous housewives, even though they probably would be as well. I was actually referencing just typical everyday American housewife. Oh, Rassman saying, I don't know what I said to Chrissy, like, but he said, I heard exactly what he said to Chrissy. Well, if it's something like, I don't know, gay or something, and then you're bringing that up again, then fuck me, you are intrigued, aren't you? Fucking hell, Rasta, you are curious. Have you been on these panels before, Rasta man? Are you gay? If you're gay, why are you gay? If you're not gay, why are you so interested in gay? I think you're gay. That's king of dog shite. King of fucking dog shite. FIFA is so boring. Same one. 98, 99, 2000, 2001, 2002. FIFA Streets. 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006. Oh shit. All the same fucking game. Copy and paste. Give me your money. And you fall for it every year, silly bastard. I was like that with COD up until fucking, what was it, Black Ops 3, I think. I think that was like the last one that I purchased fully, like, got into it. I think I might have purchased some since, maybe on discount or something, but where like I bought it because my mates had bought it, and no, same shit, different year. I'm not doing it anymore. Especially FIFA, I can't stand it. When all my mates like used to play FIFA, I was just stare at screen like that, green screen, just staring at it. I go bug-eyed, won't even know what's going on. Until my mate gets mad, like chucks his pad, and then like shit my head, gather my eyesight. Up until that point, I'm full on bug-eyed, just staring at a green screen. Oh, Danny's put, she's finished Housewives of LA and Orange County. Started Salt Lake City, but found it boring. Oh no, don't find it boring. You need to get up to at least, I think it's season 2, where Jen Shaw gets arrested, where like the cash trip gets interrupted because she gets arrested. Then season 3, season 4. Oh no, Salt Lake City gets better and better and better. I was like that at first, Danny. I wasn't interested in Salt Lake City at all. Maybe season 2. I think you could potentially watch it from season 3 onwards and skip season 1 and 2 and be like fully invested. Be like, right, yeah, this is fucking juice. Beverly Hills is out. That's nearly finished. Oh no, I think it's now finished. I think they've had the last of the or they might have another reunion tomorrow. No, it's finished. Garcelle didn't stay for picture. They had the last reunion last week. So Beverly Hills, that's another season that you can catch up on. Yeah, just stick it out. Yes, definitely stick it out, Danny. Honestly, ask Debla, ask Cam, ask Shell. I think Shell watched it with us. Alice. I got them all hooked on fucking Patsy. I got them all hooked on Salt Lake City. It gets really fucking good. There's a new girl who comes in, I think it's season 4, called Monica. Oh, shit gets good. What time is it? 2:05. 50 people watching. I don't know fucking why. Oh, bananas! Did you hear that the It's funny that because Velle showed a video before where it was like an American woman talking about all the food colouring shit that's in American sweets and that, and then comparing it to the UK. About an hour after that, I was on Facebook and I seen news. America, as of today, I believe, you may correct me, but that's the article. That's what it says. I'd say they banned artificial food colouring. All these E numbers and shit. Yeah, badass. Google that. Let me Google it. I don't think I fell asleep while I'm sure it's in it. American food colourings. So 3 hours ago, RFK Jr. unveils plan to phase out 8 artificial food dyes in the US. So it's going to be citrus red number 2 and orange B will be banned within the next coming months. And then green number 3, red number 40, yellow number 5, yellow number 6. I feel like I'm fucking bingo caller. Blue number 1, And blue number 2. They'll all be banned by the end of next year. Can't we read that again? That's like fucking bingo. That like some caravan one where it's that cheap bingo without colour. Green number 3. Red number 40. Yellow number 5. I can't even speak. My lips are sticking together. Yellow number 6. Blue number 1. Blue number 2. House. RFK Jr. puts his hand up. House. Right, you're all barred as of next year. They've recently found crystal meth in Kent. Fucking hell, yeah, we don't really get crystal meth in this country, do we? Ice. That's off, that's what the Hawaiians call it, ice. Dog the Bounty Hunter. Oh, The View, that's that fucking TV show in it with all... Has it got Whoopi Goldberg on that? Where it's something like 90% lefties, 10% righties. Complete bias shit. Fucking hell, I need a shot then. I really should be getting to bed now, mate. But I've still got 3/4 of a spliff left. Wasn't Whoopi Goldberg leaving America? I thought she was one of those who was leaving America when Trump got in power. I think the only person who's done that, Ellen DeGeneres, she came here, for fuck's sake. I think she's in Cotswolds. Why is she allowed to just live over here? Skip fucking visa queue. When did she claim asylum for being lesbian? Ascended Princess Palace put, Luke, some advice for you. Don't ever speak about Palestine on panel again. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Luke, some advice for you. Don't ever speak about the savage Palestinians who just cry victim all the time, yet convince the children to blow themselves up in the name of martyrdom and slaughter innocent Jews just because the religion tells them to. Do not speak about that on panel again. I'll bear that in mind, but I can't promise you anything, unfortunately. I know you watch Bake Off, Luke. I heard this. No, I don't. 5 comment on there too. No, I generally don't watch Bake Off. I don't watch anything British, to be fair. I've always had a thing about, like, I don't know, being cringed out about, like, British TV or British movies, especially British movies. Can't stand them. I said you don't have to listen. But when I'm on a roll about Palestine, there's no stopping me. And you, Ghost, no so-called Habibi, who's going to jump on panel and tell me otherwise. Proven, by the way. Because as you've seen, I've been on the panel many times, putting everybody and the mother in place when it comes to Palestine. And it's been the same people offering the same arguments. You've not had anything new. You're not come on here to defend Palestine. Don't tell me what I can do, can't do. Especially when it comes to savage people with savage mentalities. I'll condone them and I'll speak about it whenever, wherever I see fit. What do you say about us? Oh yeah, Baz is saying the same, then don't listen. Who's a BB? Anyone's a BB. Anybody can be a BB. No, don't really call Khan Habibi. Khan's turkey pig. Peekaboo's put, Luke, have you got a Jewish boyfriend like Douglas Murray? You gagging on Jewish cock too? So again, I think Peekaboo's Muslim. It's funny, isn't it? These like straight people, so-called straight, they always talk about cocks and shit like that. I'll tell you a few stories about Habibis. You won't want to know though. And you're mushrikun. If Jews left Palestine, then they just turn on each other and start fighting each other like they have done in the past. Hence why Jordan and Egypt don't let them in, because of savages. Terrorist mindset and terrorist mentalities. I'm not diverting, Pika, but you asked a stupid question whether I have a Jewish boyfriend. No, I don't have a Jewish boyfriend. Last person to be who could have come anywhere close to being referenced as my boyfriend was your dad back in the 90s when I was fucking pulling on his beard, balls deep inside him. I don't think he was Jewish. No, he weren't Jewish because he had to go and leave, go Jenna. No, he weren't Jewish, he was Muslim. He was your dad. He had an orange beard. You were white when I finished with it though. And your Nedges ascended. I don't know why you brought Palestine up though, you've influenced me now though. I'm going to leave you with a song. Get up in the morning, wish death upon the west. I'll kiss my kids goodbye and I'll put them in a bomb vest. Poor me, Palestine. 'Cause there is no greater bond than father and son, and there is no greater honor than martyrdom. Oh, poor me, Palestine. Turn on the TV and tune into the news. Watch Hamas propaganda that demonizes Jews. Poor me, Palestine. Our charter isn't evil, so please don't go and mock it. And if you take the piss, we'll fire one more rocket. Poor me, Palestine. We'll buy GoPros from the west so we can film the footage of breaking over fence and kidnapping hostage. Poor me, Palestine. We'll throw the first stone, then we'll run away and hide. And if you dare retaliate, we'll call it genocide. Poor me, Palestine. We were laughing at the first, but now it's not so funny. Now our leaders run away and take away all our money. Poor me, Palestine. They say that we're being starved, but me mommy's still chubby. Why can men have 4 wives, but women only one hubby? Poor me, Palestine. Now the USA and Israel are coming into Gaza. This time in 5 years we'll be standing in Trump Plaza. Poor me, Palestine. Thank you very much. Luke, what's your favourite South Park song, like Uncle Fucker? No, I like Dreidel. Dreidel, they made you out of clay. Dreidel, with Dreidel I shall play. I like that one. I like Cash. Man, bitch, you big fat bitch, you biggest bitch, you how I was, you big fat bitch, you show your bitch, you big fat man, yeah, bitch. When she's a bitch, she's a bitch, she's a friendly bitch. Been a bitch, she's a bitch, she's a bitch. She's a big fat, she's a stupid bitch. Bad bitch, and she's that's one of my favourite ones as well. And then I also like I'm a little bit country. I'm a little bit rock and roll, yeah. I like that one as well. I like. Yeah, the church is on its way. How about you, as it say? People calling how they say, and I say, hi. I like that one as well. Peekaboo's saying, Luke, how does it feel to be violated by your uncle? Does it still hurt? First of all, I wasn't violated by my uncle. Second of all, I think that would be disgusting for you to even mock somebody who you say has been violated by one of the family members. But again, you are coming from the religion of peace. Pause on the peace. Let's put it this way. I haven't been mentally scarred to the point where I felt it necessary to, I don't know, create hadiths documenting the abuse that my husband, 50 years my senior, has put me through throughout my childhood and my life. Mainly my childhood. Checkmate. Hey, Prophet Fucker. Shut your fucking face, Prophet Fucker. You're a dirty, dealing bastard motherfucker. You're a Prophet Fucker, yes it's true. You fuck your prophet, yes you do. Shut your fucking face, you Prophet Fucker. You're a narcissistic fucking Prophet Fucker. Peekaboo, is that what you said? Is that what, like, was that your first words, that? Peekaboo? Maybe if you told your mum to fucking show her face every now and then, you might not have to say it. It might have been Mama if you could see her. God, imagine your fucking first words being peekaboo. What a fucking inbred. God, next time, tell your fucking mum to take her fucking mask off. Kid won't have to say peekaboo then, will they? Listen, you're lucky you're even getting words out of me, let alone a laugh. Very valid, that. But did your uncle bum you, or just made you suck him off like Little Wayne? What a filthy, filthy savage. Are you Palestinian, you? Is that what it is? You're Palestinian? Can't help yourself, can you? What a savage beast. What a filthy, degenerate, savage beast. Inshallah, you get fucking soap in your mouth. Alhamdulillah, it's probably a dick. Are you mad at me because your prophet violated Aisha? What's that got to do with me? What the fuck's that got to do with me? I know you might have a complex for actively knowing that information and still choosing to follow and see that person as a perfect example of a human being. You can't put that on me. You might be able to put it on your parents. You certainly can't put that on me. Do you know what I mean? Peekaboo's put, did your uncle grape your mouth? All this is still being recorded, Peekaboo. And like your comments is being recorded at the same time, Mongo. How filthy. Proper dream team, that. In that filthy, fucking hell. What a pervert. Nancy. That's nothing but Nancy. You'd only, who would talk, like, joke about child abuse like that other than a nonce? Clearly a paedophile. And scientific method, before you say that's somebody prematurely calling somebody a paedophile. No, I think it's very much justified. The guy's outright mocking child abuse to the point where it sounds like he's actually getting off on it. Did your uncle film you while raping you? He's put. Alhamdulillah, what do you call it? His name was Mohammed. What are you checking for? Pure filth, that. I think you've compelled me to say a prayer, and I pray to the only potential God worthy of praying to. You may want to stick your ass in air for this one. I'll clasp my hands together. Before I do so, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear Lord, please offer some form of guidance to Peekaboo and his family. It's clear as day that he has been dragged up in a degenerate, pervert-infested, degenerate, inbred family. And it's made him think it's acceptable to mock what he perceives as child abuse, even though no child abuse took place. It doesn't stop this perverted inbred from manifesting child abuse and then mocking it. What kind of sick pervert does that, Lord? Please don't let me try and understand that. I don't want to understand that. That was a rhetorical question, as you probably already know. Just please offer some form of guidance to this disgusting pervert in the side chat. And please guide him away from an ideology that is clearly rotting his brain and creating such deviant thoughts and degenerate behaviours. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. In the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Ugh. Filth. Right, on that note, guys, I'm going to leave you to it. I'll leave you all with the thoughts of what Peekaboo has just manifested in his filthy, perverted Islamic extremist brain. But before we do, just let me screenshot all these comments so I can put them on my wall tomorrow. Good ones. Thank you. That'll do. Good night, guys. God bless. Have a good night's sleep. See you all tomorrow. For those who are working, thanks for keeping country going. Big up capitalism.